Chapter 1. The National Fortune Survival Game. A global sensation. In a spacious room adorned entirely in silver, an eerie silence prevailed. Jiang Tao was roused from his slumber by a rustling sound nearby. Is it that oversized rat lurking beneath the bed? One day, I shall capture you and present you to Tom. As the remnants of sleep faded, Jiang Tao opened his bleary eyes and instinctively reached for his phone beside him. His palm met the cold floor, jolting him into a greater awareness. Had he rolled out of bed? Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, his right hand suddenly encountered something soft and bouncy. Bean, wait a moment, where's my husband? She suddenly realized. A piercing scream shattered Jiang Tao's remaining drowsiness. Let go of me. Jiang Tao surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a vast silver chamber. Strange metallic turntables were positioned in every direction. Not far away, a young man with a buzz cut and clad in jeans was stirring, grumbling as he rose. Standing before him was a stunning woman in an opulent blue and gold gown, her voluptuous figure and long, fair legs putting supermodels to shame. Jiang Tao's gaze traveled upward to a flawless hand covering a glimpse of ivory skin, a swan-like neck, and a delicate nose. Her almond-shaped eyes, tinged with annoyance, shot a glare at Jiang Tao as she retreated until her back pressed against the metallic wall. "Big me," exclaimed the last occupant of the room, a youthful girl in a cyan school uniform, her innocent face still bearing traces of childhood. Shin Sisi indeed had a striking presence. Jiang Tao's gaze instinctively dropped to the hint of ivory skin, and his right hand reflexively rubbed it a couple of times. Wait, how did I wake up next to a superstar? Yami noticed his small gesture, casting him a warning glance while scanning their surroundings, particularly focusing on Jiang Tao and the buzz-cut youth. Is this a show or a kidnapping? How did you abduct me from the Weibo night? How much will it cost to let me go? The buzz-cut youth, now alert, displayed a mix of excitement and eagerness. This must be a television program, right? I can't believe I get to team up with a celebrity. You, my friend, are quite fortunate. The buzz-cut youth shot a jealous glance at Jiang Tao. The youthful beauty surveyed the room, her expression equally bewildered. As the four remained in confusion, a melodious mechanical voice resonated. Welcome, players, to the Cube Mansion. The total population of Blue Star has surpassed 10 billion. Resources are scarce for the continuation of our race. We officially commenced the National Fortune Survival Game. This game will randomly select players based on their nation's fortune. Please listen carefully to the following rules, though this is a game. It is no mere jest. Rule 1. Cherish your teammates. Each person may have one opportunity to reassess their choice. Rule 2. Each day, you may open 10 doors. The rooms behind them may contain treasures or traps. Rule 3. Every gain you make will return 100-fold to your homeland. Rule 4. However, if a player perishes, 100 individuals connected to them will also die, thereby diminishing the national fortune. When an entire nation of players faces annihilation, a catastrophic level crisis will ensue. Players' adventures will be broadcast live globally in the interest of privacy. Certain scenes will be censored. Each country may post one comment daily. As night falls, the danger escalates significantly. Players are advised to remain within their shelters and upgrade them promptly. The first player or team to conquer 100 rooms will bestow upon their nation a collective genetic enhancement, evolving into new humanity, favored by the heavens. 10 days hence, the first batch of players will return to Blue Star. For further details, please explore independently. May your gaming experience be enjoyable. This is not a variety show, but a supernatural journey. Jiang Tao, Demi Me, Crewcut Youth, and JK Beauty are all taken aback. Is this a hoax? Yang Mi's delicate visage turned pale, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before her. Yet, the attributes panel that appeared confirmed the absurdity was no jest. Jiang Tao tapped the screen to inspect. Player, Jiang Tao. Level, F, ordinary person. Age, 19. Rooms cleared, 0. Occupation, unemployed. Equipment, a dilapidated wooden hut. Current status, physically intact, mildly dehydrated, anticipated hunger in 4 hours. Talent, warm reminder. Unique. A dialog box encircled by bubbles appeared below, with pale blue text. A bewildered newcomer is trying to grasp the situation. It is advisable to recognize reality swiftly, seek resources, and survive. Is this bubble text the warm reminder? Before Jiang Tao could ponder further, the function buttons at the bottom of the panel captured his attention. World channel not activated to Xia channel activated, 100,000 players, regional channel activated, 1,000 people. Trading mall activated, a staggering 100,000 players were selected. Jiang Tao opened the Xia channel, and a cacophony erupted. Players with half-body avatars and names were frantically communicating. Transported? A divine yist. Oh heavens, do not toy with me. Help, I'm in the restroom. Could someone bring me some toilet paper? I'm just an ordinary person. Why was I chosen for this national fate? And now I have to die alongside 100 relatives and friends? This is too cruel. This is an unprecedented opportunity. In 10 days, I will return as a national hero. While the majority of ordinary players lamented their fate, a handful of optimistic and ambitious souls felt their hearts race. An opportunity to soar to greatness had arrived. Among them was Yang Mi, a celebrity. What astonished the players most was that the founder of the Penguin Group and the replicator of Sharingan had also been selected. Little Ma, fellow compatriots, do not panic. Are there any employees from the Penguin Group here? Please gather water and bread here for centralized management. This is a perfect opportunity to test the trading feature. Upon our return in 10 days, I will reward you with 1,000 penguin coins for a bottle of water. When we return, I will promote you all to level 15 executives. Surprisingly, a few penguin employees did indeed show up. However, they expressed skepticism towards Little Ma's promised penguin coins, yet the prospect of post-return promotions stirred their hearts. Jiang Tao shut down the chat channel, his gaze shifting to the radiant Yang Mi, and he remarked with a smile, "Supernatural forces have even summoned Xiao Ma. It appears this is no ordinary show." Yang Mi's fair complexion turned pale, her red lips trembling as she uttered, "We can return in just 10 days, and we are currently being broadcast live?" Realization dawned upon her as she adjusted her attire, her expression gradually regaining composure. To Jiang Tao's astonishment, he could discern Yang Mi's personal panel. Player, Yang Mi, level, F, rooms cleared, 0, age, 32, profession, a list celebrity, current status, physically sound, slightly dehydrated, mildly hungry if sustenance is not provided. She is expected to perish from hunger in 2 days. Affinity, 50, talent, 3 lifetimes of fortune, presumably due to her leading role in a popular drama, granting her a luck boost of 100, enhancing her ability to avert misfortune and discover treasures in a mystical sense. At the bottom, a circle of advisory text read, "Friendly reminder. Currently in a vulnerable phase, mental defenses are at their lowest, yet it seems there is no goodwill towards you. Even in dire circumstances, she maintains her professional integrity, ever mindful of her image, cherishing beauty and reputation." Are millions of viewers across the nation watching us right now? The buzz-cut youth appeared agitated, waving his hands towards the ceiling. "Can everyone see me?" Jiang Tao's gaze fell upon him. The youth was named Lu Meng. Besides his personal panel, there was an additional advisory note. An impetuous young man brimming with vitality, in a state of unrestrained excitement. He aimed to impress the 2 females, particularly the starlet, resulting in an 80 affinity towards Jiang Tao. He embodied the fervor of a testosterone-fueled gorilla, eager to dominate the spotlight. He sought to exclude you from the group and would not hesitate to resort to underhanded tactics to eliminate you, coveting Yang Mi for himself. Jiang Tao found this revelation both amusing and infuriating. Meanwhile, across the Blue Star, hundreds of thousands had simultaneously vanished, including celebrities like Yang Mi and Xiao Ma. Ignoring the boundaries, the Survival Live room appeared on screens of phones and computers worldwide, rapidly engulfing the globe. The 9 rules were displayed on the right side of the broadcast, serving as constant reminders to the audience. From YouTube, Twitter, to the top 10 trending searches on platforms like Weibo and Douyin and Daxia, National Survival Game dominated the discourse. Nations trembled. The internet ignited an unprecedented superstorm. OMG, is this some divine jest? Unbelievable. My companions are vanishing before my very eyes. Wait, if he dies, must I also meet my end? Damn it, why wasn't I chosen? I'd rather take a chance than endure a 996 existence. In recent years, with a population exceeding 1 billion and an economic downturn, many felt suppressed and anxious. This survival game, affecting everyone, detonated like an atomic bomb, sending shockwaves from the ground up. The live broadcast, imbued with supernatural forces, surpassed the viewership of any program in history. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Talent. The Shredded Yellow-Haired Youth. Quick, investigate all players' information. Currently, the tally exceeds 1 million players, meaning if they all perish, the simplest consequence of death would surpass 100 million. A tremor. Governments around the world sprang into action immediately. Upon the revelation of the data to the upper echelons, a profound silence enveloped the leaders. 1% of humanity is destined to perish. A chilling dread surged from within. This does not even account for the total annihilation of a nation's players. What then is this so-called shrank national extinction crisis? In a makeshift office building, the head of the Special Crisis Management Team of the Great Xia reported to the leaders. First, gather all the data regarding the disappearance of the 100,000 players and observe whether it truly implicates their families in the real world. Elder Lin fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing the report. I heard Xiao Ma was also selected. Indeed, along with several actors, the head added. A celebrity from the White Eagle Federation vanished while aboard a helicopter. Elder Lin continued, prepare supplies first. Maintaining stability is paramount. This was merely a microcosm of Blue Star, where billions of viewers selected their preferred teams or acquaintances through various media. Among them, the group that included Jiang Tao and Mimi attracted millions of viewers. Did Mimi also get selected? She seems quite frightened. That outfit appears rather cumbersome for movement, doesn't it? I hope those two young men do not bully my Mimi. Please, do you only see her? The JK beauty beside her possesses both striking looks and grace. Even acquaintances of Yang Mi felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. You must hold strong. Do not let us be dragged down with you. They privately pondered their relationships with Yang Mi. In a silver chamber, after the initial chaos subsided, the four introduced themselves. Once calm was restored, Yang Mi delicately swept a strand of hair aside and revealed a radiant smile. If you trust me, an introduction is unnecessary, is it not? I'm delighted to be in your company. Let us endure these 10 days together and then return home. Each person had the opportunity to reselect, and a thought flashed through Yang Mi's mind. Perhaps being reassigned would be even more unfortunate. At least I have a female companion now. That young man appears to be a bit of an AF, so he should not pose a significant threat. As for the last young man, sensing the gaze upon him, Jiang Tao slightly turned his head and smiled. I am Jiang Tao, an ordinary graduate. A buzz-cut youth, slightly irked by his premature introduction, raised an eyebrow and confidently declared, I am Lu Meng. Do not worry, Sister Mimi, just stay behind me. In 10 days, I guarantee you will return home safe and sound, perhaps even with enhanced notoriety. Yang Mi seemed oblivious to any underlying offense in his words, her fair and exquisite oval face adorned with a brilliant smile. All right, I'm counting on you, handsome. The JK beauty, though youthful, exuded a remarkable composure, unlike some frenzied fangirls. She softly introduced herself. I am Shun Cece, just graduated from high school. In Jiang Tao's line of sight, her profile materialized. Player, Shun Cece. Level F. Age, 18. Occupation, JK. Talent, infinite synthesis. Affection level, 0. Warm reminder. A bright student ranked first in her school, with a pink exterior that conceals a hint of cunning. She is slightly wary of you, feels anxious in unfamiliar surroundings, and wishes to remain inconspicuous. Hearing Shun Cece's gentle whisper, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Lu Meng's eyes. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him, as he found himself in a team with two stunning beauties, one a glamorous starlet, the other a youthful JK. Yet, there was an eyesore among them. Lu Meng cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Tao, who, sensing the scrutiny, remained unperturbed and instead surveyed the walls on either side. The room soared to a height of 8 meters, presenting 6 passages in total. Front, back, left, right, above, and below. As Jiang Tao's gaze roamed, dialogue bubbles began to pop up. Should you wish to avoid cosplaying as a potato, the daunting room ahead poses a lethal challenge for newcomers, despite the presence of a black iron treasure chest within. A friendly reminder. Room difficulties range from simple, normal, difficult, nightmare, to hell. The room behind you is utterly empty though safe, it wastes a slot. Rather than linger there, it would be wiser to lie still and conserve energy. Danger looms ahead. Jiang Tao furrowed his brow, peering into the distance. Potato? Could there be flying knife traps? He glanced above and below. The ordinary room overhead conceals a dilapidated wooden chest, along with a few bottles of mineral water and bread quite decent for the early stages, with only one minor issue. How will you ascend 8 meters? Although the room beneath presents a simple challenge, it at least contains half a pack of supplies, enough to sustain one for 3 days, and most importantly, it is safe. What about the sides? Oh my, luck is on your side. The room to the left houses a large wasp nest. The super honey inside is sufficient to sustain you for 10 days, and upon consumption, it enhances your constitution, potentially allowing you to evolve into wearing your underwear outside. Of course, this presumes you possess a bee-proof outfit. A friendly warning. Mutated wasps are far more ferocious than those on Blue Star and are venomous. The room to the right is mediocre. A cave with some basic supplies venturing in that direction might increase your chances of encountering magical beasts. While Jiang Tao was observing, Lu Meng took the initiative, beckoning to the Mimi and Shen Sisi. The entire nation is watching us. Ladies, please follow closely behind me. Hey Jiang, come over and open that door ahead to take a look. Instantly, Mimi turned her gaze toward Jiang Tao. She and Shen Sisi unconsciously drew closer, retreating behind Lu Meng. The two women clearly sought the warmth of solidarity. Aware that the room ahead posed a challenge, Jiang Tao had no intention of courting danger. He shook his head in refusal. I have a sense of foreboding about the front. I will explore another room. Upon hearing his words, Lu Meng's expression soured in an instant. It was the moment to establish his authority as the team leader, and this young man seemed to be challenging his dominance. You little. He was about to curse, but suddenly remembered they were live streaming, and the expletives were stifled in his throat. This young man appears somewhat cunning. I still prefer Lu Meng, who embodies the youthful vigor of those willing to fight bravely, commented several viewers in the livestream chat. Thanks to the Mimi and another unfamiliar youthful beauty, this livestream room rapidly became the second most popular among the audience of the Great Xia, with numbers surpassing 100 million, creating a lively atmosphere. The first among them is Xiao Maji's livestream room, boasting an impressive audience of 600 million viewers. He stands as the sole player to have evaded the water crisis, thanks to a leak of supplies from a penguin employee. Within the room, Yang Mi purses her crimson lips though she utters no words. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickers in her eyes. Big Mimi perceives you as both timid and lecherous, reducing your favorability by 5. Shun Shishi's bright, clear eyes twinkle, and to Jiang Tao's surprise, no negative favorability score appears above her head, still a solid 0. Coward, let me make this clear. If we gather supplies, not a single drop of water will be yours. Lu Meng, with a grim expression, strides to the front of the turntable, gripping it tightly as he begins to spin. Go for it. Yang Mi clenches her fair fist in encouragement, igniting his fighting spirit. With a roar, he opens the passage. As Lu Meng releases his grip, the silver cover smoothly slides aside, revealing a room adorned with flickering red neon lights. The most striking feature within the room is a sturdy iron chest, exuding an air of significance. A black iron treasure chest, the highest level seen thus far. The first room instantly ignites the hearts of many viewers. Among the countless players across the nation, only a select few have encountered shabby wooden chests, let alone an iron one. Even a wooden chest yielded 5 packs of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. Who would have thought Big Mimi would be so fortunate? It seems she need not worry about hunger tonight. One viewer could not resist teasing. Due to Xiao Maji's conservative approach, he reselected his teammates, gathering 4 penguin employees to discuss strategies, leading to a rather dull atmosphere. In no time, Jiang Tao's livestream room swelled with more viewers, surpassing 600 million. It became the premier livestream room in the nation. The 4 individuals inside the room remained oblivious to this fact. Upon seeing the iron chest, Lu Meng burst into laughter. Yang Mi poked her head out, unconsciously licking her slightly parched red lips. Yearning for water, her thirst was becoming unbearable. Unnoticed in the corner, Shun Shishi silently retreated, taking refuge beside Jiang Tao. What's wrong? Jiang Tao glanced at her in surprise. Shun Shishi looked at him, maintaining a safe distance, her voice barely a whisper. "Kid, you'd best keep your distance. I told you, there's nothing for you here." Before entering the room to open the iron chest, Lu Meng cast a disdainful glare back at Jiang Tao, warning him, "You should go to another room. My team does not welcome you." Faced with this dismissal, Yang Mi fell silent. Her focus was now entirely on the chest. Under the expectant gazes of millions, Lu Meng hastily approached the iron chest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yang Mi extended a beautiful leg, preparing to step forward. Jiang Tao observed the unfolding events with a cold gaze. Curiosity can lead to peril. What does a potato block signify? Jiang Tao seemed to hear an almost imperceptible sound, questioning whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. In the next moment, the smug smile still adorning Lu Meng's face was abruptly severed, his body silently disintegrating into hundreds of evenly sized bloody cubes. With a thud, they fell upon the silver floor, leaving behind a pool of blood, with droplets splattered across the iron chest. Yang Mi, nearest to the scene, let out a scream. Tears brimmed in her enchanting peach blossom eyes as she caught sight of the barely visible transparent wires, stained with blood. Alarmingly, her left foot was now just inches above the ground. The trap has been activated. At this moment, the audience was horrified to discover that the entire room was ensnared in an intricate web, including the very floor beneath them. The moment one's foot dared to tread upon this ground, they would be mercilessly fragmented into dozens of pieces. It's over to me need not worry about others playing the foul foot trick any longer. Chapter 3. The terrifying superstar and the disasters erupting worldwide. In a moment of peril, Yang Mi's body suspended unnaturally in midair. The audience looked up and discovered that a timid young man was gripping the back of her garment with one hand, preventing a tragic incident from occurring. Indeed, stars possess a certain lightness. Jiang Tao effortlessly lifted Yang Mi and casually tossed her aside, recognizing her rare talent that might prove useful in the future. Bang! Whimpering, the terrified Yang Mi collapsed to the ground, unable to suppress her sobs. Just moments ago, she was alive. Now, she envisioned countless dismembered bodies. She had never acted in such a dramatic series before. "Sister Mi, are you all right?" Shen Cici kindly approached, crouching down to offer a tissue. Though she watched dramas, she did not blindly idolize stars, and thus, Yang Mi held no celebrity allure for her. "Thank you," Yang Mi said, her face pale as she wiped away her tears. At that moment, hundreds of millions of viewers began to grasp the reality of the situation. That gruesome scene was broadcasted live worldwide. "Oh my gosh, that scared me to death. Did that person really just shatter into hundreds of pieces? Why was there no pixelation? There's blood everywhere, ugh. Are you foolish? This involves supernatural forces. Of course, there's no pixelation." At that moment, countless individuals were overcome with nausea, and some even fainted on the spot. It was only then that many realized this was not a game. Real lives were at stake. What sent shivers down everyone's spine was the next moment when a red notification slid across the live stream. "Warning, player Lu Meng has tragically perished. Death penalty initiated. 100 individuals related to him will perish as well." Countless viewers trembled, their hearts chilled. Meanwhile, the Special Crisis Management Team had already been monitoring the relevant personnel. At the exact moment of Lu Meng's demise, his relatives, including neighbors and classmates, regardless of their location, met instant death. A wave of cold surged from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet as the team leader, slightly trembling, reported the data to the elders. After reviewing the information, Elder Lin fell silent. "I understand. Proceed with the planned protocol to handle the aftermath and quell public sentiment. Compile a list of all players' relatives." "Yes." After the report, the team leader could not help but inquire, "Is this a punishment from the divine for humanity?" After a moment of silence, Elder Lin responded, "Every situation has its duality. Perhaps this marks the dawn of a new evolution for humanity. However, the initial pains of this transition will be arduous. More crucially, in a mere few minutes, global authorities confirmed that the game rules were indeed real. The horror. Just moments ago, hundreds of players have been eliminated due to negligence, and death incidents were occurring across various locations. Whether on the neighboring Sakura Island or the distant White Eagle Federation, The cause of death was cardiac arrest. The chat groups erupted in chaos. Major platforms were flooded with trending topics, such as death statistics and the rules are real. Initially, many viewers lacked a sense of reality, habitually observing the live broadcast with a mocking gaze, even feeling fortunate not to have been selected. It was only now that they genuinely felt a chill run down their spines. With so many players around the globe, many were familiar faces. Alas, none seemed to be acquaintances. You may perish, but it is of no concern to me. Meanwhile, several indifferent spectators reclined comfortably, leisurely watching the television. Let the friends of death perish, but I shall remain unscathed. Just as someone entertained such thoughts, the couch began to tremble. What was happening? Before they could react, the building shook and concrete blocks came crashing down. A sensational bulletin emerged. Torrential rains and landslides erupted worldwide, with the extent of the affected population unknown. A 5-member team from Sakura Island, having unwittingly fallen into a trap, was completely annihilated, leading to an 8.0 magnitude earthquake in the region. Countless lives were lost. As the news spread, a shiver coursed through everyone. This was not merely a matter of individual fate, but a crisis affecting nations and the entirety of human civilization. It dawned upon them the true meaning of national fortune. Surely, this was a divine orchestration. The religious fervor in Western nations was palpable. At midday, millions gathered in squares and churches to pray. Even charlatans emerged, proclaiming this to be a new deluge, a cataclysmic event. Those chosen as players were akin to Noah. Racists claimed the game was designed to sift out the strongest races, while some Prussians clamored to restore Aryan glory. Friends, let us first attend to our own. The people of Sakura Island sought help online. In such a critical moment, who would part with precious resources? Most would send a few paper cranes for solace. Thank you. Thank you. In the aftermath, Yang Mi whispered her gratitude. Affection level 50. This instantly redeemed her from prior assumptions and biases. Poor child, accustomed to a life of luxury, truly frightened by such stimuli. A complete change of heart. In a disoriented state, she yearned for a masculine support. Young man, your opportunity has arrived. A friendly reminder, perhaps a little tidiness first. The playful reminder was rather cheeky. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Tao's gaze instinctively shifted downward. She had just been brought in from a glamorous soiree, adorned in an exquisite gown. Suddenly, Shun Sisi supported Yang Mi. Blocking his view, Jiang Tao noted that this JK merely appeared pale, her affection level still at 0. As a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry, Yang Mi was astute at reading the room. Had he discerned something? A slight blush crossed Yang Mi's face. Ahem, your attire is rather cumbersome for movement. It would be best to change. Jiang Tao averted his gaze, regretfully glancing at the adjacent room, the lifeless Lu Meng, and the ominous black iron chest. Perfectly uniform pieces of flesh, still steaming, though consumption is ill-advised. Goodness, dear novice, what are you gazing at? Is that the room you can currently challenge? Anyone with a modicum of common sense would choose a different direction. What shall we do now? Yami sto timidly beside Shen Sixi, while Jiang Tao remained silent, his gaze fixated on the turntable on the floor. It indicated the presence of half a pack of supplies and assured safety, ideal for novices. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun it and opened it. The entrance below has opened. It would be perilous to enter. With an 8-meter drop that could be fatal, Shun Sisi urged. Indeed, we can still explore to the left and right, perhaps check the back, Yang Mi suggested, glancing up at the towering ceiling, abandoning the idea of going upwards. The building likely operated under rules beyond mere physics. Jiang Tao, of course, concealed his own abilities. He reached out toward the opening, only to discover an invisible membrane of light. Through it, he glimpsed a chamber starkly different from their current surroundings, a sci-fi-styled room filled with lush grass and soil, resembling a cavern. Red nuts adorned the space, and most intriguingly, a frayed wooden box dangled from a vine. Looking down, the cavern loomed at a height of 7 to 8 meters. A fall from such a height would surely be fatal. The reassuring dialogue bubble reappeared in Jiang Tao's vision. Brave youth, hurry and create miracles. The first room? Do not fear the height. Feel free to lean in. Warning: every 30 minutes, the room shifts. Do not squander your time. Chapter 4. The Sudden Retreat of the Sweet Honey. Speculations of the JK Beauty. New equipment. Will the room be updated? Upon encountering this precious information, Jiang Tao felt a jolt of energy coursing through him, dispelling any hesitation. Amidst the astonished cries of the two women, he extended a leg outwards and proclaimed, "I shall take the lead. If you wish to form a team, follow me." The latter part of his statement remained unuttered. Those unwilling to believe would naturally choose to part ways. Clearly, there were safer rooms available. Jiang Tao swiftly descended, vanishing into the chamber, as the floor beneath him rumbled and sealed shut. Sweet Honey grew anxious. In such a perilous environment, how could two fragile women survive? A flicker of doubt crossed Shun Cici's delicate black eyes, yet she soon steeled her resolve. How could Sweet Honey's companion be so heartless, unmoved even by beauty? Or was the other merely reckless? Presently, this live-streaming room boasted the highest viewership nationwide, countless pairs of eyes fixated on them. "Sister Honey, let us pursue him." Shun Cici surprisingly maintained her composure, even more so than Yangmi. Having lingered in the room for too long, an ominous premonition loomed over her. With that, she unhesitatingly turned the floor and stepped down. "Don't leave me behind." Yangmi's voice trembled slightly, imbued with a hint of desperation as she hurriedly followed, resigned to whatever fate awaited them. The world spun. As Shun Cici ventured in, she was astonished to find herself inverted, emerging from a subterranean opening. Yangmi, closely behind, poked her head out, disregarding the risk of soiling her lavish gown worth millions, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she surveyed her surroundings. Were they safe? The cavernous space appeared far more hospitable than the frigid room, especially with the red berries adorning the walls, causing Yangmi's parched throat to involuntarily quiver. She had already consumed little for the event, and the drastic fluctuations had only intensified her hunger. Suddenly, Yangmi's gaze froze. She beheld Jiang Tao, who had, unbeknownst to her, opened the dilapidated wooden box. "Congratulations! You have obtained 6 bottles of mineral water, 20 donglai bread, and 1 spear." Fortune seemed to smile upon him. Although he had an inkling of what lay within, the abundance of food was astonishing. The spear, over a meter in length, was an unexpected delight. Had Yangmi been the one to open it, the rewards would have surely been greater. Casting a sidelong glance at the approaching two women, Jiang Tao mused silently. However, he would not entrust the most precious initial supplies to anyone else. To survive the treacherous edifice for 10 days, he needed to establish dominance. Just as he contemplated opening a bottle of mineral water to soothe his throat, a line of text appeared on the opened wooden box. "Rare resources are a cherished tradition. Dismantling it will yield a small amount of wood. Little by little, repair the small cabin and enjoy a good night's rest." Dismantle? A thought sparked within Jiang Tao. He felt in his pocket, discovering a cubic object resembling a Lego toy. It was the initial shelter bestowed by the game, a dilapidated little cabin. The game's rules indicated the perils of nightfall, necessitating refuge in the shelter. Through this exploration, Jiang Tao also realized he could store the recently acquired mineral water, bread, and other supplies within the small cabin. Currently, no repairs have been made, and the maximum load capacity is 100 kilograms, which many players might overlook. Jiang Tao placed his hand on the dilapidated wooden crate, and with a thought, he commanded, "Dismantle." In an instant, a radiant light enveloped the crate, causing it to vanish. "Congratulations! You have obtained 5 units of wood. You still need 15 more pieces to complete the small cabin and 1 basic energy core." At this rate, progress seems swift. However, the source of the energy core remains a mystery. Upon witnessing the dismantling of the wooden crate, several viewers suddenly realized that wood is indeed a resource. Other players have squandered it. As the foremost live stream channel in the Great Xia region, many international viewers have bypassed restrictions to gather intelligence and are now anxious. Quick! Alert our contestant. ISNT their daily bullet screen feature. The nation is in a hurry. Yet, the method of utilizing the bullet screen has yet to be determined. This seemingly unremarkable young man appears to possess considerable wisdom. Many spectators gazed intently at Jiang Tao, curiosity sparking within them. Meanwhile, in the underground cavern, upon seeing Jiang Tao open a bottle of mineral water and drink deeply, Yang Mi's alabaster throat moved like a swan's. Shen Sisi blinked her large eyes repeatedly and, after retrieving a cube from her pocket, softly inquired, "Is the mineral water stored inside here?" Indeed, the rules mention that dangers arise at night, making shelters crucial. With a swift motion, Jiang Tao finished off half a bottle of mineral water and then tore open a large loaf of bread, indulging in it with great delight, causing the two women to glance at him enviously. After devouring a few bites, he began to toy with the spear in his hand, the most primitive weapon of humanity, of ordinary quality, sufficient to kill some common beasts. "Could you perhaps spare me a bottle of mineral water?" Yami took a deep breath before speaking. "I understand resources are scarce, and I'm being quite brazen. However, this is no longer just my issue. It concerns 100 people around me, with potentially more severe consequences. When we return in 10 days, name your price, 10,000 a bottle, 100,000 a bottle, as you wish." Jiang Tao glanced at the two women, who appeared slightly dehydrated, unconsciously licking their parched lips. He casually retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from a small cabin, waving them tantalizingly before them. The two girls' mouths watered at the sight. As for the compensation upon their return, let it be. You know well that promises of wealth and power mean little here. In this perilous environment, water and bread can be procured, but the condition is absolute obedience to my commands. For instance, tasks that can be accomplished independently, such as digging or cooking. The captain's orders are indisputable. Many viewers, upon hearing this, began to wear curious expressions. In the vigor of youth, this lad's mindset is rather precarious. Yang Mi possesses integrity. She once delivered a resounding slap to Mr. Wang when faced with his implied coercion. Some of Yang Mi's fans defended their idol, only to be left wide-eyed at the next scene. Yang Mi nodded repeatedly, her smile radiant. "Of course, as teammates, we must assist each other. Thank you for your trouble." Indeed, she is a superstar, capable of both humility and resilience. Jiang Tao felt a sense of satisfaction as he casually discarded a bottle of mineral water, which Yami hurriedly caught. Once deemed unworthy by even pet dogs, this 1 yuan purified water now moved her to twist open the cap and gulp it down enthusiastically. It was refreshing to the core. Might we not reject some unreasonable requests? Though she too felt parched, Shen Sisi remained vigilant, her right arm encircling her body. Jiang Tao was well aware of the thoughts swirling in JK's mind. "Rest assured, I shall not lead you to peril." He was intrigued by JK's innate talents. Was it true that one could infinitely synthesize and create equipment of higher quality? Shen Sisi exhaled in relief. "Very well. I accept your proposal." After tossing the mineral water to Shen Sisi, Jiang Tao resumed his search through the cave, seeking valuable resources. Red berries, a common flora of the cave, non-toxic, capable of slightly replenishing moisture and providing minimal energy, though excessive consumption may lead to diarrhea. Jiang Tao regarded them as fruit. Even ant legs could be considered meat, so he collected them all. Can this be consumed? To his surprise, Yang Mi even lent a hand after replenishing her energy. If they were toxic, it could pose quite the trouble. Shen Sisi plucked a red berry and sniffed it. A little girl testing the waters. Observing the bubble prompt above Shen Sisi's head, Jiang Tao wore an odd expression. Was JK speculating about something? It's better to have something to eat than nothing at all. Jiang Tao cast a peculiar glance at the beautiful girl. Without divulging much information, he redirected his gaze to the surroundings. The pathways of the cave were rather troublesome, requiring one to excavate them oneself. "Look up. Do not tell me you wish to return to the original room. How poisonous. If you do not wish to become a porcupine, I do not recommend digging further down. There lies a ground strewn with poisonous spikes." As he glanced downward, Jiang Tao broke out in a cold sweat. Should he allow his habitual thinking to guide him, the consequences could be dire. He then surveyed his front, back, left, and right. Fortune smiles upon us. Ahead lies a massive wild boar, a high-tier F-grade mutated beast, weighing 300 kilograms. Should you manage to hunt it, You needn't worry about food for 10 days, provided you possess the courage. A friendly reminder, achieving milestone accomplishments, such as a first kill task, not only grants substantial personal rewards, but also contributes to the national fortune. Behind is another ordinary room, filled with mineral blocks. Perhaps some stone materials can be gathered. To the left, though it presents a standard difficulty, conceals a snare's trap and an F-grade ordinary gray wolf lurking nearby. If you can resolve these two issues, a black iron treasure chest awaits. To the right is a simple room, akin to the current one, offering a meager supply. Chapter 5. The second room. First kill. Should it be deemed misfortune or sheer luck? Ahead, in the left chamber, fierce beasts lurk, particularly in the distance. A successful kill promises national fortune as a reward. Yet, upon gazing at the mutated beast weighing 300 kilograms, Jiang Tao, weighing his own petite frame, deemed it wiser to refrain from courting disaster. If one were to seek stability, retreating to the left would indeed be prudent. A thought flickered through Jiang Tao's mind. Although the game is titled Survival, the selection of hundreds of thousands of players surely does not encourage timidity and mere survival for 10 days. This is a game entwined with personal and national destinies. One step ahead, every step counts. Furthermore, Jiang Tao was intrigued by the so-called milestone rewards. With this in mind, he resolved firmly. These supplies would sustain them for several days. He wondered if it would grow dark within the towering edifice. After replenishing some energy, Yami sat upon a rock to rest. Shen Sisi, meanwhile, observed Jiang Tao as he surveyed their surroundings. He tossed aside 2 wooden planks and pointed with his thumb towards the wall bristling with thorns on the left. Have the 2 lovely ladies rested enough? It is time to contribute to the team. Please excavate the left passage. Huh? Yami was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed he was merely jesting. Was he truly assigning her such labor? Digging? Before her rise to fame, she had never performed such strenuous tasks. And to do it with these wooden planks? Just as Yami hesitated, Shun Sisi picked up a wooden plank, curiously examining the left wall. Is it here? I genuinely want to see how one digs in the game. Upon receiving Jiang Tao's affirmation, she gently lifted the plank and, to her surprise, the action was not as cumbersome as in reality. A clump of soil fell effortlessly. Obtained soil X1. Shun Sisi turned to inquire. Is soil also a resource that we should collect? Jiang Tao urged Yangmi with a glance. Shaking his head, the shelter is not yet repaired. Its capacity is limited. Witnessing this, Yangmi gritted her teeth and also took up the plank to begin excavating. Soil 1, too. Who would have thought she still had to rely on this man? As she dug, Yangmi felt a sense of grievance. She had never performed such laborious tasks. What was more infuriating was that Jiang Tao stood by with a spear, sipping water as he oversaw the work, conserving his strength. Calm down. The entire nation is watching you. The better you perform, the more popular you will be upon your return. Danger and opportunity coexist. Reflecting on this ordeal, she resolved to never mention the 4 little flowers of the capital again. She would dominate the entertainment industry alone, perhaps even ascend to greater heights. With this thought, Yangmi dug with renewed vigor, her speed surpassing even Shin Sisi by a third, leaving the JK girl quite astonished. Despite the game datifying the act of digging, both ladies were still drenched in sweat, their stamina considerably depleted. Truly, Jiang Tao showed no mercy. In the live broadcast, viewers could not help but comment. When had they ever seen Yangmi in such a disheveled state? More importantly, was Jiang Tao's demeanor. I would gladly refer to you as a true Sigma male. It is said that each room has its own unique method of entry. The underground caverns are particularly troublesome and require excavation. I observed that others have already ventured into the 2nd and 3rd chambers. Some viewers attempted to scale the walls and discovered the swift progress of the people from Goryeo and Sakura Island. An islander, upon witnessing this, remarked, "So this is the premiere live stream of your great Xia. Your pace is rather sluggish." Our esteemed Lord Yamada has already uncovered a black iron treasure chest and is currently strategizing. Amidst this unprecedented upheaval that has not occurred in a millennium, our island nation must strive to stay a step ahead of you. Let's not be outpaced by the little cherry blossoms. Many viewers felt a pang of anxiety and turned their attention to Brother Ma, noticing that he had finally initiated an exploration. Meanwhile, as the numbers dwindled, Yang Mi and Shun Sisi managed to uncover a layer of luminous membrane. The view beyond remained obscured. Sweat mingled with a hint of dirt on Yang Mi's delicate visage, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Instinctively, she extended an arm to touch it, only to be halted by Jiang Tao's admonition. Wait, do not move recklessly. Yang Mi's arm hung, suspended in the air. Shun Sisi, curious, glanced over and noted Jiang Tao's grave expression. After the cavern was breached, Jiang Tao's sight was met with a wealth of information. A bear trap is concealed just before the treasure chest. As long as one is not greedy, it can be discovered. The gray wolf is lounging in the left corner of the room, feigning sleep. If one wishes to pass through unscathed, it is advisable to strike at its heart in the abdomen, as there is a chance for a single lethal blow. I will proceed first. Once I ascertain that it is safe, I shall signal for you to follow. To Jiang Tao's surprise, he took on the role of the vanguard, dispelling Yang Mi's minor grievances as she nodded earnestly. All right, be careful, young sir. Jiang Tao glanced at Yang Mi oddly. Madam, you are a decade my senior. You should be the one exercising caution. Shun Sisi whispered a reminder. Indeed, Jiang Tao took a deep breath and cautiously advanced with a spear. As he passed through the intangible luminous barrier, he found himself in a room reminiscent of an initial chamber, imbued with a sci-fi aesthetic. At first glance, Jiang Tao turned his gaze to the left corner of the room and, without hesitation, launched his assault. The massive gray wolf, larger than an ordinary wolfhound, warily opened its eyes. As it began to howl in alarm, darkness enveloped it as Jiang Tao thrust his spear savagely into its belly. Upon striking, he wasted no time. Abandoning the spear, he swiftly retreated to the side. The enraged gray wolf, severely wounded, is predicted to perish in 30 seconds. It is advisable to keep your distance. Its dying thrash can be exceedingly perilous. In the room lay a black iron treasure chest. Jiang Tao was aware of the bear traps surrounding it and dashed along the walls. The gray wolf, with a gaping wound in its abdomen and its innards grievously injured, charged towards Jiang Tao in a fit of rage. Yet its movements were sluggish due to the spear embedded in its body. With each movement, it bled profusely, staining the ground beneath it. Jiang Tao, brimming with stamina, maintained his distance. After more than 20 seconds, the wolf let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Is it dead? A tad quicker than anticipated, Jiang Tao focused his gaze. The dying gray wolf still clings to life, intent on taking you with it. Good heavens! What a cunning gray wolf! Jiang Tao extracted a wooden plank from the dilapidated cabin and unceremoniously hurled it at the great gray wolf. Startled, the ostensibly lifeless creature arched its back and sprang to its feet, viciously gnawing at the plank. After a brief struggle, it collapsed, its life force extinguished. Jiang Tao, valuing his own life, lingered for an additional minute. Oh, proud wolf, should you delay any further, you shall become quite unpalatable, he sighed in relief. Though merely a few minutes had elapsed, the exertion had taken its toll. He approached the wolf, withdrew his bloodied spear, crouched down, and touched the lifeless body, triggering a collection prompt. A revelation struck him. Collection. In an instant, the wolf's form dissipated into light. Acquired wolf pelt X1, wolf meat X100 portions, wolf claw X10, wolf fang shovel X1. The looming food crisis had been averted. This bounty was sufficient to sustain one person for 10 days. However, with 2 female companions, resources would become quite scarce. The wolf fang shovel resembled a versatile entrenching tool, capable of digging, cutting, and chopping. Yet, the greatest surprise awaited him upon slaying the wolf. He felt a surge of life energy emanating from its remains, enveloping him in warmth and banishing his previous fatigue. Experience 100. Chapter 6. Infinite Synthesis. A bustling channel in Brother Pony's council, it seems that one can also level up in survival games. Jiang Yi clenched his fists, feeling a surge of enhanced power. A premonition stirred within him. The initial rooms were relatively low in danger and contained simple resources. As time progressed, the difficulty would undoubtedly escalate. and players who failed to keep pace with their levels would find themselves in peril. Once the danger subsided, Jiang Tao's gaze turned towards the iron chest. Bubbles reemerged, highlighting a red arrow at one corner of the chest. Naturally, Jiang Tao was not foolish enough to fall for it. He picked up a broken plank, gnawed by a gray wolf, and tossed it toward the arrow. Crack! A bear trap sprang forth, crushing the plank into splinters. Bear trap, common item, reusable. Currently has 3 uses left. This was quite promising. Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy as he hurried forward to reclaim the bear trap. Gazing at the black iron chest before him, a thrill of excitement coursed through Jiang Tao's veins. He wondered what treasures it might yield. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Instead of opening it immediately, he decided to return to the original passage. In the first room, Yang Mi and Shun Sisi sat upon a rock, waiting. 5 minutes had passed. Why hadn't he returned yet? Yang Mi felt a twinge of anxiety. Water and food were in Jiang Tao's possession. If something were to happen to him, how would the two of them, being mere women, survive for 10 days? She regretted not giving him a little incentive to lure him back. But then, she recalled how he had already taken advantage of her in his unconscious state. Don't worry, Brother Jiang should be fine, Shun Sisi reassured her, inching closer to whisper, Sister Yang, you must have awakened your talent as well, right? Yes, I have gained luck, though I cannot discern how to utilize it. As they were teammates, Yang Mi had no reason to conceal anything. Brother Jiang's ability seems akin to a sixth sense, Shun Sisi conjectured. A sixth sense? The ability to foresee danger? A flicker of realization ignited within Yang Mi. If that were indeed the case, it would be akin to divine assistance within the building. In an instant, a cascade of thoughts flashed through Yang Mi's mind. She must not allow this golden opportunity to slip away. Yet, how did this young girl discern such insight? A glimmer of wariness crossed Yang Mi's charming eyes. Rest assured, you may proceed as well. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated, the light curtain rippling like the surface of a river as Jiang Tao pointed ahead. All right, thank you for your hard work, Captain. Seeing him safe and sound, both women exhaled in relief. Yang Mi gracefully rose, presenting a lovely smile. One cannot help but admire her. As a leading star, her slender and shapely figure, sweet smile, and exquisite features were indeed a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, though Shun Sisi's physique appeared somewhat youthful, her long, fair legs beneath the pleated skirt and the youthful elasticity of her skin made for the finest adornment. Upon reaching the second room, the two women were startled to find a pool of blood on the floor. Sister Yang, could you please open the chest? Jiang Tao gestured with his spear. Did he somehow know about her talent? Yang Mi was puzzled for a fleeting moment before responding at lightning speed. All right. As she approached the iron box and attempted to open it, a surge of black light erupted forth. Fortunate explosion. Acquired. 2 spears, 3 iron picks, 5 wooden planks. 1 black iron helmet. Instantly, a plethora of useful tools appeared. Among these, the most precious was undoubtedly the ominous black helmet. Black iron helmet. Quality, black iron level, providing formidable defense and immunity against attacks from E-class elite creatures and below. It can withstand pistol bullets, features a mask, and serves as a gas mask. When Jiang Tao's gaze fell upon the helmet, words were unnecessary. With a smile, Shun Sisi picked it up, examined it briefly, and handed it to him. Brother Jiang Tao, this is for you. As the captain, you need it the most. All right. Jiang Tao accepted it without hesitation and placed it upon his head. It was quite substantial and offered a sense of security. As for the other 2 spears, he chose not to distribute them to the 2 women, but instead handed the bloodied spear over to Shun Sisi, asking, can you see if it can be synthesized? Indeed, he could perceive her talent. Shun Sisi took it, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Captain, my talent is infinite synthesis with a broad range. What about yours? Is it reconnaissance? Jiang Tao smiled, but remained silent. The young lady, sensing the unspoken understanding, did not press further. She placed the 3 spears sequentially on the ground and placed her hand upon them. With a thought, she commanded synthesize. A white light enveloped the 3 spears simultaneously. Under the curious gazes of the trio, a yellow-brown spear, longer than the others, materialized. Jiang Tao looked on as another warm prompt appeared. A fine spear, capable of piercing wild boar hide if wielded by a seasoned hunter. Fuse it with another fine spear to create a black iron spear. It seemed that challenging the formidable wild boar was still beyond their reach, and Jiang Tao sighed softly. Safety was paramount. He would have to set aside this initial kill reward for now. The others were unaware of this information and were unlikely to catch up quickly, given their current strength. As for the 3 iron picks, he opted not to synthesize them, but distributed one to each person, ensuring they had practical tools at hand. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tao stored the wooden planks and retrieved a wolf-tooth shovel, handing it to Shun Cece. Here, for your protection, it can also serve as a machete. Thank you. Shun Cece accepted it and waved it around skillfully, explaining, I use an engineer's shovel during military training. I even used it to chop vegetables. Unfortunately, there are no vegetables here, and we can't cook. Otherwise, I would showcase my culinary skills. Who said there are no ingredients? Jiang Tao produced a piece of wolf meat. Smiling, you'll be in for a treat tonight. What kind of meat is this? Yummy asked curiously. Wolf meat. A gray wolf. Shun Cece exclaimed, surprised. Did you just hunt this, brother? Wow, I see so many people in the channel begging for water and food, and here we are feasting on meat. Exactly. In the initial stages, many lack food and water. If we could gather some supplies now, wouldn't that maximize our resources? Jiang Tao pondered the need for a basic energy core to repair the wooden house. He glanced at his phone, which displayed a remaining battery of 41 and the time as 1 p.m. As evening approached, the inevitability of darkness loomed, compelling Jiang Tao to seek refuge within shelter. Resolute in his decision, he seized the opportunity while the trio rested. Upon examining the chat channel, he observed a multitude of players beseeching aid, making grand promises upon their return. A benevolent player cautioned, be wary of the rooms with red floors. They are the difficult tier, fraught with traps. One player recounted, upon entering the 3rd room, I was warned it too was of the difficult tier. To my dismay, I found myself in an expansive desert, parched and disoriented. I couldn't even discern the location of the exit. Could it be buried beneath the sands? Is there anyone in need of sand? I would gladly trade a ton of premium sand for a bottle of water. Another lamented, alas, I have stumbled into a mineral zone, abundant in ores yet devoid of sustenance. I am being pursued by a wolf dog, and the teleportation portal is concealed behind the rocks, leading to my demise. Is there anyone who desires silver? I have unearthed a few and would exchange them for food. A cursory glance revealed that players had ventured into an array of peculiar rooms, most laden with unconventional supplies. A select group of elite players had already begun to explore the 4th and 5th rooms, albeit with the highest mortality rates. Among them was a player named Yang Wu, whose audacity was unparalleled as he prepared to enter the 6th room, capturing the attention of the 100,000 players within the realm of Great Xia. Yang Wu proclaimed, in reality, I am merely an underachiever, but within this game, I shall defy fate and emerge as a hero. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The rules indicate that this supernatural game allows players and nations to evolve. Moreover, the swiftest adventurers shall undoubtedly reap rewards. Haha, await my triumphant passage through 100 rooms, and I shall lead you back to activate the bloodline of Yin and Huang. In light of his fervent pursuit of rapid progression, many urged caution. Even Brother Ma interjected, earnestly explaining, young man, I empathize with your zeal. However, after thorough analysis with my 4 teammates, we have discerned that the game mandates a return to reality after 10 days, permitting entry into only 10 rooms per day. While it indeed encourages us to push our limits daily to achieve our objectives, the evidence suggests that the rooms become increasingly perilous as one advances. A player recently encountered an E-class elite creature, more formidable than a lion or tiger, and it issued a warning before claiming its victim. Exercise caution, for your life is not solely your own. In response to the collective counsel, Yang Wu waved dismissively. I am well aware of the stakes. Await my good news. A spirit of determination permeated the atmosphere. After perusing the chat logs, Jiang Tao felt a surge of urgency. He navigated to the trading channel, where food and water were the most frequently listed commodities, albeit at exorbitant prices. Jiang Tao promptly listed a piece of wolf meat, advertising freshly slaughtered from a robust wolf. The meat is exquisite and hearty, sufficient to sustain one for 10 days. Purchase requirement: a basic energy core. This is my only stipulation. Chapter 7: The Restored Wooden Shelter and the Pursuit of the Fierce Wild Boar. Currently, the food supply on the trading platform is rather scarce, consisting solely of inferior bread, some even containing tree roots and priced exorbitantly. Among these, the availability of wolf meat immediately captured the attention of many. Another elite contender? Upon examining the profile, it is revealed that this individual has traversed 2 rooms, exhibiting only average speed. Yet, the ability to hunt the gray wolf is no small feat, oh, esteemed one. Do you not intend to keep the wolf meat for yourself? What is that energy core? I would gladly trade it for a piece of gold, which upon my return would be worth at least 100,000. The last player to speak, Yushan, is indeed entangled in the mining area. Were it not for the pressing need for a primary energy core, Jiang Tao might have considered the trade. Gold will undoubtedly prove useful later. However, at present, the priority lies in repairing the little wooden cabin. Haha, you may not understand, but this energy core is related to our own shelter. It seems that Yang Wu, the foremost player of the Great Xia, has made an appearance. As for me, fortune has smiled upon me, as I have procured 2, just enough to consume some meat and replenish my strength. He promptly contacted Jiang Tao, engaging in a swift exchange of currency for goods. Ding transaction successful. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao inquired further. Where did your friend obtain it? Yang Wu chuckled. One was found in a chest, and the other discovered in a forest room, alongside a few beast bones, likely remnants of some mutated creature. As long as I run fast enough, danger shall not catch up, and I will stay 1 step ahead. This is Yang Wu's guiding principle, and no amount of persuasion from others has altered his course. Jiang Tao refrained from further discussion, wishing him luck instead. After closing the trading platform, Jiang Tao examined the primary energy core. It resembled a glowing bulb, warmth to the touch. Once secured in the wooden cabin, Jiang Tao mused, I still need about 10 more pieces of wood to complete the repairs. Let's continue on our journey. The thought of others rapidly progressing added a hint of pressure upon him. With sufficient food now available, Yang Mi showed signs of hesitation. This room is safe. We could easily endure for 10 days here. Shun Sisi shook her head. Given that this is a survival game, how could they allow us to relax? I suspect that the oxygen levels in each room are limited. Even in a cavernous environment, prolonged stays could lead to unforeseen incidents. Indeed, even Xiao Ma has taken the initiative to venture out. Jiang Tao turned his gaze toward Yang Mi. If Sister Mi wishes to remain, it is certainly permissible. Me? Alone? In the magic tower? Yang Mi momentarily faltered. She was acquainted with Xiao Ma, the strongest benefactor, a billionaire who risked everything. How could she do the same? She quickly regained her composure, offering a sweet smile. I merely mentioned it. We are a team after all, and even upon returning, we shall remain good friends. He. Jiang Tao offered no response, instead surveying their surroundings. The corridor of this room bears a resemblance to the initial chamber. It can be opened directly, sparing the 2 women from unnecessary toil. Ahead lies a straightforward path, featuring 3 dilapidated wooden cabins where some urgent supplies can be gathered, which is rather fortunate. To the left, there exists a black iron chest, yet it is surrounded by a mire. If one is not deterred by hardship, one may wade through. Above lies a rather expansive forest of ordinary difficulty, where fruits are likely to be found, though it harbors a few ferocious beasts, making the search for a passage somewhat troublesome. Below is an unremarkable hardcore room, traversed in solitude. Retracing your steps, you will encounter that formidable wild boar, a creature that seems to have caught a whiff of something. It scurries chaotically through the various rooms. Should you wish to avoid becoming a mere meat patty, remember to run swiftly and evade its pursuit. There is again that advanced F-grade mutated wild boar, with the beast hot on his heels. Jiang Tao swiftly resolved to forge ahead and open the passageway. Although the upper areas seemed promising, it would be a waste of time. Getting cornered now would spell trouble. Be cautious, Brother Jiang Tao, urged Yang Mi and Shen Sisi, who followed closely behind. As they passed through the shimmering barrier, the trio found themselves on a rural path, in a spacious area where 3 wooden cabins stood scattered at the end of the lane. The abandoned cabins might still contain a modicum of supplies, posing no immediate danger. It was already afternoon, so they hastened their pace. "Let's each take a cabin," Jiang Tao suggested, pointing to the cabins on either side while he ventured into the central one. "All right," Yang Mi replied with a flicker of excitement, eager to establish her own little stash. Shen Sisi approached the cabin on the far right and began to rummage through its contents. With the cabins resembling backpacks, the trio swept through like locusts, leaving not even a scrap of metal behind, gathering everything in sight. While they explored, a loud bang echoed from the room they had just vacated. A robust black wild boar stormed in, emanating an aura of menace. Its eyes glowed red as it licked the bloodstains on the floor, wreaking havoc throughout the room. After a brief commotion, it began to seek out a new passage, darting about in disarray. "What did you find?" Jiang Tao inquired as they emerged from the wooden cabins. Just as the prompt indicated, they had uncovered several packs of instant noodles and bottled water. "Mine is quite similar to yours," Yang Mi chimed in, "but I also found a heap of firewood, a water bucket, and a few packets of salt and spices." Truly, luck was on her side, as her bounty was indeed greater. Their gazes then turned to Shen Sisi, who giggled mischievously. "Look what I have," she exclaimed, revealing 2 flint sticks. Though seemingly unremarkable, these were invaluable for starting a fire, particularly at night. "Let us dismantle this and hasten to the next room," Jiang Tao urged as he began to disassemble the small cabin. "Indeed, the building materials can be utilized for our repairs," Yang Mi realized with clarity. "Congratulations! You have acquired 20 units of wood." Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy. The materials were sufficient. He promptly retrieved the cube from his possession, curious to unfold it. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth before them, revealing a familiar wooden cabin, albeit one with some damage to its eaves and other areas. "Is this your sanctuary?" Yang Mi and Shen Sisi, both inexperienced in such matters, curiously pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped inside. They were immediately greeted by the sight of wolf meat, hanging from the beams like cured ham, and several bottles of mineral water strewn about the floor, supplies salvaged from their earlier foraging efforts, now stored here. "Repair," Jiang Tao commanded, tapping on the sanctuary interface. Instantly, 20 pieces of wood vanished, and the dilapidated eaves and courtyard began to mend themselves at a visible pace. Most crucially, the energy core integrated into the wooden cabin imbued it with a faint glow, instilling a sense of security. Even the damaged doors and windows were restored and secured with locks. "I still need some more wood and that energy core. I wonder how I'll manage to sleep tonight." Yang Mi gazed enviously at Jiang Tao's new abode, which now featured an additional wooden bed. "If you don't mind, we could squeeze in together tonight. It would be safer." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao instinctively replied, but Yang Mi shot him a sidelong glance. Shen Sisi pouted, displaying her petulance, and curiously inquired, "What new features come with the repairs?" "I'll show you a screenshot." Forming a trio, they accessed a shared group chat interface, and Jiang Tao uploaded the image of the restored cabin. Jiang Tao's cabin, level, basic shelter, maximum capacity, 1,000 kilograms. Functions, locking doors can withstand beasts of the level elite and below without Jiang Tao's permission. Danger warning, consumes energy core to generate a deterrent effect. Must be replenished once used. Equipment, wooden beds X2, wolf skin. The capacity had increased tenfold, resembling a portable villa. Yang Mi expressed her admiration, recalling that she owned 10 standalone villas in reality, each 10 times more luxurious, yet none felt as inviting as this little cabin. "It reminds me of the capsule houses from Dragon Ball that I watched as a child," Shen Sisi remarked, her anticipation for her own shelter's restoration growing. After transforming the cabin back into a cube, Jiang Tao stated, "Let us move on to the next room." I wonder if it's nearing dusk. I feel a weight in my heart," Yang Mi said as she took a sip from a bottle of mineral water, replenishing herself. Chapter 8. Under the canopy of green, the imminent crisis approaches. In the ensuing half-day, With the aid of warm reminders, Jiang Tao adeptly navigated through several challenging rooms, avoiding misfortune. In the simpler, ordinary difficulty levels, he scavenged a considerable amount of water and provisions. With Yang Mi by his side, they unearthed numerous treasures from the boxes opened. This marked their arrival at the seventh room. Within its confines, Jiang Tao sat cross-legged upon the sandy ground to rest. At that moment, he donned a set of leather armor. Though not yet at the black iron level, it was nonetheless of exquisite quality, capable of withstanding the assaults of feral beasts and blades. Yang Mi also wielded a delicate sword. Despite her seemingly proficient swordplay, she had been quite startled by a wildcat earlier, which was ultimately dispatched by Shun Sisi with a wolf-toothed shovel. Thus, Jiang Tao couldn't resist teasing, "Sister Mi, I recall your swordsmanship being quite impressive during your performance in Immortal Sword." Having grown more familiar through their earlier adventures, Yang Mi shot him a glance. That was choreographed by a martial arts instructor, all for show. Shun Sisi, peeking from the side, interjected curiously, "There were rumors online about you and who good developing feelings for each other due to the drama. Is there any truth to that?" Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Yang Mi's face. That was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the production team. "Ah, I see. So you're falling out with your on-screen best friend? Sure. Was not due to romantic rivalry?" Shin Sisi continued to pry. As the topic unfolded, Yang Mi's delicate visage clouded with a trace of sorrow, and she chose not to elaborate further. Within Jiang Tao's line of sight, a familiar dialogue box reemerged. Poor Mi reminisces about her once pure friendship, now tainted by the need to promote the next palace drama that truly catapults her to stardom. Betraying her best friend, touched by emotion, she reflects upon her tumultuous romantic life. Currently embroiled in a chilling standoff with her husband, they have been separated for 2 years. In this precarious environment, the bridge effect is activated, increasing affection by 10. Upon reading the latest prompt, Jiang Tao found himself momentarily taken aback. He then noticed that Yang Mi's enchanting peach blossom eyes were slightly flushed as they gazed upon him. No way. Can one actually self-navigate through such feelings? Glancing discreetly downward, he observed that Yang Mi's once $1 million gown had become tattered after their harrowing journey, revealing a glimpse of pure white that would captivate any male gaze. Particularly that, "I know what you wish to discover. 32D, 28, 35. A series of mysterious numbers materialized before Jiang Tao's eyes. "Goodness, it's a D cup. That certainly explains a lot." Unconsciously, Jiang Tao's right hand tightened into a fist. "Ahem. Brother Jiang Tao, we've rested long enough. Shall we resume our journey?" Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shun Sisi blushed as she brushed off the dust from her pleated skirt and rose. "All right." Jiang Tao snapped back to reality, hastily averting his gaze. Unfortunately, he inadvertently made eye contact with Yang Mi's alluring peach blossom eyes. Man, she had clearly caught on to Jiang Tao's subtle actions. Rather than being upset, she seized the opportunity of standing to showcase her curvaceous figure. Duong just like Jackie Chan. Jiang Tao's gaze, irresistibly drawn by the force of gravity, fell upon the enchanting figure of Yang Mi, a luminary at the pinnacle of popularity, showcasing her undeniable prowess. His attention then shifted to the ground behind her, where a new bubble frame materialized. Suddenly, a frown creased Jiang Tao's brow. "Attention! That frenzied, mutated wild boar seems to be in heat. Or perhaps it has reached a critical point of evolution. It is rampaging indiscriminately, having already breached the left chamber and is wreaking havoc in search of an escape. It is expected to arrive here in 10 minutes. To his astonishment, it was that very mutated wild boar again, which he had pursued for an entire afternoon. What was happening? Noticing the sudden seriousness on Jiang Tao's face, Yang Mi inquired with curiosity, "What is wrong? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Is there danger?" A spark of realization ignited in Shun Sisi's heart. Jiang Tao swiftly retrieved 3 spears from the small wooden cabin. "Fortunately, Sister Mi just crafted the last one. Sisi, I need you to synthesize a masterpiece." "All right, I'll do it right away." Shun Sisi seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, placing her palm upon the 3 spears. "Synthesize." As a burst of white light enveloped them, yet another exquisite spear emerged. Jiang Tao extended the spear in his hand forward, asking, Cece, do you think you can merge two of them? I'll give it a try. Sensing the challenge ahead, Shun Cece furrowed her brows slightly. She placed her delicate hands upon the two spears once more. A surge of dark light ignited. This synthesis took considerably longer, and fine beads of sweat began to form on Shun Cece's tender face. Does using a talent consume stamina as well? Recalling how Shun Cece had cared for him earlier, Yang Mi took out a handkerchief she had brought along and, with concern, began to wipe the perspiration from Shun Cece's brow. Unexpectedly, as Yang Mi drew near, the dark light erupted brilliantly, and Shun Cece exclaimed in astonishment, It's a success! Jiang Tao swiftly turned his gaze to the dark spear lying on the ground. If the previous two were merely ordinary cutting tools, this dark spear exuded an aura that sent shivers down one's spine, as if forged from the essence of 100 beast hunts. Name, dark spear, quality, black iron, exquisite, effect, sharp, crafted from refined iron, capable of piercing through armor with ease, can breach the defenses of all F-class creatures, targeting the minions of E-class elite monsters. Bleeding, an accidental skill, typically appearing only once in 100 crafted items, inflicts wounds on enemies that bleed profusely. Could it be that Yang Mi's talent had activated? Jiang Tao waved the new weapon, casting a surprised glance at Yang Mi. She tilted her head in confusion, unaware of the reason behind Jiang Tao's gaze. It appeared that Big Mimi was not merely a pretty face with long legs. Her actual contribution was far more significant than he had imagined. The prompt from the bubble frame urged Jiang Tao to act swiftly. The mutated wild boar is destroying the passage. It is expected to reach the battlefield in 6 minutes. There is a mutated wild boar pursuing us from behind. You two go ahead, I'll cover the rear. Jiang Tao's eyes swept across the surroundings, and various prompts began to surface. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Let us not worry about the time for now. In the dimly lit room, an ordinary space lay empty. Fortunately, to the right, there stood an abandoned warehouse. Should your eyes be keen enough, you might discover a hidden black iron treasure chest within. Ahead, a challenging patch of farmland awaited, where if you could conquer the mutated cabbage, a delightful vegetable feast would be yours tonight. Behind, there was nothing remarkable, merely a scarcity of resources. If time permitted, one would naturally advance and strategize thoroughly. However, at present, Jiang Tao hastily opened the passage to the right, urging, It's safe inside. Hurry in. Should we not evade it? Yang Mi and Shun Cece trusted Jiang Tao implicitly and entered the passage without hesitation. Having been pursued relentlessly, they knew that without eliminating the threat, peace would elude them, and restful sleep would be a distant dream. Jiang Tao shook his head slightly. He had no desire for the newly repaired cabin to be ravaged by wild boars. Once the two women had entered, only 5 minutes remained. Jiang Tao swiftly retrieved a trap and set it at the exit of the left passage. Here, as a gift for you. After completing the setup, only 3 minutes remained, and he too entered the right room. As he passed through the shimmering barrier, a somewhat dim warehouse unfolded before him, cluttered with tables and miscellaneous items. Brother Jiang Tao, is it safe? In the obscurity, Yang Mi clutched Shun Cece's hand tightly. Not yet. Let me take a look. Jiang Tao was too focused on observing the left barrier to explore the new room. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Perhaps this was the reason for the warehouse's gloom. The two women remained silent, sharing a tacit understanding. Curiously, what were the three doing? It was difficult to discern their figures. In the reality of Blue Star, within the live stream, an audience member posed a question. Throughout the afternoon, billions of viewers had been captivated by their progress. Jiang Tao's team was under national scrutiny, recognized as one of the fastest seed competitors. Although the streaming popularity had slightly waned, they still held a firm position among the top 3 live streams. The other two were Xiao Maji's Penguin team and the lone hero, Yang Wu, who with sheer determination had garnered attention from numerous media outlets. Currently advancing through the 9th room. Hey, there are 2 stunning beauties before us, an elegant woman and a lovely girl. Has Captain Jiang finally succumbed? A viewer mused about the potential for some enticing moments. Indeed, it seems plausible. Have you noticed the tender gaze that Demi Mi casts upon Jiang Tao? Speaking of which, I wonder if her husband, Lu Xiao, is watching. As the audience speculated, Lu Xiao was indeed present in the live stream. Though estranged and on the verge of divorce, witnessing his wife in an ambiguous setting with an unfamiliar man left him feeling quite green with envy. Regardless, he thought, she must not fail. The mere thought of her failure leading to his family's demise brought him to the brink of tears. Serious viewers analyzed. Perhaps they're being pursued by a monster. Indeed, just a moment ago, I observed several players in the adjacent room, remaining in the initial chamber, only to be suddenly ambushed by ferocious tigers and lions. What a dire situation. The game rules prohibit players from lingering too long in the safe zone. This is a survival game. Under the watchful gaze of the curious audience, Jiang Tao made his move. Chapter 9. Announcement of the entire building. First kill reward. National Fortune feedback. Sensation worldwide. The formidable wild boar stormed into the room. It triggered the snare. The trap clamped down on the boar's hoof. The wild boar, enraged and already mentally unstable, frantically struggled and bit. One end of the trap was anchored to the ground. The more the boar fought, the more blood it lost. This frenzied display of impotent rage persisted for a good 10 minutes. In the dimness, the hands of Yang Mi and Shun Sisi were drenched in sweat. They were anxious about the situation while fearing to disturb Jiang Tao, until finally, a new prompt appeared in Jiang Tao's line of sight. The wild boar's health had diminished significantly, its strength waning. It was now in a weakened state and was lying down. A warm reminder. If you can strike its forehead at this moment, you may have a chance for a lethal blow. Of course, the boar still had some strength to resist, making this plan quite challenging. It was recommended to aim for its abdomen, where the lungs were located, and thrust deeply. A friendly reminder, it is larger than you might imagine. The spear must penetrate as deeply as possible to ensure a single decisive strike, seizing the opportunity to claim its life. Without the black spear, Jiang Tao might have willingly squandered 2 exploration chances rather than take such a risk. But now, armed with a lethal weapon, his murderous intent surged. Wait for my return. With that declaration, Jiang Tao dashed into the light membrane without looking back. Be careful. Like a wife bidding farewell to her husband embarking on a hunt, Yang Mi and Shun Sisi offered heartfelt blessings. In this perilous building, Jiang Tao shone like a torch. Upon returning to the familiar room, Jiang Tao immediately glanced toward the left corner, where the snare was set. There lay a robust, bull-like wild boar, covered in black fur and drenched in blood. Its pair of crescent-shaped tusks measured half a meter in length, resembling a pair of swords that had carved deep furrows into the ground. Upon noticing the stranger's presence, the wild boar's crimson eyes quickly regained focus, struggling to rise. The audience gasped in astonishment. Jiang Tao had come to hunt the wild boar. Goodness, what a massive creature. Is this a mutated beast? In reality, it would be the king of pigs. Only an experienced hunter would dare to provoke it. Wait, what is he doing? The comments erupted in fervor. Even the observers from the official team were jolted as the viewer count in the live stream skyrocketed. Suddenly, it surged to the top nationwide. After an afternoon of slaying monsters, Jiang Tao's body had been significantly enhanced. He stood a short distance away, wielding the spear with one hand. Simultaneously, a series of prompts flashed before his eyes. The precarious snare was being dragged by the wild boar's brute strength, its durability continuously depleting. Caution was advised against it breaking. The severely injured, mutated wild boar was on the verge of surpassing the E-level critical point, explaining its irritable instability. The soft area of the lower abdomen was its lung region, devoid of skeletal protection. The warm reminder aptly labeled a red marker at the boar's abdominal location. Hit it! Jiang Tao resembled an Olympic thrower, his spine arching like a spring. With great determination, he aimed at the red marker and hurled the black spear. Thud! The spear did not disappoint. It pierced through the massive wild boar's abdomen with the force of a raging tide, leaving a gaping hole before embedding itself in the ground. A howl erupted from the wild boar, its eyes bloodshot with rage. In a frenzy, it struggled to rise, snapping the chains of the trap and charging towards its assailant. leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. As for Jiang Tao, after making his shot, he had already opened the door to the passageway and swiftly escaped back to the adjacent warehouse. The mortally wounded wild boar, in its fury, showcased a vitality that left Jiang Tao in awe, bleeding for 3 full minutes before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Inside the warehouse, Shun Cici keenly observed Jiang Tao's arm quivering slightly, and she handed him a bottle of mineral water. "Brother Jiang Tao, please take a moment to rest." "Thank you." Jiang Tao stood before the luminous screen, accepting the bottle and taking a hearty sip. Thankfully, he had laid an ambush in advance, launching a surprise attack and utilizing the room's layout to maneuver. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, all 3 of them would have surely perished. Just as Yang Mi was about to inquire about the battle's outcome, a familiar yet dreaded mechanical female voice echoed in their ears. No, it was not just they who heard it. Players across the entire region, hundreds of them, including those from over 100 other nations, simultaneously received the announcement. Building announcement. Congratulations to the Daxia players Jiang Tao, Shun Cici, and Yang Mi for their collaboration in successfully hunting the quasi-level elite monster, the massive wild boar. This marks a milestone achievement. As a reward, the 3 will receive a silver treasure chest. Killing monsters grants experience. Congratulations to Jiang Tao for evolving into a high-tier F-level being, surpassing all human physical standards. Milestone reward. Jiang Tao's exclusive talent, Strength of the Boar. National Fortune reward. Enhancement of Daxia's physical constitution by 5, and the acquisition of the first exclusive cultivation method, Gene Guidance Technique. At the moment the news was announced, all players were left in a state of shock. Most ordinary players adopted a conservative strategy, having only explored 2 or 3 rooms. With a lack of water and food, their focus turned towards the wild boar meat, which they believed could sustain them for 10 days. Many players' stomachs growled at the thought. Meanwhile, a select few elite players had typically explored 7 or 8 rooms, with the most ambitious even preparing to rush into the 10th room. At this moment, they too were taken aback. In the 9th room, resting, Yang Wu furrowed his brow. Jiang Tao, the one who traded for wolf meat. Could this kid possibly be a special forces veteran? So formidable? He considered himself a prominent player within the building, feeling a tinge of envy. Jiang Tao Yangmi? In a sci-fi themed room, a bespectacled programmer named Xiao Ma muttered these names. "Boss, it seems our suspicions were correct. Achieving special accomplishments grants rewards." A thinning-haired programmer adjusted his glasses. Indeed, heroes are as numerous as the fish in the river, but only those who can endure to the end are the true victors. Xiao Ma pointed at the data analyzed on his notebook. According to the rules, the game requires us to push our limits daily by opening 10 rooms. I can ascertain that the difficulty of the 10th room will significantly escalate. Think of our families. We must proceed steadily. We need to complete the challenge before nightfall at 6 o'clock. The 4 teammates nodded in agreement. They were all former employees of the Emperor Penguin Company, and with Xiao Ma's promise of a return, they naturally held him in high regard. This undoubtedly enhanced the team's efficiency. "Should we remind Yang Wu?" one teammate inquired. Xiao Ma closed the notebook. "Never mind. I have already spoken to him. The young man does not heed advice. Each has their own fate." Stimulated by Jiang Tao, the previously dormant heart of Xiao Ma began to stir with fervor. Fame? Wealth? He had long possessed these. Yet the unprecedented superhuman strength and the allure of longevity left him breathless. Was this not what he had once dreamed of possessing? How should one cultivate the gene guiding technique? A thought flashed through Xiao Ma's mind. Without a doubt, the reality had already begun to boil over. Coincidentally, players from other nations were equally astonished. What? The Daxia people? Jiang Tao? The audience from Sakura Island, the largest in number and the swiftest in strategy, was represented by the renowned sword master Nikawa Jisaka, who regrettably touched the katana at his waist. He was the heir of the Nikawa Swordsmanship School and the champion of the National Youth Swordsmanship Finals. With his katana at his side, he had previously held a significant advantage, only to discover that there were even stronger contenders. Do not be disheartened, Nikawa-kun. You will surely slay the monsters and bring glory to Yamato. Numerous Japanese comments flooded in. due to his background, skills, and commendable appearance. He had garnered a considerable fan base. Even his parents were under government protection, as the national audience held high hopes for him. Naturally, the most bustling scene was the world's top live broadcast room, with over 1 billion viewers tuning in to the Grandstone Live Room of the White Eagle Federation. Chapter 10. The Stirring Impact of Cultivation Techniques, Enormous Gains, and New Talents. It is unfortunate that I did not encounter that mutated beast, otherwise I would not have endured hunger. The formidable giant stone forest, towering over 2 meters with muscles rippling, sat upon a rock. He bore several new scars, yet his vibrant spirit instilled a profound sense of security. Even his 4 companions regarded him with deep admiration. Reflecting on the helicopter crash before his traversal, Giant Stone Forest felt a surge of gratitude. Fortuitously, he had been selected by the game. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate. As a bona fide superstar, frequently portraying superheroes on television, coupled with the indomitable spirit he exhibited during their adventures, he captivated audiences from various nations. Just as speculation about Jiang Tao's identity swirled, another announcement resonated. Dear players, do not be disheartened. For each milestone achievement you complete, such as the first kill of an E-class elite monster or a D-class extraordinary creature, or being the first to evolve into an E-class human, there will be personal and national rewards. This proclamation ignited fervor among the crowd. They recalled Rule 8. The first individual to conquer 100 rooms would reward the entire nation with evolution. The people of Great Xia must not monopolize the spotlight. We too shall strive. Our hometown folks are watching over us. This is both perilous and a monumental opportunity. It feels reminiscent of ancient times, where multiple races compete in a fiercely brutal manner. Whichever nation advances first, step by step, shall embody human civilization and herald the dawn of a new era of Homo sapiens. All other nations would be relegated to the status of Neanderthals, destined for extinction. Inspired by Jiang Tao, many previously complacent players became invigorated and began their explorations. The most elite individuals from around the globe were profoundly affected, rallying towards the 10th room. The most sensational developments, however, transpired in the real world. All nations had endured punishment, but this was the first time rewards emerged since the game's inception. What does a 5 enhancement in physical abilities signify? Many ailing patients in hospitals, frail elderly individuals, suddenly found themselves rejuvenated, able to stand and even sprint with remarkable vigor. Among them were several former leaders. Their influence was monumental, swiftly issuing commands. Quickly protect Jiang Tao's family. Even athletes from Great Xia conducted spontaneous 100-meter sprints, effortlessly shattering world records with times of 9 seconds. All human records in weightlifting, boxing power, and more were broken by the people of Great Xia today. There were studios from Sakura Island and the White Eagle Federation illicitly procuring the latest cells from hospitals. To their astonishment, they discovered the cells possessed such vitality that lifespans were extended by several years. What sent chills down the spines of nations was a circulating document in Jiang Tao's live stream titled Gene Guidance Techniques. OMG, I am convinced this is a divine blessing. Numerous foreign spectators flooded the live stream, with the viewership numbers soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Within mere minutes, over 4 billion had tuned in. They seemingly forgot their prior designation of it as a demonic punishment or judgment day. Now, exclaiming miracle, enthusiastically, they began practicing the guidance techniques. Yet, much to the disappointment of many, these cultivation methods were lamentably restricted to the people of Great Xia. Meditation allows one to perceive the source energy of the universe. Isn't this akin to the ancient practice of Qigong? To my fellow foreigners, just wait until I awaken my superpowers to participate in the sports festival. Online, numerous enthusiasts from the Great Xia boast about their cultivation achievements and the resulting physical enhancements, inciting envy among many outsiders. Even the Sun newspaper has produced a video exclaiming, "A new era. Great Xia becomes the first to venture into uncharted territory." At the center of this whirlwind is Jiang Tao, who has naturally become the focal point for nations worldwide. His name has swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of global internet trends. Moreover, experts from the cold country have delved into ancient texts, confidently asserting that Jiang Tao hails from Han City, a hero of our great cold kingdom. The online community finds this both amusing and perplexing. Meanwhile, a hidden current from across the ocean has surged toward Jiang Tao's family, only to discover that his parents have long since passed away. In a globally viewed livestream, Yang Mi and Shun Sisi are astonished to find their bodies radiating warmth. How is it that I am affected too? Yang Mi muses, observing her fair skin, noting that minor injuries have healed, rendering her more delicate than before, as if she has regained youth. Is it due to the synthesis of equipment? Shun Sisi blinks her clear, bright eyes. As the two emerge from the warehouse, they're startled by the sight of a robust wild boar. No wonder such a grand reward is at stake. Shun Sisi notices Jiang Tao standing before the wild boar, harnessing his newfound strength. Is this the power of a high-level F-class organism? A superior human? His previously slight myopia has been completely rectified, and a surge of power within him compels him to unleash a punch against the wall. Bang! A stone slab shatters effortlessly. The force rivals that of the wild boar's earlier destruction. Even the people of Great Xia have received such significant feedback. How much more so the hero himself? Foreign spectators cannot help but marvel. He is recognized as the strongest human alive. Yet, Jiang Tao knows that the power of a high-level F-class being is not as formidable as it seems. Power of the boar, a new talent. Your body harbors the brute strength of a great wild boar, enabling you to cleave stone and split mountains when fully unleashed. This evening, I shall study this further. The rooms move swiftly, and time is running short. Jiang Tao first stows away the silver treasure chest, then hastens towards the wild boar, beckoning the two women. Gulme, let us gather together. We shall feast on roasted meat tonight. All right. Yang Mi, shedding her initial reservations, approaches with a radiant smile. Goo goo. Shun Sisi's stomach begins to rumble, her cheeks flushed as she takes small, eager steps forward. She had consumed little earlier, likely due to the energy expended in synthesis. You should fill your belly first. Rewards await you tonight. Jiang Tao cheerfully offers her a substantial loaf of bread. She is indeed the greatest contributor to this victory. Jiang Tao extracts the blood-stained black spear from the ground, its aura growing ever more menacing. Together, the trio transforms the colossal wild boar into a flurry of white light, dispersing it. Collectively obtained, high-energy wild boar meat x 5000, wild boar skin x1, wild boar bones x100, mutated white tusk x2, initial energy core x1. The expansive supplies filled the small cabin to the brim. Upon witnessing the abundance of wild boar meat, the two women could not suppress their beaming smiles. Food equates to security. In a scenario where others desperately fought over a mere bottle of water, they had astonishingly achieved a state of pork freedom. What an unbelievable thought. Initially, how could they place their trust in that yellow-haired Lumang? Contemplating the glory of their return, Yang Mi could not help but cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Tao. It all rests on you now. Moreover, the wild boar meat was merely the most trivial of resources. The white tusks and pig bones held far greater value, especially the energy core, which could either restore a shelter or double its operational duration. As for the animal trap, it had become obsolete, yielding only 5 iron scraps upon recovery. They decided to return to the warehouse. With a sense of triumph, Jiang Tao led the two women back to the warehouse. With the assistance of prompts, he easily located the black iron treasure chest and handed it over to Yang Mi. Excellent, Yang Mi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she opened it. In battles and explorations, I am of little help. I can only engage in trivial tasks. Not at all, Sister Mi. You are too modest, Shun Sisi remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the chest being opened. A flash of black light enveloped them. The trio focused intently, and to their astonishment, they discovered 2 blueprints inside. Chapter 11. Unveiling the Silver Treasure Chest. The Fortuitous Luck of Demimi, an extraordinary treasure map igniting a blazing fire. Congratulations on your stroke of luck. Rewards have doubled. Receiving blueprints for a natural water dispenser X1 and a black iron crossbow bolt X1. There were 2. Yang Mi, filled with delight, presented the blueprints to Jiang Tao. Had Jiang Tao been the one to open it, the likelihood of acquiring merely one would have been high. Natural water dispenser blueprint. Require materials. Wood X10, iron block X5, silver block X1, primary energy core X1. Effect: can extract 100 liters of pure water daily, with a lifespan of 10 years. Black iron crossbow bolt blueprint. Materials: wood X20, iron block X10, silver block X3, any animal tendon X1. Bolt materials: wood X3, iron block X1. Effect: range of 700 meters, capable of up to 5 consecutive shots. With sufficient materials, it can penetrate the defenses of an E-grade elite monster. Both are currently essential. The water dispenser alleviates the concerns of the three. Who knows if they would later find a water source or, like that unfortunate player, become stranded in the desert. A daily supply of 100 liters equates to 200 gene, ample for the three, and they could even indulge in luxurious baths or sell it to others. After all, such high-quality, non-toxic water is truly a rarity. The crossbow bolts would further amplify the team's combat prowess. More importantly, with the blueprints, mass production becomes possible. When the time comes, everyone will have one. Who could possibly stand in their way? The other materials are manageable, and as for the silver blocks, there are surely ample supplies hidden deep within the mines of Yushan. The only challenge lies with the animal tendons. However, under the lure of substantial rewards, courageous souls are bound to emerge. Among the 100,000 players of the Great Xia, there are bound to be fortunate ones. The true treasure is this. In a moment of joy, Jiang Tao took out the silver treasure chest awarded for the first kill. It was a remarkable upgrade. Obtaining a black iron chest is already a stroke of luck, not to mention the even rarer bronze chest. Even within the Great Xia channel, only one fortunate player has ever encountered it, yet they failed to seize it. The silver chest is a treasure currently beyond the reach of players. Yang Mi's eyes sparkled. Once disassembled, it simply becomes silver, doesn't it? Hooray! With the water dispenser, I can bathe tonight. Shun Sisi cheerfully rubbed her arms, forming a small ball. With a flick of her fingers, thank you, Mijia, for your efforts. Jiang Tao chuckled, handing the chest over. Behold my fortune. Eager to showcase her worth within the team, Yang Mi excitedly rubbed her little hands. Witnessing this scene, the live stream erupted in excitement, a flood of comments pouring in. It was time for my favorite part, the reveal. Why is it always Mimi who opens the chests? Perhaps her beauty and kind heart grant her the luck. Yet, only those who have amassed vast data know that the resources Yang Mi acquires from opening chests are nearly double that of others. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a radiant silver light burst forth. Would it be a superior weapon or a mysterious potion? The audience widened their eyes in anticipation. To their astonishment, the final outcome was merely a piece of parchment. Is this it? The viewers were flabbergasted. The first ever opening of a silver chest yields this? It is even inferior to the previous iron box. Brother Jiang Tao, have I made a mistake? Yang Mi's delicate, heart-shaped face bore a hint of apology. No. You are truly my lucky star. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tao burst into laughter, excitedly sweeping Yang Mi into his arms and spinning her around in delight. Amidst her astonished exclamations, he whirled her several times. Brother's gone mad. Witnessing this scene, Shun Sisi's large, round eyes sparkled with intrigue as she unconsciously shifted her feet. In Jiang Tao's line of sight, a large bubble appeared on the treasure map. Could it be that you have been favored by the goddess of luck? Utilizing this map, the next room will link to a mysterious, ghostly forest. If you can locate a ghost mother tree on the verge of evolving into a D-level extraordinary creature, you may have the chance to acquire an extraordinary spark of fire. Just from the description, its significance was evident. If it were not for Yang Mi, it would have been impossible to unlock. An extraordinary spark of fire? It was likely connected to subsequent evolution. Moreover, there were spectators watching. Yang Mi, blushing as she struggled in Jiang Tao's embrace, elicited a chuckle from him as he gently set her down. She adjusted her skirt, casting him a sidelong glance that bore no resentment, but rather seemed flirtatious. Lu Xiao, watching the live stream, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao took the parchment from Shun Sisi, preparing to stow it carefully. Suddenly, his body stiffened. The notification glaringly revealed that it was made of human skin. He glanced at himself. A fortunate individual, temporarily standing at the pinnacle of players. Yet other challengers are vying for his position. With the current strength, attempting to challenge the Ghost Mother Tree would be akin to offering oneself as fodder. Friendly reminder: if one truly wishes to explore the ghostly forest, it is advisable to strengthen one's mind and prepare potions to counter illusions. It was highly likely to be of the magical variety. Naturally, he would not challenge it now. At least he needed to advance to E-level elite creatures. Since the box had been opened, Jiang Tao placed his hand on its surface. Decompose. With a flash of silver light, a number of dazzling silver ingots appeared on the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained silver ingots X5. Considering the current scarcity of food and the abundance of valuable items in hand, the silver ingots and gold clearly had extensive utility. Jiang Tao accessed the trading platform and listed 10 pieces of wolf meat. With higher quality wild boar meat available, it was no longer needed. Wolf meat price: 20 silver ingots or 3 gold pieces. Alternatively, animal tendons or energy cores. Following the previous announcements, Jiang Tao's reputation resonated throughout the entire building. As the evening descended, many began to rest and browse channels, preparing for dinner. Thus, once the wolf meat was listed, it was met with fervent demand. The prominent figures, having exerted considerable effort today, felt the need to replenish with meat. Apologies, I just found quite a few silver ingots in a room. I'll take one first. Yushan exclaimed. Oh my, I'm still stuck in the mining area. Can't get out, but never mind, I'll stock up on some rations. Yushan, in a remarkably generous mood, purchased 3 pieces of wolf meat. This left many players astonished. Despite his misfortunes, he had struck it rich. Ding ding. Yushan contacted Jiang Tao. My friend, I am willing to trade 10 pieces of gold for 5 bottles of mineral water. Just imagine, 1 piece of gold in exchange for 5 bottles of water. If we were to return to reality, countless individuals would be envious. As I can create a water dispenser, Jiang Tao readily agreed. In a mere moment, 5 pieces of wolf meat vanished. Observing this, the hesitant players dared not haggle any longer. Ding. Player Zhuang Xiao trades beef tendon X1. Player Chengning trades deer tendon X1. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 pieces of wolf meat were also purchased. Alas, Jiang Tao did not acquire the energy core he so desired. After a long afternoon of exploration, everyone had come to realize its significance, causing its price to soar. They would have to obtain it through battle. Just as Jiang Tao was about to close the interface, he noticed Yang Wu had messaged him. Wolf meat is decent, but I'm far more curious about the taste of mutated wild boar meat. How about this? I possess a piece of spirit crystal, formed from the solidification of energy cores with identical effects. Would you be interested in a trade? As one of the fastest players rising through the ranks in the Great Xia, his presence garnered considerable attention. Shun Cici and Yang Mi also noticed the exchange in the channel. His generosity in trading was striking. Shun Cici was taken aback. It seemed he was preparing for a significant challenge. Yang Mi speculated, tilting her head to inquire, will you trade? Among players, there was an unspoken competition. Of course, I will trade. Jiang Tao extracted a piece of wild boar meat. It was an incredibly advantageous deal. Chapter 12. The Synthesis of Crossbows. A stirring in the online realm. Yang Wu's dismal defeat. Soon, the system notified. Transaction successful. Jiang Tao found himself in possession of a palm-sized diamond-shaped white stone. Its texture identical to that of an energy core. Indeed, it exuded a palpable strength. After acquiring wild boar meat, Yang Wu proclaimed in the channel, everyone be cautious tonight. Darkness will soon fall. Await my good news. 666, it seems the big shot aims to keep pace. Little Horse, how are you faring? Amidst the uproar, Little Horse chimed in, I'm still in the 9th chamber. Please do not rush headlong in pursuit of strength. If most can endure until the 10th day, that will be our victory. Shen Cici closed the panel and inquired, Brother Jiang Tao, we must hasten as well. Indeed, let us first synthesize the natural water dispenser and the crossbows. Considering Shun Cici's adeptness with her hands, Jiang Tao handed her 1 set of water dispenser materials and 2 sets for the crossbows. With the disappearance of 2 blueprints, a peculiar device resembling a funnel. Over a meter tall, along with two black crossbows, materialized before the trio. Congratulations, the team has obtained a natural water dispenser X1 and black iron crossbows X2. Shun CC managed to synthesize an additional 20 crossbows. The issue of water supply was finally resolved, wiping the fine perspiration from her brow. Shun CC mused about who would wield the second crossbow, her gaze falling on Yang, her eyes sparkling. I'm not particularly skilled in combat. Shun CC shrugged nonchalantly, picking up one of the crossbows and confidently aiming it a few times, declaring, I practiced archery in my youth. Assisting with this should pose no problem. Brother Jiang Tao, it's getting late. Let's set forth. Very well. Jiang Tao grasped the crossbow in his left hand, brandished his black spear in his right, donned his helmet, and clad himself in leather armor, fully equipped. He scanned the surroundings of the warehouse. Proceed forward, and you shall descend into a cesspool. A moment's carelessness may lead to infection. It turned out to be a trap room. The simple cavern beyond harbors merely some troublesome bats and a dilapidated wooden crate, serving as a temporary rest stop for the final push. Not a bad arrangement. If you wish to reminisce about your verdant campus days, you may ascend. There lies a challenging classroom, concealing 3 zombie students. Their inherent virus is potent enough to infect organisms below level E. After a long day's toil, do you yearn for a bath? Jump down. A hot spring awaits you at a temperature of 100 degrees. Uncertain if it was the encroaching night or the increasing danger, these options seemed rather lackluster. Ultimately, Jiang Tao, alongside Shin Sisi and Yang, cleared away the clutter and unveiled the passage behind. With a soft pop, they traversed the luminous curtain, revealing an underground cavern. Tall stone pillars surrounded them, and as they approached, the rhythmic sound of dripping water echoed in the air. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted above as a swarm of bats shrieked in response to their intrusion. Beware of the stones they hurl, for it is a perfect opportunity to practice archery. Jiang Tao grasped his black crossbow and aimed towards the sky, releasing a flurry of bolts with a swift whoosh. After his evolution, his eyesight had significantly improved, and his control over his body remained unwavering. The bolts struck true, bringing down one bat after another. Experience 10. Experience 20. Even the legs of ants are composed of flesh, and Jiang Tao felt a warm surge coursing through his body. Brother, leave some for me, Shun Sisi declared, determined to keep pace. Yang, however, kept her distance. With a series of whoosh sounds, the bats fell like rain. In a matter of moments, they were completely eradicated. Yang also opened a wooden chest, discovering a torch, a bucket of cooking oil, and 3 fresh apples. These provisions arrived just in time. The clock struck 17:45. The daylight, or rather, the illumination from the building, was dim, requiring considerable effort to discern one's surroundings. The oppressive atmosphere instilled a sense of unease. Jiang Tao ignited the torch, prompting a sigh of relief from Shun Sisi and Yang simultaneously. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Attention players! In approximately 15 minutes, the building will be plunged into complete darkness. Danger levels will significantly increase. It is advised that new players remain in the sanctuary and huddle together for warmth. For those daring enough to challenge the 10th room, a friendly reminder. Every 10 rooms contains a special chamber with the lowest difficulty level. The danger is 5 times that of normal conditions. However, so too are the rewards quintupled. Players are urged to assess their capabilities. Following this announcement, the chat channel erupted with activity. Has it truly grown dark so soon? The daylight was already perilous. Oh no, my little cabin isn't repaired yet. Is there a kind soul who can spare a core? Goodness, I've been on edge all afternoon, utterly exhausted, starving, and sleepy. Is Jiang Tao around? Once the wolf meat is finished, surely there are some bones left? Could someone gift me those? Xiao Ma Ge chimed in. As expected, based on my years of experience in survival planning, each level must contain a boss, and monsters may attack at night. Everyone should prepare defenses, ideally taking turns to keep watch. This remark prompted many players who had been adversely affected by the Penguin Factory to curse vehemently. Yet, considering that even the esteemed Xiao Ma Gu had fallen to similar circumstances, Many acknowledged the value of the shared wisdom he provided. Speaking of which, where was the swiftest player, Yang Wu? Someone mentioned him, recalling that he had just relished some wild boar meat, praising its exquisite flavor and energizing properties before boldly challenging the 10th room. Not only players, but also millions of viewers were tuned in. Suddenly, Yang Wu's live stream went dark, followed by a chilling scream that startled many viewers, causing them to jolt at their screens. In the World Channel, Yang Wu unexpectedly transmitted a voice message, piquing the curiosity of the audience, only to induce a sense of dread. "It hurts. I've been bitten by a mutated silver wolf. It's tearing open my abdomen, eating me. It hurts so much." His tone grew increasingly feeble, fragmented, and intermittent. "The level has been enhanced. Everyone must not rush blindly. They must remain cautious." Little Yang's final voice message echoed, "Mom, I am in so much pain." Crack. Under the gaze of millions of spectators, a crimson subtitle flashed across Yang Wu's livestream. "Player Yang Wu has perished, alongside 100 close companions." Subsequently, the livestream was permanently terminated. His avatar was shrouded in darkness. The once vibrant chat channel fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping it. He is dead? Yami was also watching, her red lips trembling in horror. "The monster is so cruel." Shen Cici's delicate face turned pale. Jiang Tao remained silent, unable to fathom that just moments ago they had been engaged in light-hearted banter, aspiring to surpass the top players, only to meet such a tragic fate. Goodness, if even the esteemed Yang has met such a grim end, I dare not hope for my survival. I shall remain here in place. A multitude of players recoiled in fear. One sage voiced, "If we all retreat, the milestone reward for clearing 100 rooms will be handed to others without a fight." On the first day, with merely half a day of development, not even food and water secured, no players from any nation could accomplish it. "Little brother Ma, your team is united like penguins. Are you willing to challenge?" Little brother Ma fell silent, offering no reply. "What about you, esteemed Jiang Tao? You are our beacon of hope. That reward could elevate the entire nation into a new breed of humanity. And what of the favor of the heavenly path? This is not merely the call of players, but the anticipation of billions of spectators outside." The tragic demise of Yang Wu, whom many placed their hopes upon, sent shockwaves through the country. The Chinese internet was awash with lamentation. Even netizens from Han Country and Sakura Island came to mock. "You thought you could evolve faster than us, and now you face retribution?" Let us hope that Jiang Tao meets the same fate. In the end, we must rely on our Daiyuan Jun. He is the hope of East Asia and humanity. In the face of these comments, a deluge of keyboard warriors surged forth. The nation tacitly approved of their actions. In the cavern, Yang Mi cautiously suggested, "Should we stay here tonight? It seems safe now." The flickering flames illuminated Shen Cici's clear, bright eyes as she gazed at Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao remained silent, only surveying the surroundings. He was shocked to discover that there were only 2 speech bubbles this time. Chapter 13. Announcement of the new edifice. Nightmarish chambers and the pact of adults. The cowardice is palpable. Behind lies a most rudimentary chamber, devoid of any substance, utterly barren, yet undeniably secure. This completion grants a semblance of fulfillment for the daily challenge of 10 days, albeit at the expense of a monumental opportunity for self-evolution. Ahead looms a nightmarish level, where a cyclopean titan, imbued with the diluted blood of titans, awaits, a formidable F-rank creature, possessing immense strength and an extensive vitality. It wields a black iron great axe capable of severing a concrete beam with a single strike, rendering all below E-rank utterly defenseless. To speak candidly, given your current prowess, the likelihood of merely becoming the evening meal for this giant is exceedingly high, as it has a penchant for human flesh. However, hope is not entirely extinguished. The giant is currently ensnared in slumber, granting you a singular opportunity for a stealthy assault. Indeed, this creature is a legendary being, far more challenging than one could ever anticipate. Yet, should you choose to retreat, there's a path to safety. Jiang Tao gazed upon his black spear and crossbow. reflecting on his own formidable capabilities and the prior knowledge of the giant's vulnerabilities. To shy away from such a challenge would be to question the very future of the great Xia. Without the spirit of ambition, how could one aspire to ascend to the pinnacle of the edifice? An announcement resonated throughout the building. Congratulations to the White Eagle Federation, as Chong Lin and his companions triumphed in conquering the 10th level of difficulty. As the first player to complete this feat, a personal talent of titanic strength has been bestowed as a reward. In response, the fortunes of the nation surged, enhancing the strength of all citizens of the White Eagle Federation by one. The news sent ripples of excitement throughout the edifice and beyond. Observers had previously witnessed the great Xia's initiation of genetic evolution, fortifying its populace. The world-renowned White Eagle Federation, once anxious, now basked in the glow of this accolade. The earlier despondency evaporated, replaced by fervent declarations across social media. The might of the colossal stone reigns supreme. The White Eagle Federation remains the world's preeminent force in this new era, a beacon for humanity. Meanwhile, netizens from a sycophantic nation and Cherry Blossom Isle expressed a mix of envy and jealousy, subtly insinuating that the temporary victory of a certain Eastern superpower was merely fortuitous, claiming that true guidance for humanity's future rested with their own lineage. Within a single day, numerous world records fell to the prowess of the great Xia populace. Those across the ocean grew increasingly anxious, eager to capitalize on the newfound enhancements, only to be astonished to discover that they still could not break the records in the 100-meter dash, the 100-meter swim, or the marathon. This revelation temporarily alleviated the concerns of the great Xia officials, for 5 enhancement in physical constitution still conferred a significant advantage. Chong Lin was heralded as the hero of the entire federation. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Tao resolved to embark on the challenge. When he met the gaze of unwavering determination, both Yang Mi and Shun Sisi understood his resolve. "Brother, I too can contribute," Shun Sisi proclaimed, brandishing her bow with a radiant smile. Yang Mi parted her crimson lips, hesitating to speak, ultimately remaining silent, aware that the eyes of the nation were upon her. Time waits for no one. Jiang Tao swiftly relayed the intelligence regarding the Cyclopean Titan to the 2 women. Upon learning of its existence, Shun Sisi exclaimed, "Though it possesses immense strength, its singular eye is its fatal weakness. If we strike immediately upon entering the chamber, we can blind the giant. No matter how formidable he may be, he is akin to a headless fly, ultimately destined to be ensnared and met with his demise by our hands." Moreover, she mentioned that our team possesses 2 crossbows, which can assist one another in confounding the Cyclops. As I listened to their fervent plans, my eyes gleamed with excitement. Yang Mi felt a tremor in her heart, sensing a profound sense of impending danger, her silver teeth clenched. With a slight quaver in her voice, she declared, "And I too shall lend my assistance. Yes, as long as the 3 of us unite our strengths, we shall undoubtedly vanquish it." Jiang Tao cast a surprised glance at the resolute yet fearful Demi. Indeed, a star who has emerged unscathed from the entertainment industry possesses an indomitable spirit. The crux of this endeavor lies in delivering a debilitating first strike to the Cyclops. It appears that not only archery is required, but also the ancestral art of throwing. Jiang Tao gripped the black spear tightly. After tasting blood, it had grown ever sharper. If only it could be further enhanced. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, a dialogue box emerged from the black spear. The pitiable humanoid, possessing great treasure, yet unaware of its potential. Those 2 white tusks are the finest materials. Why not incorporate them into a weapon? Indeed, Jiang Tao suddenly realized he had overlooked Shun Sisi's extraordinary talent. He swiftly retrieved the white tusks from the small wooden cabin and handed them to Shun Sisi. "Sisi, could you attempt to synthesize these?" Shun Sisi took the white tusks, her small hands momentarily heavy, nearly losing her grip. She cast a glance of uncertainty at the black spear on the ground. "This is my first time with different kinds. I shall give it a try." With that, she placed the black spear and the white tusks on the ground and extended her small hand. Synthesis, to everyone's astonishment, A sphere of white light enveloped all three materials, merging them seamlessly. It can be done. Jiang Tao's heart swelled with joy. His chances of success increased. The materials were of higher quality, thus the fusion took a tad longer. He seized the opportunity to search for any other useful items. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a mound of bats. Living in the subterranean realm for extended periods, mildly toxic, not recommended for consumption. If you possess exceptional extraction techniques, you could procure a vial of lethal poison. Brother, it's done. When Shun Cece joyfully presented the transformed spear, pristine as white ivory, Jiang Tao received it with a peculiar look in his eyes. With an apologetic gesture, he pointed towards the mound of bats. Cece, do you still have the energy? Perhaps you could try synthesizing poison from them. This? The JK beauty gasped, her cherry blossom lips parting in shock. Captain, are you really exploiting a high school student like this? Yangmi hesitated, her thoughts caught in a whirlwind. Ultimately, the beautiful maiden condensed her myriad words into a single phrase. I shall give it a try. Please. Jiang Tao clasped his fists in gratitude. She was indeed the core of the team. Shun Cece stood atop the mound of bats, extending her hand. A radiant white light enveloped the hundreds of bats. Drip! The bat carcasses seemed to melt away, a drop of black liquid falling down. Yangmi swiftly produced the small vial she had found earlier to collect it. Jiang Tao exhaled in relief, his gaze fixed upon the brand new white spear. Name: Charge White Spear. Quality: Black Iron Advanced. Effect: Sharp. Bleeding: Charge Rending. Upon striking an enemy, it inflicts a grievous, unhealable rending wound. Combined with the bleeding effect, the more one struggles, the greater the damage inflicted. The additional effect could potentially turn the tide of battle. At that moment, the bat, resembling a small mountain, was reduced to a mere desiccated husk, utterly drained of life. Shin Cece wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and smiled brightly. Brother, I have fulfilled my promise. Ding ding ding, what is this? Yangmi handed Jiang Tao a full vial of black potion. Concentrated bat venom, when applied to a weapon. It induces poisoning that disrupts the nervous system, causing confusion and blood loss. Excellent work, Cece. Without delay, Jiang Tao carefully applied the bat venom to the tip of the white spear. He dipped 10 crossbow bolts into the mixture and handed them to Shin Cece, who took them cautiously, using an empty mineral water bottle as a quiver. The pair exchanged slight nods. Yangmi, nervously holding a torch, stood behind them, her voice low and trembling. Good luck. Yes, once we enter, remember to extinguish the torch. In the darkness, the flame is highly sensitive. Jiang Tao reminded kindly as he passed by her. Favorability 20. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Yangmi's heart. This was a concern she had never experienced in the unpredictable entertainment industry. In this perilous and unfamiliar environment, it felt like a stroke of fortune to encounter Jiang Tao. It seemed that fate was not unkind to her. Regardless, she thought, if they didn't get past this challenge, they would surely perish. A decision solidified in Yangmi's heart. As Jiang Tao moved past her to push open the door ahead, in an unnoticed corner, Yangmi suddenly extended her delicate fingers, tracing a small circle on Jiang Tao's palm. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning close to whisper in a tone only they could hear, "You must win. If you do, I'll reward you with a special treat tonight as a superstar renowned across the regions." The seductive allure of Demi Mi's voice was irresistible. Her words made Jiang Tao's breath catch, nearly causing him a halt. Out of the corner of his eye, he furtively glanced at Shun Cece, who was busy tinkering with the crossbow, her expression unperturbed. All right, Jiang Tao nodded solemnly, his blood surging with excitement as he pushed open the great door. The light curtain materialized. It had begun. Boss battle. Indeed, Jiang Tao did not disappoint us. At that moment, the clock struck 1800 hours. A message scrolled across all live streams. Good evening, dear viewers. To protect player privacy and ensure your physical and mental well-being, from 18 to 6 o'clock the following morning, the live stream will be closed for 12 hours. We kindly ask viewers to rest early. Tune in again tomorrow morning at the scheduled time. Chapter 14. The world's most searched. Jiang Tao. Death hide and seek. With a snap, The subtitles flashed across the screen, and the entire world's live streams abruptly went dark. In the final frame before the disconnection, Jiang Tao pierced through the luminous veil and beheld the formidable final boss. Alas, just when it mattered most, it vanished. What had Jiang Tao just glimpsed? Something yellowish? Social media platforms erupted in a frenzy. Fear not, everyone. I recorded the entire event on my phone. As viewers began sharing screenshots of the boss, millions of viewers across the Great Xia were left in shock, set against a dusky backdrop of barren earth and crumbling temples. A colossal figure loomed, over 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles, reminiscent of a cyclopean giant from Greek mythology, majestically seated upon a grand stone chair. He rested a massive black axe on one hand, akin to Pangu in slumber. A giant, indeed? No. What the mighty Shur encountered was merely a fierce ape. Yet here we faced a mythological beast. The people of Great Xia were in a state of panic. Would the strongest contender falter? Would the 5 vitality feedback be revoked? Moreover, Jiang Tao bore the weight of a nation's fortune. His failure could potentially sway the fate of the country and affect all players. Alas, my sweet darling, your demise is so tragic. JK is the most beautiful creature in the world. She, you must remain strong. Who knows if the giant has a penchant for beauty? A multitude of fans lamented. Even the crisis management team fell silent. The leader received an urgent call from Elder Lin. Monitor Jiang Tao's movements for 24 hours. Document the genetic guidance techniques, and prepare for any contingencies. Understood, the leader replied gravely. On Twitter and YouTube, the oppressed Han Nation, with Sakura Island, did not conceal their malice and jealousy. Did you see? This is the price of seeking the limelight. A 5-meter giant, and we don't even know how he perished. TSK. It is essential to possess self-awareness. Initially fortunate, Jiang Tao mistook luck for strength, but alas for his 100 friends. It is our Mr. Jean who remains the most reliable. Upon hearing this, the netizens of Great Xia could no longer contain themselves. No, we ultimately possess the courage to challenge. Your strongest Jin Hyun did not dare to enter the 6th chamber. The people of the White Eagle Federation also released videos analyzing the 2 most prominent players, Shur and Jiang Tao, concluding, Shur is superior, mastering various combat techniques, seasoned in action, and well-versed in all rules. This monumental victory ultimately belongs to the White Eagle Federation. The netizens of Great Xia wished to create videos to refute this, but lacked confidence. The live stream had ended, yet this longest day and night of civilization continued to unfold. The storm raged on. The focal point of the storm was none other than Jiang Tao. When the dust settled, Google would report that on the first day of the National Fortune Game, the top trending term globally was Jiang Tao, with a staggering search volume reaching 3 trillion. On average, each individual searched 30 times. The second place is held by The Rock, with a staggering search volume of 200 billion. Surprisingly, the third position is not occupied by popular figures like Little Pony, Yang Mi, or Richuan Gangban, but rather by the concept of human evolution. Not only are global audiences captivated, but players within the Great Xia, such as Little Pony and Yushan, are also intently observing Jiang Tao's interface, fearing that he might suddenly falter. At this moment, he embodies not just an individual's life, nor solely the fates of Yang Mi and Shun Shi, but represents the banner of the Great Xia and the destiny of an entire nation. Whoosh! A white lightning bolt cleaved through the yellow earth, piercing the dilapidated temple. The instant the Cyclops' eye, measuring a full 20 centimeters, opened, it was viciously pierced. Congratulations! Witnessing this momentous throw is akin to observing the rise of the upright ape. The power you unleashed, akin to that of a mighty boar, has blinded the Cyclops. The boss's health has been halved, and it has succumbed to a state of poisoning. It will continue to lose health, expected to perish in 3 minutes. The Cyclops has entered a furious rage. Activating its bloodline power, its strength and speed have doubled, albeit with a slight decrease in agility and intelligence. Friendly reminder: utilize the terrain to escape swiftly. Ouch! Who is it? A tremor shook the ground. Dust billowed as the awakened Cyclops flexed its muscles, growing an additional 2 meters in height, now towering at around 8 meters. It resembled a small mountain. The excruciating pain from its head prompted it to angrily extract the source of its torment. Whoosh! At the moment of extraction, a torrent of black blood gushed from the vacant eye socket. In agony, the Cyclops let out a dreadful roar, hurling the white spear far away, which thuddingly pierced several stone pillars, ultimately embedding itself into a wall with a resounding crash. How splendid! This environment suits us perfectly. Seeing the surrounding ruins of the crumbling temple, Shunshi felt a surge of joy. She gave Jiang Tao a thumbs up, and as per their plan, swiftly distanced herself with Yang Mi, hiding behind a stone pillar. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao quickly darted toward the opposite side, raising his black crossbow to shoot a flurry of poisoned arrows at the Cyclops. Several arrows struck the giant, inciting its fury as it brandished a massive axe. Thundering toward Jiang Tao, "Is it, you little bug? I shall chop you into a fine paste. No, I shall consume you alive." Blinded, the Cyclops disregarded the ruins, demolishing stone pillars in its wake. Poisoned once again, and the vigorous movement has accelerated its blood flow. Remaining time, 2 minutes. Jiang Tao deftly navigated through the gaps in the walls, engaging in a game of hide and seek with the Cyclops. His smaller size proved advantageous, allowing him to slip through many openings. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, brutish by nature, transformed into a bulldozer under the effects of blindness and rage, wreaking havoc on everything in its path. The chaos intensified, with dust swirling in the air. In the midst of the pursuit, the Cyclops, having learned from its previous encounters, began to lift boulders to hurl ahead. "I shall crash through." In a moment of peril, Jiang Tao activated his talent, the power of the mighty boar. Behind him, the illusion of a massive wild boar flickered, propelling him forward with a sudden burst of speed, allowing him to evade this threat in the nick of time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amidst the swirling sands, 5 venomous arrows struck once more. Were there intruders? The injured Cyclops, driven to madness, charged at Shenxi and Yang Mi, wielding his axe with ferocity. Remaining life, 30 seconds. As the Cyclops sprinted a considerable distance, nearing the limits of the crossbow's range, Jiang Tao began to unleash his bolts. Although they lacked poison, provoking the giant was hardly a challenge. Indeed, in the next moment, the Cyclops pivoted, hurtling towards Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao deftly utilized the fallen stone pillars and walls to continue his game of hide and seek. "Curse you, you wretched insect! Come forth and face me in a fight to the death." The dying Cyclops bellowed, brandishing his massive axe, creating a vacuum that altered the very atmosphere. Suddenly, a vibrant red bubble appeared in Jiang Tao's line of sight. Friendly reminder, the Cyclops is about to unleash a death-defying axe throw. A single strike will assuredly end you. Even the mere brush of the axe will cleave you in twain. Please evade at once. What? A chill ran down Jiang Tao's spine as he turned without hesitation, activating his charge power and darting behind several stone pillars. The Cyclops, with both hands gripping his axe, blood streaming from the gaping wound atop his head, veins bulging with fury, summoned the strength for his most powerful strike yet. As a descendant of the mighty Titans, the Cyclops resolved that even in death, he would take his adversary with him. Suddenly, a blazing, radiant light appeared behind him, advancing swiftly. The unbearable heat revitalized the near-death Cyclops. He roared, pivoting his body to unleash his mightiest axe throw towards that blinding radiance. Chapter 15. The resounding feedback of national fortune. S-Class Titan Bloodline. The torch has been utterly destroyed, beyond repair. Upon receiving the notification, Jiang Tao exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as no human was harmed, all was well. Following this was a melodious chorus of congratulations. Congratulations on collaborating with your companions to successfully slay the elite F-Class creature, the Cyclops. Congratulations on breaching the 10th chamber, achieving the first clear of the nightmare-level challenge. This is a monumental accomplishment. In the dimly lit rooms, the spine-chilling voice echoed once more. Building announcement. Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shun Cece achieved the first kill of the elite F-class boss and the first clear of the nightmare level challenge. Individual rewards. Each of the 3 players receives a chance at a lucky draw. National Fortune feedback. Congratulations to all citizens of Daxia for unlocking 5 of their genes and receiving a baptism. The announcement resonated within the Cube building, while in reality, it was prominently displayed on televisions and large screens in public squares. An even more astonishing phenomenon was observed by satellites, as the dark night of Daxia suddenly erupted with myriad lights. On the streets, in alleys, and within residential buildings, every resident, regardless of age or gender, trembled, washed over by a wave of sacred light, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. Many even awakened superpowers, gaining abilities to ignite flames, freeze objects, and transform into mudstone beings. Numerous individuals were diligently practicing the gene guidance technique, suddenly experiencing clarity of mind and a surge of strength. Among them, a soldier in their ranks achieved a breakthrough. Extra! What incredible news! Our nation's Jiang Tao, Shun Cece, and Yang Mi not only safely cleared the 10th chamber, but also accomplished a milestone achievement. Tonight, the whole world watches Daxia. The extraordinary events spread rapidly across the internet. In the cold country and Sakura Island, disbelief ensued. Jiang Tao had not perished? The previously boastful netizens of the White Eagle Federation were left deflated. Some stubborn individuals protested. Strong forests still reigned supreme. Yes, an Eastern great power remains second. Though commendable, there is still room for improvement. The trio from the Third Nation expressed. Are you referring to us? Several players from the land of A3 also performed admirably, basking in their moment of glory. However, there were also rational analyses from netizens of Gaul and Hans. Strong Forest is classified as difficult, while Jiang Tao is in the nightmare category. Judging by the feedback from both sides, the disparity is vast. Moreover, Daxia has undergone 2 rounds of feedback, unlocking genes and gaining the ability to cultivate, thereby maintaining a significant lead. Upon reaching this conclusion, many European netizens fell into silence and anxiety. Once the epicenter of human civilization, guiding for centuries, must they now face defeat in this new round of evolution? Have they located Jiang Tao's immediate relatives? Should they be kidnapped back to their homeland or tempted with offers and seduction? In any case, Jiang Tao must become one of us, with a return in 10 days. This game is far from over. This night is destined to be tumultuous. The players, upon hearing the announcement, were equally astonished. Is Yang Mi also involved? Little brother Ma murmured her name, indicating that many celebrities had arrived, in a bid to create a colossal presence across various domains. Xiao Ma Gu exhibited a remarkable fighting spirit. With a firm resolve, he declared, "Let us do it. We shall challenge the 10th level." The victory of the Jiang Tao team invigorated numerous players from the Great Xia, inspiring them to embrace challenges beyond their limits. In Sakura country, Richuan Gangban was meticulously polishing the blade of his slightly curved katana when he received the notification, causing the cloth in his hand to tremble. Jiang Tao? The name rang a bell. He had heard it twice today. The players from Great Xia are formidable. Tomorrow, we shall confront even more arduous chambers. As a bonfire roasted a great gray wolf, Zhu Shi Lin brandished his arms, thicker than the average person's thigh, rallying his companions. In the Twilight Temple, the swirling sands gradually settled, leaving behind the lifeless body of a one-eyed giant. How are you all faring? Jiang Tao glanced at the damaged torch, retrieved a piece of easily ignitable wood from the small cabin, and struck 2 flint stones together to ignite it, sprinting towards Yang Mi and Shun Cece. We are here. Amidst the ruins, a flicker of flame ignited, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. It was Yang Mi brandishing a torch, with Shun Cece beside her, her complexion slightly pale. Seeing both women safe brought a sigh of relief from Jiang Tao. Once the trio reunited, they exchanged glances, each finding excitement and exhilaration reflected in the other's eyes. The light of the flames illuminated the enchanting peach blossom eyes of Jiang Tao and Yang Mi as their gazes intertwined. The fire blazed forth, enveloping the two in an indescribable atmosphere of allure. Yang Mi's delicately drawn eyebrows trembled subtly, captivating the heart. At this moment, no one was watching the live stream. Jiang Tao suddenly leaned in closer to the enchanting Yang Mi, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "Let us have a little luck together." Yang Mi's cheeks flushed, and she let out a soft hum. Before Jiang Tao, a grand prize will materialize. Uncertain of how to operate it, he followed the instructions and gently pressed the red button at the center of the wheel. Ding, the lottery begins. As the pointer spun around, mysterious prizes whizzed by. A silhouette of a figure, a tree, an apple silhouette. Ultimately, the pointer landed on the silhouette of a slender beauty with coiled hair. Congratulations. You have drawn the eye of Medusa. A stunning purple eye descended from above, landing in Jiang Tao's hand. Medusa? He glanced down to read. Eye of Medusa can be used as a material to create a super petrification control device. It can also be integrated into the body to gain the talent. Eye of Medusa, female only. The usage condition is mental strength with a charm value. It can petrify enemies weaker in spirit. Those stronger will be affected by a slow spell. How should I put it? While formidable, it seems somewhat redundant for Jiang Tao. Sister me, she, what have you both acquired? As he turned his head, a flash of golden light blinded him momentarily. Team Channel. Congratulations to Yang Mi for being blessed by the goddess of fortune, winning the S-Class Gene Serum Titan Bloodline. Wait, is that even possible? Jiang Tao stood there in disbelief. Yang Mi's stunning visage was full of innocence as she held a shimmering golden vial in her hand. Even the Cyclops possesses only a faint trace of Titan blood, yet she has fortuitously drawn the essence of pure-blooded Titans. The Titan lineage, originating from the ancient Titans of myth, serves as the wellspring of the gods, a symbol of immense power. Although this potion is of pure blood, it has been cursed by the deities, rendering its efficacy a mere one when consumed by mortals, with the majority of its power sealed away. Method of consumption: swallow directly. Upon ingestion, one experiences a dramatic surge in strength and constitution. If one does not falter along the way and progresses methodically, they may evolve into an S-Class being. With such numerous debuffs and a mere one effectiveness, one can still achieve S-Class evolution. Previously, as a top-tier F-Class, Jiang Tao estimated that in hand-to-hand combat, he could contend against dozens of warriors, his destructive capacity akin to that of a main battle tank. It is almost unfathomable to contemplate the level of devastation an S-Class being could unleash. Could one single individual obliterate a nation? Observing Jiang Tao's envious gaze, Yang Mi chuckled and inquired sweetly, "What did you draw, handsome?" Jiang Tao grunted, lifting the Cyclops eye, and replied in a resonant voice, "The eye of Medusa." The illumination from the torch was already rather lackluster, and suddenly, a vividly lifelike eyeball appeared before him. Yang Mi, startled, instinctively stepped back, losing her footing on a sand dune and gasping as she nearly fell. "Be careful." In a flash, Jiang Tao reached out and grasped her delicate wrist. How exquisite! How smooth and so slender. This was Jiang Tao's immediate thought. The familiar sensation, a true beauty. Ahem. Yang Mi let out a soft huff, casting him a glance before breaking free and regaining her stance. She, what did you draw? Jiang Tao shifted the topic, directing his gaze towards another companion. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he rushed forward. Chapter 16. The Mutation. The Grand Bounty. She, what has transpired? Jiang Tao rushed forward, enveloping the pallid-faced Shun Cici in his embrace. Her Azure School uniform was gradually stained crimson. As Jiang Tao reached out to touch her, he felt the warm trickle of blood. Yang Mi, in a panic, knelt down to help Shun Cici unfasten several buttons of her uniform collar. I recall now, during the encounter with the Cyclops, some debris was flung our way. In the most perilous moment, she pushed me aside, and I believed she had evaded the danger as well. As her garment fell open, beneath her porcelain skin lay a rusted shard of iron embedded deeply in a vital area, with blood gushing forth. Oh, the poor child! To safeguard her companion, she bore the agony, allowing her injuries to worsen. An inadvertent wound to a critical area, leading to gradual poisoning. A regular person would have perished long ago. Yet this maiden withstands it with her remarkable constitution. If the deterioration is not halted before dawn, even the mightiest deities would be of no assistance. Is it poisoned? Yang Mi brought the torch closer, and under the flickering light, Jiang Tao's gaze sharpened as he clearly discerned the iron shard. Mijia, did we previously acquire any healing items? Yang Mi hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, but we can use this to staunch the bleeding temporarily. She produced a sanitary napkin from her shelter. That will suffice. Jiang Tao, no longer hesitating, pinched the edge of the iron shard between his fingers. With a slight upward force, he extracted it completely. Ouch! Shun Sisi, barely conscious, let out a soft whimper as a spurt of toxic blood erupted forth. Yang Mi quickly pressed the sanitary napkin against the wound. The source of the malady has vanished, yet the injury continues to worsen. Upon seeing the notification, Jiang Tao's brow furrowed deeply. In this dimness, where could he procure medical assistance? Though their time together had been brief, Jiang Tao held a profound admiration for Shun Sisi. No, it was affection. Whether it was her exceptional agility and intelligence that surpassed her peers, or from a purely pragmatic standpoint. Shun Sisi's divine talent had facilitated countless achievements for him. The potential for infinite synthesis. As they progressed, her abilities became increasingly formidable. Thus far, she had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Jiang Tao activated the chat channel. As the foremost player of the Great Xia, he was granted an additional 3 small trumpets. Jiang Tao, everyone who possesses healing, anti-inflammatory medicines, or medical kits. Urgently needed. Prices are negotiable. As night fell, the players remained enraptured by the shock Jiang Tao had brought. Upon his summons, they erupted into a frenzy. What? Jiang Tao is injured? It appears quite critical. After all, this is a nightmarish challenge. I trembled at the very thought of encountering difficulties. Jiang Tao is a beacon of hope for us all, as well as for the nation. He must not falter. For both public and private reasons, we must assist. Boss, I am a doctor. I fortuitously brought a supply of antibiotics when I traversed here. I am a nurse, carrying a box of hemostatic bandages. Among the 100,000 players of Great Xia, there was an abundance of talent, and their fervor deeply moved Jiang Tao. He is not a miser, generously trading several pieces of wild boar meat, while also gifting some pure water. With these supplies alone, one could survive for 10 days. Such magnanimity from the esteemed gentleman. He ensured that we did not suffer losses. When the doctor involved in the transaction shared the pristine wild boar meat, many more players were tempted. Player Ding Shi trades penicillin X1. Player Bai Yu trades hemostatic bandages X5 and a complete set of syringes. Once acquired, Jiang Tao hurriedly assisted Shun Sisi with her injuries. The night at the temple was particularly terrifying, a gust of yellow wind sweeping through. The torches flickered perilously, and eerie howls echoed from the darkness. Jiang Tao, half embracing Shun Sisi, furrowed his brow, a rule reminder. The night is exceptionally dangerous. We must set up our refuge. Yang Mi nodded repeatedly. With a flourish, the cozy little cabin took root in the yellow sands, activating the energy core and radiating warmth. The previous ominous phenomena vanished in an instant. I'll start the fire. Neither of them entered the cabin. Yang Mi awkwardly and somewhat clumsily gathered pieces of wood together, her delicate hands struggling as she rubbed 2 flint stones together. With a crackling sound, sparks flew, and after much effort, she finally ignited the campfire. All right, you take care of Sisi. I'll roast some meat. A smudge of charcoal marred the beauty of Yang Mi's face, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Yet in Jiang Tao's eyes, she appeared 100 times more enchanting than when she first awakened. Body temperature normal, injuries somewhat stabilized. In Jiang Tao's arms, Shun Sisi struggled to open her crimson eyes. It hurts a bit. I want to drink water. Here, take it slowly. Seeing her regain consciousness filled Jiang Tao with joy. He swiftly retrieved a bottle of mineral water and offered it to Shun Sisi. However, the girl only took a small sip before shaking her head weakly. Her injuries had not yet improved, and she could faint again at any moment. Just as Jiang Tao's spirits sank, a ding-dong announced 2 private messages. Ruoyu, hello Jiang. I have awakened a talent for healing injuries. Though my power is limited, I managed to create a basic healing scroll. I hope it is useful to you, Xiao Ma Gu. Hero Jiang Tao, our Penguin Squad, discovered a potion blueprint this afternoon. I hope it serves you well. Xiao Ma Gu reached out to him. Jiang Tao often noticed Ruoyu's presence in chats, as she was also a top-tier player. Thank you very much. Jiang Tao was not one to accept gifts without reciprocation. He sent Ruoyu 100 pieces of wild boar meat, 100 bottles of mineral water, and a rather fine dagger. The favor from Xiao Ma Gu was more challenging to repay. After some contemplation, Jiang Tao decided to trade the black iron crossbow arrows in Shun Cici's possession. In another room, when Xiao Ma Gu beheld the crossbow arrows in his hand, he was overjoyed. Haha, with this, who can stand in my way? He had not anticipated such a significant return from a mere act of friendship. Previously, Xiao Ma Gu had ventured into the 10th level with a resolve to face certain death, but now he felt at least a 60% chance of success. Especially after testing the destructive power and range of the crossbow arrows, he laughed heartily. No wonder Jiang Tao achieved such remarkable feats. After Jiang Tao utilized the basic healing scroll, Shun Cici finally regained a modicum of strength, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush. Thank you, brother, she murmured, slightly struggling in Jiang Tao's embrace, attempting to muster a sweet smile that belied her condition. Observing the bubble above the beautiful girl as head, Jiang Tao's brow furrowed in concern. Weakened state. Residual poison remains. If not thoroughly addressed within 3 days, the toxin will penetrate the heart and lungs, rendering even the divine powerless to save. With a deep sigh, Jiang Tao cast a hopeful glance at the gift from Xiao Ma Gu. Basic antidote. Required materials: Ice Spirit Grass X3, Blood Vine X2, First Order Wood Element Crystal X1. Effect: capable of neutralizing most toxins below grade D. Every profession has its specialty. As long as he could concoct the antidote, Cici would be saved. Jiang Tao accessed the trading platform and offered a bounty for the 3 materials. The reward was quite substantial, enough to ensure a comfortable existence for 10 days. With further negotiations possible, Ice Spirit Grass and Blood Vine appeared relatively easy to procure, but the most troublesome item was the Wood Element Crystal. First Order, equivalent to an E-grade creature, meant that he would have to extract it from an E-grade elite monster. However, Jiang Tao was aware of a location where he could undoubtedly find it: the Human Skin Treasure Map, Ghost Forest, which guaranteed a drop of the Wood Element Crystal. With a stroke of luck, he might even discover a second-order crystal. Chapter 17. The Barbecue Feast, Exchange of Spoils, Archer's Scroll. Once Shun Cici's injury stabilized, she found herself cradled in Jiang Tao's arms, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to rise. Brother, I feel better now. Affection 20. Observing the numbers floating above JK's head, Jiang Tao felt a stir within. After this incident, the beautiful girl had come to acknowledge him. Trust had been established within the team. Gurgle at that moment. A sound emanated from Shun Cici's stomach. Blushing slightly, she stuck out her little tongue. The depletion of her energy was significant. Jiang Tao retrieved a leg of wild boar from the small cabin, grinning. In this vast world, nothing is more important than eating. To celebrate our survival, tonight we shall host a barbecue feast. Sounds great. Actually, my culinary skills are quite remarkable. Let me show you. Yang Mi cheerfully declared as she produced several bags of seasonings and salt, all of which she had brought. Indeed, among everyone in the building, only the fortunate Yang Mi could indulge in such luxury. Then I shall assist you by cutting some meat, Jiang Tao said, grasping a kitchen knife to slice the boar meat into uniform chunks before skewering them. I want to help too. Shun Cici, her complexion improving, attempted to rise, but was promptly stopped by both of them. Jiang Tao draped a blanket over her. Your priority is to recuperate. As Yang Mi brushed the skewers with marinade, she smiled. Cici helped me so much this afternoon. Now it's my turn to take care of you as your elder sister. It was unexpected for a celebrity to personally prepare a meal. Wrapped in a blanket and seated beside the warm campfire, Shun Cici felt a comforting warmth enveloping her, seemingly numbing her pain. During the preparation, Jiang Tao's right hand occasionally brushed against Yang Mi's delicate hand. Their fingertips inadvertently touched, causing them to recoil as if jolted by electricity. Here comes the meat skewers. Before long, the skewers were ready. With his stomach growling in anticipation, Jiang Tao eagerly picked up 6 skewers and began to devour them. The moment the spicy, seasoned meat burst with flavor in his mouth, an immense sense of satisfaction washed over him. Delicious, isn't it? Yang Mi couldn't help but laugh as she observed his voracious appetite. She picked up a skewer to taste for herself. Upon taking a bite, her eyes lit up. I've tasted many expensive ingredients, but none compare to this in terms of texture and satisfaction. Needing more nourishment due to her injuries, Shen Sisi took a skewer and gave a thumbs up. Sister Mi's cooking is the best. Good food pairs well with fine wine. Under our current harsh conditions, we shall substitute water for wine, believing that the future will only improve. Jiang Tao opened the natural water dispenser and filled 3 cups with warm water. Clink cheers. In the dimly lit, barren expanse, echoes of despair reverberated. Yet, the light from the cabin and the warmth of the campfire elevated the trio's sense of happiness. As they reopened the chat channel, a flurry of anxious messages emerged amidst the noise. I'm so hungry, it's so dark. Is there a kind soul who could send me a large bun? Everyone be cautious. In the face of an unknown beast lurking outside, it is imperative to seek refuge in a shelter. Even the most dilapidated wooden cabin offers greater security than the open ground. Who could have imagined that just last night I was reclining in the warmth of a fish tank, savoring a steak? Now, I find myself wishing I could gnaw my own thigh. Alas, if only I were on the same team as the illustrious Jiang Tao. Even with the formidable Mimi as a teammate, I would gladly accept that fate. Upon completion of the assessment, we are left to indulge in our hearty meal. Good heavens! What manner of green-faced, fanged fiend is that? Help! My fence has been breached. The first night is particularly torturous, with everyone lamenting their plight. After witnessing the chaos, Jiang Tao finds the skewers even more appetizing. Shen Shishi picks up a skewer of wolf meat. Chuckling, it seems we are the only ones enjoying the freedom of consuming meat without concerns for water. Indeed, Jiang Tao, with grease dripping from his chin, has piled his iron skewers into a small heap. Observing the 5 skewers at Mi's feet, he exclaims, Sister Mi, is that all you've eaten? I must have consumed at least 10 times that amount. Yes, Sister Mi. Surely there is no need to restrict your diet here? Shen Shishi wipes the oil from the corner of her mouth and lets out a satisfied burp. She too has a considerable number of skewers at her feet. Mimi gently shakes her head and bites into an apple, stating, this is already 10 times my usual intake. At this, the two cease their encouragement. Now, being able to leisurely enjoy fruit, she is likely the only one in the entire building to do so. Amidst the enjoyment of our meal, Jiang Tao suddenly recalls that Shishi has yet to participate in the lottery. You should give it a try. You might draw something beneficial for you. All right, I'll give it a shot. Shen Shishi curiously opens her attribute panel and clicks the button for the lucky roulette. Under the eager gazes of Jiang Tao and Mimi, she reveals a pale smile. She opens her hands to reveal a scroll now resting in her palm. Jiang Tao peers closely. Archery Mastery Talent Scroll. Upon use, one can acquire the sharpshooter talent, significantly enhancing vision, spirit, and focus. With slight practice, one can attain 100% accuracy, greatly amplifying ranged attacks. Perhaps due to the daunting difficulty of the nightmare level, the rewards we have drawn are indeed formidable. Jiang Tao retrieves the Eye of Medusa, pondering its application. Shen Shishi, feeling unwell, blinks her weary eyes, quietly listening to the Captain's arrangements. Mimi shakes the golden potion in her hand, her peach blossom eyes flashing with various thoughts. She is well aware of the significance of the Titan potion. Yet, the description indicates a high probability of gaining muscle mass and becoming larger and less attractive. For someone who values beauty above all, that is quite a death sentence. Furthermore, there are better options available. Stealing a glance at Jiang Tao's youthful and vigorous physique, she deliberates before making a decision in her mind. She casts her lot. Given this young man's mysterious talent, the future benefits are likely to be substantial. Mimi then presents a captivating, enchanting smile, swaying the potion towards Jiang Tao. Brother Jiang, it seems our prizes have been swapped. I have no desire to become a giant, but I'm quite curious about the power of Medusa. Shall we exchange? It's a perfect fit. Upon hearing Dammy Mi's words, Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback. It was evident to any discerning observer that the disparity in prices was staggering. Noticing Yang Mi's earnest demeanor, Jiang Tao's expression grew solemn. Beside him, Shun Sisi interjected, "Brother, you are both the captain and the core. Only by strengthening yourself can you lead us to triumph." She added, "This is not just a matter of personal gain. It pertains to the fate of our nation. We must judiciously utilize our resources." The heartfelt counsel from the two women stirred Jiang Tao, who refrained from being coy. He placed the eye of Medusa into Yang Mi's delicate hands and accepted the golden potion she offered. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through his heart as Dami Mi's slender fingers brushed against his palm, igniting a tantalizing sensation. He glanced up to observe Yang Mi, only to find her expression unchanged. Clearing his throat, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I shall not betray your trust." Before the trio returned to the small cabin for respite, Jiang Tao took a moment to gather spoils from the corpse of the Cyclops. "Congratulations! You have acquired a Black Iron Giant Axe X1, Eye of the God Enhancement Rune X1, and Resilient Giant Tendon X1. Each of these prizes was commendable, particularly the Giant Axe, which boasted a quality equivalent to 10 weapons of the same tier, possessing formidable destructive power. However, its usage requirements were exceedingly stringent due to its colossal size. The Eye of the God Enhancement Rune, forged from the essence of the Cyclops, promised a significant enhancement to vision, along with the addition of night vision capabilities. Jiang Tao mused, "Why do I always seem to have issues with eyesight lately?" The final item, the Giant Tendon, could be fashioned into bows and crossbows. "Which of you two desires it?" he inquired. Shun Sisi, still slightly unsteady on her feet, was assisted by Jiang Tao as he, along with Yang Mi, led her back to the cabin. With a heavy creak, the wooden door was shut, and the flickering fire outside gradually dimmed. Within the small, illuminated cabin, only Jiang Tao and the two women remained amidst the swirling dust and wind. Chapter 18. The Side Effects of Bloodline, the Enchanting Dami, and the Sleepless JK. To conserve energy, the trio constructed a modest shelter. It was only fitting to allow Sisi to take the first choice. Yang Mi promptly invoked the Eye of Medusa. As a beam of purple light descended into her right eye, her already alluring peach blossom eyes radiated an unusual violet glow, resembling a swirling vortex that beckoned one to succumb to its depths. Sisi received the bad-shaped rune and utilized it as well, with a magical symbol flooding into her eyes. Her previously dull gaze sparkled with newfound brilliance. After employing the archery proficiency scroll, she felt significantly revitalized. Observing this, Jiang Tao did not hesitate to consume the Titan potion. Not sensing any immediate effect, he poured the last drop of blood down his throat, then rubbed his head. But in the next moment, his heart began to pound violently. His body gradually heated up, and strength surged through his veins like a relentless tide. The evolution of the bloodline seemed to be a gradual process. The events of the day were utterly bewildering, and all three were exhausted. Yet there were only 2 beds, ladies first after all. Sisi had been injured and had just received a favor from Dami. Jiang Tao cheerfully retrieved some wooden planks leaning against the wall and laid them on the living room floor. He suggested that sleeping on the floor was preferable, allowing him the freedom to roll about as he pleased. Lying on the bed, Shun Sisi felt a twinge of guilt. "I'm sorry, brother. Once I'm healed, I'll share a bed with Sister Me." Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively. "You should rest early." Before shutting down the core, Yang Mi reclined on the firm wooden bed and murmured, "For the first time since birth, I'm sleeping on such a hard bed." With a click, the energy was turned off, plunging the small cabin into darkness, leaving only a faint glimmer of vigilance. Everyone was utterly worn out. Soon, the sound of gentle snores filled the air. However, Jiang Tao, lying on the cold wooden planks, tossed and turned restlessly, his body unusually hot. Was it a side effect? In the darkness, Jiang Tao glanced at himself. A vigorous young gorilla, agitated by the influence of the Titan bloodline, is restless, if not released. There is a high probability of damaging the brain. Such a side effect? Jiang Tao silently cursed his misfortune. He focused his mind and recited, "If the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens shall not disturb." After half an hour of this mantra, his body and mind became increasingly agitated, his heart pounding like a drum, and the wooden planks beneath him felt as though they might ignite. Sweat beaded on his forehead, soaking his clothes. It felt akin to a fever, and his thoughts grew increasingly muddled. He needed to cool down, otherwise he would surely damage his brain. In the dimness, he shakily made his way to the corner where the natural water dispenser stood, trembling as he poured himself a large cup of water. He gulped it down, yet it was not enough. He drenched his body with the rest. "Brother Jiang, what is wrong with you?" In the darkness, Dammy's soft, worried voice reached him. Suddenly, Jiang Tao felt a thread in his mind snap. "Wait, I can't. No, Cece is still beside me. Sister me. You promised me." "What promise?" In a state of half-dream, half-wakefulness, the dainty Mimi found herself momentarily bewildered. However, there was no time for contemplation. Let it be regarded as an investment, she decided, biting her crimson lip. Let this wretched lad have his way." A melodious tune began to resonate softly through the night, rising from gentle notes to a triumphant crescendo as the performer, initially intending to remain discreet, succumbed to the music's allure, losing themselves in the vastness of the world, oblivious to the presence of others. Across the dimly lit room, a pair of sorrowful, scarlet eyes glared intently from the wooden bed. The following day, after a night of profound assimilation, Jiang Tao had fully absorbed the Titan bloodline, feeling both enlightened and invigorated. His strength surged, and he had grown an astonishing 10 centimeters taller, with his abdomen now chiseled and muscular. He awoke, stretching luxuriously. In the corner of the wooden cabin, Mimi was indulgently washing herself with warm water, a privilege they alone could afford in such conditions. To conserve water resources, Jiang Tao called out, "Mi Jie, don't waste the bath water." A petulant voice responded from behind, belonging to Yang Mi, regardless if it could be produced so abundantly every day. "Do you still wish to drink it?" Their banter roused the groggy Shen Cece, who noted Mimi's unusually brusque demeanor, devoid of yesterday's formality. "You're awake? How is your wound?" Jiang Tao turned his gaze back and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the beautiful girl with flushed cheeks, a glimmer of disdain lurking in her deep-set eyes. "Affection -10. Already injured, awakened by the noise last night, and lacking sleep, she harbors a slight grudge against you." Feeling the awkwardness, Jiang Tao's expression turned sheepish. As he intended to assist in unwrapping the bandage, he was met with Shun Cece's piercing glare. "I can manage myself." At that moment, Yang Mi emerged from her cleansing ritual, her hair glistening with tree sap, damp and cascading without a hairdryer. Water droplets trickled down her delicate skin, tracing along her pristine complexion and accentuating her exquisite collarbone, alongside a mature allure that left Jiang Tao momentarily spellbound, even causing the nearby beauty to pause in surprise. Thump! Thump! His heart raced. The fervor still coursed through his veins. Noticing Jiang Tao's intense gaze, Yang Mi shot him a fiery glance from her slightly reddened, peach blossom eyes. "You brute! You kept me awake all night." Feeling a pang of guilt, Jiang Tao sheepishly touched his nose and retreated to the living room. I'll just fill the bathwater." In moments of embarrassment, one often feigns busyness. "Sister, you're so beautiful, even more so than on television. You exude a captivating charm." Shun Cece's expression was far from pleasant. Yang Mi approached with an oddly measured gait to tend to Shun Cece's wound. Upon unwrapping the dark bandage, Yang Mi frowned. The poison still lingered. Suddenly, the mechanical notification tone echoed once more. "Good morning, esteemed players. Yesterday, a total of 252,000 players met their unfortunate demise, leaving us with a remaining count of 748,000. The time now is 5:50 a.m. in Blue Star, and we anticipate the commencement of the live broadcast in 10 minutes, along with the synchronization of bullet chat features across various nations. Players, prepare yourselves to embrace a new day of adventure." A heartfelt reminder. As the game progresses, the difficulty of the rooms increases. Has the death toll truly reached 250,000? A heavy weight descended upon Jiang Tao's heart. In reality, have 25 million lives been lost? What a great Xia. Currently, the World Channel remains disconnected, leaving players in the dark about the situation abroad. Jiang Tao opened the Great Xia channel to discover that over 10,000 had perished overnight. Alas, I fainted from hunger last night, only to be confronted by a monstrous creature that crept in. Were it not for my spear piercing its flesh, you would not see me here today. The game's rules ring true. Nights are perilous. Today, I shall do whatever it takes to repair the shelter. I am parched. Since my arrival in this realm, I have not tasted a single drop of water. A human can only survive for 3 days without water, and with 9 days remaining. How shall I endure? In the chat group, lamentations abound. The vast majority of players teeter on the brink of death. Jiang Tao sighed deeply. He is no demon. The enthusiastic assistance of others last night warmed his heart. Let this be a contribution to the nation, perhaps saving a few lives. The water dispenser produces 100 liters of water daily, equivalent to 200 pounds, more than sufficient for 3 individuals. Jiang Tao divided the 50 liters into numerous portions and placed them on the platform. Each player is limited to purchasing 1 bottle, which can be exchanged for either 1 piece of wood or 1 piece of iron, along with other basic materials. Essentially, any normal player should be able to gather the required resources. Chapter 19, National Bullet Screen Function, New Talent. Titan's Might. Jiang Tao utilized a small horn. Everyone, a new dawn has arrived. Considering the dehydration symptoms many are experiencing, I have made available a batch of inexpensive water for those in need to collect. Early in the morning, everyone was startled awake. Upon seeing the price, they instantly rushed to grab it. Goodness! Hurry! Jiang Tao has released a generous offer. A mere piece of wood can be exchanged for life-saving water? No more words. From this moment, you shall be my deity. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a meal. Thank you, esteemed one. Please extend my gratitude to my parents. Raining, thumbs up emoji. What a responsible individual. Little brother Ma, a youthful hero. Your magnificent act has saved thousands of families. Enough said. Upon my return, I shall bestow upon you 10 million penguin coins, a coveted penguin number, and an everlasting VIP membership. Little brother Ma could hardly fathom the heights of Jiang Tao's reputation upon his return. Oh, esteemed one, is there any more available? I don't even have a single piece of wood. Indeed, the 3 of us are hiding in the second room, where there is neither water nor resources. Our lips are parched. In truth, the situation was far more dire than Jiang Tao had imagined. Many had not gathered a single strand of hair. Had they not remained in one room for an extended period, fearing danger, they would not have moved an inch. Jiang Tao sighed deeply. He glanced at the bucket of water that the lovely Mimi was using for her bath. Slightly murky, non-toxic, potable. For players trapped in the desert, it is akin to heavenly dew. Wait, what are you planning to do? Why must I be so benevolent? Trading platform notification. Jiang Tao has freely listed imperfect water, non-toxic, x 1,000 portions. Free. These 2 words instantly ignited the chat group. Heavens! This is the true essence of heroism. Upon my return, I shall erect a shrine in your honor. In the span of merely 1 minute, 1,000 portions of water were snatched up. The crowd frantically flooded the chat, revering Jiang Tao. Someone, holding the slightly murky water, posed a soul-searching question. Esteemed one, is this river water? Cough, cough. Jiang Tao clarified. It's bathwater, but rest assured, it is non-toxic and will not cause any stomach issues. Bathwater? It sounds a bit off-putting, but in reality, it is much cleaner than many waters found in nature. With thirst gnawing at them, who could afford to be choosy? A player directly drank from it. Wait, I recall Jiang Tao's team includes the lovely Mimi and a JK Beauty, the sacred water of a beauty. If exposed, it would command a hefty price. Esteemed one, may I boldly inquire whose bathwater this is? Overwhelmed by questions, Jiang Tao answered honestly. It belongs to Mimi. She values cleanliness. Boom! Instantly, the channel erupted with excitement. I can't believe it. It turns out to be Mimi's bathwater. Why didn't you say so earlier? Such a treasure. I will pay handsomely. I am willing to exchange 3 bottles of pure water for 1 bottle of bathwater. No deception here. To rescue our hungry compatriots, I am willing to contribute 3 loaves of bread in exchange for a bottle of water. Jiang Tao gazed at the chat, utterly bewildered. Is everyone feeling so stifled? It turns out you were using my bathwater for charity. After tending to Shun Cici's wounds, Dammy Me shot a glare at Jiang Tao. Observing the disdain hidden in the eyes of the two beauties, Jiang Tao awkwardly explained, I am also contributing to the nation. Oof. Dammy Me playfully cast a glance at him. Without uttering a word, she produced 2 fire sticks and began to strike them together. Hurry up and bring the firewood over. We need to finish eating and help Cici heal. Jiang Tao eagerly assisted in lighting the fire. For breakfast, Yami prepared a simple roast pork chop. She and Cici ate sparingly, finishing off the leftover apples and fruit from yesterday. After a night of fierce battles, coupled with bloodline evolution, Jiang Tao's physique had grown and his appetite had doubled. He devoured 10 or so pork chops, leaving Dammy Me's hands sore from flipping them on the grill. Eat, eat, you'll burst. Yami rolled her eyes as she flipped the pork chops. No wonder he has such brute strength. Heh, the more you eat, the stronger you become, Jiang Tao mused, glancing at his status panel. A few attributes had changed. Level, high-tier F-class being. Bloodline, Titan, new talent, Titan's might, strength 3 times, activates bloodline power, can transform into a 5-meter-tall Titan form, significantly enhancing all attributes for 5 minutes, but with a side effect of 1 hour of weakness. Can be quickly recovered through nutritional supplements. As they enjoyed breakfast, the live stream unknowingly resumed. Click. Hundreds of thousands of live stream pop-ups flooded various platforms. Look at how many players were eliminated last night. Reports indicated that tens of thousands had perished in their sleep. As the data was revealed, everyone gasped in horror. Over 80,000 players had died in a single night. The dangers of the night were evident, compelling players to fortify their shelters. Curiously, many live streams from the Great Xia were thanking Jiang Tao. What had he done? Observers noted players on the brink of death excitedly drinking water while repeatedly mentioning Jiang Tao's name. It wasn't until one player communicated with a teammate that it was revealed Jiang Tao had been selling water at a low cost, even offering it for free. Suddenly, everyone understood. Thank you for saving our family. In a time of scarce resources, Jiang Tao's noble act showcased his pure heart. In an instant, praises poured in from all directions. Yet, soon after, a player cautiously sipped a murky water and wondered, wait, isn't this Dammy Me's bathwater? Drink it sparingly. Until one player muttered to himself, causing the audience to stir, is this really how we play? When they flooded into Jiang Tao's live stream, they noticed he had grown taller and more robust overnight. At that moment, a striking red message swept through all the live streams. Great Sakura Island White Eagle Federation announcement. Dear players, do not worry, your families have been arranged for, and the entire nation is watching you. Please listen attentively to the forthcoming words, a simplified method for extracting pure water. The barrage transformed into a mechanical sound, resonating in the ears of all players, who pricked up their ears to listen intently. Finally, gratitude was expressed to Jiang Tao for his contributions to the nation. 9 days hence, all heroes are welcome back. Once the barrage was sent, the leader of a command center filled with computers let out a long sigh of relief. After a night of research, various nations had discovered how to launch barges. With the acquisition of numerous fundamental survival materials, the player's survival rate would undoubtedly increase. As time was of the essence, let us set forth without delay. Jiang Tao withdrew his gaze and gestured slightly, retracting the small wooden cabin. I will assist you, Yami kindly offered to Shen Cici. As the second black crossbow had been gifted to Xiao Ma Ge, Jiang Tao produced the giant tendons, along with wood and iron fragments collected yesterday. Synthesis. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a powerful crossbow, noticeably larger than its predecessor, appeared in his hands. Powerful crossbow, high-grade black iron, a masterpiece among black crossbows. With a range of 1,000 meters, a full-force strike can threaten E-grade creatures. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had crafted a fine piece. Jiang Tao's eyes lit up as he handed it to Shun Cici, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding corridors. Chapter 20. Spirit Plants. The Earth Fruit Tree, the bustling live stream room. What transpired last night? Above, an empty void. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Below lies a cave inhabited by a throng of diminutive goblins, concealing their meager stockpiles, of little threat to you, yet yielding scant rewards. To the left, a challenging level, replete with laser traps, concealing an iron chest at its core. To the right, a treacherous cavern devoid of treasure chests, yet home to a plantation. The most precious gem within is a rare spirit plant, the earth fruit tree, which when transplanted to your sanctuary, yields enough sustenance daily to nourish 20 individuals. However, caution is warranted, for this prize plant is guarded by a band of 10 cunning demon apes, known for their stone-throwing antics. Ahead lies a nightmarish trial, rife with toxic gas. Inhalation of even a trace could prove fatal, yet passage grants access to a bronze chest. Behind, an ordinary chamber awaits, brimming with scarcity. What fortuitous luck graces this early morning? Especially with the nightmarish chamber, the difficulty is overwhelming. The team barely withstands it. With only the black iron helmets providing some protection, Yang Mi and Shin Sisi find themselves in peril. Such rooms will undoubtedly abound in the future. It seems imperative to procure helmets or gas masks. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao resolved, let us proceed to the right. The path through the dilapidated temple is comparatively straightforward, adorned with a magical door painted upon the wall. A mere touch of the palm allows contact with a luminous barrier. Should others attempt to locate the portal, it would require considerable effort. Opposite them stand the 10 monkeys. An ambush with crossbow bolts should eliminate the majority. Jiang Tao secured his white spear behind him and brandished his crossbow bolts, declaring, "Fear not, I shall not be a burden." With Yang Mi's assistance, Shin Sisi rose with a light laugh, shaking the powerful crossbow. With a swish, they traversed the light membrane, and before them unfolded a verdant vista. Surrounded by melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, they seemed to have descended into an orchard. The towering trees bore abundant fruits, including apples and fragrant pears. "I adore fruits," Yang Mi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Yet the delightful fantasy was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of squeaks emanating from the thicket. A troop of black monkeys emerged, their size akin to that of gorillas, clutching half-eaten fruits and glaring angrily at the intruders, some poised to hurl their bounty. Whiz! Even faster than their movements came a volley of arrows. After consuming the Titan potion, Jiang Tao's vision had significantly sharpened, not to mention Shin Sisi, endowed with the talent of a sharpshooter. In a matter of moments, the duo had dispatched the 10 black monkeys. "Sister Me, we may now harvest the fruits," Jiang Tao declared, stowing his crossbow with a confident smile directed at Yang Mi. "Then I shall accompany Sisi to seek the fruits." After the weight of yesterday's pressures, the entrance into such a picturesque orchard lifted their spirits significantly. Following the guidance, Jiang Tao soon discovered the centerpiece, a towering tree over 2 meters high, with a trunk thick enough for 4 adults to encircle. Especially the brown fruits hanging above, resembling dough, exude an enticing fragrance. Name: Earth Fruit Tree. Quality: black iron level. Effect: produces 200 earth fruits daily, brimming with vitality. An adult consuming one can satiate their hunger, though fertilization and watering are necessary. At least hunger is not a concern, and after feasting on meat previously, a change is welcome. Jiang Tao picked up a shovel he had unearthed yesterday and began to dig with earnest effort. "Brother, what are you doing?" Shin Sisi and Yang Mi were naturally drawn over. After he explained, their eyes brightened, and they stepped forward to assist. Of course, one was a glamorous star untouched by manual labor, and the other was a JK with an injury. The two beauties could only serve as cheerleaders while Jiang Tao, after considerable effort, transplanted it into the small wooden cabin. However, he was met with a warning. "Attention, the shelter has a limited capacity. To establish a garden and cultivate more plants, please upgrade to medium wooden cabin. Upgrade requirements. Tier 1 Energy Core Spirit Crystal X1, Wood X500, Iron Ingots X100, Silver Ingots X20, Gold Ingots X10. The core posed a bit of a challenge. Jiang Tao frowned. The other conditions were manageable, but he had yet to gather the necessary gold. Recalling the dire circumstances from the previous night, Jiang Tao accessed the trading channel, putting up 10 pieces of wolf meat for the price of 10 gold coins. Jiang Tao is offering benefits again. No way. Trading 1 gold for a piece of meat is too steep. In the open market, that could buy hundreds of pounds. With so many remarks from upstairs. Was the market price adjusted according to the environment? You don't want it? Perfect for breakfast then. Before long, the 10 pieces of wolf meat were snatched up in a frenzy. Moreover, Jiang Tao unexpectedly received good news. Transaction successful. You have acquired Ice Spirit Grass X3. Now only Bloodvine and with Spirit Crystals remained. Observing Shun Cece's still pale face, she forced a smile, not wishing to worry the two. At that moment, Yang Mi descended from the fruit tree, carrying a stack of full buckets. She proudly waved a large pear in her hand. Guess how much fruit I picked? How much? Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow. Yang Mi clicked on the panel and posted the harvest screenshot in the team channel. Total harvest. Apples X20, pears X10, bananas X20, oranges X50. These fruits would suffice for the next 9 days. If it weren't for the limited space in the small cabin, Jiang Tao would have considered transplanting the fruit tree. Nevertheless, the trio wouldn't waste a single hair from a monkey. Jiang Tao collected from the 10 black monkeys. Acquired Monkey Wine X1, Black Shirt Set X3, Monkey Poison Potion X1. What caught Jiang Tao's attention most was a small bottle of monkey wine, which, when consumed, would double his spirit for 2 hours. With this, could he challenge the Ghost Forest? The boss was an elite E-class creature, a formidable adversary. Jiang Tao carefully stored the monkey wine, feeling the need to train further. The effects of the monkey venom are remarkably potent, as he had previously experienced the benefits of poison. The final ensemble consists of a full black, plush attire. When donned, one appears strikingly similar to a monkey from a distance. Though its aesthetics may not be appealing, the quality is quite commendable. It is impervious to slicing and resistant to flames. After yesterday's adventure, the garments of the trio were already in tatters. Jiang Tao, unfazed, promptly changed into trousers and boots. He also draped himself in a piece of leather armor. Shortly thereafter, Shun Cece entered the small cabin to change into her own attire. However, Yang Mi clutched her grayish azure ceremonial gown, shaking her head resolutely. As a celebrated star, her vanity is understandable to Jiang Tao. Thank you for your hard work. Which direction shall we proceed next? After collecting everything, Yang Mi took a sip from a bottle of mineral water and casually handed it to Jiang Tao. He accepted it with utmost ease, gulping down the remaining half of the bottle before returning it to the small cabin. As Jiang Tao surveyed other passageways, accompanied by his 2 beautiful teammates, to challenge the 12th chamber, millions of viewers erupted in excitement. A question arose. How can one discern whether the two have engaged in a private relationship? Scandalous news is inherently alluring, especially when one is a household name and the other a globally trending figure. Many are eager to ship their pairing. A small gesture between them instantly flooded the live stream with comments. Of course, they wouldn't mind sharing food. Oh my, they only met yesterday, right? Initially, there was a palpable distance between them. After logging off last night, what on earth transpired? Indeed, it was expected, yet surprising how swiftly it unfolded. I am now eager to learn Lu Xiao's perspective. Among the millions of viewers, Lu Xiao was undoubtedly present. What else could he think? Gazing at the screen, he saw the increasingly refined skin and the youthful, radiant smile of Yang Mi. He clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he fixated on the live broadcast. Beside him, his assistant glanced over, noticing a green aura emanating from his head. Chapter 21. Adventures of Players from Various Nations. Donkey Head Wolf? As Jiang Tao ventured forth with 2 women, other players were not idle. Most players from the Han Nation had explored merely a few rooms, exhibiting a rather cautious demeanor. Among them, the fastest, Jin Xian, had only managed to conquer the 8th room. Upon traversing a shimmering barrier, he discovered a silver treasure chest hidden within the new chamber. In an instant, Jin Xian felt a chill run down his spine and retreated decisively. Oh dear, a silver treasure chest. The Han Nation's live stream erupted in excitement. And even in the streams of Jiang Tao and Giant Stone Chong Lin, the chatter surged. The smug demeanor of the little man elicited disdain from others. Let's not celebrate too early. It is well known that within the mansion, danger and opportunity coexist. The very fact that your Jiang Xian can emerge alive is commendable. You are merely envious. If Jiang Tao can unearth a silver chest, why cannot our Jiang Xian? It is common knowledge that the Han Nation, being one of the 5 permanent members on YouTube, wields considerable influence, engaging in verbal duels with other nations. Yet, while they spoke boldly, Jiang Xian was paralyzed by fear, hesitant to advance. My only thought was to survive 10 days. How could I stumble upon such a high-level chest? Jiang Xian clutched his shovel, his face a mask of terror. However, lingering was not a viable option. He attempted to toss a wooden plank, triggering a mechanism. After over 10 minutes of probing, he found no trace of any traps in the room. Could it be that fortune truly favored him? The Han Nation's netizens went wild, spamming the chat. Charge! Open the treasure and flee. Even when Jiang Xian hesitated, contemplating abandoning the chest to move to the second room, the Han Nation officials grew anxious. Han Nation Esperage, Jiang Xian. Behind you stands the entire nation. Be brave and open the chest. Your parents await you at home. This voice resonated in the ears of all Han Nation players. Jiang Xian, who had intended to proceed to the second room, paused momentarily. Was he truly being watched by the entire nation? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to act. With the assistance of the barrage, Jiang Xian meticulously examined all potential threats within the room based on the existing conditions. The barrage was limited. From this point on, he would have to rely solely on himself. Gulp! Jiang Xian nervously swallowed. Currently, 1 billion viewers had converged to witness him open the chest. His trembling hands pried it open, and a dazzling silver light erupted forth. Look, what treasures lie within. Is it a genetic potion? As the audience speculated, suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. Seizing the moment of Jiang Xian's blindness, the silver chest morphed into a gaping maw, its pearly fangs sinking mercilessly into the obscured head of Jiang Xian. Bang! A headless corpse collapsed within the room. A crimson barrage swept across the live stream. Jiang Xian tragically slain by the treasure chest monster. Punishment has arrived. Wow! As the live stream permanently closed, millions of viewers from the Han Nation wept uncontrollably. Is it truly possible to play in such a manner? The Han Nation officials felt a profound despair. Their strongest player had perished. They were now significantly trailing behind neighboring countries. Look at our youthful sword saint. In light of this, netizens from Sakura Island began to cheer. It appeared that Nichikawa Gangsaka had encountered a goblin. More crucially, upon vanquishing the goblin, they acquired a tattered map, which triggered a sea-level quest. Following the map's guidance, they ventured towards a mysterious goblin lair. The much-anticipated giant rock forest, having gained a new talent, was now brimming with determination to conquer challenges. After a day filled with anxiety, the players began to truly harness their superhuman powers, igniting their subjective experiences. Jiang Tao, naturally unwilling to be outdone, explored 5 rooms throughout the morning based on the hints provided. As lunchtime approached, Jiang Tao picked some earth fruits while Yangmi assisted in kindling a fire to toast bread. The two intended for Shi to rest, yet she insisted on helping by slicing meat and placing the tender pieces on the fragrant toasted bread. With a satisfying crunch, Jiang Tao devoured half a sandwich in one bite. Delicious. Alas, he almost choked on the cheese. With 3 bites per sandwich, Jiang Tao praised Yang Mi's culinary skills profusely. The trio gathered in the small wooden cabin, savoring their meal while gazing at the picturesque fields outside. Observers, contrasting their relaxed demeanor with the anxious, famished appearance of other players, might have mistaken them for being on vacation. Jiang Tao handled the majority of the lunch, while Yang Mi indulged a bit more. However, Shen Shishi's appetite had noticeably dwindled. After a morning of exertion, her condition worsened. Upon noticing the bubble above JK's head, Jiang Tao felt a weight in his heart. If they could not locate the wood element crystal, they would have to venture into the ghost forest by tomorrow night at the latest. With the monkey wine, their strength could potentially increase once more, making it feasible to defeat the ghost mother tree. After finishing their meal and resting for a short while, the 3 prepared to set off. Jiang Tao surveyed his surroundings. In front lies a common room, concealing a dilapidated wooden chest, perhaps containing some essential supplies. Behind, a formidable F-rank creature, a starving donkey-headed wolf, prowls the area, with a black iron treasure chest inside the room. Above is a pool of lava, which advises against any reckless ventures. Below, an expansive ocean, with a diving suit. One could gather a plethora of seafood from the depths. To the left is a common room where 3 small goblins are resting, guarding a rickety wooden chest. To the right, a desert region where finding an exit proves rather challenging. Such diverse terrains? Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow, realizing the necessity to prepare more specialized equipment for unique environments in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose the path behind. With his current strength and an element of surprise, dealing with a top-tier F-rank creature should pose no issue. As the adage goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Jiang Tao shared the information about the rear with the 2 women. Indeed, I agree. The wolf meat is finished, and I was just thinking of trying some new food. She smiled brightly. What sort of beast is the donkey-headed wolf? Yang mi imudit, gidik hersilen der suyort. Somewhat hesitant. Once a decision was made, Jiang Tao no longer hesitated. After synthesizing 30 crossbow bolts, he grasped his white spear and stepped through the light curtain. Before him lay a common cavern. The moment he appeared, a creature resembling a bear, towering over a meter in height with a bulky physique and the head of a donkey, abruptly turned around. A pair of emerald eyes fixated intently on Jiang Tao and the 2 women accompanying him. With a terrifying roar, the donkey-headed wolf lunged forward, intent on seizing Jiang Tao by the throat. In a flash, Jiang Tao raised his hand and unleashed a rapid volley. But even swifter was Shun Sisi. Her powerful crossbow arrow struck with precision, piercing the right eye of the donkey-headed wolf. Blinded in one eye, it halted abruptly and turned to flee. However, Jiang Tao's ordinary arrows merely inflicted minor wounds, with some dodge by the agile creature. The donkey-headed wolf, cunning and swift, proved to be quite a formidable adversary, particularly given the extraordinary vitality characteristic of high-tier F creatures. Shun Cc's sharpshooter talent instilled a sense of dread in the beast. After taking a critical shot to its right leg, the donkey-headed wolf let out an enraged howl and recklessly charged toward her. How audacious! Jiang Tao sheathed his bow and brandished his white spear, advancing to meet the threat. Be careful, Xiao Tao, Yang Mi called out anxiously from behind, a flash of purple light shimmering in her right eye. The once menacing donkey-headed wolf momentarily faltered, frozen in place. Strike while it is weak. Aim for its right flank, where its heart lies. A vivid red marker appeared on the donkey-headed wolf in Jiang Tao's vision. With his spirit ignited, he roared and plunged his spear forcefully into the marked spot. The wolf's hide was tough, yet could not withstand the might of Jiang Tao's titan strength. With a resounding thrust, the spear pierced through. The donkey-headed wolf, jolted by excruciating pain, let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing in defeat. Well done, Jiang Tao exclaimed as he withdrew his white spear, giving Yang Mi an enthusiastic thumbs up. Chapter 22. The Bountiful Harvest of the Donkey-Headed Wolf. A New Treasure Map. Sister Mi, the chest is entrusted to you. After dealing with the donkey-headed wolf, Jiang Tao cast a final glance at the iron chest, confirming the absence of traps. He nodded at Yang Mi. Yes, this creature is now in your capable hands. After assisting Shun Sisi to sit down, Yang Mi approached the treasure chest with quiet steps. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and opened the chest. Acquired level 1 Spirit Crystal X1, fragment of a damaged map X1. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in delight, Sister Mi, you are incredible. I have never seen anyone on the Daxia channel open such a high-level spirit crystal. With this, all the materials for the medium-sized wooden house are now gathered. Without delay, Jiang Tao summoned the small wooden house on the spot, clicked on all the materials, and confirmed the upgrade. As the small wooden house ascended amidst a beam of white light, the area of the shelter suddenly expanded more than threefold. It transformed into a charming 2-story cottage, and the surrounding fields considerably enlarged. The once crowded fruit trees, now had ample space to breathe. The yard, it seemed, could accommodate 2 or 3 spirit plants. Most importantly, the original wooden fence morphed into a sturdy enclosure made of cylindrical logs. The flimsy wooden door was replaced with a solid, thick wooden one. The safety factor increased 5-fold. Even the 2 beds originally present transformed into 4. The second floor now featured an additional storage room for meat, tools, and more. After surveying the changes in the shelter, Jiang Tao sighed in relief. No more sleeping on wooden planks tonight. Hearing this, the corners of the 2 women's mouths involuntarily curled into disdainful smiles. Who doesn't know that you sneak into bed in the middle of the night? Xiao Tao, come take a look. This map seems intriguing. Yesterday you were Xiao Ge. Today you are Xiao Tao Tao. Yang Mi now commanded Jiang Tao with an air of arrogance. Yet he could only smile and walk over. Taking the map from her, let me see. Sister Mi, why do you frequently uncover maps? Yang Mi beamed with pride. I guess I'm just lucky. Jiang Tao focused his gaze on the map, which depicted 4 rooms, the last of which illustrated a fountain and a peculiar large spider. You've got quite the luck. You found another treasure map. Upon using it, after traversing 3 rooms, you will reach the nightmare room, Spider's Nest. This is an E-class human-faced spider that has just laid eggs and is currently in a weakened state. Additionally, within its lair lies a natural spring. Acquiring it will provide your shelter with a continuous supply of fresh water. Nearby the spring are numerous spirit herbs, including the bloodvine you have longed for. Bloodvine? Hot spring? Upon seeing these 2 phrases, Jiang Tao's eyes could hardly look away. What do you think? The last one features a spider. Should we avoid it? Yang Mi, believing she had preemptively uncovered danger, was full of herself. After carefully stowing the map, Jiang Tao chuckled. It's a treasure chamber, and it happens to contain materials that CC needs. Let us tidy up and head over. Ah, this Yang Mi's slender shoulders shuddered slightly as she trembled and said, I fear insects the most. You must stand in front when the time comes. Of course, Jiang Tao confidently replied. He then approached the donkey-headed wolf, crouching down to collect the spoils. Acquired. Donkey head meat X500, donkey head skin X1, donkey treasure X1, a Jiao blood recovery vials X10, wolf skin boots X1. It appeared that due to the donkey-headed wolf's unique nature, the treasures yielded were equally exceptional. Jiang Tao clicked to view the details. Donkey head meat. The flesh of the special monster, the donkey-headed wolf, is rich in unique nutrients. Consuming it invigorates the blood, promoting evolution, particularly beneficial for reproduction. With remarkable efficacy. Donkey head skin. Infused with magical properties. If one possesses the appropriate blueprints, it can be crafted into a magical cloak. A Jiao blood recovery vial. This vial contains the essence of the donkey-headed wolf's life force. Consuming it restores half of one's health, proving especially effective for those who have lost blood, suffered severe injuries, and female players. In critical moments, it serves as a lifeline. Wolfskin boots. Wearing these grants a speed increase of 10, conserving energy when traversing challenging terrains. The most noteworthy treasure, however, was the round, dark object, approximately the size of a fist. Donkey treasure. This item is formed from the life essence of the donkey-headed wolf, a potent restorative. However, due to its power, ordinary individuals risk severe consequences if consumed without proper preparation. Honey Jia, Shishi, come quickly and take a look. Jiang Tao hurriedly called the 2 women over and handed them 10 vials of a jiao. Yang Mi grimaced at the sight of the dark red liquid in the vials, initially expressing her distaste. However, after reading the description, her eyes sparkled with interest. As for Shun Shishi, who had recently lost considerable blood, she wasted no time and eagerly drank several vials. After drinking, Yang Mi's fatigue from a restless night vanished, and she appeared rejuvenated. Shun Shishi experienced the most dramatic transformation. Her complexion brightened significantly, and she was able to move without assistance, even running and climbing. This is truly remarkable, Honey Jia. Why didn't you drink a few more vials? Shun Shishi inquired, having already emptied 4 vials while Yang Mi had only consumed 1. Too potent. One must drink it slowly. Besides, Shishi, your injuries require it more. Yang Mi replied with a radiant smile. Hone iya. Shenxishi felt warmth in her heart upon hearing those words. Such a precious item could never be deemed excessive. She was well aware that Yang Mi was looking out for her. After examining the other treasures, both women agreed to concentrate their resources on strengthening Jiang Tao. As the backbone of their team, he was their strongest spear and hardest shield, capable of withstanding the most formidable attacks. Seeing their determination, Jiang Tao did not hesitate. He first donned the wolf-skin boots. All right, I will try the donkey treasure next. Given my current physique, I can surely withstand its energy. He confidently lifted the dark orb and patted his chest. Do not overexert yourself if you cannot handle it, Yang Mi cautioned, biting her lip with concern. Jiang Tao met her worried gaze with a reassuring nod. Are you still unaware? Last night, after consuming the Titan elixir, I felt as if my body had been completely drained, desperately in need of various revitalizing substances. The donkey treasure arrived just in time. Shen Sisi nodded gently, gripping her crossbow, and stepped outside the wooden cabin, saying with a smile, Well then, brother, you eat first while I keep watch. All right, Jiang Tao replied as he entered the considerably spacious living room, sitting cross-legged on the sturdy wooden floor. Like indulging in sweet potatoes, he cradled the donkey treasure and consumed it piece by piece. Its taste was somewhat astringent, reminiscent of white meat. With each morsel, steam rose from his head as if boiling water. His muscles turned crimson, swelling noticeably. Once he finished eating, Yang Mi exclaimed, Your face is so red. Jiang Tao exhaled a breath of murky air, closing his eyes to feel the boiling blood coursing within him. 10 minutes later, as his energy settled, a layer of dark mud enveloped him. He felt as though he had undergone a baptism, a wave of relaxation washing over him, brimming with vitality. Congratulations on evolving to the pinnacle of F-level beings, taking another step towards the extraordinary. This power, if brought back to reality, would be akin to that of Captain America. Jiang Tao shook his head, glancing at the dirt on himself, and stood up to fetch a bucket of water from the dispenser to wash off. Yang Mi, feeling a twinge of concern, called out, Didn't you say this morning not to waste water? Don't worry. Once we breach the Spider Queen's lair, we won't have to concern ourselves with water resources. Jiang Tao responded while rinsing off. Are you suggesting we wash together? Just finish up and let us get moving. We don't want to be late again. Chapter 23. The Rare Treasure Chest Monster, Jiang Tao's Backlash, and the Closed Livestream. If you wish to avoid becoming a hedgehog in disguise, refrain from advancing. The area ahead is fraught with lasers. In the rear cavern, a multitude of traps has been unearthed by a band of diminutive goblins. At the cave's terminus lies a bronze chest, though the perils are considerable. To the left stands a thatched cottage. A thorough search may yield a few essential supplies. To the right, a challenging chamber conceals a silver chest, devoid of any traps. Surprised? Astonished? However, caution is warranted. It is, in fact, a rare monster disguised as a treasure chest. If you manage to vanquish it, you shall acquire some exceedingly rare materials to fortify your sanctuary. The upper area is rather unremarkable, with scant rewards. Below is a spacious stalactite cave, where some stone materials can be gathered, but little else. Upon contemplating the information before him, Jiang Tao folded the map and decisively chose the right path. The sanctuary is fundamental, and he had yet to encounter such a treasure chest monster. Moreover, the subsequent room housed a magical spider. Enhancing his abilities would surely be prudent. To avoid becoming entranced by the treasure, Jiang Tao took a moment to brief Yang Mi and Shen Sisi about the treasure chest monster. Yet another trap. There are numerous hazards within the mansion, Yang Mi remarked, her trepidation evident. It seemed she recalled the tragic demise of Lu Meng. With that thought, she instinctively drew closer to Jiang Tao. Mi Jia, you and Sisi stay behind. Do not act impulsively. Observe my gestures. The two women nodded in agreement, consuming their blood-replenishing elixirs, visibly rejuvenated. Once the passage door was unsealed, Jiang Tao stepped through the shimmering veil first. Before him lay a room adorned with a technological aesthetic. Expansive in size, measuring over 1,000 square meters, scattered with various cardboard boxes. Most striking was a silver treasure chest positioned in the center, patiently awaiting a worthy recipient. Jiang Tao scrutinized it closely, noting that its exterior was identical to the one he had previously acquired. Above the silver chest floated a dialogue box. Disguised treasure chest monster. Characteristics: exceptionally robust exterior, comparable to that of a super elite beast. Only by attacking when it opens its mouth can it be defeated, as its insides are remarkably tender. It moves exceedingly slowly. After a failed attack, it will adopt a retracting posture. Thus, you have but one opportunity to strike. The creature's offensive and defensive traits were distinctly outlined. Jiang Tao, wielding his white spear, circled the cardboard boxes nonchalantly, feigning resource collection. Paper 1, abandoned notebook 1, ballpoint pen 1, lumber 1. Later, Yang Mi and Shen Sisi, uncertain of the situation, discreetly followed Jiang Tao, gathering resources. Sisi, when I feign opening the treasure chest, it will open to consume. That will be the opportune moment to defeat the treasure chest monster. The two appear to collect resources while secretly conversing through their team channel. All right, brother, be cautious. If it becomes too perilous, we can always let it be. In response to Shen Sisi's proposal, Jiang Tao gently shook his head, for this creature was indeed a rarity. Curiously, what was amiss today that so many silver treasure chests had emerged? The viewers in the live stream sensed an unusual scent in the air. Wait, could it be that the players from the Cold Nation encountered a similar beast? Upon hearing the news, the audience from the Cold Nation was instantly invigorated, flooding into Jiang Tao's live stream. Malicious comments flooded the screen, accusing Jiang Tao of being ensnared as well. Faced with the vehement criticism from the audience of the Great Xia, they fervently declared, "Why is it that only our country faces such calamities? Isn't Jiang Tao the strongest player? Huh, let him try to pry open the treasure chest." The audience from Great Xia bluntly remarked, "The Cold Nation is a quintessential example of someone who gets soaked in the rain, yet steals someone else's umbrella, embodying a mindset that harms others without benefiting oneself." Amidst this mutual verbal sparring, Jiang Tao was nearing the silver chest. According to the hints, the treasure chest monster lay in wait, ready to strike at the moment of opening, lunging forward. Given the immense risks involved, it hardly seemed worth it. Now that the information was known, why create such a dramatic scene? Wasn't that a clear indication? Jiang Tao halted some distance away from the chest, raising his white spear to gently nudge the silver chest. Provoked by the external stimulus, the slumbering treasure chest monster abruptly awoke, instinctively opening its gaping maw to fiercely bite at the spear. Just as I anticipated, Jiang Tao was over 2 meters away from it, a distance easily manageable. He deftly thrust the spear toward the monster, piercing directly into its innards. In pain, it bared its teeth, the long, snow-white fangs trembling. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Sisi swiftly shot an arrow that precisely struck the monster's mouth. To their astonishment, the treasure chest monster displayed remarkable vitality, making several attempts to forcibly close its mouth and maintain its defense. In response, Jiang Tao retrieved a large piece of refined ironstone obtained from a trade with Yushan. With a resounding thud, it landed inside the monster's mouth. Crack! Several of its teeth shattered immediately. 10 minutes later, the treasure chest monster, riddled with wounds, breathed its last. It proved to be quite a formidable foe, but if one could discern its nature beforehand, it was merely a target. Shen Sisi stowed her powerful crossbow, wiping the perspiration from her forehead. The vigorous battle had left her somewhat drained. "You all should take a break," Jiang Tao said, tossing 2 bottles of mineral water to the 2 women. He stepped away from the fallen monster, first retracting his white spear. Noticing a decline in its durability after the bloody confrontation, he frowned slightly. "I hope you don't disappoint me." Placing his hand upon the treasure chest monster, he initiated the collection process. "You have obtained Treasure Chest Monster Teeth X100, Diamond Body Refinement Ointment X1, Advanced Gas Mask Blueprint X1, Shelter Enhancement Rune X1. All were rare materials." Jiang Tao examined each item closely. Treasure Chest Monster Teeth. The pride of the Treasure Chest monster, these sharp fangs can be used to forge top-tier black iron weapons if accompanied by the appropriate blueprints. The Titan Body Refining Ointment. The defensive capabilities of the treasure chest monster far exceed that of others of the same tier. This ointment, formed from its essence, when applied to the body, significantly enhances physical defense, rivaling that of elite monsters, while also providing a slight increase in magical resistance. Advanced Gas Mask Blueprint. Require materials: rubber X3, silver ingot X1, gold ingot X1, activated carbon X3. Waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to toxic fumes. It can withstand over 95 of toxins present in a room, including those released by elite monsters. Additionally, in extreme conditions, it can maintain internal breathing circulation for up to 20 minutes. These are invaluable items, whether the body refining ointment or the gas mask. Both are immensely beneficial for their endeavors. Not to mention, along the way, they will encounter numerous toxic gas chambers, concealing treasures that far surpass others. However, they lack the necessary tools and must take a detour. They possess both gold and silver. I recall that activated carbon is available for purchase on the trading platform, so that should not pose a problem. As for rubber, I have yet to come across any. I will post a bounty for it. It is a common chemical material, but will require some time to procure. When Jiang Tao opened the trading platform and exchanged some food for activated carbon, as expected, someone reached out to him. "Big boss, I have extracted 10 portions of rubber from the trees." The other party requested some wild boar meat and 3 apples, with superior donkey meat available. Jiang Tao readily agreed. Once the materials were gathered, Jiang Tao immediately synthesized 3 advanced gas masks. Simultaneously, he took out a compact shelter and held a golden rune in his other hand. Shelter Enhancement Rune, typically only found on extremely rare monsters. Its use doubles the defensive capability of the shelter. New installations include iron doors, iron chains, and roof reinforcements. Using it, as the golden rune surged into the medium-sized wooden cabin, the entrance, chimney, and all critical areas were reinforced with iron. The entire cabin was enveloped in a golden glow, appearing significantly sturdier, instilling a greater sense of security. Yang Mi surveyed the newly renovated shelter, her peach blossom eyes reflecting admiration for Jiang Tao. Women, after all, tend to appreciate men who provide better living conditions. She, could you try to fuse the monster teeth and spear? Jiang Tao handed her the 2 materials while he took out the Titan body refining ointment and began to apply it to himself. To his surprise, the ointment felt scorching upon application. He emanated a golden light, resembling a majestic golden statue in a temple. "Sister Mi, I can't reach my back. Could you assist me?" Jiang Tao called out, feeling quite exposed. "Pervert, can't you apply it after the stream at night?" Yang Mi's fair complexion flushed slightly, and she hesitated before stepping forward. After all, millions, even billions, were watching. Would they misunderstand? Even her husband was watching. The thought made her cheeks burn even hotter. Jiang Tao evidently noticed her unease. "Don't worry, privacy is protected. It has been blocked." "How do you know?" Yang Mi took the body refining ointment, squeezed it on her hands, and began to apply it to the areas that were difficult to reach. It was uncertain whether it was the effect of the ointment or Jiang Tao's inherent physique, but the heat radiating from his masculine form sent a shiver through her heart. Jiang Tao opened his personal panel and pointed to a corner where it displayed whether he was being live-streamed. Privacy protected, live stream off, so that was it. Yang Mi withdrew her gaze and focused intently on her task. The more she rubbed, the more she felt her body ablaze. Then, she gently lifted her head and locked eyes with Jiang Tao's crimson gaze. A tremor coursed through her eyes. Jiang Tao's body flushed, and with a swift motion, he summoned a wooden cabin. "Sister Mi, the body refining ointment has some side effects. You must help me." Yang Mi's delicate form shivered, and her slender waist involuntarily shifted as she followed him into the cabin. She cast a glance at her sister, Shi, who was diligently enhancing the white spear while perched on a cardboard box. With a tremulous voice, she remarked, "I cannot heal. You should take a bath." Bang! The iron door slammed shut. Wait, why did the live stream suddenly go dark? Hundreds of millions of viewers looked on in confusion. Perhaps there was a disconnection? They were well aware that this was a jest. They still hadn't grasped the rules of the live stream. The audience could only wait patiently. Half an hour later, the live stream resumed as usual, and the viewer count surged. Jiang Tao appeared, invigorated, wielding a gleaming golden spear. For some unknown reason, she, still seated on the cardboard box, had a slight blush on her cheeks. I won't help you next time. Yang Mi had changed from her previous gown into a simple leopard print outfit that she had acquired from someone else. While its attributes were average, it was strikingly beautiful, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. Yang Mi shot an exasperated glare at Jiang Tao, rubbing her sore waist. You're impossible. Hurry up, the spider nest is just ahead, isn't it? Yang Mi's demeanor grew more authoritative, resembling that of a captain. Jiang Tao, having benefited from her ire, played the part of the obedient subordinate, raising the golden spear and saying with a smile, Yes, thank you, she. Name, golden spear, grade, top black iron effect, sharp, bleeding, bore charge, diamond drill upon penetration. Activates, hardness increases threefold, transforming into a drill bit that deeply penetrates the enemy, causing widespread destruction. After multiple enhancements, Jiang Tao felt confident that he could challenge elite monsters with just this spear. After this delay, the time was now 4:30 p.m. The trio had already explored 19 rooms. Jiang Tao pulled out the map and surveyed the surrounding directions. Stop looking. You have already used the item. No matter which direction you go, it will ultimately lead to the spider nest. The opponent has just laid eggs and is currently asleep. It is expected to awaken in 1 hour to hunt. If you intend to take action, please do so swiftly. As the stronghold of the human-faced spider, the nest is intricately laid with webs in all directions. The moment you step into the nest and draw near, you will be detected by the spider. Please exercise caution with the paralyzing toxin on the spider silk. If you prefer not to face the challenges ahead, you may simply set up camp here. And by tomorrow, the effects of items will naturally fade. As they drew closer, more information was revealed. Consequently, Jiang Tao frowned. It seemed rather troublesome. However, essential materials lay ahead. Moreover, he was determined to conquer 10 rooms daily to obtain the ultimate reward. With a bit of time still remaining, Jiang Tao shared the intelligence regarding the spider's nest with the two women. I apologize, brother. I seem to be a burden, Shun Cece expressed, feeling remorseful after hearing about the nest filled with toxic spider silk. Jiang Tao waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for you, we might not have come this far. Besides, every 10 levels is bound to present challenges. Even without the magic spider, other monsters would surely emerge. Indeed, greater danger begets greater rewards. That nest conceals a spring as well. Didn't Xiao Tao mention that the rewards from the spring are substantial? Yang Mi comforted him with a light-hearted laugh, confident in Jiang Tao's abilities, at least in terms of survival. Spring water? Shun Cece murmured, her eyes suddenly brightening. Brother, while browsing the trading platform earlier, I came across a player named Taisha, trapped in the desert, who unexpectedly discovered a significant amount of oil and is selling it at a high price. What if we employed fire attacks? Fire attacks? If we ignite the nest, where we take refuge? Jiang Tao paused, momentarily taken aback, before noticing Shun Cece smiling as she waved her gas mask. He chuckled. Excellent. The mind of a high school student is quite resourceful. With renewed vigor, Jiang Tao accessed the trading platform, and indeed, he soon found a high-priced listing for oil prominently displayed. In response to the skepticism of others, Taisha defended himself vigorously. This is a form of energy. What is the most crucial resource in the 21st century? Energy. How many wars has the White Eagle Federation fought over it? Am I not merely requesting a bit more food from you? Someone countered, we are trapped in a building, and we don't even have a car. Taisha replied, look, that's a narrow-minded perspective. What if we find a super robot? Furthermore, it can serve as fuel, which is immensely valuable. Jiang Tao's eyes sparkled. To conquer the Phantom Forest, we will undoubtedly need it. Thus, he decisively contacted Taisha to inquire about the price. Despite Taisha's loud proclamations, most players were struggling to meet their basic needs and had no surplus to purchase oil. Upon realizing it was Jiang Tao reaching out, Taisha immediately perked up. A big deal is on the horizon. While Taisha and Jiang Tao haggled over the price, Yang Mi curiously asked, Cece, when did you discover this? Shin Cece's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, just a moment ago. You all were taking so long in the cabin that I was left alone outside, with nothing to do but find some tasks to occupy myself. Yang Mi replied, awkward. Chapter 24, Jiang Tao breaks through. Two major announcements from the Great Xia. A dual enhancement of national fortune. Alas, dusk is fast approaching once more. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the sight of twilight instills a sense of unease within my heart. Perhaps it is the awakening of some ancient gene, or more likely, it is the fear of a tragic event repeating itself from last night. As night falls, the audience's anxiety escalates, dreading the potential sacrifice of a familiar face once again. Currently, the most watched live stream in the world features Jiang Tao. Reports suggest that he has triggered a rare, consecutive quest, endeavoring to uncover the goblin civilization. Alongside him are the barbarian king from the Ross Nation, the Goliath of the White Eagle Alliance, and, of course, Jiang Tao from the Great Xia. What is he up to? In the most popular live stream, viewers watch as Jiang Tao assists a JK schoolgirl in donning a gas mask and gesture for the two young women to follow closely behind him. He swiftly draws forth a crossbow and attaches peculiar little black spheres to the tips of the bolts. Jiang Tao is currently the fastest to navigate the challenges. According to the rules, Room 20 is bound to be exceedingly difficult. Not only the audience from the Great Xia, but also media and officials from various nations are keenly observing. Jiang Tao, fully equipped, reaches out through the shimmering veil of light. The scene shifts. Before him lies a dimly lit, expansive cavern. A chilling wind howls from an unknown source, reverberating through the strange rocks, sending shivers down the spine. Many professionals widen their eyes, capturing infinite screenshots, attempting to analyze each frame meticulously. A fantastical backdrop? What is that object suspended in the air? Wait a moment. Is it a mutated leopard? It is ensnared in a web. Surrounding it are numerous creatures hanging aloft. This is the lair of a super spider. Water drips from the stalactites. There is a source of water here. The atmosphere is foreboding. Some even catch sight of the strands of webbing that envelop the area. Gazing towards the center of the cavern, there lies a spring exuding white mist, ethereal and enchanting. Before they can fully comprehend the scene, a strange noise emanates from above the cavern, and small stones begin to plummet. Suddenly, a ghastly pale face emerges from the shadows. It resembles something out of a horror film, prompting screams from the audience. Good heavens! Is this an eerie chamber? Upon magnifying the image, they discover that it is a colossal spider, its back adorned with a face the size of a millstone, its eyes patterned in an unsettling manner, instilling terror. Awoken by the commotion, it is irritable from having just laid eggs. Its legs nimbly traverse the web that fills the cavern, attempting to ensnare the trio with its silk. According to their prior arrangement, Jiang Tao and Shun Sisi raise their crossbows, aiming at the monstrous arachnid. Meanwhile, Yang Mi picks up two fire sticks, rubbing them together to ignite the fuel strung along the arrows of her companions. As the flames flicker to life, they swiftly release their projectiles. The super spider, accustomed to the darkness, instinctively evades the sudden blaze. Even its webbing misfires in the chaos. The spider, surprisingly agile for its massive size, skillfully maneuvers along the strands to avoid the arrows. However, Shun Sisi, with her keen gaze, land a precise shot directly upon a beast. With a painful shriek, the creature unleashed an auditory assault that seemed to carry a psychological attack, leaving the two women in torment. Seizing this moment, the demonic spider advanced along its silk thread. Ready to strike, Jiang Tao raised his crossbow and fired several arrows. This was its domain. It was unwise to engage the demonic spider head-on. Jiang Tao ignited a torch, severing the silk before him, and plunged into the spring. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi hurried to follow. Along the way, the trio continuously sprayed a viscous black oil around them. The thick oil coated the spider's silk and flowed through the cavern. Naturally, the great demonic spider pursued them. Observing this, a flash of purple light flickered in Yang Mi's right eye. The gaze of Medusa, the petrifying beam swept across, momentarily stunning the human-faced demonic spider for a few seconds. You jump in first, I'll provide cover. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jiang Tao quickly fired a few more arrows, twisting the grotesque human face of the demonic spider in agony. He glanced at the spring. Earth, a rare spring, continuously gushing with spiritual water capable of sustaining thousands. The water is gentle and, when consumed over time, subtly enhances one's constitution and prolongs life. It is ideal for cultivating numerous spiritual plants. It seems the human-faced demonic spider evolved due to this very spring. Noticing the worried expressions of the two women, Jiang Tao offered them a reassuring glance. "It's very safe." Shen Sisi and Yang Mi had great trust in Jiang Tao. After hearing this, they adjusted their gas masks and, steeling themselves, jumped into the spring. With a thud, as the two women leaped in, the human-faced demonic spider regained its senses, enraged, and charged toward Jiang Tao in a bizarre trajectory. None of the crossbow bolts he shot found their mark. "I shall not indulge you any longer." Noticing that the oil was now spread throughout the cavern, Jiang Tao retreated and likewise leaped into the spring. Simultaneously, he tossed aside his torch and yanked 3 blood vines from the spring. The oil ignited, and a roaring blaze engulfed the cavern, transforming it into a sea of fire. The once menacing human-faced demonic spider, now panicked, scurried along the burning silk, but the flames consumed its escape route. The formidable creature found itself trapped in the inferno, frantically attempting to flee but unable to escape. No matter how powerful it was at this moment, it could only await its demise. And for the spring, what awaited it was a golden spear that suddenly pierced up from below. The wound inflicted by the spear was severe, causing profuse bleeding. After enduring several setbacks, the human-faced demonic spider grew increasingly feeble, reluctant to approach the spring. Jiang Tao's remarkable maneuvers left global spectators in awe. Wait, it can be fought this way? It turned out that the liquid they had scattered was oil. Marvelous! Upon reviewing the information about the demonic spider, it was classified as an E-rank elite monster. Such a formidable beast did not exist in reality. At least 3 heavy tanks would be required to defeat it. Observing the ethereal spring, Jiang Tao had achieved the freedom to drink, potentially benefiting all players in Great Xia. International viewers, who had followed the entire sequence, could only watch enviously. The crisis management team, witnessing this, collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, someone realized, an E-rank monster? This was a milestone achievement. Moreover, it represents an even greater increase than yesterday. This piece of commentary instantly ignited the hearts of all the spectators. Furthermore, foreign netizens lamented, "Daxia has already gained enough of an advantage. Oh God, must you favor them so?" Regardless of the pleas and excitement from the audience outside the arena, the man-faced demon spider fell amidst the inferno. Hearing the game notification, Jiang Tao suddenly emerged from spring. "Ding! Congratulations on defeating a monster above your level. Experience 3 times. Daxia announcement. Jiang Tao has achieved the first kill of the E-rank elite monster, the man-faced demon spider. A milestone accomplishment has been attained. Daxia announcement. Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shen Sisi's team have been the first to breach the 20th chamber. Double rewards. 3 players receive 3 silver treasure chests. National fortune reward. All citizens of Daxia gain a 5-gene unlock. The emergence of talents and superpowers increases by 1. 2 consecutive announcements echoed throughout the Cube Tower. It was not limited to Daxia alone. All players heard it. Jiang Tao, that name again? Having just completed the 19th chamber, the heart of the colossal strong forest sank. He had thought himself swift enough, only to realize that there are always those stronger. Strong Forest knew that over 1 billion viewers were watching him. Gritting his teeth, he instructed his companions to prepare for the challenge of the 20th level. Once I locate the goblin's lair, the Yamato nation will ascend. Deep within the goblin territory, Nishikawa-ji Saka remained undeterred. He had already equipped himself with a sharper katana. Xiao Ma, in hot pursuit, was astonished to find the gap widening. He sighed. It appears that Jiang Tao and his companions have awakened extraordinary talents. Otherwise, they would not have progressed through the levels with such rapidity. A penguin employee inquired, "Boss Ma, what do you think will happen to the 3 of them when they return to Blue Star in 8 days? They will become the deities of the entire nation." Xiao Ma's gaze grew profound, unable to fathom the level of prestige Jiang Tao would attain by then. The most exhilarated, Naturally, we're the Dashan netizens in the live stream. I can feel myself soaring, my body feeling lighter. A 10-gene unlock. What does this imply? On site, many spectators tested themselves. Everyone was as swift as Bolt. An ordinary high school student from Dasha recorded a 9.5-second sprint in the 100 meters. This is an all-encompassing enhancement. The subsequent increase in the probability of awakening by one further stirred excitement. Numerous onlookers activated their talents on the spot, whether it be pyrokinesis, telekinesis, or levitation. Though may first seem minuscule, among over 2 billion citizens of Dasha, the number of awakenings becomes significant. Astonishingly, even those practicing gene guidance techniques experience enhancements, and researchers triggered new inspirations. Yet, what no one anticipated was the emergence of a second wave of national fortune enhancement. Chapter 25, Abundant Harvests, 8 Spider Spear, and Demon Spider Eggs. Leveling up by slaying monsters, so much experience. As Jiang Tao emerged from the spring spirit, the fierce flames within the cavern had gradually subsided. Despite having recently transcended the pinnacle of F-grade creatures, the energy within his being was rapidly accumulating. It's all clear now. You may come up, he called, removing his high-grade gas mask and pulling Yang Mi and Shun Sisi from the water. Once on shore, the two women gasped for breath. The mask had proven invaluable. Without its 20 minutes of autonomous breathing, this tactical maneuver would have been impossible. We'll open the chest later. For now, let's gather materials from shore. To prevent the blood vines from being consumed by the flames, Jiang Tao had picked 3 before diving. By the spring, he noticed several rare spiritual plants and wished to see if any could be salvaged. He rummaged through the mud, but found no remaining seeds. Instead, Demimi had discovered 2 surviving blood vines. What does that smell? Shun Sisi's delicate nose twitched as she turned to a corner of the cavern. Jiang Tao's heart stirred. That was the initial direction of the humanoid demon spider. I have a hunch about what it might be. He grasped the torch and approached the corner, extinguishing some remnants of black mud fires along the way with his wolfskin shoes. The quality of the equipment is commendable. Had I been wearing ordinary shoes, I would be barefoot by now. Be careful, Xiao Tao, Yang Mi cautioned as she noticed him venturing further away. Jiang Tao responded with an okay gesture over his shoulder. Following the scent, he discovered a depression deep within the corner. Scraping away the ashes, 5 eggs, each the size of a goose egg, came into view. Roasted demon spider egg. Elite egg, rich in life energy. One is sufficient to fully restore vitality, and consuming more could lead to evolution to the next stage. What a treasure! Jiang Tao's eyes lit up. He quickly stored the spider eggs away. Dinner was assured. Next, he would collect the humanoid demon spider. Although it had been incinerated, many valuable items remained. Acquired demon spider meat X3000, cooked, ready to eat. Stimulant X1, Venom X50, Eye of the Humanoid Demon X2, 8 Spider Spear X1. Undoubtedly a tremendous bounty. Food, potions, treasures, and weapons. All were accounted for. Jiang Tao grinned widely. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi immediately fixated on the 2 peculiar eyes. It seemed they had extracted the demon eyes from the humanoid spider. Eye of the Humanoid Demon. Upon use, vision and mental acuity are tripled, amplifying existing ocular techniques, capable of piercing E-grade illusions. With my talent for hints, 2 eyes are merely an embellishment for me. In contrast, both Demimi and Sisi would benefit far more from them. With this thought, Jiang Tao handed 1 eye to each of the women. You should use these. Shun Sisi shook her head in refusal. Brother, you are the spearhead. It's best that you utilize them. Indeed, Demimi nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. We can simply assist. Well, there's no need for formality between us, Jiang Tao remarked, pointing at the 8 bizarre spears on the ground, resembling spider legs. I still have these. Once Shishi evolves, I will need her assistance for synthesis. Shun Shishi cast a curious glance at the spears. Name, 8 spider spears. Level, bronze. Effect, 8 spears in 1. Once a spear is thrown, it can automatically return and coalesce into a singular advanced bronze spear, adjustable in length from 1 to 20 meters. Features include lethal poison, barbs, and penetration capabilities. Description: formed from the most powerful parts of the face demon spider. These spears can split and merge. Their quality is exceptional, and they possess numerous functionalities. What an extraordinary weapon! Shun, Shishi exclaimed in awe after perusing the details, no longer hesitating. After exchanging a glance with Demimi, she activated the Eye of the Faced Demon. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao shifted his attention to the other spoils. Excitement Potion. Upon consumption, it triples mental acuity for a brief period, heightening sensitivity to all surroundings. All attributes receive a 1 multiplier for 10 minutes. Toxic Liquid. Comprised of the Faced Demon Spider's venom, there are 50 drops available, each capable of killing a top-tier F-class creature. Injecting all into an enemy can eliminate elite monsters. Demon Spider Flesh. E-grade meat, when consumed regularly, can evolve into an E-grade creature. A mere morsel can satiate a large beast and has already been cooked. Shelf life, 20 days. With the combination of the Excitement Potion and Monkey Wine, Jiang Tao felt increasingly confident. His mind remained preoccupied with Ghost Forest. Now that he had gathered all the supplementary ingredients, the most crucial wood-type spirit crystal awaited him in Ghost Forest, along with the soon-to-evolve D-grade, extraordinary Ghost Mother Tree. Delay could lead to complications. A short while later, Shun Shishi and Yangmi opened their bright eyes. Within the dim cavern, their gaze shone brightly, capable of piercing through every corner. Their swift progress allowed for an early rest. The time was just past 5 p.m. when Jiang Tao checked the Great Xia channel. As expected, the players were lamenting their fates. It's evening again, and my wooden hut is still not repaired. I hope no beasts sneak in. Hee, I've connected 5 rooms. Tonight I can rest easy in my cozy thatched house. Look, Jiang Tao has opened 20 rooms. I suspect he's the fastest among all players. I envy Mimi and Shun Shishi. They are soaring even as mere accessories. Brother Ma has also begun tackling the 20th room. I'm starving. I bravely ventured into 2 rooms and only found 2 small loaves of bread. It's utterly insufficient. I would trade 10 pounds of firewood for a bucket of instant noodles. Xiao Tao, let's set up our shelter soon. With the crisis averted, Yangmi beamed with joy, waving at the sky. Dear viewers, are you truly watching me? Of course. The chat flooded with affirmations. At present, Jiang Tao and his companions had ascended to global stardom. Numerous foreign netizens have circumvented barriers to observe, either to glean knowledge or out of admiration. They are captivated even by the construction of quaint wooden cabins, the gathering of firewood, and the preparation of dinner. In contrast to the majority of players grappling with the precarious line between life and death, the trio ignites a campfire imbued with poetic charm. They skewer magical spider meat, wild boar, and donkey meat in succession, roasting them beside the flames. Yangmi presents a bowl filled with an assortment of fruits, while Jiang Tao, unencumbered by hesitation, seizes a magical spider egg, cracking it open and slurping its contents with the fervor of consuming porridge. The sight may be somewhat unappetizing, evoking a sense of repulsion in Yangmi. Yet, the flavor proves surprisingly delightful, eliciting exclamations of satisfaction that dissolve the weariness of the day. Upon finishing an egg, Jiang Tao appears almost luminescent, his expression one of bliss. Yangmi and Shun Sisi, both possessing enhanced vision and acute observational skills, bear witness to a remarkable transformation. Within mere seconds, his skin and cheeks grow fairer and more youthful as the minute wounds sustained during the day's battles are smoothed away. Brother, you seem to have rejuvenated a few years, Shun Sisi remarks, her mouth agape in astonishment. Do not hesitate. Eat while it is warm. Jiang Tao encourages as he tosses 2 magical spider eggs to the 2 women. He picks up another, playfully tapping it and grinning. If this were on Blue Star, it would be considered an extraterrestrial egg, a panacea promising at least 5 additional years to 1's life. The prospect of longevity and eternal youth stirs something within the heart of Demimi, who grapples with beauty anxiety. Disregarding any lingering disgust, she requests Jiang Tao to assist in opening an egg, then takes a straw and sips delicately, akin to drinking coconut water. In stark contrast to Jiang Tao's hearty indulgence, the 2 women eat slowly. Brother, I cannot consume anymore. I feel quite full. Shun Sisi eventually discards an empty eggshell, patting her round belly. Ugh. Yang Mi fares even worse, forcing herself to finish one before collapsing onto the ground, despairingly gazing at the pile of meat beside the fire. Let's not waste food. I'll take responsibility for it all. After draining a magical spider egg, Jiang Tao cradles the last one in his hands, sensing an exhilarating surge of power within him, a harbinger of life's transcendence. Chapter 26. The Response of National Fortune. A supreme bronze artifact, the greatest harvest. The evening feast boasted an abundance of grilled delicacies. Observers calculated that it could easily satiate 10 adults, not accounting for the exceptional energy of specialty foods. Consequently, hundreds of millions of viewers, akin to spectators of a culinary broadcast, were captivated by Jiang Tao's display of meat. His stomach seemed an insatiable abyss, capable of accommodating anything he desired. After two beautiful women finished their meals, they busied themselves with other matters. Shun Cece, feeling as though she had hindered the team's progress, was engrossed in contemplating the 8-spider spear and the golden spear, her eyes reflecting deep thought. As these were all akin weapons, they should be capable of synthesis. With determination, she placed her delicate hands upon them, enveloped by a layer of luminescence as they gradually merged. Dami, having completed her meal, gracefully explored the spider's nest. In stark contrast to the anxiety of the first day, she now appeared relaxed, as though participating in a variety show. Indeed, when viewed from another perspective, the prospect of eternal youth and becoming a global superstar was a dream she cherished, particularly when considering her close relationship with Jiang Tao. For the next 8 days, what would be a torturous struggle for others felt like a vacation for her. Youthful, handsome, mysterious, and powerful. With her striking heterochromatic eyes, Dami cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Tao, harboring a slight disdain. Everything about him was commendable, save for his rather wicked nature. Suddenly struck by a thought, her slender legs wavered, almost causing her to stumble into the spring. Gazing at the pure and unblemished waters, a thought stirred within her. Tonight, she could finally indulge in a refreshing bath, achieving the freedom of water. Just as she contemplated the spring, she noticed Shun Cece nearby, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Hastily, Dami retrieved a small vial of blood-enriching gel and approached to assist Cece in taking it. "You're not well. Take your time," she advised, embodying the role of an elder sister. Synthesis required a burst of momentum. For reasons unknown, upon Dami's proximity, the nearly completed synthesis was finalized with a final breath. Congratulations on synthesizing mother and child spider spear. Lying upon the ground was a long spear of black and gold, its surface entwined with spider silk, emanating an extraordinary aura. "Brother, take a look," Shun Cece exclaimed joyfully, lifting the mother and child spider spear and waving it towards Jiang Tao. Having just finished the last morsel of grilled meat and sipping water, Jiang Tao's eyes brightened at the sight. "You have truly astonished me," he replied, stepping forward to accept the spear. Upon closer inspection, he inhaled sharply in awe. Name: Mother and Child Spider Spear. Grade: Supreme Bronze. Effects: Venomous, barbed, penetrating venom threads. Upon piercing an enemy, venom threads shoot from the wound, relentlessly invading their body. 9-spear interlink. Can split into 9 mother and child spider spears. With the main spear in hand, the 8 can be retracted, combining long range and close combat. Description: Forged from an array of rare materials, it is inherently extraordinary. Now infused with remarkable power, it can breach the defenses of D-grade extraordinary beings and can attack supernatural entities, vengeful spirits, and other monsters. Against E and F-grade beings, mere contact inflicts severe injury, and a thrust can be fatal. Powerful and enigmatic, this was no mere novice artifact emerging on the second day. Only a D-level evolver can wield such a weapon. With it in hand, survival games transform into mere grass-cutting exercises. Tomorrow's exploration holds greater promise. Jiang Tao could not help but brandish the mother spider spear, familiarizing himself with the art of spear techniques. The two women were well aware of Jiang Tao's intentions. Yang Mi's lips moved as if to say that it was already sufficiently safe, so why take such life-threatening risks? However, after a brief period of companionship, She understood Jiang Tao's resolve. Demimi remained silent while Shishi urged, "Brother, after consuming the magic spider egg and that donkey hide gelatin, my body has noticeably improved. I should be on the brink of evolution. At this rate, we need not venture into the ghost forest. We can proceed step by step." Jiang Tao, of course, understood as he sheathed the mother spider spear and explained, "It is not solely for your injuries, but also for the future of our team. Currently, we stand among the foremost ranks in the nation and even globally, yet with millions of players, many prodigies are trailing behind, eagerly pursuing us. Moreover, as time progresses, the challenges will inevitably intensify, and resources and treasures will become increasingly scarce. To expand our advantage, we must lead the way, step by step." After hearing his explanation, Shun Shishi ceased to dwell on her concerns. "Xiao Tao, just now I noticed something peculiar about that spring." Suddenly, Demimi pointed at the spring, urging him to take a closer look. Jiang Tao's heart stirred. Recalling the earlier hint that this spring held great treasures, he led the two women to its vicinity. In his previous haste, he had overlooked the details, but now, upon closer inspection, a bubble emerged from above. "Oh my goodness! You nearly missed the greatest treasure within the magic spider's nest. Do you know how many life and death crises the human-faced magic spider endured to claim this spring? Subdue it, and you shall gain an endless supply of natural water, capable of nurturing a geothermal spring. Even in dire circumstances like being trapped in a desert, survival will be assured." Friendly reminder: to fully harness the spring, you must upgrade your shelter to a large countryside villa. To subdue it? Jiang Tao was momentarily startled. "Please step aside." Yang Mi and Shun Shishi moved aside, curiously observing Jiang Tao's hand gestures. What was he doing? Blue Star Time, 1750. The live stream was about to close, and the audience watched Jiang Tao's actions in astonishment. Then, as they gazed in disbelief, Jiang Tao reached out, and the spring began to shrink, the ground trembling. He had captured the spring, not far away, in the courtyard of the two-story wooden house. With a resounding pop, the soil erupted, revealing a significantly smaller geothermal spring. The ethereal spring water cascaded around, nourishing the earth's fruit trees, ice spirit grass, and blood vine, all basking in the crystalline water. The vine swayed, visibly delighted. A familiar announcement echoed, awakening resting players. An eye-catching bubble effect subtitle swept across all players' live streams. Building announcement: congratulations to the Daxiao player Jiang Tao for acquiring the rare geographical feature, Geothermal Spring. From this moment forth, the freedom to drink has arrived, bringing blessings to the land. The National Fortune Reward: all remaining players of the Great Xia will receive a complimentary bottle of natural spring water. A natural spring will emerge within the realm of Great Xia, promising longevity, vitality, and an abundance of spiritual essence. As players gazed at the suddenly materialized mineral water, many were left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that one person's success elevates all? I was so parched I could scarcely sleep, yet here I am, presented with such a grand gift before slumber. Indeed, the room conquered by the esteemed Jiang Tao was extraordinary. He has secured the spring, and we are fortunate enough to partake. During the day, the esteemed figure distributed the beneficial water, but I failed to seize any. Now, it is shared among all. Thank you, for your bottle of water has salvaged countless lives. The majority of ordinary players need not say much. They wholeheartedly commend Jiang Tao's benevolence. Even top-tier players like Xiao Ma and Reining, upon witnessing the appearance of the natural water, shook their heads, acknowledging their own inadequacies. Of course, those most discontented are the other players within the Great Xia, who are currently in dire straits. Oh my goodness, such occurrences exist? On my first day, I too spotted a lake. Could I also collect from it? The rules of the Great Xia dictate that treasures are always accompanied by peril. Just because you see it, does that guarantee you can seize it? I am parched to the bone. Why was I not granted citizenship in Great Xia? Top contenders like Zhu Shi Chonglin, Richuan Gangban, and Man Wang were invigorated upon hearing the announcement. From now on, they shall thoroughly scour the rooms for treasures. The most profound impact, of course, is felt in the real world of Blue Star. Who would have anticipated that just as it draws to a close, Jiang Tao would bestow yet another magnificent gift. Chapter 27. The wrong sedan chair for the right groom. The three, unable to contain themselves, quickly mobilized the satellites. Activate national police forces. The team leader had intended to take a break, but little did he expect the astonishing surprise brought by Jiang Tao. Not only within the Great Xia, but also the satellites of the White Eagle Federation, Ross, and Oming all altered their trajectories, seeking the mystical spring in the east. It was utterly incredible. As long as Jiang Tao was present, Great Xia would surpass us. Could we devise a way to change his nationality? The White Eagle Federation, the foremost superpower globally, was the most anxious. How could they tolerate Great Xia progressing step by step beyond them? In just 2 days, the global winds had shifted, and all citizens of Great Xia felt the repercussions, significantly enhancing the national fortune. The giants, who had been bestowed with high hopes, were currently seen to lag far behind Jiang Tao. The rules of the game remained unclear, presenting a scenario where one was overwhelmingly strong while many were relatively weaker. It would be prudent to refrain from impulsive actions. They could attempt to contact Jiang Tao's relatives to obtain genetic material. This was the suggestion put forth by the think tank, which the supreme leader personally reviewed and tacitly approved. They were unwilling to watch idly as this Eastern power arose, beginning to dispatch aircraft carriers and send agents to gather intelligence. A monumental shift unseen for millennia. Unexpectedly, the treasures obtained by players within the Great Mansion could also benefit their motherland. This excited numerous organizations, prompting them to study throughout the night how to utilize the barrage function of the following day to assist domestic players. Within a mere 5 minutes, the location of the mystical spring was already circulating on the internet. In the Great Xia, within the ancient Central Plains region, at a scenic area in Jinan, thousands of tourists witnessed the ancient spring ruins suddenly emanating divine light, accompanied by the sound of dragons roaring. A celestial spring burst forth, prompting a frenzy among the visitors. It was said that an elderly man with white hair drank from the clear spring, reversing his hair to black. The chaos at the scenic spot saw crowds scrambling. There was video evidence. So many witnesses observed the miracle unfold that attempts to contain the news were futile. Many tourists, having consumed the initial sip of the mystical vapors, experienced transformational changes. Authorities quickly dispatched personnel for control. However, the citizens of the city, in their quest for celestial fortune, were in a frenzy. Ultimately, the officials intervened, assuring that each local resident could drink a sip of the divine water first, calming the situation. This was merely the beginning. With a click, as all live streams ended, the research surrounding the mystical spring was just commencing. Countries, led by the White Eagle Federation, under the auspices of the United Nations, demanded that Great Xia share the divine water, all for the sake of the human community. To this, Great Xia scoffed. There is no sign of sharing when you possess treasures. Jiang Tao, oblivious to the tempest he had stirred in the outside world, was also studying the spring well. Compared to before being collected, the courtyard appeared considerably smaller. It was still necessary to upgrade the sanctuary to unleash its potential. Jiang Tao sighed, opening the interface for the sanctuary. Upgrade requirements for a large country villa: wood X 1000, iron blocks X 500, silver blocks X 300, gold X 100, second level energy core X 1. The material requirements were extensive, but the most challenging was the second level core. Unable to consume the excess meat, Jiang Tao decided to sell some surplus wild boar meat on the platform, accepting only gold, silver, and other rare blueprints and items. Dammy Me and Shun Cece did not perceive the spring as small. They urged Jiang Tao to ascend to the second floor while they took a bath in the courtyard. A sense of betrayal lingered as Jiang Tao helplessly sat on the wooden bed upstairs, meditating to feel the surging energy within him. The copious amount of food consumed at dinner, coupled with the vast experience gained from slaying monsters, had inadvertently propelled him beyond the threshold of life. In the courtyard, Dammy Me used a towel to tend to Shun Cece's wounds, gazing at the girl's flawless, delicate figure and exquisite features. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Cece, once we return, you should consider acting in films. You could undoubtedly become a superstar." A star? Shun Cece's large eyes twinkled. I'm not particularly interested in that. Let's discuss it later. The two exchanged trivialities, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere when Dammy Me noticed Shun Cece hesitating, wanting to speak but holding back. Surprised, Dammy Me asked, "We are sisters who entrust our lives to one another. Is there something you cannot say?" "Well, I'll say it, but please don't be upset, sister." Shun Cece whispered, now clad in a black shirt. "Could you please keep your voice down while you sleep tonight? I fear I won't be able to rest, which may affect our adventure the next day." Upon hearing this, Dammy Me's previously bright smile faltered. "Ah, I see," she replied, her teeth clenched in frustration. "It's all that insufferable man's fault." When Jiang Tao descended, he was inexplicably confronted by Dammy Me. "What's going on?" Jiang Tao was utterly perplexed. After a day of exploration, they were all exhausted. The three retired early, with Jiang Tao initially sent upstairs to sleep. However, he argued his case. "It's not entirely safe at night. I believe you witnessed the morning's grim aftermath. It would be safer for me to sleep on the first floor." His reasoning was sound. Yang Mi and Shun Cece exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. "Then, brother, you should rest early. Just call me if you need anything." After her cleansing, Shun Cece radiated youthful beauty. She let out a charming yawn, gracefully turning, her black hair cascading as she ascended to the second floor. "Be careful not to sleep too deeply." Dammy Me shot him a captivating glance, playfully huffing as she sauntered up the stairs. "Not to sleep too deeply?" Jiang Tao felt as if he were being chastised by a wise master, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Before long, Jiang Tao lay on his bed, clicking into the chat group interface, browsing through the players' conversations about their shortages of water and food, along with their expressions of gratitude towards him, filled his heart with happiness. Soon, drowsiness enveloped him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. In the depths of the night, the tranquil spider nest was only disturbed by the soothing sound of flowing spring water in the courtyard, creating a hypnotic ambience. Jiang Tao was abruptly awakened by a surge of adrenaline, the blanket covering him completely soaked through. He was drenched in sweat, his heart racing as if an imperial engine had ignited. Today's meal was rather indulgent. Jiang Tao touched his forehead, which felt like it was on fire. However, his body exhibited evident anomalies. He helplessly shook his head and quietly rose from his bed. There was no alternative. It was a consequence of evolution. Although the wooden cabin was dim, Jiang Tao possessed night vision capabilities. Be cautious of the raised sections of the staircase, if you wish to avoid swollen thumbs. Proceed to the right. He stealthily ascended the staircase. Sister Me had already hinted at it, so she should not be upset. Upon reaching the second floor, he beheld two identical wooden beds and two figures nestled beneath their covers. Jiang Tao scratched his head as he observed the quilt on the left bed. A dialogue box popped up. "A lonely soul awaits the arrival of her Prince Charming. Brave youth, rush forth." With such a clear indication, Jiang Tao understood instantly and chuckled to himself. To avoid disturbing the resting JK next door, he tiptoed forward, gently lay down, and embraced the figure beneath the blanket. Sorry for the wait. Through the blanket, the beauty in his arms seemed to awaken, momentarily stunned. In the darkness, Shun Cece blinked her large eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. What was happening? Only upon hearing Jiang Tao's murmured words did she come to a realization. "You've mistaken your brother," JK screamed internally. However, before she could quietly remind him, a sudden chill enveloped her as the blanket was tossed aside. Upon seeing the girl curled up and trembling in the bed, Jiang Tao froze, even forgetting to retrieve the fallen blanket. "Why is it Cece? Damn, this prompt has led to my doom." The two locked gazes, and upon seeing the innocent and pitiful look in her large, doe-like eyes, Jiang Tao could no longer maintain his composure. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. "Cece, something has fallen on the ground." A few meters away, Damimi was roused by the sound, comfortably turning over, rubbing her eyes, and hazily reminding them. Both she and Cece possessed enhanced night vision, allowing them to see the two frozen figures on the bed clearly. The purple-hued, Medusa-like eyes casually scanned the scene. And Yang Mi's awareness instantly sharpened. "Wait, how did you get up here?" Yang Mi sat up in shock, and upon realizing something unfavorable, she angrily picked up a pillow nearby and hurled it at him. Are you trying to harm the flowers of our nation? Thud. Jiang Tao smiled bitterly as he reached out to catch the pillow. Didn't you tell me not to sleep too soundly and to come up? I said that. Demimi was momentarily taken aback. Then her cheeks flushed red. What is this guy thinking every day? Upon noticing Shun Cc's dubious gaze, Demimi felt a sense of dread. Wait, did you two regard me as a prop for flirting? Shun Cc was utterly speechless. The three of them stood frozen on the second floor. Jiang Tao was sweating profusely, his heart racing as he contemplated how to resolve the situation when suddenly, a piercing sound akin to steel being torn apart echoed from downstairs. Attention! Attracted by moisture, the monster, man-eating bear, is destroying the iron door. Chapter 28. Human-slaying night raid. The man-eating bear. To their astonishment, the nighttime raid discussed by players during the day had come to fruition. Jiang Tao's heart surged with exhilaration. How fortuitous! What man-eating bear? This is clearly a savior. I must investigate. Without hesitation, Jiang Tao dashed downstairs, leaving the two women exchanging bewildered glances. Upon reaching the grand hall on the first floor, he activated the energy core. Illuminate. Instantly, both the first and second floors were bathed in a brilliant light. Jiang Tao gazed toward the entrance, where he beheld a colossal black bear, over 3 meters tall, its shaggy coat glistening and its bloodshot eyes fixated menacingly on the courtyard. Droplets of saliva dripped from its gaping maw. The sudden brightness caused the man-eating bear to squint in discomfort, emitting a ferocious growl. As it discerned Jiang Tao emerging from within, its drool flowed even more profusely. It reared up, resembling a dark giant, its murky eyes glinting with a lust for blood. With a resounding thud, the iron door, which had just been upgraded during the day, was crushed beneath the bear's powerful paw. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the door was completely dismantled. Yet, Jiang Tao remained unfazed, instead expressing astonishment. My, what incredible strength you possess! If this were a wooden door, it would have been reduced to splinters by now. Should it manage to breach the threshold and launch a surprise attack, we would be in grave danger. Brother, are you all right? At that moment, Demimi and Shinsisi, hastily donning their attire and arming themselves, rushed down from the second floor. Awakened in the dead of night, they were initially filled with trepidation, and upon catching sight of the fearsome man-eating bear, they were instantly petrified, hastily seeking refuge behind Jiang Tao. Name: Man-eating bear. Level: E-class elite monster. Skills: bloodthirsty, colossal strength. Bear slam. Human-slaying assault. Having inadvertently consumed a player, its delectable taste has left a lasting impression. Having devoured 3 players, it has subsequently evolved, gaining a 10 boost in power against humans. Description: a cunning and ferocious elite bear, possessing the intellect of a 12-year-old human. Despite its immense strength, it delights in ambushing at night, particularly when it spots human constructions. Attracted by the moisture, it unexpectedly stumbled upon an enticing opportunity, heightening its excitement. It revels in toying with its prey, relishing the thrill of live consumption. Note: players who survive the night raid will receive double rewards. After reading the description, Jiang Tao narrowed his eyes. Demimi gasped, covered her mouth in shock, her complexion paling. It has consumed 3 people? Shun Cc's delicate face turned ashen as she gripped her crossbow tightly, taking a deep breath. As long as it cannot enter, we shall remain invincible. Besides, we still have. Cece cast a furtive glance at Jiang Tao, unable to meet his gaze directly. She was acutely aware that her brother wielded the deadly venom of the magical spider. A mere touch could lead to death. Indeed, witnessing Jiang Tao's composed demeanor, Demimi felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seems both above and below are equally formidable. I did not mistake my judgment. Since it craves human flesh, it must be exterminated. Jiang Tao accessed the shelter's panel and activated the high-voltage mode. Warning: activating this mode will significantly deplete the energy core. Do you wish to proceed? Confirmed. As this mode was activated, the lights in the room dimmed instantly. Suddenly, A crackling sound emerged as the iron door and windows emitted electrical sparks. The voracious bear, attempting to breach the entrance, was jolted by the electricity, its dark fur standing on end and smoke rising from its paws. With a furious roar directed at the trio, the bear, undeterred by the shock, took a couple of steps back and then charged heavily against the iron door. The collision resonated with a loud thud, and amidst the flashes of electricity, the energy expenditure was immense. Although the bear's fur was singed, it sustained no significant injuries and glared resentfully at the three. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Tao shot back, releasing his crossbow with irritation. "Destroying my home in the dead of night and still throwing a fit, are we?" Several crossbow bolts struck the bear, most of which it managed to deflect with its massive forearms. A few penetrated its body, but were largely absorbed by its thick layer of fat. The bear, in pain, recoiled. At this moment, Shun Sisi launched 3 powerful arrows that embedded themselves deep into the bear's fat, causing it to yelp in agony. Sensing the threat posed by Shun Sisi's weaponry, the bear retreated into the darkness outside. "Has it escaped?" "Dammy me," inquired of Jiang Tao, well aware of his ability to see through monsters. Observing the bubbles appearing in the dark, Jiang Tao smirked knowingly. "It's cunning, lurking outside, and perhaps even searching for a tool to breach the door. Is the bear employing tactics now? How sly!" A flicker of fear crossed Dammy me's eyes. If we let it go, what calamity might ensue? Jiang Tao retrieved his mother and son spider spear, weighing it thoughtfully. The spear split into 5 smaller ones, which he promptly plunged into the grass, considering it a good opportunity for practice. Exchanging a knowing glance with Dammy me, she understood immediately and switched off the lights in the room. Instantly, the spider's lair was enveloped in darkness. While ordinary individuals would be unable to see their hands in front of their faces, the trio possessed night vision, their gazes piercing the shadows that enveloped them. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness. Dammy me widened her eyes in astonishment as the voracious bear returned, stealthily approaching with a round log clenched in its jaws. Rubber wood, a special timber, capable of 100 insulation and possessing various remarkable uses. "Where on earth did you pilfer that?" Jiang Tao chuckled in disbelief, glancing over the bear's head. Outwardly clumsy, yet inwardly cunning and cruel, currently attempting to conquer the wooden cabin. Exercise caution regarding its brute strength and close combat capabilities. Aiming for the bear's snout will cause it to momentarily halt, slowing its speed. The fur on its neck will diminish significantly. The bear, clutching the rubber wood, circumnavigated the already damaged front entrance, opting for a more distant approach as it crawled towards the back door. It gingerly placed the rubber wood against the electrified iron door. Bang! Despite the bear's carefulness, a slight noise escaped. Rather than act recklessly, it promptly lay flat, blending seamlessly with the ground. Dammy me and Shun Sisi were both witness to this chilling scene. The two exchanged glances before turning to Jiang Tao, who placed a finger to his lips. "Sure, the bear is cunning, but no one is smarter than we are." Unbeknownst to humanity, the man-eating bear treaded upon the rubber tree. Despite its weight of several hundred kilograms, it moved with remarkable agility, stealthily advancing towards the wooden cabin step by step. It appeared to have caught sight of the 3 prey, unable to resist the urge to extend its tongue in anticipation. As the bear ascended, Jiang Tao gripped his spear tightly, his back arching like a great dragon, and with a swift thud, the spear pierced through the bear's neck. A resounding crack echoing in the air as blood gushed forth. The bear plummeted heavily from its height, thrashing in terror, desperately attempting to cover the wound and extract the spear lodged in its neck. One must concede, the vitality of elite creatures is truly formidable. Even mortally wounded, it could still launch a counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Sisi unleashed several powerful crossbow bolts, 2 of which found their mark in the bear's eyes. It was now rendered completely blind. In a frenzied rage, the bear wreaked havoc around it, its paws destroying everything in their path. In response, Jiang Tao, embodying great magnanimity, hurled more spears. After 3 throws, the talent alert indicated that the bear had finally succumbed. Only then did Jiang Tao illuminate the surroundings, unlock the iron gate, and dragged the lifeless bear back to the courtyard. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting other monsters, Demimi hastily secured the iron gate. The prospect of an overwhelming surplus of meat now loomed. Gazing at the bear, which resembled a small mountain, Jiang Tao shook his head. After slaying it, he felt a warm glow within. Having reached the pinnacle of his accumulation, he was now on the verge of transformation. Would the rewards of the night indeed be doubled? Taking a deep breath, he allowed his body to slowly evolve, pressing his palm against the bear's form. Collect. Chapter 29. The third day. The first new human, Jiang Tao, acquired black bear meat X 5000, bear skin robe X1, bear gallbladder X1, second grade spirit crystal X1. The harvest was truly remarkable. What thrilled Jiang Tao even more was a tome in his possession. Nighttime Fortune Explosion. You have acquired the talent book Human Special Attack. Evolved to Humanoid Special Attack. He hoped for more treasures to come his way at night. Jiang Tao's gaze fixated on the talent book. Despite the ease with which he had slain the man-eating bear, it was indeed an elite monster. Such a feat would impose great pressure on any player. It seemed that only their team could navigate the entire building unscathed. Humanoid Special Attack. When encountering humanoid monsters, attack power 10. A bit mysterious. One could only wonder how broadly this humanoid classification encompasses. Jiang Tao silently recited the incantation to learn it. As the book dissolved into light, an additional entry appeared in the talent section. What about the other treasures? The second-grade spirit crystal would alleviate his immediate concerns, allowing the shelter to upgrade once more. However, he still needed a bit more gold and silver. With food in abundance, Jiang Tao decided to list a batch of wild boar meat for sale. He anticipated that by tomorrow, he would gather enough materials for the upgrade. There was so much that it was impossible to consume it all. Looking at the stacks of donkey head meat and spider meat inside the wooden cabin, Jiang Tao could only wear a helpless expression. If other players were to witness this, they might be driven to despair. Here we are, struggling on the brink of life and death, and you're already overflowing with supplies? This bear can even steal robes? Dammy picked up a black and red cloak from the ground with curiosity. Name: bearskin robe. Grade: bronze. Effect: presence reduction. Wearing the robe significantly diminishes one's presence, making one nearly invisible in night or similar environments. Strength enhancement. Strength 30. Movement speed 10. Bear heart. Activates the black bear phantom on the robe, summoning a black bear avatar that significantly boosts all attributes. It absorbs all damage until the avatar is destroyed. Cooldown: 24 hours. Indeed, luck was on their side at night. This was clearly a rare piece of equipment. Jiang Tao marveled at it. He felt increasingly confident about the journey ahead. The final bear gallbladder was only the size of a dragon's eye, yet it emanated a spirit energy stronger than that of the spirit crystal. Bear gallbladder, a rare treasure, containing the essence of an elite bear. Consuming it can detoxify and heal wounds. As long as there is a breath left, it can revive. If at an evolution node, it can aid in breaking through. CC quickly consumed the bear gallbladder. I didn't expect such a miraculous elixir to exist. After reading about it, Jiang Tao was even more delighted. The treasure had come without effort, yielding a life-saving remedy. However, when he extended his hand, Shun Cici shook her head in refusal. Brother, my injury only has a trace of lingering poison. After eating so much precious meat, I can feel a warm sensation within. I must be on the verge of evolution. You should consume the bear gallbladder instead, evolve to E-grade, and then you can better protect us. Jiang Tao furrowed his brow slightly while holding the bear gallbladder. I am also in the process of evolution. Consuming it now would be a waste. Such a rare treasure, and the two ended up yielding to one another. The enchanting Dammy Me inserted herself into the midst of the gathering, chuckling. In that case, it would be wise to preserve this miraculous elixir for future use, should anyone sustain injuries. Her reasoning found resonance with both Jiang Tao and Shun Cici, who concurred with her suggestion, thus stowing away the bear gallbladder. Once the crisis had abated, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Shun Cici yawned, turning to ascend the staircase. I feel quite fatigued. I shall retire to rest. If anything arises, dear brother, do summon me. As if a monstrous flood were in pursuit, Damimi scampered up the stairs with hurried, dainty steps. Before departing, she cast a fierce glance back at Jiang Tao. "You shall reflect on your actions on the first floor." Jiang Tao shrugged, feeling helpless. His body, undergoing a phase of evolution, radiated heat. Unable to sleep due to an abundance of energy, Jiang Tao seized some materials to repair the iron door ravaged by the man-eating bear. He then rinsed his body with spring water. The following day, Jiang Tao was awakened by the announcement from the building. "Good morning, esteemed players. Today marks the third day of the survival game, with 7 days remaining until conclusion. Yesterday, a grim total of 110,000 players were unfortunate enough to be eliminated, leaving 630,000 participants. Some players have evolved to E-level. The difficulty of the rooms has escalated, and personal rewards are currently being calculated, with national fortunes being assessed. A civilized tip: when encountering intelligent beings during exploration, there is a chance to trigger quests, which may yield special rewards upon completion. In the face of challenges, nightmares, or even hellish large rooms, one may opt for cooperative strategies with multiple teams for abundant gains." The mechanical voice, though brief, left hundreds of thousands in contemplation. Another 110,000 had perished last night? What would this mean in reality, with millions affected? Especially upon hearing of the increased difficulty, the hearts of many grassroots players sank, mourning the losses of their peers. Had someone truly evolved into an E-level being? Who could it be? What power did that entail? It must be akin to the destructive force of Captain America from the movies. Most likely, it was Jiang Tao from Daxia. Listening to the final reminder, did the rooms undergo any transformations? Disconcertingly, he recalled encountering a burrowing goblin, which had fled upon seeing him, reminiscent of a scene from a film. At that moment, he had felt fortunate to avoid conflict, but in hindsight, it was clear he had missed the chance to trigger a quest. Numerous channels buzzed with fervent discussion. Daxia channel. Little Ma. Jiang Tao, young man, is the E-level human mentioned in the announcement you? Many players watched intently. Jiang Tao, awakening from his stupor, did not conceal the truth. "It is I." Indeed, a collective sigh of relief swept through many. Having the first evolved human from their own nation was far preferable to one from abroad. Setting aside other considerations, his evolution meant that others might also share in the bounty. "However, I must ensure I do not fall too far behind him," thought Little Ma, his expression betraying discontent. Having built a formidable empire from scratch, he aspired to establish his own dominion within this new edifice. With the highest number of players hailing from Daxia, and given Jiang Tao's previous generosity in aiding others to survive the early stages, a cadre of potential candidates lay in wait. In a forest separated by an indeterminate number of rooms, a night of pursuit had transpired. Nehikawa Gisaka discovered a brother goblin, armed with a wooden staff and possessing rudimentary intelligence. In the distance, there lay a goblin village, wreathed in curling smoke. He unsheathed his katana. That E-rank human was a step ahead of me, yet I had completed numerous tasks, accruing increasingly generous rewards. Once I activated the final main quest, I would undoubtedly surpass him. Of course, with deeper exploration, the challenges intensified. Nehikawa Gisaka was well aware of this. Courageous and undaunted, he silently invoked the spirit of Bushido, charging forth with unwavering resolve. At 6 in the morning, the global livestream commenced. Hundreds of millions of island viewers eagerly tuned into his channel. As expected, he awoke revitalized and brimming with energy. Jiang Tao, filled with anticipation for the rewards to come, opened his personal panel. The level section boldly displayed E-rank intermediate, new human. Moreover, due to an abundance of energy, he leaped over the initial accumulation in one breath. At that moment, Damimi and Shun Sisi descended from the second floor. They gazed curiously at Jiang Tao, perceiving a slight increase in his height and stature, along with a hint of enhanced attractiveness. Seemingly recalling the night raid, Shun Sisi turned her face away, slightly blushing. Was an E-rank human like? Damimi was particularly intrigued by his youthful, baby-like skin. Jiang Tao pointed to his panel and smiled. It states that my lifespan is 300 years. Furthermore, I have the option to evolve a specific organ. As an elite, you have transcended your race and shall lead your kin towards a new evolutionary path. Please select one body part for evolution from the following options. Chapter 30, 10 Additional Years of Life. An S-rank pet egg, Lilith, left hand, right leg, heart, spine, eyes, nose, brain. To his astonishment, he could make a self-selection. This must pertain to the enhancement of a specific organ. Jiang Tao fell into deep contemplation. Logically, the primary choices would naturally be the most vital organs, the heart and the brain. One is crucial for supplying blood throughout the body, while the other fortifies the soul. Blood? A spark ignited in Jiang Tao's mind. Can bloodlines evolve? He meticulously searched the panel and, indeed, discovered an upward-facing red arrow beside the Titan bloodline. Jiang Tao's spirit surged with excitement. This was the one. The strong become stronger. He had experienced the might of the Titan blood firsthand. Immense strength and boundless stamina. Otherwise, how could he, in an F-rank body, dare to confront elite monsters? Not to mention, he could transform into a Titan giant. As he clicked, he seemed to hear the grand symphony of rushing blood echoing in his ears, a surge of energy flooding into his very marrow. Crack! Jiang Tao's bones trembled. Talent Titan power evolved to Titan bone. Talent effect, strength 6 times, activates bloodline power, enables transformation into an 8-meter tall Titan form. All attributes doubled for 5 minutes. No period of weakness, but requires high-energy food afterward. Cooldown period, 24 hours. The effects were doubled. Most remarkably, there were no side effects. Jiang Tao clenched his fists in awe. The disparity between each level of beings could be likened to a divine decree. He casually picked up an ordinary kitchen knife, and amidst the astonished gasps of Shun Sisi and Mimi, struck his own arm. With a clang, the knife dulled and snapped in two. Brother, your skin is tougher than rhinoceros hide. Shun Sisi blinked her clear, bright eyes in disbelief. She cautiously stepped closer, gently pinching Jiang Tao's skin, only to find it unyielding. Mimi, glowing with joy, admired her own delicate skin. I've evolved into a top-tier F rank as well. The feedback effects are astounding. Who would have thought that simply following behind Jiang Tao would yield such tremendous gains? With this thought, Mimi glanced at Jiang Tao, contemplating whether she should reward him later that evening. Settlement complete. Congratulations to player Jiang Tao for being the first to evolve a bloodline to E-rank new humanity. Personal reward, exclusive S-rank pet egg X1. National fortune feedback. All citizens of Great Xia. Lifespan 10 years. Gene unlocking rate 5. On Blue Star, the dawn was just beginning to break. Many viewers, still heavy with sleep, opened the live stream. To their surprise, Jiang Tao presented them with such an incredible revelation right from the start. You evolved overnight? They exclaimed. Haha, last night, weren't the people from Sakura Island boasting about how Nichikawa Gangsaka was rising to prominence? Look at this now. 10 additional years of life. This is tangible. Rewards of intelligence or the birth of geniuses might not resonate deeply with the general populace. But the prospect of everyone living an extra 10 years is felt universally, throughout the streets, hospitals, and schools. From octogenarian elders to 8-year-old children, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, they are the heroes of our great nation. Many of the older generation leaders express profound gratitude towards Jiang Tao, as this is a life-saving grace. The miraculous medical feats occurring within the realm of the Great Xia have left many foreigners envious. Why are they not citizens of the Great Xia? Why do their own competitors not evolve first? Why is Jiang Tao not among them? Naturally, if we were to speak of who is most perturbed, it would undoubtedly be the outsiders who have ventured forth. Caution is advised against excessive joy leading to sorrow. They watched the live broadcast with eyes filled with envy, trembling as they observed the miraculous events unfolding across the Great Xia. It was more intolerable than if they had been slain. Unaware of the outside world's turmoil, Jiang Tao was far more preoccupied with the rewards at hand. A resplendent pet egg descended from the heavens, landing in his palm. An S rank? What does that even signify? Jiang Tao felt dizzy based on the current game information. F rank denotes ordinary creatures. while top-tier F rank would be akin to the elite among humankind. The Beast Kings. E rank represents elite monsters, superhumans endowed with incredible talents, capable of withstanding small-caliber bullets with mere skin. D rank consists of extraordinary beings. And S rank, one could hardly imagine. Merely its exterior is breathtaking. One must open it to see. Girls are inherently drawn to beauty. Upon seeing the golden egg, Demimi's eyes sparkled with wonder as she stepped forward, extending her delicate fingers to poke at it. The shell was remarkably hard. How to open it? Shun Sisi jested. Must we have Brother Hatchet? No need for such trouble. Jiang Tao glanced at the introduction and placed the golden egg on the ground, only to discover it levitating autonomously. He extended a finger, retrieving the spider spear, and was about to poke it when a thought crossed his mind. Gently, he pulled the curious Demimi closer. You naughty boy, in broad daylight, while live streaming, what do you intend to do? The two drew close, causing Demimi's heart to race. In the dark of night, it mattered little. But in the glaring daylight, with billions of viewers, even her ex-husband was watching. Jiang Tao chuckled. Isn't this merely borrowing a bit of your good fortune, sister? Yomi poke it. Yami took the spider spear, sighing in relief, and carefully pierced Jiang Tao's fingertip. A drop of crimson blood fell, and the golden egg burst forth in brilliance, cracking open with a sound. A surge of black and pink light filled the entire cavern. As the radiance gradually faded, a graceful humanoid figure materialized before them. Ding, congratulations on your lucky explosion, hatching a rare S-rank pet. Lilith, cascading black hair, flowed down to a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand. She donned a deep, mysterious black gown, creating a striking contrast against her snow-white skin. Her towering legs were enviable, her figure perfectly proportioned. Most importantly, her divinely crafted beauty, with enchanting red eyes that blinked curiously at the three present, ultimately resting upon Jiang Tao. Excuse me, are you my master? Her melodious voice, coupled with two sharp vampire fangs, added to her mysterious allure. Huh? The trio of Jiang Tao stood in stunned silence. Is this truly considered a pet? In a moment of realization, Demimi felt a sudden pang of alarm. Oh no, she had unwittingly found herself a rival. A premonition surged within her, and she regretted her earlier assistance. Could something emerge from that egg? What abilities do you possess? As Jiang Tao regained his composure, he curiously scrutinized Lilith's proud demeanor. Drawn by an irresistible force, his gaze was unconsciously captivated by two dark orbs. With a light laugh that danced on the air, Lilith covered her mouth, her black dress billowing as a pair of devilish wings unfurled from her back, allowing her to soar gracefully behind Jiang Tao. With her sleeves rolled up, a flawless white wrist was revealed. Her eyes shimmering, she leaned close to Jiang Tao's ear, gently tapping his shoulder with her small fist. Her breath fragrant as orchids. I shall assist my master with back rubs and massages. Most importantly, I can help you unwind. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Jiang Tao as he felt a tickle beside his ear, and he glanced sideways. Demimi stood there, arms crossed, her expression decidedly unfriendly. The JK girl, Shun Sisi, with her large eyes, displayed a hint of disdain, instinctively taking small steps away. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, at the moment Lilith hatched, the audience numbers in the already extraordinary live broadcast room surged into the tens of millions, with an overwhelming 90 being male viewers. Beauty, the foremost allure. Chapter 31. The Body of the Dream Demon, the New Chamber, the Poison Gas Room. Sensing Yang Mi's jealousy, Shun Sisi felt a pang of envy. Lilith let out a delicate giggle, soaring through the air, creating a slight distance. That captivating aroma vanished. Jiang Tao let out a long breath, a tinge of melancholy stirring within him. Truly, she was a calamity for nations, a bewitching enchantress. He opened Lilith's panel to inspect her attributes. Name, Lilith, quality, S-class potential, level, E-class elite monster, skills, enchantment technique, as a renowned succubus. Every move Lilith makes is irresistibly alluring. She excels in seductive arts, such as the enchanting kiss, capable of momentarily bewildering opponents with equal or higher mental strength, halting their actions. against those with lower mental strength. She can exert brief control and confront multiple enemies. Soul healing. By consuming mental energy, she can cast healing spells, particularly effective in alleviating mental trauma, though less so for physical restoration. However, when employing her enchanting abilities, she can help her master relax both body and mind, dramatically enhancing inspiration for a brief period, entering a state of enlightened clarity. Note, this is limited to male masters. Whip of Enchantment, equipped with a weapon, the Enchantment Whip, which moves fluidly and can change form at will. Body of the Dream Demon, an innate racial ability, capable of transforming into an ethereal form. Immune to 50 of physical damage and can meld into the shadows. At night, her power doubles. Description: a common figure in mythological tales. She can evolve by absorbing life energy and is a bane to male beings. Inherent charm value 100. Beyond her other extraordinary traits, the ability to transform into an ethereal form is enviable. With her assistance, one can evade 99 of dangers. Jiang Tao's spirits lifted, especially at the thought of today's target. The Ghost Forest. This is assured, is it not? Yang Mi's expression appeared somewhat frosty. The JK girl was also somewhat skeptical. Lilith radiated joy, seemingly oblivious to the two girls' unfriendly glances, beckoning to prepare breakfast. After indulging in too much barbecue yesterday, both Yang Mi and Shun Sisi yearned for something different. Thus, after some deliberation, Jiang Tao produced 3 tubs of instant noodles. Simple, yet convenient. The natural water dispenser could boil water automatically. In no time, 3 steaming tubs of noodles were ready. Yang Mi picked up a plastic spoon, eagerly sending several chewy noodles into her mouth. The once despised cheap food now tasted so delightful it brought tears to her eyes. Delicious. It was her first experience with instant noodles. If it's so good, eat more. Jiang Tao, unbothered by the heat, finished his tub in just a few hearty bites, licking his lips in satisfaction. This was merely enough to whet his appetite. Master, is it really this delicious? Lilith fluttered around the 3, her big, pitiful eyes blinking. Not only the 3 present, but also the millions of viewers on the screen bombarded the chat with comments. Feed her. On site, Shun Sisi opened a packet of noodles and gently handed it to Lilith. Here, for you. Thank you. Lilith, with her hands crossed in delight, found her crimson eyes transformed into 2 heart-shaped figures. She silently flew to Shun Sisi's cheek and gently pecked it, her warmth eliciting an innocent blink from the JK girl. Over the past couple of days, fatigue from her injuries seemed to dissipate. With a giggle, Lilith mimicked the 2 by indulging in instant noodles, while Jiang Tao feasted on staples, gnawing on leftover donkey meat from the previous day. 3 fleeting minutes passed, observing Lilith curiously grasping a fork to eat her noodles. Delight painted her face. Jiang Tao chuckled. Did you not consume essence as sustenance? Lilith shot him a playful glare. Is it a crime to crave food? Seizing the moment, Yang Mi produced 3 silver insurance rewards from the previous day. Without further ado, she proceeded to open all 3 herself, starting with Captain Xiao Tao's. The thrill of unboxing lay in the instant of revelation. Yang Mi rubbed her hands together and opened it, a flash of white light illuminating the scene. Within the box appeared a pair of palm-sized bone wings. What is this? Chicken wings? Jiang Tao exclaimed in astonishment, picking up the wings and toying with them in his hands. Name: Wings of Freedom. Quality: Bronze level. Effect: Freedom of flight. By consuming stamina, maintain flight. Can reach speeds of up to Mach 1. Speedy dash. Significantly consumes stamina for a brief burst of speed. Size adaptability. Once integrated into the body, can adapt to different sizes. What a treasure! Upon reviewing the effects, Jiang Tao's eyes brightened as he assimilated them into his being, donning the black bear robe. Flying bear. The subsequent 2 boxes did not disappoint Yang Mi. She sequentially unveiled a teleportation scroll and a rare blueprint for an obsidian house. Teleportation scroll, upon use, can randomly transport oneself and all teammates to a new room. Obsidian house blueprint, high-level shelter blueprint, with the prerequisite modification conditions being at least a large wooden house. Building materials required: stone x 2000, obsidian x 1000, silver x 2000, Gold X1000, Tier 3 Energy Core. Could this be considered a life-saving item? Yang Mi clutched the scroll, elated. Shun Sisi remarked, her eyes darting. In the face of a deadly crisis, it could save our lives, but only if the teleportation lands us in a safe room. If luck runs out, we might just leap from the jaws of one danger into the fangs of another. Yang Mi, shaking her long, dark hair, handed the scroll to Jiang Tao with a cheerful smile, saying, Xiao Tao, I entrust this to you. No need. You opened it. You should keep it, Jiang Tao replied. Shaking his head, he elaborated, Sisi makes a valid point. Random teleportation carries risks, but given your fortune, it might be more suitable for you. There is indeed some merit in that. Yang Mi happily tucked away the teleportation scroll. As for the Obsidian House blueprint, with the large countryside villa still under construction, it would have to wait. Having endured the peril of the man-eating bear the previous night, the group was cautious not to underestimate their shelter. Once all preparations were complete, they stood ready. Jiang Tao cast his gaze around. In front of him lay a daunting chamber, where a nest of ferocious bears was in a fit of rage. Should he manage to slay 4 of them, he would be rewarded with an iron chest and 4 bear skins. Upon glimpsing the first hint, Jiang Tao felt a surge of tension. Was it not the case that the man-eating bear from the previous night had emerged from this very direction? Jiang Tao, however, was not one to seek unnecessary trouble, so he turned his attention to other avenues. Behind him flowed a small stream, capable of storing enough potable water for 10 days should one find themselves in need. Additionally, there is the prospect of panning for a modicum of gold dust and acquiring some basic tools. Above him loomed a chamber filled with toxic gas. A mere whiff would spell doom, yet within lay the potential for great fortune, a chest of gold. Below, the terrain appeared unremarkable, merely strewn with stones. To the left, a ravenous wolf prowled, its hunger palpable. To the right was an abandoned station, harboring perilous creatures, yet offering the possibility of finding essential supplies and medicinal resources. At the break of dawn, a myriad of chambers presented themselves. The first to be dismissed were, naturally, those to the rear and left. Currently, there was no urgency for water, rendering the opportunity to be wasted. The toxic chamber, while exceedingly perilous for the average person, was within Jiang Tao's grasp. The chest of gold could very well alleviate his present plight. The difficulty of panning for gold dust, compounded by the meager rewards from a night of bounties, had made the challenge abundantly clear. In the early days, with no sustenance to be had, gold had been available at bargain. Alternatively, only a fortunate few stumbled upon mining sites. Future renovations of the shelter would undoubtedly require further gold. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Tao resolved to ascend. The height was somewhat daunting. Upon hearing his decision, Yang Mi looked up at the cavern that towered 7 or 8 meters high. Even if others were aware of the treasures above, they would find it exceedingly difficult to reach them. Yet for them, it seemed effortless. Jiang Tao instructed Yang Mi and Shun Sisi to don gas masks. He then cradled the ample Yang Mi, with Lilith smiling beside him, and effortlessly lifted Shun Sisi into the air. Amidst the startled exclamations of the 2 women, he soared upwards. Chapter 32. The Grand Country Villa, the Toxic Gas Chamber, and the intensely challenging Volcano Room. Room 21. The Toxic Gas Chamber. Jiang Tao, accompanied by Yang Mi and Shun Sisi, followed closely behind, while Lilith took the lead. Scouting ahead, the air was thick with fog, a grayish haze enveloping them. Particularly with their masks on, visibility was significantly impaired. For other players, it would have been akin to navigating in darkness. However, they had a guide. This way, my master, Lilith fluttered her demonic wings, fanning away some of the noxious gas, gesturing for Jiang Tao and the others to follow. Please exercise caution around the dilapidated machinery ahead. A prompt appeared before Jiang Tao. Furthermore, having evolved to an intermediate level, his eyesight had greatly improved. Thus, exploring the toxic gas chamber posed no significant challenge for him. Xiao Tao, hold my hand tightly. I'm a bit scared. The perilous environment made Yang Mi disregard her image, drawing closer to Jiang Tao. A glance revealed that the other JK girl was also hesitantly moving forward, clearly intimidated. Give me your hand. He grasped both their hands firmly. Swiftly maneuvering past the obstacles, as they continued onward. In truth, if they had the leisure, they could gather resources, likely acquiring some metallic materials. However, considering the peculiar environment, Jiang Tao preferred to collect in other rooms. After 10 minutes of walking, Lilith, who had flown ahead, giggled as she retrieved a treasure chest from atop a platform. "Master, look what I found." Lilith, unaffected by the toxic gas, made it appear effortless. Jiang Tao, however, was not so fortunate. He shot her a bemused glance, but did not open the chest. Golden chest, a treasure chest containing gold, the origins of which remain unknown. "Please stow it away for now." After asking Lilith to temporarily keep it, Jiang Tao shifted his gaze left and right. The passage in the toxic gas chamber did not require digging. They merely needed to push open doors, significantly saving their time. Ahead lies a common cave. It could serve as a good spot for a rest, should you desire. Behind is a challenging room, the lethal chamber. The dungeon master is a 3-meter-tall green poison monster covered in poisonous blisters. It controls a bizarre machine emitting toxic gas. Defeating it may yield unexpected rewards, including a formidable poison-producing weapon. So, the toxic gas was conjured by the green poison monster? Jiang Tao felt somewhat at a loss. Wait a moment. If that's the case, then isn't the chest of gold a treasure of the green poison monster? Watching Lilith happily clutching the golden chest, Jiang Tao's expression turned peculiar. If the toxic gas chamber was this troublesome, one could only imagine the perils within the lethal chamber. Jiang Tao was not inclined to engage in combat with the green poison monster. He then surveyed the remaining 4 rooms. To the left, a desert area. If you acquire the blueprint for a desert house, you can forge materials inside. To the right, a challenging room, expansive in nature, featuring a small volcano that harbors rare stones, such as obsidian and volcanic rock. Additionally, there are rare monsters, lava beasts that breathe fire, posing a significant threat. However, defeating them yields a higher probability of dropping energy cores and soul enhancement stones. Above, a nondescript thatched hut containing only basic supplies. Below, a challenging level. Do you wish to become food for the venomous insects? Then let's jump in. Thousands of venomous creatures. Indeed, as the announcement stated, the difficulty of exploration is progressively escalating. Currently, there are still 2 safe rooms, but as we venture further, will every direction lead only to challenges? At that time, lacking sufficient strength could spell despair. It seems the desert, though perilous, harbors some rare resources, albeit I have no immediate need for them. Jiang Tao pondered his next course of action. Today's primary objective is to conquer the ghostly forest. The final showdown with a mother tree of ghosts awaits, promising the acquisition of the mysterious, extraordinary flame seed. Jiang Tao felt a premonition that it would surely usher in a new wave of national fortune rewards. To better confront the mother tree, Jiang Tao was not inclined to challenge a particularly dangerous boss today. After careful consideration, he decided to head towards the small volcano on the right. The obsidian atop the mountain was precisely what I required. Moreover, while the lava creatures posed a slight threat, the energy cores they yielded would prove invaluable, and the soul enhancement stones would greatly benefit both me and my companions, Mimi and Cici. Noticing Jiang Tao's hesitation, Cici, whose small hand he held, understood he was assessing their surroundings. Through her mask, she softly inquired, "Brother, have you decided where to go?" "To the right." Jiang Tao replied with a smile, confidently leading them in that direction. Naturally, Mimi resolutely followed suit. Upon reaching the portal on the right, Jiang Tao commanded, "Lilith, please open the door." Lilith, cradling a golden chest, hovered in the air and playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Tao, exploiting the slaves though she jested. The pet remained fiercely loyal to her master. Lilith burst through the portal, leading the way into the shimmering veil. Observing this, Jiang Tao grasped the hands of the 2 girls and followed closely behind. Room 22, the small volcano. The scorching sun mercilessly baked the earth. At the base of a black-red volcano, a fissure suddenly appeared in the mountainside. A pale-skinned fairy emerged, clutching a treasure chest, curiously gazing at this unfamiliar world. Is this the Mountain of Flames? Impatiently, Mimi tore off her mask, gasping for air. The JK girl, equally drenched in sweat, shielded her eyes from the blazing sun, murmuring, "The rooms are getting larger. Is that sun real or fake?" She voiced the confusion of millions of viewers behind the screen. What would happen if I used my talent to look at it? A thought sparked in Jiang Tao's mind as he dared to gaze at the blazing sun. In an instant, a bubble frame appeared. "Don't look, it has nothing to do with you. Just hope misfortune doesn't befall you. The sun counts as a room." Jiang Tao's heart raced. Could be a deadly trap? However, this was not the pressing concern at the moment. Jiang Tao redirected his gaze to the unfamiliar small volcano, which was dozens of times larger than before. Staring at the vast expanse of black-red hills, Jiang Tao felt a sense of awe. One could only imagine how expansive and perilous the ghostly forest they were about to challenge would be. I recall that previously, others had ventured into a vast desert and mining area, merely seeking an escape route that consumed considerable time. In the whimsical realm of gaming, a young girl with a tender heart pondered her escape. Indeed, I recall a player who found themselves ensnared in a desert, lost and perishing from thirst and hunger under the relentless sun. The oppressive heat, amplified by the nearby volcanic activity, rendered young Mi's complexion pale. She retrieved a bottle of pure water, guzzling it down in one swift motion. Observing this, Jiang Tao and Shun Sisi exchanged amused glances. Had it been any other player, they would have been anxiously rationing their water, but we faced no such concerns. At that moment, Lilith could hardly contain her excitement as she flung open a golden chest, instantly captivating the attention of all present. An onlooker couldn't help but exclaim, "Honestly, the wealth accumulated through this game alone could grant one financial independence." Many spectators, discontent with their real lives, fervently agreed. Rather than languish in reality, one might as well thrive within the game. Congratulations! You have acquired 100 gold bars. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao smiled and produced the shelter cube. In the next instant, he unfolded it. With a resounding thud, a medium-sized wooden cabin materialized at the foot of the mountain. Just as Shun Sisi, dripping with sweat, approached the spring in the courtyard to splash around, Lilith, playfully flapping her wings, joined in the fun. Jiang Tao, meanwhile, retrieved the materials for upgrading the large countryside villa. Wood gold, silver, iron, and the second-tier spirit crystals dropped by the man-eating bears. The other two shrugged and leapt out. Curiously, Shun Sisi inquired, "Brother, I remember we gathered most of the materials last night." "Indeed, but we still lack sufficient gold, 100 pieces to be exact," Jiang Tao nodded. Everyone was aware that gold and energy cores were valuable commodities. Upgrade. With a decisive click, the materials on the ground dissipated into radiant light. Simultaneously, the two-story cabin was enveloped in holy light. When it re-emerged, it had transformed into a three-story wooden villa, sprawling over hundreds of square meters, complete with gardens at both the front and back. The geothermal hot spring in the rear garden swelled back to its original size. Ding! Shelter upgrade complete. Initial construction achieved. For modifications to withstand formidable foes, please seek additional blueprints. Jiang Tao accessed the shelter panel, discovering that the capacity for planting and the size of the storage warehouse had multiplied exponentially. Naturally, with increased space came greater energy consumption. His accumulated spirit crystals had nearly been depleted, indicating the need for further accumulation. The shelter had become remarkably luxurious, though it was a pity that the doors and windows remained iron. Shun Sisi cheerfully examined the new abode, her gaze landing on the repaired iron door, a hint of regret crossing her face. Alas, a wooden cabin is simply as it is. However, transforming it into an obsidian dwelling would significantly enhance its appeal. After a thorough inspection, Jiang Tao minimized the shelter back into a cube and pocketed it. He gestured toward the volcano ahead, stating, "The materials we require lie atop that mountain." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as a bubble frame popped up at his fingertips. "Do you wish to escape this dire predicament? Then ascend the mountain. There exists but a solitary portal at the small volcano, right here. Only one passage." Jiang Tao's gaze narrowed, as this was his first encounter with such a scenario. "Brother, what's the matter?" Shun Sisi, following his line of sight, curiously glanced towards the mountain peak. Jiang Tao took a deep breath. "There is but one teleportation portal, located atop the mountain. Shun Cici's clear eyes widened in realization. No wonder so many players found themselves trapped, unable to discover an exit. Fortunate indeed for your presence. Demimi awarded Jiang Tao a hearty thumbs up. Fear not, my lady. With me by your side, we shall surely find our way out. The sweltering weather did not deter Lilith, who joyfully soared towards the summit. Jiang Tao initially considered summoning his wings of freedom, as he had upon arrival, carrying one person at a time. However, after a brief attempt, he realized that the exertion was excessive and posed a risk of aerial ambush. Thus, the trio traversed the more accessible mountain paths on foot, only taking to the skies when confronted with treacherous routes or obstructing boulders. Along the way, they encountered the volcanic treasure of obsidian. Having just constructed a new dwelling, Shun Cici and Demimi were brimming with enthusiasm, collecting as they walked. Obsidian 1, Premium Stone 1. Occasionally, they stumbled upon unexpected finds. Gold Nugget 1. Lured by the prospect of gold, the two women became even more fervent in their collection. Observing Demimi's gleeful demeanor, Jiang Tao jested, Sister me. With a daily salary of 2.08 million, why do you still bother picking up stones? Demimi shot him a glance of disdain, casually tossing aside a dark stone she had picked up. Yesterday, it was Sweetie. Today it's Mrs. Cow. This thrill of discovering treasures is far more exhilarating than mere numbers on a phone. She was well aware of Jiang Tao's prowess. Just then, he effortlessly caught the black stone she had tossed. Large obsidian X1. At that moment, Lilith, who was scouting ahead, suddenly exclaimed, Master, come quickly. A ball of fire is rolling. The three of them simultaneously felt the temperature around them rise rapidly, soaring above 60 degrees. Chapter 33. Climbing the mountain, and the first encounter with the lava creature, the cause of the rising temperature, was a pool of flowing lava monsters that crawled forth from the ground. Name: Lava Creature. Level: Top Tier F grade. Skills: Fire Breathing, Self-Destruction. Description: A rare fire-type creature endowed with basic intelligence, commonly born amidst fiery seas. Its death results in the formation of spiritual crystals and soul enhancement stones, making it highly sought after. Upon noticing the intruders ascending the mountain, the lava creature approached the three with an ominous demeanor, opening its maw wide. At that moment, a bubble frame materialized in Jiang Tao's retina. Energy being, damage caused by the destruction of limbs and torso is minimal. To kill it, the wisest approach is to shatter the energy core located at the back of its head. Its strength was neither overwhelming nor feeble, making it an ideal opportunity to hone the combat skills of Demimi and Shi. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tao retreated behind the two women. Its attack method was fire-breathing, with a range of 3 meters. The weakness lay in the core at the back of its head. Without the support of their leader, Demimi and Shun Shi instinctively took a step back. I won't always be by your side. You must learn to rely on yourselves, Jiang Tao declared, raising his hands to signify his intent not to intervene. He even advised Lilith to keep her distance. Exchanging glances, Demimi and Shun Shi cast aside their hesitation. Suddenly, the lava creature unleashed a fiery breath. But the two had already anticipated its attack and maintained a safe distance. Just as the creature attempted to close the gap, a flash of purple light emanated from Demimi's right eye. The gaze of Medusa. In an instant, the lava creature halted, petrified. Nice, Shun Shi exclaimed, her face lighting up as she raised her bow for a triple shot. Fully healed, her strength had increased significantly. All 3 arrows struck true. The first pierced its defenses, while the second and third found their mark at the core. The lava creature erupted in flames, letting out a cry before collapsing to the ground. Elated, Demimi rushed forward to collect the spoils. Acquired: Tier 1 Spiritual Crystal X1, Soul Fragment X1, Refined Obsidian X10. Here you go, Xiao Tao. The spoils of battle taste sweeter, Demimi chirped, presenting the glass-like soul fragment to him. Keep it for yourselves. It's a valuable treasure, a reward for your efforts. Jiang Tao replied, continuing onward without accepting the offering. As they progressed, encounters with lava creatures became increasingly frequent. Some hid in the crevices of the mountain, while others lay soundly asleep in the middle of the path. During this journey, Jiang Tao also took the opportunity to eliminate a few stragglers. The mother spider spear proved remarkably effective, automatically retrieving itself after each throw. He attempted to absorb the so-called soul fragments, experiencing a temporary surge of mental clarity akin to a stimulant. However, the actual enhancement to his abilities was minimal, merely a slight improvement. Who said that? I feel all warm and invigorated, Demimi exclaimed, her radiant posture exuding confidence. The JK girl nodded in agreement. If it works better for you, then absorb more. If they can evolve into E-grade, the battles ahead will be much easier. Though the small volcano was lacking in resources, it was virtually non-existent. However, these strategic resources are quite convenient. The only flaw is that the temperature rises the closer one gets to the mountain peak. The two beautiful women, perspiring profusely, continuously gulped down bottled water. Upon reaching the halfway mark, Jiang Tao halted the still, energetic Lilith. Let us rest here for a moment, he suggested, gesturing toward a pile of scattered stones. The already fatigued Mimi gasped for breath as she placed a wooden board on the stone heap to rest. She pulled out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead, exclaiming, "Just the three of us have consumed at least 50 bottles of water. Even a water cooler couldn't keep up. Fortunately, we discovered a spring yesterday. Any other team would have been unable to leave their room." Shun Sisi nodded in agreement. "Let us eat some food here and resume our journey. We have already delayed quite a bit on the volcano." Jiang Tao retrieved several large earth fruits and tossed them to the two women. Gazing at the desiccated fruits resembling panels, Shun Sisi remarked with a hint of displeasure, "Brother, it's so hot, and yet we are left with such dry food. Is there nothing else?" Consequently, Jiang Tao produced some even drier jerky. Shun Sisi replied, "Given the limited conditions, having something to eat is already a blessing." Just as the trio hastily concluded their lunch, Jiang Tao's gaze instinctively swept over the nearby rubble, and his heart suddenly raced. Chapter 34: Fallen Players, Volcanic Lava Lizards, Precious Stones. The lost wanderer, having perished here just 2 days ago, has already been reduced to jerky. What is happening? There is something among the rubble. Upon hearing this, the two ladies who were eating sprang up in alarm and hurriedly distanced themselves. Could it be another lava creature? Dammy, trembling with anxiety, hid behind a rock. Jiang Tao shook his head and, following the prompt, began to clear away some of the loose stones. Indeed, nestled within the crevices, he discovered the charred remains of a player, tattered and lifeless. The two women gasped in horror as they retreated to the sides. Jiang Tao sighed, since they had encountered the remains. It was only right to give them a proper farewell. He rummaged through the belongings of the corpse, acquired a damaged wooden hut X1, 200 obsidian, 10 gold. Not a drop of water, nor a morsel of food remained. Most likely, the unfortunate soul had succumbed to dehydration and delirium, unable to rise again. After tending to the remains and reinterring them among the stones, Jiang Tao, along with Dammy and Shun Sisi, resumed their journey. The atmosphere grew noticeably somber. The tragic scene of Lu Meng's demise replayed in their minds. Had they not encountered him, would they too have become pitiful corpses? Trailing behind the group, Dammy, nestled close to Shun Sisi, blinked her doe-like eyes, gazing intently at the figure ahead. Perhaps an even graver fate awaited them. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Perhaps the kindness I have shown throughout my life has culminated in this moment of salvation. Shun Sisi's thoughts were equally tumultuous. Had it been a common person suffering her injuries, they would have long since abandoned hope, let alone strive to heal. Though she would not admit it, her fondness for the captain was steadily growing. "Alas, dear brother, everything about you is admirable, yet you are so capricious." She looked up with a resigned expression to see Jiang Tao flirting with Lilith, who was leading the way. How frustrating. Such frivolity should be curtailed. The ascent became increasingly arduous, and the temperature rose correspondingly. The trio found themselves drinking water more frequently. After a brief interlude halfway up the mountain, Dammy and Shun Sisi, displaying remarkable endurance, expressed no grievances. They even took the initiative to attack when confronted by a lava creature, honing their skills in the process. Thanks to the fragments of soul, both were invigorated, laying a solid foundation for their evolution T level. As they approached the mountain summit, a new warning appeared before Jiang Tao's eyes. Warning: guarding the teleportation portal is an elite creature, volcanic lava lizard, measuring 5 meters in length. It is currently sleeping on the mountain. If not observed carefully, it can easily be overlooked. The volcanic lava lizard possesses the advantage of terrain, drawing strength from its volcanic surroundings, coupled with its heavy stone armor, making it exceedingly formidable. Indeed, a boss awaits. Jiang Tao halted and gestured for Lilith to refrain from ascending further. He scrutinized the dark rocks at the peak, searching for the slumbering volcanic lava lizard. "Brother, what is it?" Shen Sisi inquired with curiosity. Upon the mountain, a formidable boss lay in repose. You both retreated to the shelter of a large rock, for it was a fire lizard, a creature of great strength, and caution was paramount to avoid any unintended harm. "Be careful," you urged. The obedient and eager Dami nodded repeatedly, following Shen Sisi as they concealed themselves beneath the massive boulder at the bend of the mountain path. The surrounding heat was oppressive, and beads of sweat trickled down Jiang Tao's brow. He had no time to spare, for he was on foreign territory, facing a formidable foe. In a bid for a swift resolution, Jiang Tao produced a vial of potent venom from the previous day and meticulously applied it to the spear of the maternal spider. Observing from a distance, Shen Sisi immediately grasped the situation, realizing that she possessed the remaining portion of the venom. She too coated the tips of her arrows with a lethal substance. Once prepared, Shen Sisi nodded at Jiang Tao. "Lilith, can you see the creature atop the mountain?" Jiang Tao inquired, brandishing the maternal spider spear and stretching his limbs in readiness to launch. "Indeed, there lies a hideous lizard, soundly asleep," Lilith replied with certainty. "Should it charge down, remember to distract it." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tao felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. The brute strength of titans infusing his right arm, causing his muscles to swell. With his waist bent like a drawn bow, he unleashed the spider spear with sudden force. In the next instant, the spear soared through the air like a comet. With a resounding crack, the spear struck a dark stone atop the mountain. Instantly, the peak trembled, and debris cascaded down. A volcano lava lizard, with skin of black and red, erupted in fury, its head impaled by the deep thrust of the spider spear. Roused from its slumber, the furious creature cast its gaze downward, swiftly locking onto Jiang Tao, who had just evaded to the side. In a fit of rage, it leapt from the summit. However, at that moment, a beautiful succubus swept through the air, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Lilith wielded a pink whip, striking the volcano lava lizard. In an instant, its eyes filled with a pink haze, rendering it momentarily immobilized. With a thunderous crash, it fell heavily down the slope, utterly disheveled. With remarkable precision, Shen Sisi, far more skilled in archery than Jiang Tao, launched 2 poisoned arrows that found their mark in the creature's eyes. The searing pain and temporary blindness caused the boss to break free from its stupor, flailing wildly in a panic. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao stood poised with his spear, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Lengthening his weapon, he occasionally thrust the spear toward the volcano lava lizard's vulnerabilities, hastening its movements. Whenever the creature sought vengeance, it was ensnared by Lilith's magic, reduced to a mere punching bag for Jiang Tao's relentless assaults. At times, when Lilith's skills were on cooldown, Dami would even intervene with a petrifying beam. After an arduous 10 minutes, the tenacious volcano lava lizard succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the group, ultimately perishing in a pitiful state due to the venom. With its fall came a surge of energy that flowed into Jiang Tao and his companions. "So much experience. If we slay one more, we shall evolve," Dami exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she emerged from behind the rock with Shen Sisi. Jiang Tao stowed away his spear and approached the fallen volcano lava lizard to gather resources. "I still require a significant amount. As we progress, the experience needed only increases." As the vast volcanic lava lizard transformed into ash and vanished, Jiang Tao found several pieces of rock in his hands. "Congratulations! You have received 200 exquisite obsidian, 1 second-tier spirit crystal, 1 complete soul crystal, 1 explosive core, and 500 units of lava blood. With this, the primary materials for the obsidian house are finally complete. Of course, the most significant treasures are the other three items. After reviewing their descriptions, Jiang Tao couldn't help but reflect on the time spent strategizing. The precious second-tier spirit crystal needs no further elaboration. It is a universal energy source utilized everywhere. As for the soul crystal, once used, it can elevate one's soul to the E-level perfection and even heal mental traumas. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao chose to store it cautiously rather than use it immediately. The lava blood is akin to a super-concentrated version of petroleum. Just a single drop can burn for an entire day, impervious to water, reminiscent of white phosphorus. Lastly, there is the essence of the volcanic lava lizard, the explosive core. When thrown, it produces a violent explosion with a power equivalent to that of an elite monster's self-detonation. Users are advised to maintain a safe distance, lest they meet their demise as well. How wonderful it is to possess such a formidable weapon. Jiang Tao gleefully stowed the explosive core away, then beckoned to Demimi and Shun Sisi. Let's continue our journey. With that, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring there were no hazards before giving Lilith a knowing glance. Lilith stuck out her tongue, displaying her disdain, yet with a resolute flutter of her wings. She pushed open the portal at the mountain's peak and soared inside. Chapter 35. A new nightmare level. The mysterious goblin? It appears that after recently conquering a formidable room, the subsequent chambers have presented a relatively gentle challenge, accompanied by generous rewards. Jiang Tao even managed to scavenge several bottles of refreshing elixir, along with some essential supplies. In the 27th chamber, a desolate wilderness unfolded before them. Jiang Tao, along with Shun Sisi and Yang Mi, found solace upon a rocky outcrop, taking a moment to rest. Although resources were scarce, a few rare medicinal herbs capable of healing were present. During this intermission, they replenished their energy, preparing for the final sprint ahead. Jiang Tao casually opened the chat channel to peruse the intelligence shared by others. Oh my, I accidentally stumbled into a tropical rainforest, at least of a challenging level. It's vast and perilous. I'm lost, and finding my way out is quite the ordeal. Thankfully, the rainforest is abundant with fruit. But how did I uncover traces of someone else's presence? A kind-hearted player responded. A friendly reminder. It's highly probable that what you encountered is not human, but rather a monstrous creature. Best to steer clear and exercise caution. Another player cried out for help in the channel. Damn. I appear to have entered the maze mine area that was rumored a couple of days ago. There are 2 corpses of players ahead. Oh heavens, does anyone know how to escape? Where's the portal? Have you all noticed how many special rooms there are today? The frequency of these anomalies is no longer a coincidence. Xiaoma Gu excitedly reported, our theory holds true. As a former survival planner, this is indeed a survival game. It will not allow players to simply linger indefinitely in safety. Of course, thanks to the valiant efforts of Jiang Tao, our survival rate in the Great Xia region is undoubtedly the highest globally. Thus, our team has devised 2 survival strategies. One strategy is tailored for the vast majority of ordinary players. They should explore one room daily, ensuring the environment is safe before maintaining silence, and surviving until the game concludes after 7 days. Although there is a high probability of unexpected ambushes, it is still better than confronting the challenges of a difficult level. The other strategy is directed at the adventurous players. Once you have explored several safe rooms consecutively, remain vigilant, for a challenge is imminent. Particularly every 10th level, please assess your capabilities wisely. Many players naturally supported the first strategy, while others fervently hoped for Jiang Tao and his companions to clear the game promptly. Jiang Tao mused about the experiences of players from other countries. Meanwhile, in a different dimension, numerous foreign players were desperately crying for help as they were pursued. They faced an array of fantastical creatures from legends, suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, on Sakura Island, led by the valiant Ichikawa Gangsaka, he was nearing the goblin nest. The entire nation placed its hopes on him, with the Prime Minister's office expressing keen interest. Brother, the preparations for the oil are nearly complete. I just procured some fire-resistant materials on the trading platform. At that moment, Shun Sisi joyfully showcased several pieces of leather she held. Then you may proceed with the synthesis, Jiang Tao thought, recalling the pelts they had acquired from previous encounters with monsters, and handed them over to Shen Cici. Before long, with the fortunate blessing of the great Mimi, 3 charred fireproof suits have emerged. Once all preparations were complete, Jiang Tao cast his gaze around the corridor. Above, in a challenging chamber, a swarm of magical moths guard a bronze treasure chest, albeit with a toxic presence, making it quite troublesome. What is happening today? Have you encountered misfortune? Below lies a den of venomous serpents. If you dare, jump in, and you may feast on snake soup tonight. Upon reading these 2 prompts, Jiang Tao shivered involuntarily. What's wrong, Xiao Tao? Mimi observed keenly, her curiosity piqued. Nothing much. It's evident that venturing below is out of the question. I shall take another look. Jiang Tao directed his attention forward. In front, a low-risk, ordinary chamber awaits, stocked with some basic living supplies, though it seems ill-suited for you. Behind lies a building complex of stone, marked as ordinary difficulty, devoid of peril. Perhaps you could dismantle it and procure some materials. To the left, a simple thatched cottage with inferior materials, yet offers a place to rest, potentially serving as a shelter for the night. At last, to the right, a nightmare challenge. A mysterious cavern brimming with rare metals, where 5 goblins are engaged in forging iron and refining gold. If you possess the courage, you could transform into a brigand and seize the goblin's treasures. Upon reading the final prompt, Jiang Tao felt an immediate surge of excitement. Have I also encountered creatures from the realm of Western fantasy? He scrutinized the right corridor, seeking to gather more intelligence. Shortly thereafter, a new dialogue box appeared. 5 goblins. Among them an E-class high-ranking Earth Goblin, ordinary E-class Goblin Archers, and 3 formidable F-class Goblin Brutes with considerable strength. Chapter 36. Braving the Nightmare Cavern, Lilith's Arcane Might. 2 E-rank Goblins and 3 elite F-rank Goblins, truly befitting the Nightmare difficulty. Naturally, the rewards are substantial. Goblins excel in mining and metallurgy. Within, one can expect an abundance of rare metals and a considerable amount of gold. After a day's diligent search, the foundational materials for the obsidian house have been gathered. However, the demand for silver and gold remains significant, and we are still lacking a bit. After Jiang Tao recounted the situation in the right room, Shen Cici pondered for a moment and analyzed. Brother, from a purely strength perspective, it is somewhat risky. Yet, as we are about to explore the ghost forest, having a secure refuge could alleviate our concerns and potentially save our lives. Demimi nodded vigorously. Cici is right. Nightfall is approaching, and I wish to sleep with a greater sense of security. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Tao made up his mind. The next step was to devise a strategy for confronting the 5 goblins. Cici still favored the old kite-flying tactic. As the saying goes, one need not fear an old tactic, but rather fear not employing it. Jiang Tao took the lead, aiming to first target the mightiest of the goblins, the Goblin Archer. She and Yang Mi would work together to distract the 3 goblin warriors. They possessed several formidable weapons, essence of the arcane spider and blood of the lava. If handled adeptly, they could emerge unscathed. After rehearsing the plan several times and confirming its viability, Jiang Tao turned to Lilith, who was lazily soaring above, her mind adrift, and instructed. When the time comes, please keep a close watch over Cici and the others. If we find ourselves in dire straits, you may carry them away without concern for me. Lilith blinked her enigmatic large eyes in response. Understood. With all preparations complete, Jiang Tao pushed open the portal to the right and stepped inside first. Room 28, the alchemical cavern. Though its size did not rival that of a small volcano, it was still significantly larger than usual. More importantly, upon entry, his eyes were immediately drawn to the shimmering crystals embedded in the mud walls, sparkling like shards of gold. Clang! Clang! Jiang Tao was quickly captivated by the thunderous sound of forging. Following the noise, he beheld an unusual furnace blazing at the cavern's center. A towering goblin, standing over 5 meters tall and entirely green, led 3 stout goblin warriors, each roughly 1 meter tall and clad in animal skins, who wielded hammers and relentlessly struck iron blocks. Flanking the goblin warriors were boxes piled high with gold and rare gemstones. Beside the furnace, a slightly taller goblin archer, approximately 1.5 meters in height, donned leather armor and patrolled with bow in hand. The moment Jiang Tao made his entrance, the goblin archer swiftly turned to face him, instinctively drawing an arrow and preparing to shoot. Yet, just then, Yang Mi's right eye shimmered with purple light. Medusa's gaze. Crack! The goblin archer's motion to knock the arrow was instantly frozen. Roaring in fury, the largest goblin seized a few pieces of black or from a nearby box, intending to hurl them at the trio. Simultaneously, the 3 goblin warriors charged forward, hammers in hand, in an orderly fashion. Indeed, the nightmarish difficulty is truly formidable. Just as Jiang Tao was poised to hurl the maternal spider spear, a figure moved with swiftness that surpassed his own. A melodious voice resonated through the air as Lilith joyfully emerged, bestowing a flying kiss upon the earth elemental. This kiss materialized in a delicate shade of pink, entering the elemental's gaze and merging with it. Suddenly, a black mineral fell from his grasp, striking him on the head. In midair, Lilith gracefully twirled, and without notice, had drawn forth her pink, enchanting whip, sweeping it effortlessly towards the 3 goblin warriors. With a resounding clap, the once menacing goblin warriors froze in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Chapter 37. Enchanted Goblins and the Upgrading of the Obsidian House. The plans devised by Jiang Tao, Shun Cici, and Amimi were remarkably well conceived. However, they overlooked one crucial detail: an S-rank companion, Lilith. Jiang Tao never anticipated the formidable prowess of Lilith, who effortlessly enchanted 5 goblins. Among them, the large goblin possessed strength that rivaled Jiang Tao's own. The goblin archers were also a considerable threat, capable of dispatching 99 players in an instant. Coupled with 3 sturdy goblin warriors, this lavish assembly was no match for Lilith alone. Observing her master's astonishment, Lilith hovered above the cavern, her countenance radiant with amusement. "Master, have you underestimated me?" she inquired. "These green fellows possess considerable strength, yet their intellect is rather lacking, making them quite susceptible to my influence." According to Lilith, any creature with mental fortitude inferior to hers could be controlled. However, the large goblin, being exceptionally powerful and of a higher level than Lilith, could only be subdued temporarily. Prolonged control would lead to resistance. The 3 F-rank goblin warriors, however, could be controlled indefinitely. Gazing at the imposing figure of the large goblin, Jiang Tao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the maximum duration of control?" "Complete control lasts only 8 hours. Beyond a day, there is a risk of backlash," Lilith replied, advancing and playfully mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. "Shall I make it take its own life?" "No need. I have a better plan," Jiang Tao interjected with a smile, raising his hand to halt her. "Is it truly safe? It looks rather frightening." The goblin's grotesque appearance unnerved Amimi, who instinctively clutched Cici and stepped back. "Fear not. They are quite obedient. Just think of them as little green dogs," Lilith reassured, brandishing her whip to prompt the goblin warriors into performing acrobatics such as handstands. "All right, enough of the antics. Let us see what treasures they have gathered," Jiang Tao remarked, his thoughts already on the chests filled with gold and silver. The presence of laborers was indeed advantageous. Like a farmer wielding a whip, Lilith directed the goblin warriors to bring forth box after box of treasure for inspection. They discovered 1,000 gold coins, 2,000 silver coins, 50 units of the rare material mithril, and a second-tier energy core. However, the most significant find was an alchemical blueprint. Blueprint for the alchemical crossbow, a bronze-level alchemical equipment that can be enchanted, boasting an extensive range and the capability to slay elite monsters, posing a formidable threat to D-rank extraordinary beings. Required materials include 100 silver coins, 50 gold coins, 100 mithril, 1 E-rank biological vein, and 1 second-tier energy core. "What a treasure!" Jiang Tao exclaimed in admiration after reviewing the contents. The other materials were relatively abundant, though he noted a shortfall in mithril. As for the E-rank biological vein, with a thorough exploration, there was a chance to acquire it within a day. Curiously, he toyed with a small, shimmering piece of mithril, reminiscent of Newtonian fluid. Gripping it firmly, he realized it could absorb energy. Mithril, a highly versatile material. Even a small quantity infused into a weapon can yield transformative effects. What might occur if it were integrated into the spider spear? Curiosity piqued within Jiang Tao as he instructed Lilith to inquire among the goblins regarding how they had discovered this secret silver. Speak quickly. Lilith cracked a pink whip, leaving a vivid mark on the goblin warrior. The goblin's eyes sparkled with two pink hearts as it dutifully confessed. This is a unique technique of our goblin clan, forged from raw materials of silver and gold in a specific proportion. Then let them continue their work, Jiang Tao replied with a sense of authority. To his surprise, the large furnace within the cavern could also be transported. Forging furnace, capable of smelting large quantities of metal, requires wood for combustion. Jiang Tao initially contemplated storing the furnace, but since all materials were at hand, he decided to take out the cubic structure of his countryside villa. He unfolded the blueprint for the obsidian house, meticulously selecting the materials from his backpack and retrieving the energy core of the man-eating bear. All conditions met. Do you wish to proceed with the transformation? Transform. With the utterance of those words, the quaint wooden structure of the countryside villa was enveloped in a dark glow, undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. Before him stood a foundation constructed of compacted stone. The main building comprised of a layer of stone formed from obsidian. Particularly impressive was the 2-meter-high stone wall surrounding the courtyard, instilling a profound sense of security. At a mere glance, it was clear that it surpassed the wooden house by several measures. In the live broadcast, an audience member could not contain their admiration. I see that all players' shelters are wooden, yet only Jiang Tao has transformed his into a stone house. Sleeping here is far safer than in a wooden structure. Upon entering the goblin's cavern, had an upgrade occurred? Was it the goblins who facilitated this? Moreover, did you all notice the secret silver the goblins retrieved from the chest? Such a magical material, if brought back to reality, could potentially overcome numerous challenges in material science. This viewer articulated the sentiments of many researchers. Beyond merely the materials, there was also the blood of the monsters, among other things. Once players return, they will undoubtedly usher in a new wave of evolution for human civilization. More viewers were now focused on a singular concern. Players must not perish. Had we possessed this house yesterday, we wouldn't have feared that monstrous bear. Damimi chuckled as she caressed the sturdy stone wall. Shun Shishi gazed at the single-story dwelling, muttering, "We'll have to sleep together again." Jiang Tao assumed she lamented the limited space and hurried to clarify. Once upgraded, the area will naturally expand. There are benefits to being compact. At least the defense is more secure. As night approached, the group did not linger long to examine the obsidian house. After storing the forging furnace within the courtyard, Jiang Tao prepared to set off. Brother, the 30th room leads to the ghost forest. Let's choose a safer option for the next, Shun Shishi suggested softly. That makes sense. Jiang Tao surveyed his surroundings, surprised to find that the passageway of this cavern would also require excavation. Naturally, there was no need for the two lovely ladies to toil. He would leave it to the 5 goblins. According to the indications, both the left and right paths were classified as difficult, while the upper and lower routes were toxic caverns. However, ahead lay a suitably temperate simple room. Once confirmed, Jiang Tao exchanged a knowing glance with Lilith. Lilith instantly understood, a wicked smile flickering across her face. With a sharp crack, she swung her enchanting whip through the air. Quickly dig ahead, she commanded. The earth golem, exhilarated, raised its colossal hammer. This was a subterranean realm, where the soil was particularly resilient. If the likes of Big Honey and Shun Sisi were to excavate here, their delicate hands would surely blister. However, the goblins, equipped with their own pickaxes, adeptly began to dig, sending soil flying. Occasionally, a glimmering object would emerge from the earth. Ding dong, congratulations. You have acquired silver 10, gold 1, soil 10. After upgrading the obsidian house, the carrying capacity had significantly increased. Jiang Tao welcomed all the spoils without reservation. Before long, a luminous barrier appeared. Lilith soared forward, her hands defiantly placed on her hips. Ha! Now I no longer have to serve as the cannon fodder. You little ones, move out. Roar! The earth golem responded first, lowering its head to sweep its gaze over the goblin archers. The goblin archers, somewhat bewildered, glanced at the three goblin warriors. The confused goblin warriors were nudged forward through the luminous barrier. After a moment, confirming that her enchanted minions were unharmed, Lilith directed the goblin archers and the earth golem to enter one by one. Let's proceed as well. Once Lilith had flown inside, Jiang Tao nodded towards Big Honey and Shin Sisi and stepped into the 29th chamber. Chapter 38. A sudden transformation. A new civilization descends upon Cherry Blossom Island. The Goblin Invasion. Upon entering the new chamber, Jiang Tao and his companions took a moment to rest. Lilith commanded the goblins to excavate the surrounding veins. Although gold was scarce, every little bit counted. Before long, a few fragments of gold emerged. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the trio, a spectator couldn't help but remark, "Isn't it still early? Has Master Jiang Tao decided to rest? Does he not aspire to seize the grand prize of 100 chambers? This is crucial for the evolution of our entire clan, and many are filled with anxiety." Witnessing this, numerous foreign onlookers chuckled. It seems the leading players from Huaxia have grown complacent. This is our moment to overtake them. Among them, the players from Cherry Blossom Island were particularly boastful. Everyone, forget about Jiang Tao and Yangmi. Come and witness our Cherry Blossom Sword Saint. Nichikawa Gangsaka has discovered the goblin nest. The excitement of the Japanese netizens piqued the curiosity of others, prompting many spectators to flock to Nichikawa Gangsaka's livestream. Upon watching, many were taken aback. Within the oppressive atmosphere shrouded in dark clouds, a bloodstained, towering, dark green monstrosity loomed ominously, adorned with skulls. The tower seemed alive, writhing with hive-like pores that exhaled a green mist. Most terrifying of all, goblins emerged from the cavern beneath the tower, their bodies glistening with slime. These newly spawned goblins lined up in an orderly fashion to receive equipment before disappearing into a nearby abyss. Such a shocking spectacle caused a surge in viewership for Nichikawa Gangsaka's livestream, propelling it into the top ranks. A viewer exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this truly the goblin nest? Don't tell me the goblins encountered by other players in the caverns all emerged from here." Rational viewers cautioned. It seems the nightmarish challenge surpassing Master Jiang Tao's capabilities harbors at least hundreds of goblins within that nest. Even the strongest Jiang Tao team might struggle to conquer it. I suggest your people retreat and abandon the quest. Upon hearing this, many Japanese netizens became indignant. What the Huaxia people cannot achieve, we from Cherry Blossom Island can. East Asia's finest. It's not about exterminating all the goblins. We only need to slay the boss. Many islanders, their voices raised in fervor, yearn for the favor of their nation's fortune, hoping for a boon to enhance their own fortunes. How splendid would it be to extend our lives? This is certain. This time, we will prevail, riding on the wings of fortune. During the live stream, it became evident that Nichikawa Gangsaka, having just crossed into this realm, was momentarily stunned upon beholding the goblin nest. Not far off, a goblin patrol approached, prompting him to swiftly leap into a tree, his expression fraught with uncertainty. Should he abandon the mission and retreat, or charge forth for a grand opportunity? Reason whispered to him that the goblin nest was beyond his current capability to confront. A tactical withdrawal would be wise. Yet, after 2 days of completing various preliminary tasks to discover it, the allure of the nest was difficult to resist. There must be something valuable within. To relinquish, it would be a pity. The cabinet government before the screen is also urgently weighing the pros and cons. The rise of Huaxia has been remarkable, with national strength soaring, and within a mere 3 days, it has leapt to the status of a superpower, even surpassing the Federation of the White Eagle. Shall our cherished cherry blossoms remain beneath others? This is the opportune moment to liberate ourselves from the control of the White Eagle Federation, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as the cabinet is in urgent deliberation, an announcement reverberates through the live broadcast. Congratulations to Nichikawa Gangsaka for completing the preliminary task, activating the A-level major mission, subjugation of the goblin nest. If successful in destroying the nest, there will be a tremendous genetic evolution for all citizens. The player will receive a unique title, Goblin Slayer, along with substantial rewards. Players are encouraged to explore the room and uncover the task. This notification was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, igniting the unique ambition of our island nation. The Emperor is aboard. The fate of the Empire lies in this gamble. The island's netizens erupted in fervor, clamoring to obliterate the goblin nest. Even the few calm members of the cabinet were swept up in the fervent atmosphere, perspiring as they proposed the optimal solution, according to game rules. It is not necessary to eradicate all goblins. As long as one can infiltrate, eliminate the boss, and destroy the core, success is assured. Given Nichikawa-kun's capabilities, the opportunity is indeed within reach. Yes, moreover, Nichikawa-kun is on the verge of evolution. He is certain to uncover treasures within the nest. The excitement on the island reached a fever pitch. In a live broadcast, Nichikawa Jisaka first experienced elation, followed by hesitation. Within the game, he was acutely aware that danger and opportunity coexist. As he appeared indecisive, the cabinet convened an emergency meeting, unanimously voting to utilize the once-daily barrage function. Minutes later, a voice resonated solely among the island's players. Brave sons of Yamato, the nation has reached a critical juncture. All players, please lend your utmost support to Nichikawa-kun. Nichikawa-kun, behind you, countless eyes are watching, awaiting your return. Venture forth with courage. Nichikawa-san, the cherry blossoms of our homeland are in bloom. Upon hearing the final words, the hesitating Nichikawa Jisaka could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. The many players, initially silent, subsequently offered their acquired items, freely trading them to Nichikawa-kun. This is a simple medical kit I have prepared. Oil. I possess 10 crates of oil. Igniting it will surely annihilate the nest. The goblins are merely fodder. Nichikawa-kun wouldn't fear such trivial foes, would he? This is the renowned sword I risked my life to obtain. The Demon Slayer. I bestow it upon you. Hoping for your triumphant return and the resurgence of Yamato atop the world stage. The collective attention of the citizens, the unwavering support of the government, and the players' generous offerings all converged into a powerful impetus, solidifying Nichikawa Jisaka's resolve. I have indeed received the heartfelt sentiments of all of you. Hikawa Jisaka inhaled deeply, unsheathing his newly acquired Demon Slayer, and stealthily advanced. At the same moment, Jiang Tao and his companions, preparing for battle, heard his warning. Shun Sisi lamented, "One must not underestimate the world. I did not expect the players from Sakura Island to be so valiant." Yangmi curled her lips in disdain. "I find them rather unappealing. Their ambition is excessive, always willing to risk everything on a single strike." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao chuckled. It seems the time has come to gamble on national fortunes. The island nation, narrow and resource-limited, thrived on such tactics. Under the watchful eyes of millions, Hikawa Jisaka, supported by players nationwide, displayed remarkable courage. He first eliminated a patrolling goblin guard, and then used a gift of a stealth potion to infiltrate the periphery. After evading several towering goblins, he officially entered the goblin nest. However, the next moment, the tide turned dramatically. As soon as he entered the nest, he was discovered, surrounded by goblins from all directions. Hikawa-kun, the nest can detect foreign objects. Quickly use the coin of fate. The millions of viewers from the island nation held their breath in anticipation. Fortunately, a player's item that enhanced luck provided guidance to the optimal solution. After using the coin of fate, following the instructions, Hikawa Jisaka escaped the encirclement and fortuitously discovered a bronze treasure chest within the nest. As he opened the chest, the treasures inside propelled him to evolve into an E-class new human. This monumental achievement sent the live stream into a frenzy. The foremost player now is our Hikawa sword saint. Jiang Tao, like his nation, reveled in the glory of a bygone era, unaware that they were being outpaced. Sakura Island is truly the beacon of humanity. Hikawa-kun's adventure continued, and upon completing his task, the entire nation would evolve. The islanders were boastful and arrogant, with many foreign netizens looking on enviously. Naturally, the Huashan netizens were indignant. Stop your incessant chatter. Just choose someone to duel. Thanks to the numerous enhancements brought by Jiang Tao, every citizen of the Great Xia possessed superhuman physiques, drawing admiration from various nations. The islanders, however, refrained from immediate confrontation, taunting instead that they would battle once Hikawakuin completed his A-class task. Like the common viewers, the cabinet eagerly anticipated the live broadcast. Even the ambassador of the White Eagle Federation to the island nation remarked, "After this matter concludes, we must re-evaluate our strategy towards the island nation." Perhaps it was the luck bestowed by the coin of fate that influenced the outcome. In the following exploration of the nest, Hikawaji Saka faced no obstacles. Even when encountering goblin guards, he easily evaded detection. Thus, he ventured deeper, reaching the core of the nest. There, he stumbled upon a grotesque chamber, blood and flesh strewn about, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat. Was the boss within? As Hikawaji Saka nervously pushed the door open, the sight that greeted the viewers was utterly shocking. The walls were composed of flesh and blood, with entrails and intestines scattered everywhere. At the center of the blood-soaked chamber, a massive heart, entwined in a web of blood vessels, throbbed violently. Every tremor stirred the entire nest. The heart of the nest, the origin that nurtured countless goblins, was an entity transformed from a mutated goblin matriarch. Destroying it would obliterate the entire nest. Such fortune? As this thought flashed through Hichuan Gangsaka's mind, he swiftly raised his sword, Ghost Slash, channeling his essence. With a decisive draw, he unleashed his most magnificent strike under the gaze of 1 billion online spectators. Crack! However, this strike was halted mid-air, ensnared by a sinuous green arm. Hichuan Gangsaka turned in astonishment to find a terrifying goblin, towering over 6 meters, with green skin, bulging muscles, and a pair of twisting horns, coldly staring back at him. The Goblin King, a D-class extraordinary being, described in but a single line. As the Goblin King's hand exerted a gentle yet forceful grip, a sharp crack echoed. The unparalleled weapon, Ghost Slash, shattered in response. Hichuan Gangsaka's expression shifted dramatically as he discarded the broken blade and bolted for the exit. Yet, a blood-red tendril surged from the shadows, wrapping around him. Click, click. After waiting so long, he found himself delivered to the jaws of fate. Realizing he had been captured, the Goblin King spoke, revealing unsettling intelligence. Through the live stream, the audience was horrified to discover that outside the fleshy chamber stood a multitude of goblins of various forms. As the room writhed, new goblins were birthed, salivating around Hichuan Gangsaka, bound at the limbs, yet refraining from attacking, until the surface of the colossal heart contorted into grotesque features, parting to reveal a blood-soaked maw, which then drew Hichuan Gangsaka into its depths. No, help! This terrifying scene shattered Hichuan Gangsaka, who had trained in swordsmanship since childhood, into desperate cries. Hiss! Hiss! At the same moment, countless viewers in front of their screens were left in shock, with over 95 being from the island nation. The situation escalated too rapidly. Cabinet members who witnessed the entire live broadcast were left speechless, watching in horror as Hichuan Gangsaka was devoured alive in utter terror. Building announcement. A-class mission. Subjugate the goblin nest failed. Hichuan Gangsaka was consumed by the nest. Death penalty initiated. Due to mission failure, penalties are doubled. The nest consumes the player, acquiring information about the real world. 100 players, centered around Hichuan Gangsaka, perish simultaneously, transforming their dojo into a goblin nest. A new civilization has emerged on Sakura Island. Strive to resist and survive. This notification resonated in the ears of all players. They were left in stunned silence. Monsters have descended upon Blue Star? Hichuan Gangsaka was devoured alive? How tragic. Wait, the death penalty entails more than this. It births a monstrous civilization in their homeland. Many were left chilled to the bone, filled with dread, especially the island players who had previously contributed numerous precious items, now gripped by fear. Hichuan Gangsaka's failure directly impacted all players, weakening their strength and endangering their homeland. In reality, Blue Star, the moment the death penalty echoed, it marked a turning point. Originally invited by the Emperor to visit the palace, the parents of Nichikawa met a tragic demise under heavy protection. During a live interview, Nichikawa's elder brother and his master shared anecdotes of Nichikawa's rigorous training in his youth. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy, a horrifying scream pierced the air as several guests collapsed lifelessly. The most terrifying event was the violent earthquake that struck the Nichikawa dojo. Influenced by Nichikawa Saka, this dojo had transformed into a sacred site just 3 days prior, attracting tens of thousands of spectators. They came to witness Nichikawa's journey, to watch live broadcasts, or to clumsily mimic his swordsmanship. Suddenly, a green light enveloped the dojo, shattering wooden planks and tiles. In their place arose a monstrous tower, spewing toxic fumes. As chaos erupted, terrified visitors fled in all directions. From the grotesque tower emerged hideous goblins, who, though unable to contend with other monsters, were adept at bullying humans. Their eyes glinted with greed upon spotting numerous schoolgirls in their uniforms, and they rushed forward, incapacitating them and dragging them back to their lairs. Some samurai attempted to resist, but were swiftly crushed by mutated goblin warriors wielding heavy clubs. Men were killed on the spot, taken as sustenance to enlarge their nest, while women were captured to continue the cycle of reproduction. The thousands of pilgrims who had come to pay homage unwittingly became the first source of nourishment for the burgeoning nest, which expanded tenfold in a brief span. From this, bizarre super goblins emerged. It was only when satellite surveillance detected the goblins systematically utilizing materials to construct defensive fortifications and organizing the capture of humans that officials grasped the alarming reality of the message, the birth of a new civilization. Urgent calls were made to deploy the self-defense forces for bombardment. However, many tourists remained trapped within. Regardless, the nest could not be allowed to grow unchecked. It was alive. Did they not see it expanding by the second, even consuming trees? As helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers sliced through the skies of Tokyo, they headed straight for the original Nichikawa dojo. Global satellite cameras turned their attention, and Sakura Island delivered a stark lesson to the world, prompting the White Eagle Federation to express heightened concern. Chapter 39, The Dismal Sakura Island, Room 30, The Forest of Spirits. Boom! Explosions erupted in a spectacular display of sparks over Sakura Island. The pilgrims, either captured by goblins and taken to their lair or perishing from the aftershocks, were at the mercy of chaos. Under the watchful gaze of drones, the marauding goblins, too, were sent tumbling by the blasts. The potency of gunpowder far surpassed that of traditional weaponry. The commander orchestrated the assault from behind the scenes, intending to first eliminate the most significant threats before capturing goblins alive for the study of their nest. However, the goblins' cunning exceeded all expectations. Following the initial wave of bombardment, they retreated to their lair with their spoils. Moreover, the explosive force was not as formidable as anticipated. The more resilient individuals often evaded the direct impact, shielded from the aftermath by some energy barrier. And at field, it seemed the explosion's might was neutralized by this energy. This conflict drew global attention, and the consequences of advanced weaponry weighed heavily on many leaders, proving to be worse than imagined. Especially concerning was the nest that began to emit a mist, creating further turmoil above. An emergency cabinet meeting was convened to strategize the subsequent actions. Yet, the arrival of an unexpected guest complicated matters further. Orders were given to capture several goblins alive, with tanks encircling the area and drones monitoring continuously, postponing bombings for the time being. This directive came from the ambassador of the White Eagle Federation. Silence enveloped the cabinet until an official exclaimed, "But there are still civilians trapped within the nest, witnessing its resource plundering. It must be eradicated, preferably in the early stages. Otherwise, if it adapts to the environment of Blue Star and digests its resources, it will undoubtedly yield even stronger progeny." The blonde ambassador waved dismissively. They are merely goblins. No matter how formidable, can they withstand a penetrating warhead or a cloudburst bomb? If worst comes to worst, there is always the option of a nuclear bomb. The thought of a third nuclear strike sent a wave of dread through the officials. Yet they found themselves powerless to thwart the will of the White Eagle Federation. Thus, A contingent of self-defense forces began to encircle the nest. While they had not yet breached it, sending anyone inside often led to unexpected mishaps, with communication devices failing. The goblins possessed various magical abilities, causing considerable distress among the self-defense forces. After enduring significant casualties, they managed to extract 3 injured goblins, stirring a nationwide sensation. An aircraft from the White Eagle Federation swiftly transported them home for research. Soon, the laboratory erupted in astonished exclamations. The goblins contained energies unknown to humanity. Currently, only a trace could be found within the Daxia people. Their cellular vitality was astonishing, capable of living over a century. They could even regenerate severed limbs. And wait, was it a trace of human genes? Had they consumed islanders? Or was there an inherent connection to humanity? News of these findings reverberated across the nation and the globe. Every goblin was a treasure. The active agents extracted from them rejuvenated the most elite of the elderly, invigorating them instantaneously. This was not merely a crisis, but a profound opportunity. The supreme leader, overcome with excitement, slammed his hand on the table and personally issued the decree. To surpass a certain Eastern power, we must harness the goblin nest. With a decisive command from him, the self-defense forces methodically advanced upon the nest, capturing goblins alive. The local American military also took direct action. As for the previously abducted Sakura maidens, the military showed no concern. The higher-ups seemed to regard the nest as a treasure spawn point, gradually conquering it, deliberately dropping pork and other meats to keep it active. However, what they did not notice was the enormous heart still pulsating within the chambers of the nest. The Goblin King donned a heavy armor that bore a striking resemblance to the bulletproof vests of the self-defense forces upon closer inspection. Simultaneously, amidst the writhing flesh, a new goblin sword saint emerged, closely resembling a figure from Ichikawa. In the adjacent incubation chamber, the plundered Sakura maidens hung like strips of cured meat. Each newly born goblin engaged in combat immediately, well-versed in firearms and munitions, knowing precisely how to respond. The descent of goblin civilization introduced yet another layer of unpredictability to this beleaguered little island. Meanwhile, Toho University enhanced its defenses through satellite surveillance. We, the players, must tread carefully. Witnessing the plight of the Sakura Islanders, many who once envied them were now filled with trepidation. It was only at this moment that they grasped the concept of national fortune. It was not merely the lives of 100 people at stake. The actions of the players would influence the fate of an entire nation. Jiang Tao's cleverness shone through. Having received feedback, he steadied the situation. The tragedy of Sakura Island prompted a reversal in the previously conservative evaluations of Jiang Tao, leading the audience to admire him greatly. As for the former figure of renown, Nichikawa G. Saka, who still remembered him, one moment he was hailed as the hero of Yamato, the sword saint of Sakura. The next, he had become a pariah in Kyushu, reviled by thousands. If one merely observed the adventure live streams, it was not a total loss. As over 1 billion viewers dispersed, reflecting on the misfortunes of the Sakura people, they flocked to other streams, with a majority gravitating towards Jiang Tao's. Upon hearing of Nichikawa G. Saka's tragedy, Dami Mimi expressed her sympathies. Realizing her gamble had gone awry, Jiang Tao shrugged after finishing the earth fruit in his hand. Historically, the islanders have always possessed such a nature. Shouldn't Cece reminisce, gamble, win, and ultimately lose everything? Shall we continue onward? Dami Mimi, with her enchanting eyes, inquired. Of course, we shall proceed. We have prepared for so long. Jiang Tao replied, clapping his hands and retrieving the treasure map from the stone abode. Confirming its authenticity, he activated it on the spot. As the map transformed into a beam of light, passages above, below, and to the sides illuminated with the same message. Stop looking, no matter which way you go. It leads to the ghost forest. Friendly reminder, please wear gas masks, bring water and food. Do not stray from your companions, and remain cautious of anyone you encounter. Yang Mi and Shun Cece donned their fireproof suits and gas masks, anxiously watching Jiang Tao. Stay close behind me. Do not wander far, he instructed. After a moment's thought, Jiang Tao distributed some water and food to the two women and called up to Lilith above. "Aren't you afraid of fire?" Upon hearing the sound, Lilith descended swiftly, her voice laced with indignation. "Do not underestimate me, Master." Jiang Tao nodded in acknowledgement. "In that case, ensure their protection." "No problem," Lilith replied, making an okay gesture before brandishing her whip to command the 5 goblins to approach. Considering the daunting nature of the next chamber, Jiang Tao refrained from sending the goblins to their demise, opting instead to usher them into the obsidian chamber. Once all was prepared, Jiang Tao gently pushed the door open. What was he doing? Jiang Tao's peculiar actions swiftly captured the audience's attention. Rather than lying idle, he was challenging the 30th level. With the cautionary tale of Riku Kawabata in mind, many spectators from the Great Xia felt a knot of anxiety as they fixated on the large screen. The lights dimmed, and a dense fog enveloped the area. Jiang Tao and his companions found themselves in a forest reminiscent of a winter dawn, where visibility was nearly non-existent. The swirling mist took on ghastly forms and eerie howls, sending chills down their spines. "Let us ignite the flames." Jiang Tao nodded toward the two women behind him. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi, adhering to their prior plan, utilized molten lava blood to ignite their torches. In an instant, the surroundings were awash with light. Truly, it was a special fuel, illuminating hundreds of meters around them. Even the sinister fog was incinerated. The 4 found themselves ensnared in a murky forest, surrounded by bizarre trees with peculiar branches, while the area remained largely barren. Unfazed, Jiang Tao activated his abilities and surveyed his surroundings. As his gaze swept across the area, a series of notifications emerged. "You have entered the ghostly forest. This domain belongs to the Ghost Mother Tree. All ghost trees are its offspring, visible to the Ghost Mother Tree. As a being on the verge of evolving into a transcendent ghost tree, she has detected you. She yearns to consume your flesh and that of your companions as the final sustenance for her evolution." Ding ding. Jiang Tao, Shun Sisi, and Yang Mi simultaneously received a notification. Entering the ghostly forest has automatically activated an A-level mission. Stop the birth of the Ghost Mother. Mission details. The Ghost Mother Tree possesses the eerie ability to devour souls and enslave others. It is constrained by its species limitations and cannot move. If she evolves to transcendent status, she can shed her racial constraints. Find the true form of the Ghost Mother Tree and prevent her evolution. Shun Sisi, wearing a thick mask, and Yang Mi turned to Jiang Tao, their eyes inquiring. "Let us proceed." Jiang Tao affirmed with a solemn nod. The two women trusted him completely, unwavering in their resolve. Jiang Tao's gaze shifted forward. A dense fog conceals several ghost trees, stealthily altering their positions out of your line of sight. He glanced in another direction. "Walking left is unwise. That area is riddled with traps. Behind you lies a narrow stone staircase, flanked by ghost trees. At the end, something awaits. Perhaps a closer inspection will reveal more." Friendly reminder. Each ghost tree serves as the eyes and source of power for the Ghost Mother Tree. It is imperative to eliminate as many as possible. With this understanding, Jiang Tao commanded, "Lilith, bring forth the goblins. We shall proceed to the rear." Accompanied by a flash of dark light, the Earth Elemental, accompanied by a trio of goblin archers and 3 burly goblin warriors wielding iron hammers, materialized before them, encircling the trio. Yami exhaled deeply, astonished that the grotesque goblins could appear so endearing. "Come forth, Earth Elemental, lead the way. Archers, take the rear, while you 3 guard us on either side." Jiang Tao did not allow them to explore unarmed. Instead, he presented a barrel of oil, prepped in advance, to one of the goblin warriors, instructing it to scatter the oil as they advanced. "Is the master ready? This environment resembles my homeland." Hovering above, Lilith waved her enchanting whip, beckoning Jiang Tao. She seemed utterly unaffected by the mist and atmosphere, brimming with vitality. Jiang Tao, concerned, cautioned, "Fly higher, be careful, and avoid being captured by the monstrous trees." "Understood. Thank you for your concern." Master Lilith responded with an adorable gesture, using her whip to urge the Earth Elemental onward. With a mighty roar, the Earth Elemental, towering at 5 meters and wielding a colossal iron hammer, cleave through obstructing branches, bravely advancing into the dense forest. Jiang Tao, accompanied by Shen Sisi and Yang Mi, followed closely behind, with the goblin warriors steadfastly protecting them. Furthermore, overhead, the mesmerizing little fairies flitted about. The situation was remarkably secure. Observing their cautious exploration, the audience expressed their curiosity through comments. The previous boss was not as serious as Jiang Tao appears now. Could this be a hellish difficulty level? Why haven't we encountered any monsters? Brother, take it easy. Do not end up as unfortunate as the neighboring Sakura. After the goblin incident, the viewers were feeling the pressure while watching the live stream. After proceeding for several minutes according to the hints, Jiang Tao found no small stone steps. Rather, the surrounding monstrous trees multiplied, impeding the team's progress. Unfortunately, the earth elemental's use of a massive hammer made clearing the path rather cumbersome. Jiang Tao, however, had devised a solution. Here, take this, it will serve you well. With a smile, he raised the black iron giant axe dropped by the Titan and handed it to the earth elemental. The goblin, stowing away the iron hammer, accepted it with a grunt, swinging the axe a few times, creating a gust of wind, and breaking into a silly grin. With this handy tool, their path-clearing speed increased severalfold. Crack! Crack! Jiang Tao did not neglect the severed branches, collecting them all. Refined ironwood 1, refined ironwood 2. The quality of the timber in the ghost forest was exceptional and would surely prove useful in the future. Suddenly, a prompt in his line of sight changed. Aware of your intentions, 2 ghost trees ahead have blended with ordinary trees, attempting to stealthily abduct your companions. We have kindly marked the positions of the ghost trees for you. It thoughtfully marked the positions of 2 inconspicuous, short trees ahead with red arrows. Hee. I can no longer contain my amusement. Hearing Jiang Tao's laughter, Shun Sisi curiously inquired, Brother, what are you laughing at? I laugh because, despite the ghost mother tree's formidable strength, it ultimately possesses a fatal flaw. A flaw? Yang Mi inquired with curiosity, what flaw? Beneath the mask, Jiang Tao offered a faint smile. It cannot move. No matter how cunning her schemes or ambushes may be, she must patiently await our assault. Thus enlightened, Yang Mi caught sight of a goblin warrior trailing oil behind it, and a sense of secret delight welled up within her. Jiang Tao and Lilith shared a profound understanding, enabling him to indirectly command the goblins through her. As they approached the ambush point, the earth goblin, just as before, cleared the path with its colossal axe. With the surrounding branches severed, the marked ghost tree to the left fell like an ordinary tree. Yet, one branch seemed to inadvertently embed itself into the goblin's arm. Name, Ghost Tree, Level, Elite F-Class, Skills, Parasitism, Venom, Miscreation, Maternal Root Movement, Description, one of the progeny nurtured by the mother ghost tree, capable of traversing along the maternal root system and returning to the mother at will, splitting into offspring. It serves as one of the sources of power for the mother ghost tree. As long as a ghost tree endures, the mother ghost tree shall survive. Furthermore, the gathering place of ghost trees can generate a misty field that influences mental perception and judgment. It can embed seeds into enemies through stings with venomous branches. Externally indistinguishable from ordinary trees, if detected early, it poses minimal threat. Under Jiang Tao's guidance, the earth goblin, already on guard, swiftly turned its arm, using the flat side of the massive axe to block the ambushing ghost tree's branch. In one fluid motion, it retaliated, and with a resounding crack, the giant axe cleaved the disguised mother ghost tree in two. In the ethereal realm, it seemed that Jiang Tao and his companions heard a wretched scream emanating from a mist. A sphere of psychic light erupted from the ghost tree, joyfully caught by Lilith in midair. While the group's attention was captivated ahead, another ghost tree silently maneuvered to their flank. Unnoticed beneath the ground, a sinuous branch slithered like a venomous serpent, striking towards the weakest, Yang Mi. At that moment, a piercing sound erupted from behind. A rocket soared through the air, accurately striking the second ghost tree. Chapter 40. The Grand Battle. The Extraordinary Beings and the Mother Tree. The Goblin Archer, tasked with the rear guard, launched a fiery arrow that vanquished the second ghostly tree. Their most formidable challenges lay in utilizing the terrain, lurking to ambush, and the toxic branches concealed within the mists they had conjured. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, Jiang Tao's innate talent rendered them utterly ineffective. After the encounter, Yang Mi was startled into a jump upon witnessing the peculiar branches erupting from the ground beneath her. When had they come into contact with these? Just as she contemplated incinerating them with a torch, Jiang Tao raised his hand to stay her. These are valuable materials. He approached and began gathering the remnants left by the two ghost trees. Spirit wood 100, spirit wood 200, seed of the ghost tree 2. Such bizarre materials? Jiang Tao examined the detailed descriptions. Spirit wood can be used to construct a special shelter known as a haunted house. When ignited, it creates a sanctuary impervious to malevolent spirits. Any area illuminated by its flame remains untouched by the supernatural. Seed of the ghost tree. When planted within the shelter and nourished with a spiritual spring, it can grow into a ghost tree, safeguarding the home. Henceforth, there will be someone to keep watch at night. Jiang Tao gleefully stowed away the seeds. Only he possessed the nurturing spring. Any ordinary player would be unable to cultivate such seeds. Following this trial, the team proceeded with heightened caution. They traversed for over 20 minutes. Yet the forest showed no signs of yielding. Coupled with the pervasive mist enveloping them, Yang Mi voiced her unease. Xiao Tao, are you certain this is the right path? We have yet to locate any passage, and if trouble arises, we shall have nowhere to flee. Shen Sisi chuckled, offering reassurance. Do not worry, Mi Jia. This is already the 10th chamber we have encountered today. Even if there were a passage, we would not be able to traverse it. We must remain here for the night. Gazing upon the eerily surreal surroundings reminiscent of a horror film, Yang Mi involuntarily shivered. Fortunately, the shelter had been preemptively modified. With the hints provided, Jiang Tao felt no trepidation. In 3 more minutes, you will arrive at the small stone steps. The steps lead directly to the mother tree, and the path is lined with traps. Please prepare yourselves. Let us proceed. Jiang Tao signaled for the goblins to continue guiding them. The goblin, with a low rumble, cleared the way with its massive axe. Before long, they beheld a staircase paved with white pebbles. The steps extended into the depths of the mist, disappearing from sight. Master, shall we venture in? I have an ominous premonition. Lilith fluttered down. Let us pause for a moment. Jiang Tao scrutinized the white pebbles, and a new dialogue box appeared before him. On either side of the staircase lie ambushed undead creatures, ensnared by the mother tree, including spirits. Her roots spread below, poised to launch a sudden attack. Furthermore, with each step upon a pebble, a portion of your vitality will be siphoned and returned to the mother tree. Only when you are utterly weakened will the mother tree reveal herself. Indeed, her cunning knew no bounds. Not only had she shrouded the entire chamber in mist, but she had also laid intricate traps along the only correct path. However, all of this hinged on our unwittingly stepping into her meticulously crafted snare. Jiang Tao smiled. What do you intend to do? Curiosity sparked within Shen Sisi as she inquired. Jiang Tao first instructed Lilith to gather the 3 goblin enforcers. The last goblin had already exhausted its supply of oil. Jiang Tao proceeded to distribute the previously auctioned oil among the 3, who began to spray it along the stone steps. The archers and the earth goblins stood vigil, particularly attentive to the underground. Shen Sisi and Lilith observed from a distance as the goblins diligently worked. The goblin enforcers, carrying several barrels of oil, methodically surrounded the stone steps, dousing them with the liquid. The acrid scent provoked the restless undead creatures lurking beneath. With a sudden crack, a gnarled, ghostly claw broke through the soil, reaching for the oil-dousing goblin. In response, the ever-watchful earth goblin bent low and swung its axe, cleaving the unfortunate zombie in half as it emerged. Jiang Tao had initially intended to make use of the remains, but upon inspecting the materials it yielded, he was left speechless. Bones! Decayed human skeletal remains, suitable as fuel, particularly enduring in flames. The fire produced a green hue, imparting a unique flavor to cooked food. Jiang Tao couldn't help but scoff. With all this wood, why would I burn human bones? Shaking his head, he abandoned the idea of collection. As the oil encircled the small stone steps, An increasing number of zombies emerged from the ground. These undead were enticed by the ghost mother tree, akin to wraiths, and posed little threat. Being of ordinary F rank that any common person could handle, albeit somewhat unsettling. However, the branches that launched surprise attacks from below presented a greater challenge. Once the goblin enforcers completed their task, Jiang Tao led his group away from the small stone steps, then released an arrow from a distance. With a whoosh, the arrow ignited upon striking the ground, setting ablaze the area surrounding the stone steps. Amidst the burning haze, anguished cries echoed. The lurking zombies struggled to claw their way out, resembling corpses fleeing from hell, reaching out menacingly towards Jiang Tao and his companions. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi, their faces pale, retreated, while the goblin archers provided backup with a few more arrows. The undead, initially ambushed underground, were forced into the open by the flames, becoming easy targets. From the roaring inferno, phantasmal faces emerged, startling Yang Mi into a scream. Ghosts! Humans are inherently fearful of such entities. As Jiang Tao faced these supernatural foes for the first time, he quickly assessed the situation. Ghosts, souls bound by the ghost mother tree, vulnerable to fire and light, effective against creatures with weaker mental fortitude. Fear not, you are stronger than they are. To bolster morale, Jiang Tao shot an arrow at one of the ghosts. Upon piercing through the ghostly visage, the creature emitted a pained shriek, its essence visibly diminished. One ghost, enraged, attempted to charge at Jiang Tao, but could not draw near. What is there to fear? Merely flies, after all. Lilith, perplexed, brandished her enchantment whip, capable of ethereal transformation. In a swift motion, she lashed out, and the ghosts, as if confronted by their nemesis, were sent reeling, dropping crystalline fragments as they disintegrated. According to Lilith, Yang Mi's Medusas, I can also restrain them. The unknown breeds fear. Upon discovering that the apparitions could indeed be vanquished, the two women sighed in relief and eagerly joined the fray. The flames raged fiercely for over half an hour, continuing until darkness enveloped the outside world. As the live stream neared its closure, viewers expressed their discontent in the comments. Wait, I haven't finished watching. Jiang Tao's undertaking was considerable, with even apparitions making an appearance. Should the strategy succeed, all would be well. However, failure could lead to hauntings in the Great Xia. Let us hope they are not awakened by a foreboding disaster. On the internet, the Goblin Mother Nest on Sakura Island continues to be streamed live 24 hours a day. The local residents are suffering greatly, tearfully recounting the abduction of their children before the cameras. The upper echelons of leadership, along with the White Eagle Federation, after an initial bout of chaos, perceive this as an immense opportunity, key to surpassing the Great Xia. I do not now wish for Jiang Tao to provide more feedback. Merely wishing for their safe return is a blessing. This sentiment resonates throughout the Great Xia. In the Ghost Forest, the adventure persists. Jiang Tao collected materials dropped by the monsters from the charred remains, as the mists in the air began to dissipate. The soil surrounding the small stone steps had been scorched, turning even the white pebbles to a charred black. When his gaze returned, changes had occurred. The scorched soil, damaged tree roots, and the ghost mother tree's power have been weakened, rendering it more volatile. Caution: the weakening effect of the small stone steps still lingers. With safety restored nearby, we proceeded along one side of the stone steps, careful not to stray too far inside. Jiang Tao led Yang Mi and Shun Sisi, allowing the earth spirit to guide the way. Standing on the charred ground brought him a sense of tranquility. The traps meticulously laid by the ghost mother tree had all been incinerated, allowing the group to traverse with ease. After 20 minutes, a fork in the path emerged before them. To the left lay a white stone path, shrouded in thick fog, with faint monster roars echoing in the distance. To the right was a path of black pebbles, engulfed in darkness. Master, which way shall we go? Lilith descended. Wait, let me assess. Jiang Tao stood at the fork's entrance. If you choose the left path, you will enter an eternal labyrinth. Once resources are depleted, you will transform into a vengeful spirit, endlessly wandering. The right path conceals the true form of the ghost mother tree, who has gathered all her offshoots, awaiting your challenge. To the right, we are about to encounter the boss. Everyone be cautious. Thus, the Earth Spirit took the lead down the dark path. Xiao Tao, come closer. As they ventured deeper, the darkness thickened. Even the light from their torches was subdued, illuminating only a small circle. Yang Mi nervously clutched Jiang Tao's arm, fearful of losing her way. Do not worry. You and Cece are together. Should anything occur, Lilith will guide you from above. While the two women were consumed with anxiety, Jiang Tao had already formulated a plan in his mind. Suddenly, a rustling of branches echoed ahead as they delved further into the depths. Unbeknownst to them, a circle of monstrous entities had encircled the surroundings. With a crack of the whip, Lilith lashed through the air. The creatures surged forward. The Earth Giant, displeased, swung his massive axe, letting out a roar akin to that of a lumberjack, swiftly severing the encroaching branches. Simultaneously, the three vigilant goblins sprang into action, assisting their leader in clearing away the remaining debris. The Earth Giant, being an elite creature, exhibited formidable combat prowess. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of its attack, the phantom tree lashed out with a branch into the void. "Ha! Do you think you can contend with me?" In the night, Lilith's form became ethereal, transforming into a spectral entity and vanishing from sight. The branch fell harmlessly to the ground. In that direction, Jiang Tao understood that the phantom tree was immobile. He swiftly glanced toward the source of the branch, an elite creature of the mental category, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, merely a step away from transcending into a supernatural being. Your arrival has filled its final void, yearning for your brains. Primary weakness, immobility, fearful of light and fire energy. Take heed, her position is right here. In the darkness, a massive red arrow stood out conspicuously. Jiang Tao rejoiced, hastily directing. "The boss is over there. Shoot the arrow." Without delay, he took the lead and hurled the spider spear. This was no ordinary attack. The spear was laden with venomous liquid. Crack! As the mother tree faced peril, the creatures previously entangled with the goblins redirected their efforts, using branches and even their bodies to obstruct the assault. However, Jiang Tao's strike had been charred for quite some time. As it sliced through numerous branches along its path, it struck with precision, embedding itself into an unassuming tree that stood merely a man's height. In an instant, the monstrous tree let out a piercing wail, revealing a twisted, ghastly visage within its bark. It shrieked and writhed, beginning to expand. The phantom tree shed its disguise, and the soil beneath quaked incessantly. Crash! Crash! With the undulating branches resembling giant serpents, the once minor trees, merely rooted in the ground, revealed their true nature. The mother tree unveiled its actual form, towering over 50 meters. Upon its dark trunk, numerous ghastly faces emerged, contorted and roaring, perpetually shifting. As Jiang Tao and his companions had been standing since the onset upon the roots of the mother tree, it became evident that the dense network of roots had spread underground from the very entrance. Truly formidable. Jiang Tao gasped in astonishment. Name: Phantom Mother Tree. Level: Semi-Supernatural Being E. Skills: Reproduction, Soul Devour, Root Sweep, Root Cage, Mist Barrier. Description: Originally a monstrous tree from forgotten burial ground. It absorbed an excess of corpses and souls, resulting in its mutation. Cold-blooded, murderous, it delights in consuming souls. Humans, since you have arrived, do not depart. Instead, join the grand evolution. The roots writhed, either coiling toward Jiang Tao and his companions, or sweeping toward the goblins. Lilith. Jiang Tao flapped his wings of freedom, soaring through the air to evade, continuously launching spider spears from his hands. The air was filled with the melodious laughter of Lilith, who deftly embraced both Yang Mi and Shun Cece, skillfully evading the ambush of the tree roots. As for the earth goblins, well, they were left to their own devices. Confronted with such attacks, the goblins were not without their experience. 3 stout goblin warriors formed a protective circle, defending one another. Meanwhile, the goblin archers, adeptly retreating to the rear, unleashed a barrage of fiery arrows. Their role was to provide cover, and the number of roots attacking them was minimal. The brunt of the assault was borne by the earth golem, which transformed into a veritable bulldozer, bellowing as it severed the encroaching roots. Thanks to the golem attracting the fire, Jiang Tao unleashed the lava blood, which cascaded from above. On the other side, Lilith adhered to the original plan, swooping in from the opposite direction. Clutching Yang Mi and Shun Cici, they poured the lava blood from the heights. This molten substance, derived from the volcanic lava lizard, not only radiated intense heat, but also contained strands of fiery venom. Upon contact with the thrashing roots, it ignited instantaneously. Within a heartbeat, the once rampant calamity morphed into a dance of fire serpents. Those wretched insects! The ignited mother tree retaliated with a barrage of poisonous spikes, prompting Jiang Tao and Lilith to swiftly distance themselves. However, this signified that the lava blood had indeed inflicted severe damage. Had it been oil that was poured, it might not have ignited so readily. Yet, the lava blood possessed high energy, igniting like white phosphorus upon impact, clinging stubbornly like a stubborn adhesive. Even the smaller branches extending from the roots suffered, transforming into a fiery spectacle. Lilith, you take them a bit further back. I intend to deliver a significant blow to the monstrous tree. Once the lava blood had nearly finished cascading, Jiang Tao retrieved a fiery red glass orb from within his cloak. Master, please be cautious. I will have the goblins assist you, Lilith expressed with a hint of concern. Shun Cici, nestled in her embrace, hesitated. Brother, I can help distract from the air. Jiang Tao pondered for a moment. Just remember to keep your distance. With that, he unfurled his wings of freedom and, gritting his teeth, surged forward with blinding speed. Whoosh! The wings emitted a jet-like propulsion, propelling him towards the mother tree at an exhilarating pace. Chapter 41. The Ultimate Cataclysm. The Death of the Mother Tree. The specter of the extraordinary flame. At that very moment, the severely wounded earth spirit, its eyes blood-red, charged towards the mother tree, driven by Lilith's magic, heedless of its own life. In the distance, archers, disregarding their dwindling energy, loosed a relentless barrage of toxic arrows that fell like a fiery rain upon the mother tree. Surrounded by formidable foes both above and below, the mother tree found itself momentarily overwhelmed, compelled to dispatch its offspring to distract the attackers. You are the root of this calamity. I can sense your vibrant mind. The mother tree's countless ghastly visages turned toward Jiang Tao, their mouths stretching grotesquely as they let out a chilling wail. Oh no! It's about to launch a soul attack. Panic surged within Jiang Tao as he sprinted forward, hastily retrieving the monkey wine he had gathered earlier and consuming a stimulant potion simultaneously. The two vials coursed through him like a potent elixir, igniting his body in a radiant crimson glow, imbuing him with boundless energy, particularly evident in his bloodshot eyes. Yet, feeling it insufficient, he consumed his precious perfect soul crystal as well. With a burst of energy, he surged forth like a finely tuned engine racing towards the mother tree. Mother tree's gaze. Mental resistance failed. You have evaded this attack. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Tao sighed in relief amidst his exhilaration. A soul attack was unlike any other. A failure could spell disaster for the earth spirit serving as a shield below. With the assistance of the monkey wine, he swiftly regained the stamina expended in his extreme sprint. As he approached within a few hundred meters of the mother tree, the branches began to thrash violently, compelling him to halt. What? The formidable mother tree, sensing danger, tightened its roots, forming an imposing wall around itself. Strike true, Jiang Tao bellowed, as a phantom of a black bear flashed past him. His muscles swelled instantaneously, awakening the Titan's blood within him. All his strength coalesced in his right arm, which he hurled forward with tremendous force. A silent beam of light cleaved through the darkness, piercing the thick wall of wood. The spear, known as the spider spear, found its mark within the mother tree, and the explosive core at its tip activated. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within the tree, illuminating the haunted forest in an instant. The once impenetrable bark and roots were ravaged by the shockwave, splintering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Take cover. Jiang Tao had already shouted this warning as he launched his attack, fully aware of the impending consequences. He plummeted directly downwards, seeking refuge among the roots. burrowing deep into the soil just as the shock wave surged forth. The black bear cloak enveloped him, providing excellent protection. In the distance, Lilith and her companions, despite their preparations, were hurled several hundred meters away by the force of the blast. An orange-red mushroom cloud rose majestically from the location of the mother tree, a testament to its overwhelming power. 3 minutes later, Yang Mi cautiously emerged from beneath the rocks, her small head peeking out as she anxiously surveyed the battlefield. Deeply concerned for Jiang Tao's safety, Shin Sisi flicked the debris from her dark hair and rose, saying, "Let us hasten to see. If the ghost mother tree still lives, we must strike it down swiftly." "Oh, where's Lilith?" Just as the two were filled with concern, a swirl of pink light enveloped them, coalescing into the playful figure of Lilith. "The master awaits us ahead. Let us proceed." With that, amidst the astonished exclamations of the two women, Lilith grasped one of their hands and soared toward the heart of the battlefield. The once wildly thrashing roots had been reduced to mere powder. Although some ghostly trees had narrowly evaded destruction, a fresh breeze swept through, turning their trunks to ash as if they had been consumed by flames. Suddenly, a patch of ordinary gray-black ash stirred, and Jiang Tao emerged, peering from within. "What a pity for the cassock," he lamented, shaking the dull black bear robe from the remnants. With a worried glance toward the original position of the ghost mother tree, he saw that the offspring had been largely obliterated, leaving only a vast pit at the center. "Thanks to your efforts, the ghost mother tree, which was destined to evolve, has been reduced to dust. Perhaps this was her fate," he mused. "A transcendent fire seed, containing her lifelong evolutionary energy, lies quietly at the bottom of the pit. If we do not collect it swiftly, it may dissipate." Suddenly, Jiang Tao felt a surge of determination. All his efforts had been for this very moment, for a treasure that was crucial to the next stage of evolution. He promptly activated his wings of freedom and sped toward the great pit, scanning the soil along the way, anxious that any offspring might still survive. Fortunately, all the ghost trees had perished. "Brother, wait for us." Lilith, Shun Sisi, and Yang Mi, who had caught up, were relieved to see him unharmed and quickly followed. "Let's go and unearth the treasure." With the great threat vanquished, Jiang Tao smiled joyfully. Upon landing in the pit, he began to dig at the center, while Shun Sisi and Yang Mi searched the periphery for treasures. Ghost Wood 1, Ghost Tree Seed 1, Soul Fruit 1, First Order Wood System Spirit Crystal 1. The harvest was unexpectedly bountiful. The rare spirit crystals needed for the detoxification potion were not uncommon in this place. Moreover, Yang Mi fortuitously found a second-order Wood System Spirit Crystal. The materials from the Ghost Mother Tree were even more precious, possessing properties that could enhance mental focus and facilitate evolution. The Soul Fruit, formed from the souls consumed by the Ghost Mother Tree, had a simple yet potent effect. Upon first consumption, it could aid individuals in breaking through to E-level. This was precisely what Yang Mi and Shin Sisi needed. As Jiang Tao excavated in the center, he found himself with fewer rewards than anticipated. He longed for the presence of the gnomes. "If only they were here, I wouldn't have to toil myself," he reflected, his thoughts intricate. Hearing his words, Lilith scratched her cheek oddly. "Master, it seems there are still gnomes alive." "Let me search." "Still alive?" Jiang Tao was quite taken aback, having regarded them merely as expendable resources for drawing aggro. If they had survived, it truly was a stroke of luck. With the aid of prompts, after digging 3 meters deep, Jiang Tao discovered a seed ablaze with mysterious blue flames. Ghost, Extraordinary Flame Seed. The D-class extraordinary beings can only condense the flame of life, inheriting their genes, souls, and genetic information. This flame seed was left behind by the Ghost Mother Tree, belonging to the soul category. Upon utilization, one shall acquire immense soul power, tapping into the brain's potential and prematurely activating extraordinary talents, allowing you to consume others, and yet, in the end, you are merely crafting a wedding dress for me? After enduring so much hardship, it has finally come to fruition. Jiang Tao carefully stored the ghost flame seed within the stone chamber, intending to use it safely under the cover of night. The mere thought of obtaining the next phase of abilities in advance brought an uncontrollable smile to Jiang Tao's face. Suddenly, a newly emerged dialogue box caught his attention, causing his brow to furrow. The flame seed has been taken. The ghost mother tree's true form in the shadows has sighed in relief, having deceived you. What? You're not dead yet? Jiang Tao exclaimed in astonishment, glancing around. Come, let me see where you're hiding. He distinctly remembered the previous hint. Each seed represents a continuation of the ghost mother tree's life. As long as one remains alive, she can be reborn. In this core area, with the main body obliterated, the offspring must be non-existent. Thus, Jiang Tao unfurled his wings and delicately flew toward the periphery. Noticing his departure, Yang Mi hurriedly inquired, "It's already dark. Where are you headed?" "I'm just searching for any stragglers," Jiang Tao replied from the air. "Be careful then." Recalling the terrifying visage of the ghost mother tree, Yang Mi still felt a twinge of fear. Lilith, restless and scavenging, also wished to fly over. "Master, I'll help you look." "No need, just ensure their safety. Besides, didn't you mention there are still goblins alive?" "Were they?" Upon hearing the question, Lilith stuck out her little tongue. Chapter 42, A Surge in National Fortune. First encounter with hell, doubling annual output. After a thorough search, I was astonished to discover that one goblin warrior had survived. Fortuitously, it had been flung beneath the roots of a tree, escaping the catastrophic explosion. Unfortunately, the other 4 companions had perished. In honor of their sacrifice, Jiang Tao instructed Lilith to gather the spiritual crystals dropped by the goblin. When Jiang Tao soared to an inconspicuous perimeter, a new prompt appeared before him. A trembling ghost tree conceals itself amid the ruins, believing it has evaded your gaze. How audacious to hide here! After a diligent search, Jiang Tao employed his spider spear to sift through the charred remains and ash, ultimately uncovering a rather diminutive ghost tree, notably shorter than its kin. Its branches and leaves were huddled together, quivering in a remarkably human-like manner. "You have consumed so many lives, you deserve this fate." Without a shred of mercy, Jiang Tao thrust his spear, delivering a forceful blow that shattered it into fragments. To ensure it was entirely vanquished, Jiang Tao meticulously collected the materials: spirit wood 1, ghost tree seed 1. Once he had gathered all, a lingering doubt prompted him to glance back. Friendly reminder: a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. 2 ghost trees remain alive. What a stroke of luck! Jiang Tao marveled, realizing that had it been any other player, they would have surely let escape. Thus, he diligently resumed his flight, scouring for any potential hiding spots. Eventually, he reached the outskirts, where he spotted the white pebbles. There, he discovered the second ghost tree and replicated his previous actions to eliminate it. With only one remaining, the ghost mother tree was adept at concealing itself. And Jiang Tao spent a good half-hour searching. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi had already collected the other materials when he finally located a trembling, weed-like little ghost tree at the initial fork in the path. Final remnant of the ghost mother tree. With a swift strike, Jiang Tao pierced through it, forcefully reducing it to dust. The next moment, a dark, ghastly visage emerged from the tree, attempting to invade Jiang Tao's mind, only to be thwarted by his formidable mental fortitude, disintegrating into ash. Such an abundance of elixirs was not without merit. Jiang Tao smiled faintly. Following the demise of the ghost mother tree, a wealth of essence surged into his mind, distinctly different from experiences with other monsters. He felt a warm sensation enveloping his head, akin to a euphoric lightness. While consuming potions, monkey wine, and fragments of souls typically leads to a decline in mental strength and a phase of weakness, at this moment, an overwhelming mental prowess remained steadfast, and his vision was astonishingly acute. The area between his brows radiated warmth, as though something were yearning to emerge, only to recede, lacking a certain depth. Congratulations! You have completely vanquished the quasi-supernatural entity, the ghost mother tree. Only upon hearing this notification did Jiang Tao finally exhale in relief. The familiar announcement rang out once more. Just recently, the dismal defeat at Sakura Island had been proclaimed, yet this time it heralded Jiang Tao's triumphant success. Building announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Tao and his 2 teammates for successfully conquering the Hell Level Room, Ghost Forest. They have thwarted the advancement of a mutated ghost mother tree into a D-class extraordinary being, thereby eliminating a potential threat to human civilization. In recognition of their remarkable achievement, they have been awarded a personal exclusive talent, the third eye. The fortunes of a nation have also yielded favorable results. This year, all plant harvests in the Great Xia have doubled, with fruit trees possessing a slight chance of producing extraordinary fruits. At this moment, it is precisely 7 p.m. on Blue Star. The players, having survived another day, are exhaustedly resting in their shelters. In the chat channel, many are still lamenting the tragic events at Nichuan Gangban and fervently discussing the recent upheaval in Sakura Island. The resounding announcement reverberated through the air, dispelling the gloom that had clouded the hearts of the players. Particularly among the players of Great Xia, there was a surge of spirit. The banner of humanity, the beacon of civilization, still belongs to us, Great Xia. Indeed, while everyone else was barely hanging on, it was Jiang Tao who raised the flag of civilization. What an impressive feat. Witnessing a hell-level challenge for the first time must be incredibly difficult. It should be akin to the previous Goblin Mother Nest. Veteran players reminisced about their past experiences. A doubling of yield within a year? The economic benefits must be immense. It is well known that Blue Star has faced a population explosion in recent years, leading to a food crisis. As one of the most populous nations, this increase in Great Xia will certainly fill a significant gap. I am particularly intrigued by the extraordinary fruits. Does Great Xia not have spiritual springs? With dual assistance, there must be a plethora of remarkable items. Brother Xiao Ma's team remained intact. Their shelter has even been upgraded to a large wooden house. And he remarked, in such a stifling environment, Jiang Tao's presence shines like a ray of hope. He longs to see him upon his return in a few days. Brother Xiao Ma understands that he lacks the adventurous spirit of youth. As a player from Great Xia, the most populous nation, he is secretly striving to become a target for top players like Ryu and Yushan. Such courage is commendable. In a room separated by vast distances, Giant Stone's strong forest generously offered praise. He had originally had the opportunity to challenge a super high difficulty room. However, due to the incident at Nichuan Gangban, he opted for nightmare level instead. One must understand that failure in this challenge would not only jeopardize his own life, but also that of 100 friends and family members, potentially even dragging down his homeland and civilization. Dauda, we should take more risks tomorrow, said a companion adorned with tattoos, picking up a map. Having grown up idolizing superheroes, the opportunity lies before us now. We cannot let the Easterners continue to hold us down. Yes, you can do it. The other teammates looked at Dauda with admiration, embracing the notion of individual heroism, bearing the expectations of his teammates and the billion citizens watching from beyond the screen. Giant Stone's strong forest sighed inwardly. How he wished to march forward triumphantly. Yet, that unique room could not be traversed solely by brute force. The most delightful surprise, of course, came from the vigilant audience of Great Xia. The #1 trending topic on the internet was Sakura Island Goblin Civilization. Subsequent events have all revolved around goblins, as this new civilization has captivated the world. Following closely is Jiang Tao's brave venture into the haunted house. According to the official research team, should he fail, it would surely herald the arrival of ghostly civilizations in the land of the 9 provinces. Until that chilling voice echoed through the air. A collective sigh of relief swept across the nation, with over 2 billion individuals experiencing a rise in temperature by degree. One farmer, unfamiliar with the internet, seized the coolness of the evening to tend to weeds in his fields. He watched in astonishment as the immature corn suddenly doubled in size, not only ripening, but becoming plump and juicy. In the rich black soil of northeast China, rice that should not have been ready for harvest, yet bowed under the weight of its grains. Observing the heavy rice stalks, the leaders felt a mix of joy and urgency, hastily dispatching harvesters into the fields. Undoubtedly, the most bustling scene was in the scenic area of Jinan, which had been cordoned off and transformed into a no-go zone. The ancient spring there was deemed a strategic resource, leading to the apprehension of over 100 foreign spies and thousands of suspects attempting to pilfer the spring water during the day. despite the military's efforts to maintain order. Throngs of people surrounded the area in layers. When a new announcement was made, a pomegranate tree beside the ancient spring shimmered with brilliance. Even in the darkness, it emitted a fiery glow, akin to a golden divine flame. In contrast, not far away, a century-old pear tree bore a rounded pear that glistened with a radiant white light. A celestial fruit. This was the extraordinary fruit mentioned in the game. Consuming it would undoubtedly grant longevity. The strange phenomenon was quickly noticed by tourists, and under the guidance of those in the know, many flocked to the two fruit trees. Warnings from guards, even with gunfire, proved futile. There were audacious individuals controlling drones, attempting to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. They soon realized they were not alone in their cleverness, as thousands of drones surged to snatch the divine fruits. In the end, the authorities dispatched personnel to hastily harvest the divine pomegranates and the snowy pears, transporting them urgently to the research laboratory. When this news spread, the cabinet on the neighboring Sakura Island erupted in frustration. While I suffer here, you enjoy a bountiful harvest? Chapter 43. The Impact of Reality. Is the Third World War imminent? It is strongly urged that the Great Xia provide our nation with food aid. Indeed, particularly that miraculous spring and the extraordinary fruits. Only through the collective technological prowess of humanity can we thoroughly study them for the benefit of all. During a bountiful harvest in Great Xia, numerous spokespersons from other nations appeared on camera lamenting the famine plaguing their countries, especially after the mysterious game descended, resulting in significant loss of life. Supermarket shelves had been stripped bare, and it was a crucial time for food. Among them, the loudest cries came from our neighbor, the populous nation of Asan, which is bursting at the seams. They chant slogans about all humanity and a community of shared destiny. In response, the spokesperson for Great Xia merely chuckled. The leader of the White Eagle Federation showed little interest in the food crisis. He collaborated with European powers to exert pressure on Great Xia, attempting to compel the sharing of the extraordinary fruits, particularly the treasures borne by the ancient spring. According to reliable intelligence, some individuals consuming the spiritual fruits awakened superpowers. Upon the dissemination of this information, the leader and the wealthy elites behind the scenes became restless. Though the impoverished rely on mutations, the affluent depend on technology. However, the issue lies in the fact that the technology has yet to be developed. Many titans at the pinnacle of the societal pyramid grew anxious. In just 3 days, the tumultuous changes gave rise to a new class of mutated individuals among the lower echelons, unwilling to be discarded in this unprecedented social upheaval. Yet, concerning strategic resources, Great Xia remained on high alert, and seeing the ineffectiveness of their pressure tactics, a group of influential military-industrial magnates grew increasingly agitated. In a dimly lit room, an emergency meeting convened. The 30 mysterious members in attendance, most of whom are rarely seen in the media, wield the power to influence the entirety of human society. Particularly in the Western world, this is the Freemasonry. An elderly man with white hair rapped the table to commence the meeting. Great Xia is unwilling to cooperate or share technological advancements, and economic pressure has proven futile. Someone sighed. I have dispatched spies for reconnaissance, but they have either been captured or are under surveillance, and most importantly, they cannot exit the country. In just a few days, the fortunes of Great Xia have undergone a dramatic transformation. If this continues, our advantages will dwindle. Yes, we cannot remain passive any longer. Currently, everyone in Great Xia is a superhuman, practicing guiding techniques and initiating evolution. Even ordinary people here have awakened superpowers. The discussion grew increasingly heated. Watching the once disdained individuals poised to supplant them ignited a sense of panic regarding their declining status and impending demise, filling them with exhilaration. Until someone gritted their teeth and spoke. If all else fails, we must wage war. We must replace Great Xia. Upon this declaration, the room fell silent. Before the upheaval, Great Xia was the second strongest globally, and now, with multiple feedbacks, every individual has become a super soldier. In a head-to-head confrontation, the White Eagle Federation would not prevail, unless they could unite the military and technological might of all Europe and America, they might stand a chance of victory. A rational blonde man interjected. But the mysterious game is still ongoing, and you are all aware of the situation in the island nation. Perhaps tomorrow, a new civilization will descend upon our land. At this moment, internal strife is ill-timed. Engaging in warfare is, after all, no trivial matter. They are deliberating more rational alternatives. The elderly gentleman, with hair white as snow, let out a sigh. We shall continue our communication with the officials of the Great Xia. Their proposed ships, demands regarding the Strait of Malacca, are all negotiable, provided we can establish a collaborative research facility to share technology. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Furthermore, what is the status regarding the relatives of Jiang Tao, as well as those of Yang Mi and Shen Sisi? A mysterious woman responded. The intelligence on Jiang Tao has been classified as top secret, and all related personnel are under covert protection. However, according to our inquiries, Jiang Tao has no immediate family, only some distant relatives, classmates, and friends. Conversely, the parents of the other two teammates, Shen Sisi and Yang Mi, are also under protection and currently reside in Beiping. Upon mentioning Jiang Tao's name, the eyes of everyone present brightened. Through observation and study over the past few days, it is clear that he possesses extraordinary talent. Coupled with the evolutionary advantages established in the early stages, he is a figure who could significantly influence the entire nation, even civilization itself. The elderly gentleman spoke again. I suspect that as he evolves, those around him will experience repercussions, and even his former homeland may undergo transformations. When he returns in 7 days, we must spare no effort to make contact and win him over. Everyone unanimously concurred. They did not wish to instigate a third world war unless absolutely necessary. Subsequently, the 30 mysterious individuals engaged in further discussion regarding the National Fortune game. Aside from the daily barrage feature, there have been some new advancements. If experimentation is to occur, it must wait until 7 days later, after the conclusion of the first game. Regarding the true puppet master behind it all, the creator of the game, they have long held the belief that only a deity could wield such power. The final topic of discussion was the Goblin Nest, which lies within the influence of the Freemasons. It is regarded as the sole hope for surpassing the Eastern University. I have personally ventured to Sakura Island, and based on current intelligence, that nest possesses the ability to assimilate, collect genes, and undergo re-evolution. The voice that emerged was that of the Supreme Leader, acclaimed as the most powerful man in the world. Indeed, it is quite astute. That Goblin King is a leader, but within the nest, there undoubtedly exists a true Queen Mother. The elderly gentleman urged him to maintain focus. Destroying the goblins is not a challenge. What they desire is to seize all the technology and mysterious powers for themselves. This necessitates feeding and probing. After all, the ones who perish are the Sakura people, and those present harbored no objections. Ultimately, following a prayer ceremony, the meeting concluded. The 30 mysterious individuals dissipated into data. This was a virtual conference. Simultaneously, aboard Air Force One, the Supreme Leader opened his eyes and commanded, the SEALs are to infiltrate the Goblin Nest and strive to avoid harming any goblins. Considering the dangers of the flesh chamber, the self-defense forces took the lead, seemingly sensing the impending crisis. The gas vents on the surface of the Goblin Nest exhale a toxic mist, creating an extensive area enveloped in green fog, complicating matters further. However, under the stringent demands of the Supreme Commander, waves of self-defense forces recklessly venture forth, sacrificing their lives to carve a path. To the dismay of the Prime Minister, when the time for reward arrives, it is the Navy SEALs who take over. Additionally, the interference of the mist prevents the use of heavy artillery bombardments. Is this not a blatant disregard for the self-defense forces, treating them as expendable resources? Particularly alarming is the emergence of a goblin swordsman, reminiscent of Nishikawa Jisaka, from the nest, which has caused the mortality rate to soar. Observing this, the Supreme Commander is filled with elation, ordering that the creature must be captured alive. This is but a fragment of what transpires on Blue Star. Since the inception of the survival game, numerous subtle transformations have occurred across various locales. Those striving for survival within the confines of the cube building remain oblivious to these developments. Their immediate concern is how to endure the pangs of hunger and survive the third night. In the desolate, ghostly forest, as night deepens, the long-lingering mist finally dissipates. Jiang Tao continues to energetically gather the treasures left behind by the mother tree. Chapter 44. The Ghost Mother Seedling, Chat Rewards, and the Forging of the Alchemical Crossbow. The most precious item, without a doubt, is the mother seedling. Once planted, it has the potential to produce offspring, creating a misty barrier to guard the sanctuary. However, there lies a minor conundrum. The survival rate of these seedlings is alarmingly low, resulting in a high failure rate. Fortunately, Jiang Tao possesses a solution, a stroke of luck bestowed by the fortuitous Dammy Me. What are you looking at? By the campfire, Yang Mi merrily roasted wolf meat from a donkey's head. The wood source from the ghost forest crackled as it burned, emitting a mesmerizing blue flame and a delightful aroma. Clearly, her spirits were high after vanquishing formidable foes. Nearby, Lilith, under the tutelage of Shun Cici, was adorably chopping vegetables to prepare seasonings. Clang! Clang! Not far off. By the forge, the sole surviving goblin warrior hefted a hammer, forging mithril. Sister Me, could you please assist in concocting a potion? Jiang Tao presented ice spirit grass, blood vine, and a first tier with spirit crystal, materials for which they had invested considerable effort. Seeing this, Shun Cici stepped forward to lend a hand. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she explained, "Brother, with each level I ascend, my injuries have nearly healed. We cannot afford any risks, especially with many more challenges ahead." Jiang Tao tossed several surplus with spirit crystals into the air playfully. "Soon, we will be able to synthesize potions in bulk. By the way, did you notice anything unusual after the ghost mother tree perished?" Shun Cici and Yang Mi exchanged glances and nodded earnestly. It seemed they had reached a critical juncture, likely on the verge of evolution, just as their brother had before. Jiang Tao nodded in understanding, producing 2 soul fruits and placing them into their hands. "After dinner tonight, once you consume these, you will evolve into a new form of humanity, granting you immunity to various forms of damage. Not to mention the mist from earlier. Both women required gas masks and could only endure for a minute before succumbing to severe injury. With his robust constitution, however, Jiang Tao could withstand it for several hours. Once Yang Mi synthesized the basic detoxification potion and handed it to Shun Cici, she drank it, and at long last the painful wounds that had plagued her healed completely, rejuvenating her spirit. Next came the celebratory feast. A healed Shun Cici joyfully took to the kitchen, while Lilith playfully suggested she would help, wanting to ensure the master received ample nourishment. Jiang Tao found her comment somewhat peculiar, but allowed her to indulge in her whims. Lilith had certainly earned her keep. "Some spices have run out. Could you check the platform for any extras?" After several days of perilous camaraderie, Yang Mi had set aside her starlet demeanor, becoming quite comfortable with Jiang Tao. Very well, very well. Faced with Dammy Mi's commanding presence, Jiang Tao could only acquiesce helplessly. That is more like it." Dressed in a pristine chef's uniform, Yang Mi proudly prepared the roasted meat, reveling in the thought that if he disobeyed her, she would unceremoniously kick him from her bed that night. Jiang Tao opened the chat channel. As night fell, the crowd buzzed with fervent discussions about the significant events of the day. Another day had passed, with merely 7 days remaining until I return home. Oh, how I miss my parents. It has been 3 days since I last ate. Aside from the refreshing spring water generously provided by the esteemed Jiang Tao, I have not consumed anything else. Are there any benevolent souls willing to share their surplus breadcrumbs? By the heavens, I would deem you a legendary master of endurance. Jiang Tao has made his presence known. Let us inquire about the infamous hellish chamber. Upon seeing his avatar light up, players such as Ryu, Yushan, and Xiaoma Ge felt a surge of excitement. They eagerly chimed in, hoping he would share his secrets to success. Jiang Tao, ever generous, obliged. Many players were on the verge of evolving into E-grade, and he advised them to bolster their mental fortitude, ideally acquiring skills in soul attacks and defenses. Today, I encountered a ghoul, far more peculiar than the other monsters. He briefly recounted the perils of the supernatural, concluding with a question, Is there anyone who has procured spices? Yes, indeed, exclaimed some. I possess a portion of 13 spices. Spices, while not particularly rare, were soon exchanged by Jiang Tao for a couple of wild boar meats, which he then offered to the three lovely ladies preparing a meal. Clang, clang. Listening to the nearby sound of goblins hammering metal, Jiang Tao suddenly had an epiphany. As the monsters grew increasingly formidable, he realized his strong crossbow was no longer sufficient. Given that he possessed alchemical blueprints and mithril, he only lacked the final ingredient, the sinews. Why not offer a reward? With this thought, he inquired on the platform, "Is there anyone with E-grade elite monster sinews for sale? I'm willing to negotiate a fair price." This item was rather scarce, and many players were aware it was an essential material for crafting bows and arrows, prompting them to hoard it even without blueprints. In an instant, numerous players shook their heads. Baiyu remarked, "I do have one, but the price is—" Jiang Tao interjected, "What do you have that you could trade?" Baiyu? The name rang a bell for Jiang Tao. He recalled that not long ago, Baiyu had traded him a bandage, clearly indicating he was a top-tier player. After some contemplation, Jiang Tao removed his black iron helmet, which had absorbed a significant amount of damage. Following the recent explosion, it appeared slightly battered and dusty, but its efficacy remained intact. With this in mind, he sent a screenshot of the helmet's attributes. "This is a novice artifact. My precious darling, it could save your life at a crucial moment." Upon hearing the description, Baiyu was intrigued. Since he had no blueprints, he readily agreed, viewing it as an opportunity to befriend Jiang Tao. After the trade was completed, Baiyu gazed at the dull second-hand helmet in his possession, his expression darkening. "Is this how you treat your precious darling?" Fortunately, despite its unremarkable exterior, the interior remained in pristine condition. Baiyu happily cleaned the helmet and donned it. With all materials in order, Jiang Tao called for Shun Shishi. "CC, to celebrate your recovery, I present you with a gift." Under the astonished gaze of the young girl, Jiang Tao unfurled the blueprints for the alchemical crossbow. "Brother, have you gathered everything?" Shun Cc, astonished, received the item and began the synthesis with great delight. As a materials expert, she was well versed in the intricacies of crossbows. Suddenly, a flash of bronze brilliance illuminated the scene, revealing a resplendent crossbow adorned with intricate magical runes before their eyes. Name: Alchemical Crossbow. Level: Bronze Superior. Effects: Heavy shot, can expend a significant amount of energy to launch a powerful arrow. Attack power x3. 9-star convergence. Fires 9 bolts in rapid succession. Tracking arrow, can pursue enemies, but beware of obstacles, as it may overshoot. Description: a superior specimen among bronze. Its value surpasses that of top-tier bronze weapons by a factor of 2. With a sense of exhilaration, Jiang Tao praised the alchemical crossbow as he handed it to Shun Cc. He decided to continue his role as a tank and warrior. Reflecting on the diminishing utility of his black iron crossbow, Jiang Tao resolved to list it on the trading platform, seeking E-grade veins or rare materials such as mithril. As for the powerful crossbow in Shun Cc's possession, it would serve as a means of protection for Yangmi. Once their tasks were completed, the four of them could finally indulge in a delightful feast. Cheers! Yangmi, Shun Cc, and Lilith raised their glasses in joyous celebration. The three beauties clinked their glasses filled with water, toasting to their magnificent victory of the day. Lilith, remember to keep watch tonight. Chapter 45, The Enigmatic Third Eye. Absorbing the specter and the extraordinary flame. Unbeknownst to them, the reason for their collective evolution seemed to manifest in their insatiable appetites. This evening, they feasted as if they were 10. The three consumed a quantity of food that could easily satisfy a small army. Jiang Tao alone indulged in a veritable mountain of sizzling barbecued meat, devouring over 10 skewers. Even Yangmi, who typically possessed a modest appetite, savored every morsel of fruit, leaving only the cores of apples and pears behind. As they gazed upon the remnants of their extravagant meal strewn across the ground, Shun Cc playfully stuck out her little tongue. If they did not make an effort to procure more sustenance, hunger would soon haunt them. Indeed, after Jiang Tao finished a succulent pork chop, he cast a glance at the towering pile of bones beside him. With the Titan's bone enhancing his strength, His appetite had soared to unprecedented levels. He had anticipated that slaughtering so many creatures would suffice for 8 days, yet it appeared he had underestimated his own voracity. Clang! While they relished their feast, the diligent goblin smith continued laboring away at his forge, tirelessly crafting in the wake of the depletion of mithril. However, Jiang Tao was no tyrant. He generously offered the excess ribs to the goblin. Surprisingly, the creature had never tasted such delectable, spice-laden barbecued meat, and it devoured the offering with tears of joy streaming down its face. Hard work indeed reaped rewards. Labor ensured a full belly. Once the goblin finished its meal, Jiang Tao, mindful of the potential impact of nighttime forging on sleep, approached with a smile and patted the goblin smith on the shoulder, assigning it a new task, planting ghostly trees in the courtyard. After a long day, the group was weary. The obsidian house stood resolutely beside the small stone steps, its sturdy stone door and walls providing a profound sense of security. The goblin, now equipped with a spade, huffed and puffed as it planted trees in the yard, occasionally watering them. Inside the stone abode, I shared the rear sleeping quarters with Sister Mi Shin, holding Yang Mi's delicate wrist, cast a seemingly casual yet pointed glance at Jiang Tao. Her large eyes conveyed a clear warning. Acknowledging this, Jiang Tao decided to sleep in the front hall. He rubbed his nose, bemused by the girl's presumptuousness. Did she think of him as some sort of night marauder? Suddenly, Lilith, with her enchanting allure, fluttered her captivating eyes. A fragrant scent wafting through the air. She swooped down from above, wrapping her slender arms around Jiang Tao's neck, her petite form effortlessly draping over him. Whispering sweetly into his ear, she murmured, "Master, I possess the art of allure. I can inspire your creativity and soothe your spirit for a more restful night. Would you care to try?" With Jiang Tao brimming with youthful vigor and the Titan blood coursing through his veins, combined with Lilith's intoxicating charm, he found himself utterly captivated. His resolve faltered, and he felt an undeniable hardness. Yang Mi, who had been led to the back hall by Shin Sisi, clenched her small fists, sensing a surge of urgency. With a polite smile, she swiftly turned around and gently pulled Lilith away from Jiang Tao, saying, "I'm afraid to sleep at night, Lilith. Could you look after us?" Master Lilith's delicate form was drawn away, her enchanting gaze pleading for assistance. Shin Sisi. Jiang Tao pressed his forehead in pain. "You all should rest well." For some unknown reason, the third eye of reward on his forehead began to twitch, and his spirit felt somewhat restless. Could it be on the verge of evolution? The left eye signifies fortune, the right disaster. But what about the one in the middle? Not long after, the group finished their washing routines and lay down to rest and evolve. Gazing at the rigid stone bed, Jiang Tao lamented, "I forgot to find some blankets during the day." Given his current physique, he could manage without sleep for an entire night. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, Jiang Tao turned his gaze inward. Player, Jiang Tao. Level, top-tier E-class, new humanity. Age, 19 years. Cleared rooms, 30. Occupation, unemployed vagabond. Equipment, obsidian house, mother and child spider spear. Current status, well-fed, spirit elevated, abundant energy, advancing towards extraordinary evolution. Talent, warm reminder, unique, Titan's bone, strength of a pig, human-shaped special attack. Third eye, invulnerable to malevolent spirits, capable of piercing through delusions and illusions. Significantly enhances visual range, enabling 360-degree observation, preventing ambushes. Simultaneously, it can condense essence, transforming into a thunderous strike that ignores 90 of physical defenses and directly assaults the soul. Current attack range, 5 meters. Evaluation with the Titan bloodline. Basic physical attributes have barely reached the threshold of D-class extraordinary. Mental power is somewhat lacking, but with the third eye, it can remain undefeated against extraordinary mental assaults. Overall combat power, invincible against E-class and below. Warm reminder, with the efforts of teammates and yourself, you can at least survive in the building. No longer at the bottom. I'm quite impressive, aren't I? Comparing to the pitiful data from a few days ago, Jiang Tao felt a sense of pride. How do I measure up against the Ghost Mother tree now? Jiang Tao carefully calculated, excluding assistance from earth elementals, treasures, etc. In a true 1v1 against the Ghost Mother Tree, it seemed he was still at a disadvantage. The opponent's elusive abilities and the talent of its subtrees, being immortal, could easily wear him down. Thus, the most significant gap between him and extraordinary beings lay there. Jiang Tao spread his hand. A cluster of ethereal blue, ghostly flames shimmered in the night, a magnificent treasure left behind by the Ghost Mother Tree. Are you sure you want to consume this? Although it is immensely nourishing, it will forge enmity with other Ghost Mother Trees. If encountered later, you may be pursued. To his surprise, there was a reminder. The building was so vast that the chances of encountering another were slim. Jiang Tao nonchalantly absorbed the ghostly, extraordinary flame. After so much effort, it was finally in his grasp. If he were to encounter other Ghost Mother Trees in the future, he could foresee and evade them in advance as the ghostly flame entered his body. The third vertical eye on Jiang Tao's forehead suddenly opened, scanning the surroundings like a radar. The pitch-black environment could not obstruct its sight. Everything was crystal clear. Night vision, 360-degree patrol. With keen observation, Jiang Tao was even able to glimpse through the window at the earth spirit laborers who, while fetching water, indulged in a moment of idleness. Within the formidable gaze of his third eye, the vibrant energy of his consciousness intertwined, manifesting as a lightning bolt that shattered the darkness. However, at that moment, a cluster of ghostly flames ignited, intertwining with a thunderous fire. Had a scientist scanned Jiang Tao's brain with their instruments, they would have been astounded to discover that his brain cells were in a state of fervent activity, with millions of neural impulses illuminating like sparks. Each extraordinary flame possessed a distinct attribute, thus revealing a diverse range of human capabilities. The ghostly flame, in particular, emphasized the significance of the brain and the soul. Furthermore, Jiang Tao, having already activated his third eye, experienced an intensified evolution. During this transformation, his pet, Lilith, shared an unspoken bond. Having emerged from her cozy nest in the back room to patrol outside the stone dwelling, wielding a whip to instruct the earth spirits in their tree-planting endeavors. As night deepened, Lilith appeared increasingly invigorated. She glanced back at the inky stone house, remarking, "Master's head resembles a large light bulb." Casting another look back, she noticed Yang Mi and Shun Cici on the stone bed nearby, both consuming soul fruits and progressing towards E-class evolution. Time slipped quietly through the night. Just as Jiang Tao anticipated spending the entire night in meditation, a peculiar root, adorned with twisted, ghostly faces, emerged from a spatial portal far from the stone house's perimeter, joyfully burrowing into the earth. The ghost-faced root searched earnestly, yet failed to find the anticipated companion. After a few moments of bewilderment, the spatial ripples expanded, and more ghostly-faced roots, like a multitude of serpents escaping their lair, continuously burrowed into the ghostly forest. Chapter 46. Metamorphosis. The light of thunder punishment, the true transcendent beings. The mother and child Ein-Soul Tree. How strange. Why does the third eye keep twitching? Is it due to unfamiliarity? In the dead of night, Jiang Tao opened his third eye during his meditation. 3 beams of radiant divine light erupted from his pupils. He turned his gaze inward. The cluster of ghostly flames had already infiltrated his mind, burning fiercely with his spirit as fuel. Possessing this flame would generate a transcendent force field within him. Jiang Tao examined its new capabilities. With this force field, he could suppress creatures of lesser evolutionary stature. It was akin to a sheep encountering a tiger, succumbing to fear before any confrontation. Additionally, it granted him the ability to levitate temporarily, accelerate, provide defense, and project energy outward. One could assert that possessing this transcendent ember created a significant disparity between him and creatures below D rank. Previously, no matter how formidable Jiang Tao's physical prowess was, he was merely a fortified version of an American superhero, relying solely on brute strength. His combat style was monotonous. Close combat and projectile attacks were his only recourse. However, igniting the transcendent ember was tantamount to wielding divine powers, endowing him with an array of extraordinary abilities. The most profound transformation, however, lay in the fusion with his third eye. The Thunderstrike had seemingly evolved into the light of thunder punishment, concentrating his essence and spirit, driven by his own ember. At the speed of light, augmented by the flames of thunder, such a force could not be extinguished by ordinary means. With a grin, Jiang Tao mused. With his current configuration, he could contend with the mother tree of spirits. Suddenly, immersed in the elation of his enhanced power, his keen mental acuity detected an unusual vibration. It was not the sound produced by the earth elemental's tree. It was more distant, deeper, and more subtle. The third eye swiftly rotated, peering through the window, revealing the ominous advance of bizarre roots from afar. An enemy attack. Could it be that the mother tree of spirits was not entirely vanquished? No. After thorough verification, it was undoubtedly deceased. Could it be a second mother tree from the ghost forest? Although the ghost forest was vast, such a commotion had not stirred anything earlier. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Tao's mind. The earth elemental lay paralyzed in terror, sensing something amiss. At this moment, Lilith rushed in with a worried expression. I understand now. No wonder the third eye has been twitching. Danger is imminent. Jiang Tao realized the distinct nature of the approaching threat. During the previous battle with the mother tree, the earth elemental had not been so frightened. He quickly rose and activated the control panel of the obsidian house. Would you like to initiate defense mode? Note, this will significantly consume energy. Due to the use of the bear spirit crystal, a guardian bear can be summoned. Activate. Now is not the time to hold back. As he clicked confirm, the stone house illuminated. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding obsidian walls grew taller and thicker, transforming into an elliptical fortress. The sudden brightness inside naturally awakened the two women in slumber. Upon witnessing Jiang Tao's solemn expression, Shun Cece, still groggy, immediately became alert. Her heart racing. An ambush? Yes, you two stay here for now. I will go and investigate. Jiang Tao cast a glance back at his two companions. The charming Dami Mi appeared somewhat dazed, clad in a vibrant red nightgown freshly unboxed, rubbing her hazy eyes, exuding an endearing playfulness. Truly, as a first-tier star, her beauty is flawless from every angle. Jiang Tao marveled inwardly before stepping over the stone threshold. The ground trembled slightly, causing sand and stones to cascade down. In the corner of the room, a large green blob quivered with trepidation. Although the stone walls were fortified, a window remained ajar. Accompanied by Lilith, Jiang Tao pushed aside the stone slab to peer into the darkness. It was as if demons were emerging from the abyss, the sand and stones swirling ominously. Thick, root-like faces, resembling monstrous visages, surged forth from all directions. A chilling wind howled, sending dust and debris flying. Compared to the ghostly mother tree encountered earlier, this was akin to comparing a towering tree to a mere chopstick. My heavens, retribution has arrived so swiftly. You slayed her paramour, and now the mother and child ghost tree has come to claim its due. A reminder flashed before Jiang Tao, urging caution regarding the ground and the vengeful spirits. He found himself speechless. The events unfolded with alarming rapidity, even before the flames had ignited. The relentless advance of the mother and child ghost tree was upon them in an instant. With a resounding crash, the monstrous roots struck the obsidian dwelling like battering rams. The interior shook violently, with sand and stones continuously falling. Shen Cece and Yang Mi were startled awake and emerged to investigate. Why had the difficulty suddenly escalated? Upon witnessing the chaotic dance of demons outside, Yang Mi was left utterly dumbfounded. In contrast to the tree demon, yesterday's man-eating bear now seemed as adorable as Hello Kitty. The energy reserves of the stone house rapidly diminished, prompting Jiang Tao to decisively initiate the second phase. Come forth, guardian spirit. Let me witness your formidable strength. As energy converged, a radiant 5-meter light bear materialized before the stone house, lunging at the invading monstrous roots with ferocious bites and swipes. In an instant, 5 imposing roots ensnared the guardian light bear. Spectral apparitions emerged, coiling around it like constricting serpents. With a singular force, the light bear shattered into countless fragments. Warning: the guardian spirit has been vanquished. It cannot be summoned again within 48 hours. The energy reserves of the stone house plummeted drastically. Jiang Tao, Shun Cc, Young Mi. Lilith covered her face, unable to bear the sight. After effortlessly dispatching the guardian spirit, the mother and child ghost tree launched another assault on the stone house, once again emerging from the depths below. Fortunately, the floor was also constructed of obsidian. Had it been the wooden house from yesterday, Jiang Tao surmised that tonight would necessitate a strategy of survival. Where did this terrifying entity originate? Yang Mi stealthily retreated into the house. The mother and child ghost tree, realizing its attempts at strangulation were futile, revealed its true form. A dense fog of vengeful spirits enveloped the area, unveiling a towering grotesque tree adorned with human heads. With a gentle sway, a flurry of blood-red leaves descended like daggers. Jiang Tao hastily secured the doors and windows. The sound of blood leaves piercing the obsidian rang incessantly. Jiang Tao's third eye discerned its attributes. Name: Maternal Spectre Tree. Level: High D-Class. Abilities: Spectral Domain, 10,000 Trees, Strangulation, Blood Leaf Rain. Description: From a feeble, ghostly tree, it has, over a century, absorbed the souls of corpses, evolving to this formidable state. Numerous offspring have been left in the various chambers of the mansion, particularly one companion, regarded as its mate. Warm reminder: detecting the presence of the ghostly maternal tree's ember within you, it is currently engulfed in a furious rage. It seeks to breach your sanctuary by any means necessary. Should you fail to vanquish it, expect nightly assaults. Indeed, the animosity summoned by the maternal spectre tree is palpable. After reading this, Jiang Tao felt a sharp pang of anguish in his teeth. It was clear that such substantial benefits would inevitably come at a cost. Yet the repercussions arrived with alarming swiftness. Observing the adversary's demeanor, Jiang Tao realized the vast gulf between the maternal spectre tree, the quasi-supernatural entity known as the ghostly mother, and himself. Were it not for his refuge in the obsidian abode, he would have lasted but a mere 10 minutes. He had to retreat. Fortunately, having acquired a plethora of spirit crystals during the day, he prepared to defend against whatever skills the maternal spectre tree might unleash. As physical attacks proved futile, the heads upon the maternal spectre tree began to stir, and spectral entities emerged from their mouths. These phantoms could transform into wisps of smoke, seeping through the cracks, revealing the vulnerabilities of the stone dwelling. "You two, enter first." Jiang Tao's expression shifted as he grasped the maternal spider spear, his third eye itching to awaken. A direct confrontation would be futile. He could only seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, hoping to intimidate. Shun Cc and Yang Mi quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Naturally, girls harbor an innate fear of the supernatural, and Shun Cc's complexion turned pale. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she cautioned, "Brother, I recall that the spirit communing wood harvested from the ghost tree can repel spirits." Yang Mi, with a peculiar glint in her eyes, replied, "Will burning it in its presence not backfire?" Regardless, they decided to test it. Lilith snapped her whip, prompting the large green mass in the corner to spring into action, gathering firewood. Chapter 47. The fourth day, Game Update, Popularity Rankings. The eerie, ghostly flames flickered within the stone house. The souls drifting through the cracks screamed and dissipated. Where the ghostly light shone, the phantoms retreated. Shun Cc and Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. They had gathered sufficient wood, enough to last through the night. Yet, for some unknown reason, the boss outside grew increasingly enraged, extending a sharp root into the ground, attempting to break through the stone slab. Add energy to the spirit crystal. Seeing this, Jiang Tao hurriedly infused energy, barely managing to withstand the assault. Burning its kind, the wrath of the mother and child phantom tree surged. As expected, after a prolonged stalemate, the mother and child phantom tree remained relentless. Jiang Tao turned to instruct, "You two should return and rest. There's nothing to worry about tonight. I'll keep watch." The two women did not press the matter. Yang Mi gently replied, Wake me up in the latter half of the night to guard for you. No need. I'm quite alert, Jiang Tao said confidently, pointing to the third eye on his forehead. Lilith moved closer to Jiang Tao, her smile radiant. I will keep you company, master. As a dream demon, my powers double at night, and I am always ready. Call me if you need anything. Once Shin Sisi entered the house and flicked her alchemical crossbow, only the three of them remained in the courtyard. Jiang Tao added firewood while cultivating the ghostly tree alongside the goblin warrior. Fortunately, there was a spring in the yard. Otherwise, the saplings would not survive. The night passed amidst the disturbances of the mother and child phantom tree. As dawn approached at 5 a.m., the attacking ghostly roots gradually retreated. Thud! The heads on the mother and child phantom tree rotated, its massive trunk slowly moving back, unwilling to depart. Could it come and go as it pleased? Jiang Tao pushed aside a stone slab, gripping his spider spear, and carefully coated it with a potent venom. A spark ignited in his mind, and the power of thunder fire surged into the spear. The three eyes fixated intently on the retreating figure. Do you wish to confront it? One does not court death without reason. Bound by the rules at dawn, it must return to its domain. You can only teach it a lesson, but it will still seek you out on the second night. Still watching? If you are resolute, aim for that spot. That is its heart of the fire seed. A prominent red marker appeared atop the canopy of the mother and child phantom tree. Without hesitation, Jiang Tao hurled a sub-spear, which cut through the air with a flash of lightning, striking precisely at the heart of the tree. The instant it was hit, the mother and child phantom tree roared in fury, its roots snapping the spear and launching a fierce counterattack. Simultaneously, the heads atop the tree widened their eyes. Gazing at Jiang Tao, one main root shot toward him at alarming speed, aiming to pierce through the stone window. Just 5 meters away, Jiang Tao's third eye suddenly opened wide. A beam of lightning, faster than the spider's spear by 1,000-fold, accurately struck the main root. Crack! In an instant, the main root was severed, and a surge of thunder fire spread from the wound towards the trunk. This was the fire of the soul, a pain that pierced to the core. The roots of the demon-faced tree writhed wildly, while the screaming heads of fruit came to a halt. The mother and child ghost tree trembled thunderously as a valiant warrior severed its primary root, plunging into the earth and vanishing with astonishing speed. Oomph! You dared to be arrogant, besieging me for an entire night. Jiang Tao, weary, closed his third eye, feeling a sense of relief from delivering a decisive blow. Yet, he had also made a formidable enemy. They would return tomorrow night. As he was about to shut the stone window and retreat for some rest, he was astonished to discover a dilapidated wooden box lying outside, its hue markedly different from the previous ones. Wood box. This was a gift originally prepared for the celebration of the ghost mother tree's evolution. An unexpected gain. Jiang Tao smiled, glancing at the mother and child spider spear in his hand, which now had only 7 remaining child spears after losing one, and was somewhat damaged. For safety's sake, Jiang Tao refrained from opening the stone house to retrieve the box, and instead returned to sleep for another hour. Day 4. At precisely 6 a.m., numerous live streams were activated simultaneously, with billions of viewers tuning in promptly. Good morning, survival players from various nations. Today marks the 4th day of the survival game, with 6 days remaining until we return home. Yesterday, a total of 30,000 players were unfortunately eliminated, leaving 550,000 players remaining. It appears you have learned how to survive the night. Excellent. Staying indoors and lighting a lamp is the best strategy to encourage players' valiant performances. A popularity leaderboard has been introduced, allowing players to see how many viewers are in their live stream. Each contestant carries the fate of their nation. The more viewers they attract, the greater the chance of encountering treasure rooms and acquiring resources. The top 100 players will receive daily random rewards. Please perform bravely and become heroes. Current popularity rankings. No. 1. Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, Shun Cc Team, Great Xia. Viewers, 3 billion. 2. Stone Strong Forest, Ivan, Garcia, Phil, Chandler, White Eagle Federation. Viewers, 1. 5 billion. 3. Saintly Hero Gone Emperor, Tianju. Viewers, 1 billion. 4. Alexander Paul, Gaul. Viewers, 800 million. 5. Barbarian King, Wilson. Ross, viewers, 700 million and 0. 6. Elizabeth Maeve, Britain, viewers, 600 million. No. 9. Little Horse Brother, Zhongchuan, Great Xia, viewers, 500 million and 0. 10. Catherine Twins, White Eagle Federation, viewers, 500 million. At present, communication between various nations in the chat channel was non-existent. Everyone could only glean information about Jiang Tao and a few others through announcements. The emergence of the popularity leaderboard illuminated the elite players from various nations. While popularity might not necessarily equate to strength, the ability to attract such a vast audience undoubtedly indicated exceptional qualities. Among the top 10 players, only Great Xia and the White Eagle Federation held 2 positions. Jiang Tao's trio had established a significant lead over the second-place team. However, there exists a conspicuous disparity between the second-ranked Dwayne Johnson and the players ranked 3rd and below. Naturally, what delights the players most is the fact that even the superstars find themselves ensnared within the confines of the building. Dwayne is also trapped. To be fair, he is quite amiable. I used to be a fan. Today's updates are plentiful. Wait, how is the 3rd place occupied by A3? Is it merely due to their numbers? St. Hero Gandhi? I am unfamiliar with that name. What exceptional qualities does he possess? Jiang Tao, esteemed one. What is the reward for the 1st place? Early this morning, the chat channel erupted. Yet, it must be said that the most fervent discussions revolve around the 3rd place. Players within the building may be unfamiliar, but the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream are certainly well acquainted. Is that not the legendary Starving King? One audience member clicked in a Gandhi's livestream. There, they beheld a bald, bare-chested elder, sitting motionless beneath an ancient tree. He has maintained this pose for 3 days and nights. While other players risk their lives in search of resources, St. Hero Gandhi has adopted a strategy of complete stillness since the onset of the game. He intends to endure for 10 days, without sustenance. The entertainment value of the live stream is nil, yet it cannot be denied that, being the most populous in the region, there are still hundreds of millions of viewers waiting in anticipation. It is even rumored that, in reality, followers have erected a statue in his honor. Faced with the derision of foreign netizens, the A3 community inundates the chat with their resolute assertions. What do you understand? This is true wisdom. Have you witnessed the tragic downfall of your players? A calamity that plagued your nation? Our sage has reduced the danger to 0 when he returns after 10 days. He shall emerge as the greatest victor. Indeed, victory. The audience found themselves at a loss for words. As the foremost among the 5 great powers of YouTube, and proficient in English, the A3 community recites the grand teachings, employing the strategy of stillness. When the reward for 3rd place, a mysterious energy, surged into the sitting St. Hero Gandhi, he chanted incantations, and his complexion grew more vibrant. Indeed, there are many high-level players from other countries as well. As Jiang Tao scanned the leaderboard, just as he was about to close it, another voice resonated. Civility tip. 100 individuals have evolved into E-grade new humans, and they will enter the middle levels of the building. The rooms will be larger and more interconnected. The difficulty has increased once more, but Jiang Tao felt no surprise. Chapter 48. Unboxing the Spirit Soil, the newly added Mist Barrier, convenience store. At the crack of dawn, the game jolted everyone awake. It ignited fervent discussions among players eager to showcase their skills and attract a larger audience. Even I found myself with 1,000 viewers. My parents were undoubtedly watching as well, so I had to perform admirably. I am no coward, although I was aware of the live stream beforehand. Nothing could compare to the immediacy of the moment. In reality, a wave of debate erupted. Alexander, the Barbarian King, and Elizabeth, prominent figures in the 5 Constants, enjoyed immense popularity. However, who would have thought that the laid-back A3 would seize 3rd place and trample upon them? The A3s reveled in their triumph. But in the end, it all hinges on the players' rewards. Many viewers watched the live stream with indignation. Jiang Tao closed the leaderboard panel, dismissing the Stonehouse mode. After a night of hard work, over 20 ghost trees had been planted around the courtyard, with only the mother tree remaining. Dressed in a striking red outfit, The charming Damimi yawned as she stepped outside. Had that strange tree departed? Would it return tonight? It surely would. So preparations of ample wood were necessary. Jiang Tao nodded, casting a fleeting glance at the exposed, snowy shoulder of Damimi. He reminded her, "Hurry and get dressed. I need your assistance with something." Was this intentional? Damimi leaned against the stone door, blinking her large eyes, her lips curving into a subtle smile. All right. She turned and re-entered the house, shutting the door and the live stream. Upon seeing the blank screen, the audience sighed in disappointment. Who assembled the holy light? Kicked. Ding ding. Jiang Tao suddenly received a private message and opened it. Yangmi. Hee. Feeling jealous? This is just a little treat for the live stream to draw more traffic. Damn. Early in the morning, my blood was boiling with excitement. Lilith chuckled mischievously in the air. Stop laughing and bring me that box. After confirming there were no traps, Jiang Tao spoke. Upon noticing a red exclamation mark on the panel, he clicked it to reveal today's rewards. Congratulations! Your team has claimed the top spot in popularity. Today's reward, Second Order Spirit Crystal X1. This was a consolation for the energy expended throughout the night. Master the box has arrived. As Lilith approached, cradling the dark wooden box, Damimi had also donned her attire. Aware of the many viewers, she had chosen a brand new black and white tracksuit, which captivated everyone's attention. When did this get opened? Jiang Tao murmured, prompting Damimi to step forward and unbox it. Without hesitation, she opened it on the spot. Good fortune, congratulations. You have acquired Spirit Soil 1. Spirit Soil. Only through the compression of extreme lands over centuries can a small pot be formed, greatly aiding the cultivation of spirit plants, enhancing growth speed by tenfold. Upon reading the description, a thought flashed through Jiang Tao's mind. Could this be what the submother soul tree prepared for the ghost mother tree? After all, it would be utilized solely for the ghost mother tree. Jiang Tao, alongside Yangmi, began planting the ghost mother tree saplings. Meanwhile, Shun Sisi prepared breakfast, aware that everyone had hearty appetites. In the kitchen, she ignited the ghost wood and simmered a pot of donkey head wolf meat. Once again, a few bowls of steaming bread were prepared using broth, paired delightfully with freshly harvested earth fruits. Rich in nutrition, they were sufficient to sustain the day's endeavors. In the courtyard, with the mother tree planted, over 20 other ghost trees emitted welcoming vibrations. With the assistance of the all-spirit soil, the ghost mother tree thrived remarkably, swiftly surpassing all its offspring, now towering over 2 meters in height. A notification chimed. New functionality added to the sanctuary, Mist Realm. At night, it conceals the stone house's location, repelling low-level monsters and disorienting their senses. This will not disappear with the sanctuary's upgrades. Watching the wisps of ghostly mist emanating from the ghost mother tree, Jiang Tao nodded in satisfaction. Brother, breakfast is ready, called Shun Sisi as she emerged from the house, waving to the two. Thus, before an audience of over 2 billion, the trio transformed into a food broadcast, devouring stewed meat while slurping noodles, leaving viewers feeling ravenous. Why does it seem they are eating better than we do on Earth? Many viewers resorted to preparing instant noodles, treating the broadcast as a side dish to their meal. Some even ventured to other streams. Remarkably, aside from the slightly better offerings of the giant stone forest, where one could indulge in meat, most players were frugal, breaking a single instant noodle cake into 3 pieces to serve as their main sustenance for the day. Not to mention the Hunger King and Saintly Liver Emperor. How unlike Jiang Tao and his companions, who feasted so abundantly. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Tao clapped his hands, reducing the sanctuary to a black cube for storage. The goblin strengthener remained outside, ready for adventure. Today's exploration would take them to the mid-level area. You two follow closely behind me, and be cautious, Jiang Tao instructed, gripping his spider spear with apprehension. The 2 ladies nodded vigorously. They hoped to discover items that could counter the mother and child soul trees, or perhaps find opportunities for extraordinary upgrades. With such a formidable boss looming over them, a sense of urgency settled in Jiang Tao's heart. The portal to the ghost forest was situated amidst trees in 4 directions, and after a night's rest, the room behind the portal had also transformed. To the left, a large tree beckoned, difficulty level, hard. This leads to a mass grave. where piles of shadow wood can be harvested, along with bones for fuel. Most importantly, continuing in this direction will lead you to the realm of the mother and child soul trees. To the right, another large tree presented. Difficulty room. Hard. Black Bear Mountain. Abundant in fruits and numerous ores. With luck, you might even discover a few spirit plants. However, a pack of black bears has claimed dominion over this area. Jiang Tao wiped the sweat from his brow. Good heavens, encountering two arch-nemeses so early in the morning? He then glanced at the two trees before him. The forward tree indicates normal room, poison honey nest, which poses little threat to you. You could harvest a hive of delicious honey, both sweet and nutritious. The rear tree indicates simple room, an unexpected convenience store. It contains some basic living supplies, and most importantly, a simple map. A convenience store? Jiang Tao pondered. Currently, their food supply was barely sufficient for 3 days. However, they were evidently lacking in essential living items. Seasonings had run out, and he needed to take on bounties. It was also time to change his undergarments. Upon this realization, Jiang Tao swiftly resolved to proceed to the rear, where a portal awaited. Both Yang Mi and Shun Sisi wholeheartedly concurred with his decision. After traversing a short distance, they soon beheld the grotesquely twisted tree. Jiang Tao cast a sidelong glance at Lilith, who, with her eyes darting playfully, focused on the stout goblin leading the group. With a sudden exclamation, the goblin warrior stepped into the bizarre tree, vanishing after passing through a shimmering membrane. Confirming the safety of the passage, Lilith followed suit, soaring into the unknown. "Let us go," Jiang Tao urged, leading the two women in his wake. They arrived at room 31, a convenience store of modest dimensions, scarcely exceeding 100 square meters. Its decor was antiquated, with the shelves sparsely populated by an assortment of goods, reminiscent of a quaint little shop. Yang Mi and Shun Sisi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's assurance of safety, they eagerly set about scavenging for supplies. After flying about the room, Lilith, her eyes wide with wonder, exclaimed, "Master, come and see. This room is quite peculiar." Jiang Tao, reflecting on the contrast of perceptions, stepped inside to gather resources from the shelves. Toothpaste 1, toothbrush 5, Wangzai steamed buns 20. He showed no disdain for any of the items, collecting them all without hesitation. Chapter 49, Sweet Props, Spicy Snacks and the Map to the supermarket convenience stores are replete with these delightful snacks, and now Jiang Tao has become quite the gourmand. If he were to indulge freely, the entire array of snacks on the shelves would scarcely last an hour. Following his upgrade, his appetite for sustenance has burgeoned, raising concerns about the inadequacy of ordinary food upon his return. Will he need to spend 24 hours consuming food? Would that even suffice, or would he regress? He shook his head, casting these worries aside. Master, this smells delightful." Suddenly, Lilith fluttered down from the top shelf, brandishing a familiar package of vibrant red snacks to showcase to Jiang Tao. Spicy snack, a sweet prop with an intensely spicy flavor, highly favored by certain little creatures. Bestowing it upon those who adore, it can enhance affection and potentially trigger quests. Could these spicy snacks truly possess such remarkable effects? Jiang Tao mused, gazing into Lilith's expectant eyes. Reluctantly, he waved his hand. "Then why not try a pack first?" "Yay, thank you, master," Lilith exclaimed, darting towards him and lightly planting a moist kiss on his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water as surface. This little sprite. Jiang Tao chuckled, his third eye, which had been closed, slightly shifted. He noticed a pair of clear eyes peering at him from the corner. It was the little girl, Sisi. After a brief glance, she returned to gathering materials with Sister Me. Lilith eagerly tore open the package and pinched a spicy stick, placing it into her mouth. Instantly, her pupils transformed into pink hearts. So delicious. Could it really be magical? Utilizing his floating flame, Jiang Tao discovered that 3 packs of spicy snacks remained on the top shelf, which he skeptically collected. In addition to the snacks, a delightful surprise awaited him in the nearby refrigerator. Upon examination, he found it still operational. The water dispenser may not produce ice, but this was a welcome comfort. Jiang Tao grinned as he opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of fizzy drink. With a satisfying pop, he guzzled it down. Ah, refreshing. There were still dozens of beverage bottles left in the fridge, which Jiang Tao gathered into his stone abode. As long as the sanctuary possessed energy, all electrical appliances would function. But where was that map hidden? Approaching the shelves in the living area, Jiang Tao collected everything in sight while searching for the map referenced in the hints. Suddenly, his heart raced upon spotting a row of blue cigarette packs. Leaving these behind would be a waste. Better to gather them, he thought, reaching out to collect an entire row of packs. At that moment, Big Mimi peeked from behind the shelves. "Xiao Tao, we spotted a few boxes back here. Do you want to?" Upon seeing Jiang Tao gather an entire row of blue cigarette packs, her eyes widened in shock, and her words caught in her throat. "Cough, cough, don't misunderstand. These things have a wide range of uses," Jiang Tao explained as he finished collecting. "I can hardly believe you." Big Mimi shot him a disapproving glance. This was far too much. Adhering to his principle of not wasting anything, Jiang Tao followed Big Mimi to the back of the shelves. Within, there existed a small storeroom, filled with an assortment of seldom-seen household items. It contained 3 boxes of instant noodles, perfectly compensating for previous losses. Little did one anticipate developing such a fondness for instant noodles. Jiang Tao and Shun Cici collaborated to collect them. As their gaze fell upon a cardboard box brimming with miscellaneous goods, a new pop-up appeared. A small map, perhaps the most invaluable tool of the convenience store. It was here. Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy and approached, rummaging through the box. Indeed, he discovered a paper map depicting various street routes. The ultimate destination was a large supermarket. Restock map. Following the map's guidance, after traversing 3 rooms, one would arrive at a substantial nightmare room. The chain supermarket, Jia Qianlo. It boasted a complete range of products, with spirit crystals and blind boxes hidden among the shelves. A supermarket? Shun Cici, standing nearby, also caught sight of it, her eyes lighting up. Recently, they had been on the move, and her clothes were torn. She hesitated to replace them. Additionally, she lacked some feminine hygiene products, which she felt too embarrassed to mention to Jiang Tao. A visit was indeed warranted. Jiang Tao tucked away the map and meticulously inspected the storeroom, leaving no trace behind. He also reclaimed several empty boxes and shelves. Confident that nothing was overlooked, he directed his gaze towards the wooden doors of the convenience store as indicated by the map. The transport portal here was quite simple. One merely had to push the door to enter. Ahead lay a common room as indicated by the map, a vegetable garden, where some basic vegetables were cultivated, posing little danger, save for a small gardening imp. The rear room was challenging. Would you like to experience laser massage once more? Test your current endurance. Above, a simple difficulty room, utterly bare, devoid of anything. Below, a cavern where several ravenous wolfmen roamed. Robbing them could yield gold and a black iron treasure chest. The left wooden door led to a desolate wasteland, where one could only feast upon the northwestern winds. The right wooden door led to a graveyard. Have you recently encountered ghostly trees? Everything seemed manageable, yet upon seeing the last option, Jiang Tao struggled to contain himself. Why was it yet again a graveyard? Did he inadvertently provoke the maternal spirit tree, increasing the likelihood of misfortune? Jiang Tao pondered, grateful for the hints provided. Had he recklessly charged ahead, he would have unwittingly walked into the lair of a boss, and the consequences would have been dire. "Brother, which way shall we go?" Noticing Jiang Tao's prolonged silence, Shun Cici inquired with curiosity. "Forward," Jiang Tao gestured towards Lilith. Just as Lilith was about to assume the role of a taskmaster, her eyes twinkled as she handed a package of small bread to the goblin warrior. "You, proceed ahead." The goblin warrior curiously squeezed the package until it burst, stuffing the diminutive bread into its mouth. Its murky eyes brightened, and with an excited howl, it licked the crumbs from its hands before joyfully pushing the door open. Spirit 10. Observing the numbers hovering above the goblin warrior's head, Jiang Tao grew ever more impressed by Lilith's skill in manipulation. She knew well how to reward with sweetness after sharp reprimand. As indicated by the map, there is no danger ahead. Room 32 reveals a modest yet orderly vegetable garden. The earth is cultivated with common greens such as cabbage, lettuce, and bok choy, exuding a refreshing aroma. The verdant surroundings brighten the spirits of the 2 lovely ladies. Shun Cici, pointing at the vibrant clusters of lettuce, cheerfully remarks, "Earlier, while enjoying barbecued meat, I felt something was missing. The convenience store had soy sauce and chili. We can savor lettuce with barbecue for lunch." She enthusiastically pulls Dammy along to harvest fresh vegetables, reminiscent of her time participating in a variety show. Yang Mi, with a radiant smile, deftly wields a knife to chop the vegetables. "Sister, your viewership surpasses that of variety shows by a considerable margin," comments a viewer in the live chat. Since the launch of the National Fortune game, an astonishing 99 of variety shows have been eclipsed within mere days. Instead, numerous interview programs have emerged, all revolving around the same theme, the National Fortune game. This includes Jiang Tao's exclusive show and Dammy's television dramas and films. One wonders, is Jiang Tao truly so leisurely? Does he not fear being overtaken? While Dammy and the JK Beauty are indeed delightful, they lack the thrill of life and death adventures. Since the new features launched today, it is evident that everyone is more engaged, occasionally sharing jokes in front of the camera, showcasing their bravery and the brilliance of humanity. The second-ranked Giant Stone live broadcast, helmed by the superstar Giant Stone Xianglin, effortlessly captivates the audience with playful banter, eliciting hearty laughter and steadily increasing popularity. There are hundreds of millions watching Sanji's live streams of people sleeping and meditating. Surely, ours is more entertaining? Quips a viewer. Just as they discuss, an unexpected turn of events occurs before the camera. A figure wielding what appears to be a hammer bursts forth from the foliage, striking forcefully toward Dammy's fair forehead. A vegetable thief. Chapter 50. The Enchanting Little Fairy. The mightiest team of the Third Nation. Alas, it hurts. Yang Mi screamed as she collapsed onto the vegetable patch, her cabbage rolling into the dirt. She touched the wound on her forehead, her face pale. Well, it didn't actually hurt. The onlookers observed as a small red mark appeared on her delicate forehead, which could at most be attributed to a mosquito's sting. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Tao, Shun Sisi, and Lilith hurried over. Upon seeing the culprit, the three were momentarily taken aback. Among the cabbage leaves, a tiny creature, no larger than a finger, with transparent dragonfly-like wings and a dress woven from pink petals and green leaves, glared at them with indignation. This charming little fairy, with skin as white as snow, held a white flower bud, akin to a toothpick, as a weapon. It was she who had struck Yang Mi name, Little Fairy, level, occupation, planter, skills, gardening, fertilizing, honey harvesting, water sensing, nature affinity, spirit communication. Description: a common sprite found in fairy tales, often appearing in corners of gardens unnoticed by humans. Averse to combat, she delights in agriculture. Upon sensing their gazes, the little fairy swiftly darted back among the vegetable leaves. "Where are you going?" Jiang Tao quickly reached out, attempting to trap her like a summer cicada. To his surprise, the fairy flapped her wings, leaving a trail of dazzling light, and evaded his grasp. Just as she was about to vanish, a pink glow appeared before her, revealing Lilith, who had reformed. Gently, she reached out and grasped one of the fairy's transparent wings. Smirking, "You thought you could just leave after hitting someone? Let me go, you bunch of rascals." The little fairy protested, her wings caught. Her face flushed an observable shade of red as she flapped and protested. "You barged into my home and stole my vegetables." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, until her little mouth pouted and she burst into tears. Her sparkling, watery eyes glistened with tears. Not only did Yang Mi and Shun Sisi feel their hearts melt, but even the millions of viewers watching on television were moved. "I'm sorry, please don't cry. It doesn't hurt at all," Yang Mi said, retrieving a small block of ice from the stone house to apply to her forehead. "We didn't know there was a resident here. Such an adorable little fairy is sure to be popular among girls." Shun Sisi apologized while unwrapping a small piece of milk candy she had just received. Sensing the sweetness, the little fairy ceased her sobbing. Tentatively, she extended her tiny tongue to lick it, only to reveal a look of disdain. "Yuck, how dirty!" Shun Sisi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Haha, it seems she's unaccustomed to our technological treats. Perhaps she's used to natural dew and honey? How delightful! Brother Jiang, please don't harm her." The fairy's enchanting arrival instantly ignited a frenzy in the comment section, with the viewer counts surging by the millions. Who would have thought that the other players would encounter such grotesque and repugnant creatures? After much anticipation, a fairy tale-like magical being finally appears, naturally drawing everyone's attention, particularly the children and young girls who have grown up enchanted by fairy tales. Among them is a business prodigy named Wang, who takes action offline, preparing to create related dolls and intellectual property for the little fairy. In a mere minute, he has even devised a name, Bubula. Once Jiang Tao returns, he aims to secure the official licensing, confident that it will become a global sensation. In a live broadcast room, Lilith, unfazed by her cuteness, coldly inquires, "Master, how should we handle this?" The little fairy, momentarily taken aback, gazes at Jiang Tao with tearful eyes. "I'm not a demon," she replies. Jiang Tao bends down and asks, "Do you have a name?" "Loya," the little fairy responds. Observing Loya intently, a dialogue box appears before him. The timid yet innocent little fairy has a -10 favorability towards you, contemplating how to drive you away from her home. Gentle reminder, perhaps offering some gifts could enhance her fondness. The garden boasts numerous vegetable seedlings planted in the courtyard, providing fresh fruits daily, while the earth fruit trees require care as well. Jiang Tao expresses concern. "It's quite dangerous for you to be alone here. Not everyone is as kind as we are. If you don't mind, why not come with us?" He then produces a stone cube, proudly displaying it. However, upon glimpsing the eerie stone house within, Loya scrunches her small mouth in distaste, shaking her head disapprovingly. Left with no choice, Jiang Tao resorts to his ultimate weapon, a pack of spicy strips. "Master, please don't." Lilith, witnessing him attempt to bribe the little fairy with the spicy strips, becomes anxious. "If you want her, just leave it to me. I have 9 methods to persuade her to willingly cultivate vegetables." 9 methods. Jiang Tao, curious to test the efficacy of the spicy strips, tears open the packaging under Loya's intrigued gaze. The pungent aroma causes her to sneeze repeatedly. He then offers a spicy strip to Loya. Initially cautious, she takes a small bite, her little eyes sparkling with heart-shaped excitement. "What is this? It smells so good." Shin Sisi exchanges a peculiar glance with Yangmi. "How about it? If you join us, you'll get to enjoy this snack every day." Jiang Tao, resembling a devil enticing a contract, waves the spicy strip enticingly. Upon realizing the barren garden devoid of plants to care for, Loya contemplates and eventually agrees. The pack of spicy strips is then shared between her and Lilith. "Come here quickly, sister." After meticulously harvesting every last vegetable, the group resumes their journey. Yangmi cheerfully places Loya on her shoulder, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Loya blushes and kisses the cheek of the star, eliciting laughter from those present. Shun Sisi eagerly tries to join in. "As long as you are happy," Jiang Tao, somewhat resigned, retrieves the map of Jiaqinla. Continue forward. Ahead lies a warehouse adorned with various mechanisms, concealing a black iron box. You are one step closer to your destination. Behind lies a misty forest, where sludge creatures lurk beneath the ground. Above, a graveyard awaits. Do you seek to strengthen your spirit? Then venture forth to vanquish the ghosts and skeletons within. Below lies a murky swamp, filthy and troublesome, inhabited by large frogs. The 2 rooms to the left and right are quite ordinary. Jiang Tao and his companions press onward. As they explore, other teams navigate the mid-levels of the building. Several groups distinctly perceive that today's bounty is greater, albeit the challenges have escalated. Might this be due to the presence of spectators, blessed by the nation's fortune? In the 13th spot of the popularity rankings is a live broadcast from a small European nation, Lithuania, featuring a trio of 2 men and 1 woman. As a minor nation, only about 1,000 players were drawn. After several days of selection, fewer than 100 remain alive. Among them are Chuck, Colin, and Jessica, the most formidable team from Lithuania, with the highest evolution among the 3, due to the fervent promotion from foreign nations. Many viewers from third world countries have taken notice of them, dubbing them the mightiest outside of great powers. Over 300 million spectators watch Chuck and his companions. They find themselves in a modern-style warehouse, cautiously examining all traps before commencing their search. "Chuck, there are no traps left," Colin declares. "Jessica, a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes and an alluring figure, has recently garnered a multitude of fans. Holding a desert eagle, she nods, allowing her teammates to relax. This is her talent, the eye of reconnaissance, which enables her to detect hidden mechanisms. Thanks to her, the trio has evaded danger and evolved swiftly. Although Chuck and Colin have awakened their own talents, their significance pales in comparison to Jessica's. Huh, what luck! Come here, guys. I found a box of instant noodles and 2 boxes of bread, Colin exclaims with a grin as he rummages through several boxes. I've got 2 cases of beer here. This room resembles the storeroom of that supermarket, brimming with goods. Chapter 51. 2 maps? The startled EU Ming. The reaction of the great Xia. Abundant gains brought a wide grin to Captain Chuck's face. He lifted a bottle of craft beer, addressing the unseen camera with a sunlit charm. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see the beer in my hand? Let's pop it open tonight. The livestream chat was soon inundated with messages. I see it. A brand I've never tried. Chuck, it seems you're in for a treat tonight. Don't get too drunk. Beware of Jessica's wrath. Colin and Jessica were well aware of their captain's antics. We are ranked 13th, one step closer to the top 10. Today's reward include the Nepalese military knife, and the rewards for the top 10 will be even greater. Not long ago, the trio had deliberated on this matter. Colin and Chuck even suggested that Jessica occasionally flaunt some perks on camera. To this, Jessica chuckled in acceptance. By nature, she was open-minded. Having dabbled in side jobs before the game, she was unfazed, especially considering that 30 of Lithuanian women had done the same. Not to mention, she enjoyed the camaraderie with her 2 male teammates. As she bent down once more to search for treasures, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. The reconnaissance, I suddenly spotted a small map tucked away in a corner. An artifact? Jessica's eyes sparkled. They had previously found something similar. She excitedly pulled out the map, showcasing it to the camera. Everyone, look what I've discovered. A map leading to a large supermarket. With this, we needn't worry about food and water for the next few days. As anticipated, the number of viewers in the live stream began to soar. Chuck and Colin, alerted to the news, couldn't help but high-five in celebration. Congratulations. No one has ventured into a large supermarket yet. Huh. I can't wait to see them shop for free. Remember to bring plenty of food. I wonder if the first exploration of the supermarket counts as a milestone achievement? Just as the audience buzzed with excitement, a viewer who had recently watched Jiang Tao's livestream suddenly recognized the destination on the map. Wait, isn't that supermarket called Jia? Oh, it's a chain, so they have several locations? It must just be a coincidence. However, someone sensed that something was amiss, particularly the Lithuanian EU Ming task force, which had been monitoring the live stream closely. Quick, gather data on both maps. Investigate. Hundreds sprang into action, analyzing the map's data on their computers. A minute later, they reached a conclusion. Although the routes differed slightly, the destinations were identical. A wave of shock rippled through many. Encounters between players from the same nation were not uncommon. They often formed teams, and conflicts arose as well. However, encounters between players from different nations had never occurred, especially given Jiang Tao's display of superhuman strength in previous streams. Yet, his 2 female teammates seemed less formidable, merely decorative, with perhaps the Dream Demon posing some threat. But our pure goddess Jessica had a firearm in her hands. Once again, it is the Desert Eagle. The weaponry within the game is even more formidable. Chuck and Colin possess extraordinary combat prowess. A comprehensive assessment reveals that both teams are nearly evenly matched, with our squad potentially exhibiting greater lethality. This is no trivial matter, and it will soon be reported to the highest echelons of Lithuania. Even the Euroming faction has received word of this. 3 minutes later, in a secure chat room inaccessible even to elite hackers, several members of the Freemasons convened. The encounter between the 2 teams? Is it with Jiang Tao? Quite intriguing. Though they have yet to cross paths, there is no immediate need to contact the Daxiao representatives. A tentative approach is warranted. I recall that the barrage feature of Lithuania has not been utilized today. Before long, they reached a conclusion. Recently, Daxiao has been enjoying a surge of prominence, asserting itself as the world's foremost power. There's a desire to suppress this momentum. After all, this situation has not yet unfolded. When the directive for the Freemasons to allow events to unfold naturally was conveyed to the Grand Commander of Lithuania, he let out a slight sigh, recognizing that the outlook was not as optimistic as some of the higher-ups had envisioned. In the commander's office, an aide inquired, "Why the sigh?" The Grand Commander responded, "Chuck, Colin, and Jessica are our nation's finest three. Not only do they serve as a symbol of national spirit, but they are also exemplars for all third nations. I wish to shield them from any danger." Determined, the Grand Commander resolved that should peril arise, there would be no need for consultation. He would wield national authority to avert any potential hazards. However, what truly weighed heavily on his heart was the fact that the nation currently had only 82 players remaining. The Grand Commander moved his mouse to open Chuck's livestream. A prominent line of text on the right side read, "Rule 5. If a nation has players are completely decimated, an S-level national extermination crisis will ensue." With a silent prayer to the divine, the Grand Commander hoped for protection. In the age of the internet, information circulates swiftly. Minutes later, the audience in Daxia became aware of the situation. What? How coincidental. Team 13 is also heading to Jiang. Who is stronger, Jiang Tao or Chuck Squad? The question of combat strength is an eternal concern among humanity, with Jessica's Desert Eagle contributing significantly to their overall score. After all, Jiang Tao's physical capabilities had yet to be empirically tested, while the renowned power of the Desert Eagle was well understood. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn was, both teams possess equivalent strength. Whoever gains the upper hand will have greater odds of victory. Should a true showdown occur, Jiang Tao is most likely to survive until the end, albeit at a great cost. However, the two female teammates would likely perish. Naturally, this news also reached the ears of Daxia's working group. After analysis, the team leader reported to the elders. This comes as no surprise. With today's update, all top-tier players who have evolved to E-level have been teleported to the mid-tier region, naturally increasing the probability of encounters. Yes, continue to observe closely, Elder Lin instructed, emphasizing the importance of preserving daily livestream data. Lithuania has consistently been at odds with Daxia, acting as a vanguard for Euroming. Today, facing this situation, they did not dispatch anyone for communication, and the elders were disinclined to engage proactively. Both parties focused intently on their respective live streams. Due to the association with Jiang Tao's team, numerous viewers have been drawn to the live stream hosted by Taoluan. "Look, Chuck, there are already 400 million viewers watching us," Jessica exclaimed suddenly as they made their way towards Jiang. The numbers continued to rise, and she added, "Goodness, we have already ranked in the top 8. Chuck and Colin, who were ahead, halted in astonishment and quickly opened the popularity leaderboard. Upon seeing the results, they burst into joyous laughter. It must be that our valiant performance has captured the attention of more people. Chuck grinned. "No, it must be that they know we are about to enter the nightmare-level supermarket. Let's hurry and aim for the top 3, or even first." I've long been uncomfortable with that Asian person monopolizing the top spot. They considered how immensely popular they would be upon their return. International superstars, perhaps even more. It was peculiar how swiftly this small team was rising. The formidable teams, including the Rock and Alexander the Great, naturally sensed this shift. Could they have encountered some fortuitous event? Had they leveled up? They speculated quietly, feeling an increasing weight of pressure, determined to perform even better. Chapter 52. The Ice Cellar. Arrival at the Grand Nightmare. Jiaqian, Le Supermarket. Jiang Tao, Demin Mi, and Shun Shishi remained oblivious to the changes in the leaderboard. Room 34. The Ice Cellar. The room, though not expansive, was enveloped in a vast whiteness, exuding an intense chill. Yang Mi and Shun Shishi had anticipated the need for additional layers of clothing upon entering. Yet to their surprise, it was not as frigid as they had envisioned. "Haha, Mijia, stop viewing yourself as an ordinary person. We are now all new humans." Jiang Tao flexed his robust biceps, and with his titan-like physique, he could confidently proclaim, "I could truly deliver a single blow that could fell a cow. No, even an elephant. All right, I'm not particularly fond of this environment. The next room is Jiaqianlo. Let us seize the resources here and hasten forward." Yang Mi was not overly keen on the prospect of violence, but she relished the return of her youthful vitality and exquisite beauty. Shun Shishi pinched her fair skin and smiled. Ordinary bows and even small-caliber handguns should pose no threat to us now. This, of course, is contingent upon our racial talents. If we encounter elite monsters akin to the murder bear or the great hedgehog king, even rifle fire would be insufficient to penetrate their thick hides and layers of fat. Master, there are numerous ice blocks and a few salted fish. In the ice cellar, Lilith waved at them. Lulu detested winter. Luya yawned while perched onto Mimi's shoulder, her green floral dress billowing as she swiftly burrowed into Mimi's ample bosom. A flicker of envy crossed Jiang Tao's eyes. After all, he too had once savored that comforting warmth. This appeared to be the supermarket's storage ice cellar, abundant in ice blocks, suitable for direct consumption. They had some meat strips at home that required freezing. As Jiang Tao contemplated returning the ice blocks to the stone house, he lamented, "It's a pity that the convenience store only has a few bottles of wheat juice. Even after freezing, one tea suffice. Rest assured, Jiaqian Lu must have plenty of alcohol. I'll help you carry a few more boxes when the time comes." Yang Mi collected some frozen seafood. Frozen prawns 10, pack. Frozen cod 5 pieces. Noticing the JK girl and Lilith further away, busy moving items, Jiang Tao approached and whispered, "Mi Jia, do you also indulge in that supermarket sweet juice? Shall we share a drink one evening?" Dami Michot Imaglans. Recalling his previous antics with a row of blue smoke packets, and without hesitation, she struck his head with a frozen salted fish. "What do you take me for? After filming, I do enjoy a drink to unwind. And stop letting your mind wander. It could set a poor example for the children." After saying this, she chuckled triumphantly, shaking the frozen fish in her hand, her lifeless eyes locking onto Jiang Tao's. "Jiang Tao, how is it that everything was fine just a couple of days ago? Since Lilith arrived, I can't even get any meat? Are you, my enchantress, here to enforce abstinence?" "Master, there are several boxes of sea cucumbers here. I'll stew them for you tonight." Just then, the moment was ripe. Lilith, cradling several boxes of sea cucumbers, playfully soared out from the ice. Jiang Tao, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "I fear I may suffer from excessive nourishment." Lilith tilted her head, perplexed. Aside from the frozen goods, she unexpectedly discovered a cerulean treasure chest. Ice black iron chest, a special chest that often yields ice-related treasures, depending on luck. "Sister Mi, I beseech your assistance," Jiang Tao said, placing the ice box on the ground. "It's quite chilly, do take care." "Ah, I adore drawing prizes," Yang Mi said, rubbing her hands together in anticipation as she opened the chest, a wave of frost emanating from within. "Congratulations. Your luck has surged. You have obtained a perfect air conditioner blueprint 1, ice-type first-order spirit crystal 1. Xiao Tao, take a look. We now have an air conditioner." Yang Mi exclaimed in delight, picking up the blueprint, while Shen Sisi curiously leaned in. "Indeed, it has been rather stifling at night lately." Jiang Tao glanced at the blueprint. "Perfect air conditioner blueprint. Require materials: plastic 100, silver 10, gold 2, copper wire 10, ice-type first-order spirit crystal 1. All the materials can be found in the stone house. Even the most challenging spirit crystal is provided by the chest. It's as if when one feels drowsy, a pillow is handed over." This compelled Jiang Tao to once again marvel at Mi's extraordinary luck. After all, she was indeed thriving. After synthesizing the perfect air conditioner, he returned to the stone house. Jiang Tao then retrieved the map. The passage to the ice cave required the removal of blocks of ice to reveal the teleportation portal. Had it been the first day, dismantling those icy barriers would have taken considerable effort. However, now, the goblin laborers were swiftly at work. All around, in every direction, the same prompt appeared. "Do not hesitate. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, regardless of which direction you choose. You shall arrive at the Jiaqian Lu supermarket." Once the passage was unveiled, Jiang Tao scrutinized it for a while. After all, it was a large-scale nightmare difficulty area, and caution was paramount. As a long-established supermarket, Jiaqian Lu enforces strict regulations. You must defeat each layer's guardian to claim the goods within. Further information remained obscured, likely awaiting an on-site inspection for clarity. For safety's sake, Jiang Tao naturally dispatched a vanguard, the goblin laborers, to traverse the ice wall, confirming all was in order before proceeding sequentially from Lilith onwards. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, as they entered Jia Qianlu, the audience count surged dramatically, and the chat overflowed with comments. "Look, Jiang Tao is the first to arrive," declared one viewer. "It must be the same room." A concerned American viewer urged, "Slow down. Wait for Jessica and the others." After all, they had struggled to locate a beneficial room and did not wish to be left behind. Particularly, the Lithuanian and European official teams felt their hearts race. The danger management team from Dasha was also observing, recording both live streams in their entirety. In the 35th room, Jiaqian, Le supermarket, Jiang Tao and his companion stood at the entrance, glancing up at the scrolling screen above. "Welcome to Jiaqian, Le supermarket." The supermarket appeared less imposing than anticipated. Observing the modest two-story structure, Shun Cece's eyes darted around as she continued to assess the surroundings. The area was quite spacious, and the supplies within were sufficient for us to thrive comfortably over the next 6 days. Jiang Tao gazed towards the entrance, cautioning, "This place harbors certain dangers. Refrain from acting impulsively until I have conducted a thorough inspection." Shun Cece and Yang Mi nodded obediently. Yang Mi's garment at her chest fluttered as a small creature yawned and peeked out, curiously surveying its environment. Having escaped the frigid conditions, Luya appeared considerably more invigorated. Upon pushing the door, "You'll be deemed an unlawful intruder and face the first layer of guardians, the assault of the Mad Butchers. There are 3 in total, including 1 elite creature, the Butcher Chief, and 2 elite butchers. The moment the door opens, all 3 butchers will simultaneously hurl 3 knives. Moreover, the trio works in unison, their intentions intertwined, suggesting it would be prudent to separate them." After reading the warning, Jiang Tao's heart raced. Fortunately, he had not acted recklessly. The current monsters were cunning, having learned the art of ambush upon entry. Chapter 53, Invincible, the Awakening of Talents, the Commencement of Zero-Cost Purchases. "Step back, everyone. Behind the door lurk 3 adversaries ready to ambush us," Jiang Tao instructed, guiding Yang Mi and Shun Cece to safety. The challenge of entering the door lay not just in its formidable nature, but also in the considerable strength required to push it open. As one mustered their might to breach the threshold, an onslaught awaited. Jiang Tao could certainly employ the goblin warrior to brave the danger. Yet he was unwilling to act so callously. After a moment's contemplation, he rummaged through the stone chamber, seeking defensive gear. However, such items were not easily found. "Brother, are you considering crafting a shield?" Shun Cece, quick-witted, deduced his intention upon seeing the array of materials he had gathered. "Indeed, I need to deflect 3 flying daggers," Jiang Tao explained, gesturing towards the goblin warrior. "Providing him with a shield will significantly enhance his chances of survival. Then I shall create one on the spot." Shun Cece responded with a sudden smile. "Isn't there an abundance of wood in the courtyard? Many of those can be fashioned into shields." "That is a sound idea," Jiang Tao acknowledged, though a hint of concern lingered. "But wasn't your crafting process quite taxing?" "Not a concern now. I have leveled up and my talent has evolved, allowing me to extract essence from the materials," Shun Cece assured him confidently as she began to stack the fine wood on the ground. Over the past few days, whether in the small volcano or the ghostly forest, she had gathered an ample supply of high-quality timber. As a radiant glow enveloped the fine wood, the essence was extracted, gradually forming a sturdy shield 2 meters in height. The primitive green shield bore a natural appearance, its surface adorned with algae and intricate tree patterns, featuring merely a simple grip at the back, truly a testament to its organic origins. A gentle breeze swept across the ground, transforming dozens of fine wood pieces into ash. "Brother, it's ready. Take a look," Shun Cece beamed, pointing at the tree shield. "Well done," Jiang Tao remarked, observing the creation. "Name, primitive tree shield. Level, raw material, defense comparable to a bronze shield. Effects, defense, force dissipation, weapon deceleration. Description, a fine piece of raw wood. Utilizing it directly would be wasteful. With the right blueprint, it can be crafted into exquisite shields or furniture. Reminder, this shield is sufficient to withstand the 3 daggers embouche." JK has become increasingly capable. Jiang Tao marveled at Cece's prowess, feeling that not abandoning her during his moment of injury was indeed the wisest decision of his life. Goblin, this will now belong to you. Use the tree shield to brace the door. When you push it open, remember to keep your body shielded within, he instructed, and the group sprang into action. By the way, JK, the beautiful maiden's talent must pertain to crafting, correct? Jiang Tao's prowess is likely connected to prophecy. Some viewers in the live stream began to speculate, unable to contain their curiosity about the unfolding scene. Through days of observation, the audience had discerned that the leading players possessed extraordinary abilities, especially those within the top 100. Some enthusiasts even began to document their findings, eager to compare whose talents were superior, though most had only revealed a glimpse of their capabilities, resulting in a rather chaotic ranking. However, one fact is universally acknowledged by netizens around the globe. Talent ranking number 1, Jiang Tao. Suspected. I that pierces all illusions. Haha, I have awakened my pyrotechnic superpower. Yet I am uncertain how it compares to Jiang Tao's prowess. I am Magneto, the Emperor of Metals. Among the superpowered individuals, a few voices stand out prominently. They perceive themselves as the chosen ones, believing that entering the Cube Tower would only amplify their strength. Little do they know that the analysts from various countries have long conducted tests. There is no comparison. During the live broadcast, a powerful goblin warrior pushed open the door with his shield, while the others hastily took cover to the sides. Currently, the viewership stands at over 3.5 billion. Most of the new viewers hail from the European region. Whoosh! Before the spectators could discern the layout of the first floor, 3 flying bone knives came hurtling toward them. Intruders, perish! From behind a transparent shelf laden with cooked delicacies, a massive white figure charged forth. It was a humanoid meatball clad in a chef's attire, weighing no less than 200 kilograms. In his hands, he wielded 2 bone knives, with several more tucked at his waist. To his left and right, 2 slightly slimmer chefs, each approximately 300 pounds, surged forward in a pincer movement. Swoosh! The 3 bone knives embedded themselves 10 centimeters deep into the wooden shield, causing the goblin warrior to recoil in fear. Yet the shield was a formidable 30 centimeters thick. Sister Me, retreat to the side, Jiang Tao commanded. Cece, you distract the other 2 from a distance. Lilith and I will focus on taking down the leader. With a swift motion, Jiang Tao brandished the mother spider spear, unfurling his wings of liberty with a resounding flourish. A crackling line of lightning appeared on his forehead, enveloped by a radiant field of extraordinary energy. He resembled a deity descending from the heavens. With a powerful flap of his wings, a tempest arose, and propelled by his superhuman strength, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, slicing through the first floor hall. Boom! The shells on either side crashed to the ground. It was only at this moment that a sonic boom rippled from Jiang Tao's original position. The leading butcher had yet to register the attack when he felt a sharp pain in his chest and was forced back several meters by an overwhelming force. With a resounding crash, he collided with the wall. After pinning the butcher with a single strike, Jiang Tao's arm trembled slightly. The Titan's power activated. The crazed butcher was obliterated into fragments. Simultaneously, a surge of energy flowed from the butcher to Jiang Tao. It was insufficient, barely enough to satiate him. Sensing a warm current within him, Jiang Tao sighed with a hint of regret. He had accumulated enough energy. His body and spirit were in harmony, even possessing the extraordinary flame prematurely. However, he remained uncertain about breaking through to a D-level extraordinary being. The evolution from the Ghost Mother Tree indicated that a monumental transformation was imminent at this stage. Jiang Tao sheathed the Mother Spider Spear, noticing the worn tip with a frown. This novice artifact was gradually falling behind his capabilities. Logically, top-tier bronze equipment should suffice against E-level elite monsters. Yet who could have anticipated such a ferocious outburst from him? Being invincible at E-level is no mere boast. Meanwhile, Shun Cece, Yang Mi, and Lilith were all momentarily stunned by Jiang Tao's thunderous strike. How impressive! Shun Cece's delicate face flushed slightly as she regained her composure and unleashed a powerful arrow at the frenzied butcher. With the aid of a job class scroll, her vision and shooting skills became unparalleled, resulting in a swift kill. The energy released upon the butcher's demise enveloped her in warmth. The final mad butcher was first petrified from afar by Yang Mi, and then met his end as Lilith delivered a crushing blow to his head. Thus, the guardians on the first floor were vanquished, revealing that the initial encounter had been the most perilous. Demimi exhaled a sigh of relief as she emerged from the shadows. Casting her gaze over the chaotic scene, she noticed the tantalizing aroma of cooked delicacies nearby and inquired with a smile, "So, does this mean everything here belongs to us now?" Indeed, Jiang Tao surveyed the surroundings, and a series of bubble notifications appeared before him. First floor gourmet hall. Feel free to scour within for roasted duck, beef, leg of lamb, and marinated delicacies. Among them, a lion-headed goose, a treasured item of the establishment, has taken 10 years to mature, exuding an exquisite fragrance and charm. On the left, indulge in refreshing wheat juice and your favorite fizzy drinks. To the right, find everyday essentials such as underwear, toilet paper, and disinfectant. At the center, the cash register holds several spirit crystals and a surprise blind box. Warm reminder, the first floor is now secure, and all expenses will be covered by young Master Jiang, Yang Mi, Shun Cece, and even the flying Lilith. Alongside Mimi and the eager Luya who had emerged from her bosom, all looked expectantly at Jiang Tao, until they saw him grin widely, exclaiming, "It's safe now, everyone. Let the shopping spree begin." "All right, let's go." Lilith transformed into a little flying hero and darted into the gourmet section. "I have always harbored a dream of emptying a supermarket. I never imagined I would have the chance to realize it in a game." "Wait a moment, Sister Me. Why are you so excited? With a daily salary of 2.08 million, can't you just buy whatever you want?" "You don't understand. Free stuff is the ultimate pleasure." The three beautiful women pushed their shopping carts, embarking on a frenzied shopping spree. They grabbed everything in sight, clearing entire shelves, opening bottles of milk only to take a sip before discarding them. They tore open packages, discarding items they disliked as casually as tossing away trash. Such reckless abandon left the billions of viewers in the live stream green with envy. Current audience count for billion. Chapter 54, Mutation. The arrival of the foreign team in a tense moment between two nations. The Goblin Strengthener was also summoned to assist in moving the cargo. Jiang Tao, feeling helpless, began to tidy up the aftermath, gathering spoils from the crazed butcher. While the thrill of showing off is fleeting, the aftermath of scavenging is indeed a headache. The two crazed butchers were manageable, allowing for straightforward collection. Second-tier Spirit Crystal 2. Exquisite Bone Knife 5. However, the chief butcher, who had been torn asunder by Jiang Tao, required more effort to gather from. Top-tier second-tier Spirit Crystal 1. Exquisite Bone Knife 5. Ace Bone Knife 1. Fortunately, the equipment dropped by the chief butcher provided a balm for his spirit. The bone knife was of commendable quality, reaching the bronze level, and could even be thrown as a disposable weapon. The ace bone knife was a prime example of top-tier bronze craftsmanship. In terms of material, it was on par with the mother and child spider spear. Jiang Tao carefully stowed the bone knife, intending to let Cece synthesize it later, as JK's talent had leveled up, making it a perfect opportunity to test its limits. Once he finished his tasks, he turned to find that a multitude of shopping carts had accumulated beside him, filled with various delicacies, self-heating rice, instant noodles, and replacement undergarments, all brought home. The Obsidian House stood as the highest level of the current shelter, and with the addition of the Ghost Mother Tree and Ghost Tree, the domain had expanded significantly. It would not be an exaggeration to say its capacity was tenfold that of others. Even so, there was a trend of filling up. "You all should take it easy and select quality goods," Jiang Tao advised, propping himself up to observe the cubic space. Inside the backyard, a riot of colors emerged, with even the courtyard area being encroached upon. Gazing at the mountain of goods, JK, the charming maiden, wore a radiant smile. "I must confess, I've never felt this exhilarated." In truth, considering that they had only 6 days until their return, the food they had was more than sufficient. The gold within the shelter could even amount to several million. Thus, their actions were more about indulging their hearts. Collecting more would bring no harm. Nonetheless, a sense of crisis lingered in Jiang Tao's heart. This was a survival game. Would they truly be able to enjoy themselves upon their return in 6 days? The girl seemed innately inclined towards shopping, especially since everything was currently free. Even Lilith and Luya had been led astray by the two, scrambling for items. Jiang Tao could only make his way to the lonely central checkout counter. Here, remnants of receipts remained, though they proved to be of little use. As he gazed at the counter, a bubble prompt appeared. Locked cabinet. Perhaps you should search carefully in the corner on the first floor. Maybe the key is right there. However, I must decline. Jiang Tao took the ace bone knife he had obtained earlier, igniting a spark and enveloping the blade with a circle of thunderfire. This enhanced the already sharp bone knife to a brilliant whiteness. He gently waved it towards the lock a few times. Crack! The cabinet was damaged, and Jiang Tao, satisfied, sheathed his knife, pulling open the cabinet to reveal several spirit crystals lying quietly inside. First tier spirit crystal 5, second tier spirit crystal 2, mystery box 1. Quite nice indeed. A plaisante surprise. Jiang Tao joyfully stowed away 7 pieces of spiritual crystal, for such versatile energy is never in excess. As for the blind box, he clicked to view the details. Lucky draw blind box, a surprise prepared for the anniversary event by Jia Qianle, obtainable with a purchase of over 1,000 yuan. It is entirely based on luck, with a guaranteed minimum of 1 second-tier spiritual crystal. I have never feared a lottery. Once an unfortunate player, now a star? Jiang Tao mused. Suddenly, Demimi, who was busy shopping on the shelves, let out a scream. Look at the leaderboard. We currently have 4.5 billion viewers, an unprecedented audience count. Before her time travel, she had never been this popular. At most, the sum of her film and television works had been viewed by 1 billion people, only achieving fame within the country. Now, she could consider herself an international superstar. The thought of returning to a world filled with fame and requests from Hollywood for interviews and filming left Mimi unable to contain her triumphant smile. Perhaps the viewers also felt exhilarated watching a shop? Jiang Tao, astonished, opened the leaderboard. When one plants flowers with intent, they may not bloom. When one casually plants willows, they may flourish. Other players were exerting themselves, showcasing their skills, while he naturally ranked so high. Noticing the viewer count still rising, Demimi and the JK girl paid attention to their image. Meanwhile, while they indulged in a frenzy of zero-cost purchases, the live broadcast room had erupted into a sea of excitement. Earlier, when they had encountered an unexpected calamity, the European and American viewers had mockingly commented, "Arriving early doesn't necessarily mean better. You're the one stepping on landmines." Soon, the goddess Jessica would come to collect the goods. However, Jiang Tao's thunderous strike left the audience dumbfounded. "Don't take it. Don't waste it. Jessica and Chuck Haven Tea arrived yet. Woo, unlimited zero-cost shopping. This is my dream. Can you take me with you?" Many viewers familiar with this scene felt a rush of emotion. They wished to jump into the fray, helping to transport goods. "Jessica, where are you? If you don't come, we'll be left with nothing." The viewers from the European and American regions felt their blood pressure rising. They hurriedly kept Jiang Tao's live stream open while grabbing their phones to watch the Lithuanian trio. "This is the basic operation. Let us go. Dig this passage open." The next stop is a large supermarket. Jessica, with a desert eagle at her waist, encouraged her 2 teammates, blowing a passionate kiss towards the camera. "We already have 700 million viewers watching us. We're ranked 5th. Chuck, who was busy digging, felt even more invigorated upon hearing this. After considerable effort, they finally glimpsed that layer of luminous membrane. Given the scale of the nightmare level, the two proceeded with caution, allowing Jessica to examine it first. However, her talent could not penetrate the membrane. As per the usual protocol, "Colin, you go first." Captain Chuck signaled with his crossbow. "Damn it, it's me again." Colin raised a blast shield, cursing inwardly. Seemingly sensing his frustration, Jessica discreetly threw him a flirtatious glance. "Perform well in front of the audience, and there will be rewards tonight." Colin felt a surge of warmth, muttering a curse under his breath before carefully raising the shield to pass through the luminous membrane. "Hurry! The 2 teams are about to clash. Activate the comment function at any moment." In reality, In an instant, the official team members of Lithuania were jolted into awareness. However, before they could react, a group of individuals clad in black entered the room. Your task is complete. We shall now take full responsibility for the contact with the Great Xia team, announced the captain of the black-clad figures, brandishing an authorization document. The expression of Captain Tao Li shifted dramatically. This is a matter concerning our nation. Who are you to assume control? Yet, upon seeing the document bearing the emblem of the EU main committee, his countenance darkened. Lithuania was a small nation, relying on equipment, funding, and technology provided by EU Ming. The presence of the Grand Commander of Lithuania behind the black-clad figures elucidated everything further. Stay alert. Have Tao Li's people not yet contacted us? The Great Xia Crisis Management Team leader gazed in astonishment at the large screen. Over 200 team members were present, with even more behind the scenes. The elders were all watching the live broadcast. The situation demanded serious contemplation. Since when had Lithuania become so resolute? Were they not afraid of the potential mishaps befalling their nation's most formidable heroes? Or did they truly believe they could contend with Jiang Tao and his companions? Leader, look. Jiang Tao and his team are heading to the second floor. Suddenly, a team member anxiously alerted. Another member tasked with monitoring the live stream from Lithuania spoke urgently. Jessica and her companions are entering Jiaqianle. Jiang Tao and his team are about to confront the guards on the second floor. The situation is critical. According to the analysis of Tianhe No. 1, there is a slight possibility of the worst outcome occurring. Jiang Tao's team may face total annihilation. A flurry of crucial information coalesced. In the blink of an eye, the circumstances grew dire, shifting unfavorably for Great Xia. Tick-tock. The leader was drenched in cold sweat, goosebumps rising on his skin. Should they activate the daily barrage feature? Over 200 team members turned their gazes towards the leader. Chapter 55. The second floor, puppets, and the elders call. Two teams collide. The leader is under immense pressure. Oh no, Jiang Tao and his crew have already ascended to the second floor. Why have Chuck and his companions only just arrived? Something feels off. Their movements seem rather peculiar. Goodness, could they be planning a surprise attack? My word, Jiang Tao has encountered a guard. Chuck, Jessica, and Colin have discovered that someone is present in the mall. Hurry, use the barrage to alert them. Where's the police? The barrage, come quickly to our aid. The fervor in the live stream chat surged like waves, overwhelming the leader. Particularly at this moment, numerous viewers from Europe and America are attentively watching. Haha, we shall be the ones laughing in the end. Charge forth, Goddess Jessica. Defeat the first, and you shall be deemed the strongest players of humanity. I have long coveted that pink succubus. Ding dong at this juncture. The red hotline phone rang, and the leader swiftly answered. From the other end came Elder Lin's voice. Activate the barrage function and warn Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shin Sisi that someone is approaching. The leader let out a sigh of relief and resolutely replied. Understood. After hanging up, just as he intended to issue orders to his team, the live stream took an unexpected turn. In Tao Wanli's live stream room. Goodness, we already have one. 5 billion viewers. We have become the second most popular in the world. In front of the Jiaqian Lu supermarket, Jessica covered her mouth in disbelief. Let's not look for now. It seems someone has arrived early. Chuck's face turned pale as he glanced at the ajar door, the disheveled hall, his brows tightly knitted. OMG, my fried chicken, the cola is gone. Colin, who entered first, cursed quietly upon seeing the blood-stained floor, the scattered monster fragments, and the empty, toppled shelves, his heart bleeding. After all that effort, this is the outcome? Who is responsible for this? Anger surged within him. Jessica cautiously used her reconnaissance eye to examine the bloodstains. Blood of the guard, signs of battle, footprints of 3 players, footprint of a goblin. Soon, the intelligence was gathered. From the second floor of the supermarket, faint sounds could be heard. Jessica gestured for silence, and Chuck and Colin instantly understood, halting their steps. The scene fell into silence. Jessica quickly relayed the information in the team channel and inquired. 3 individuals have gotten ahead, accompanied by Goblin Pet. What should we do next? Chuck and Colin exchanged glances. Did you not mention that the supermarket has guards? They're surely engaged in battle with the guards on the second floor. This is an opportunity bestowed upon us by the divine. They have gathered so many resources. If we eliminate them, not only will we have the next 6 days secured, but we might even continue to evolve from this. As coastal nations, the pirate genes are ingrained in their very bones. Colin concurred with this plan, who allowed them to seize our resources first. Moreover, the exhilarating content of the battle may very well captivate a larger audience. Jessica, do you not aspire to become the world's foremost figure? His words rendered Jessica momentarily speechless. The situation allowed her no time for contemplation. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed a peculiar surge of emotion within her and drew forth her desert eagle. Very well, let's proceed quietly. Chuck and Colin exchanged glances, signaling each other as they stealthily entered the supermarket. In the same supermarket, on the second floor, as expected, the group triggered the defensive mechanisms upon ascending the staircase. This floor appeared to house daily necessities, featuring various shirts, sports shoes, and the like. At the entrance, 5 mannequins that had previously been adorned with sweatshirts suddenly sprang to life. Intruders? Kill until death. They swiftly armed themselves with nearby kitchen utensils, cleverly donning frying pans atop their heads. 2 other mannequins seized riot forks and shields. The second floor was proving to be rather intriguing. Jiang Tao focused his gaze. Name, puppet automaton. Category, technological creation. Level, elite monster. Skills, puppet body, tireless, no need for sleep, fully automatic combat technique. Puppet fusion technique. Description, with sufficient spirit crystals within, it possesses infinite stamina. Immune to mental and poison attacks, and when united, can strangle top elite monsters. Friendly reminder, while there are considerable advantages, there are also drawbacks. It lacks agility and adheres to fixed attack patterns. It requires brain spirit crystals for energy. Simply diverting them separately will allow for individual defeat. Infinite stamina, no need for sleep. Jiang Tao's attention was captivated by these descriptions, and he hastily inquired of the flying Lilith. Lilith, can you charm them into becoming our guardians? Lilith shrugged helplessly. Master, you overestimate my abilities. These wooden dummies lack souls. How could they appreciate my lure? Jiang Tao felt a twinge of regret. Where could he find a 24-hour guardian? Just as he prepared to take decisive action, a new dialogue box appeared in his line of sight. Look at this greedy capitalist, still hoping to appropriate public property. Yet, there may still be an opportunity. If you possess a manager's badge, the puppet automatons will heed the manager's command. Unfortunately, the manager's badge has been lost in the supermarket for quite some time. As Jiang Tao sighed in despair, another dialogue box popped up. Just kidding. The badge is hidden in a secret level within the supermarket. If you gather more clues, you may uncover the hidden layer. How mischievous! Jiang Tao's teeth ground in irritation. Only after confirming there were no further hints did he address Shun Cici. Do not damage the puppets. Cici, you and Sister Me will immobilize them. The Goblin Warrior will use a tree shield to pin down that shielded mannequin. Lilith will accompany me. We shall capture the puppets alive and extract their spirit crystals. In Jiang Tao's eyes, these 5 are no longer foes, but rather prospective caretakers. A conspicuous red marker hovered behind the head of the puppet automaton. A gentle reminder, this is the place. They're second-tier spiritual crystals. If you have the courage, then take them. Defeating the 5 puppet dolls is not particularly challenging. However, capturing them all alive presents a more intricate dilemma. Fortunately, Shen Cici and Yang Mi can lend their assistance. In a 5v5 match, the battlefield on the second floor seems to have reached a stalemate. Are the guards on the second floor truly that formidable? The audience muses. 3 concealed figures flit past on the first floor. In an instant, as Jiang Tao removes the first puppet's spiritual crystal, a vertical line flashes on his forehead. The third eye opens slightly. With precision, it detects the 2 men and 1 woman stealthily ascending the stairs. Are there other players? Jiang Tao's heart races in surprise. This marks the first encounter in several days. Moreover, they appear to be from Europe or America. He cannot discern their exact nationality. Wait, what is that woman holding in her hand? What are those 2 men planning to do with their crossbows? The third eye possesses not only a 360-degree observational ability, but also synergizes with his innate talents. Amidst Jiang Tao's bewilderment, a bubble frame materializes in his third perspective. No good deed goes unpunished. The three dubious players, enraged by your swift actions, seek fame and intend to seize all the goods in the supermarket, plotting to rob and harm. Damn it, the lights are on in the restroom. Once Jiang Tao realizes the situation, he cannot help but chuckle in disbelief. He never imagined anyone would dare to touch his tiger whiskers. Who gave them such audacity? Liang Jingru? Chapter 56, Death. The arrival of the tsunami. The onslaught of national barrage. In the channel of Tao Wanli's team, Chuck inquired, Jessica, do they not perceive our presence? Can you discern any data about those three players? Their levels exceed mine, and I can only catch a glimpse of their basic information. I dare not look at that gunman for fear of being discovered. Jessica, facing the impending confrontation, hesitated slightly. They didn't notice us earlier, but there is still a pet in the air. Noticing her trepidation, the irascible Colin scolded. They have stolen our possessions, and now you speak of hesitation? Do you have any idea how many eyes are upon us? 5 billion. No, it has surged to 3 billion. We are the second most watched live stream in the world. Do you not wish to return as the world's foremost superstar? The fame of billions and tremendous rewards leave her no path of retreat. I will ambush that man first. You handle the two women, and let the pets be for now. They will flee once their master is slain. Observing Jessica's resolve to kill, Chuck and Colin laughed heartily in the channel. All right, do not harm that little succubus in the air. It truly stirs one's desires. The group even began to strategize how to divide the spoils. According to their plan, Colin and Chuck would lead the charge, inching closer to the stairs. Their short-range crossbows necessitated proximity. Meanwhile, Jessica, armed with a Desert Eagle known for its superior range and destructive power, concealed herself behind the counter, aiming steadily. Oh no, a murder has occurred. National security, come quickly. Where are the security personnel? The audience from the Greater Xiao region grew frantic. In contrast, the viewers from the European and American zones erupted with excitement. The god of slaughter, killing the greatest hero of Greater Xia, will sever their nation's fortune. They roared, urging, aim, fire quickly. At this moment, the official team of Tao Wanli, clad in black, along with their commander, watched the live broadcast with grave expressions. Just as Jessica prepared to pull the trigger, suddenly, in the midst of battle, Jiang Tao turned sharply. Jester, what are you plotting? His deep, dark eyes were intense, and a celestial eye opened fiercely upon his forehead. Bayu, a lightning bolt of divine punishment surged forth, severing Jessica's arms. With a crack, her severed limbs, along with the Desert Eagle, tumbled to the ground, accompanied by Jessica's agonized cries. Blood poured forth, staining the floor crimson. No! Chuck and Colin's expressions shifted dramatically. Colin, filled with fury, raised his bow to shoot, while Chuck rolled down the stairs, fleeing to the first floor. An enemy attack? On the second floor, Shun Cece and Yang Mi reacted swiftly, startled, and turned to see three Caucasians. After dispatching one adversary, Jiang Tao focused his attention on Colin. Flames ignited, and lightning coalesced upon his spear. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning erupted from the spear tip, exploding Colin's head at a speed faster than his arrows could fly. Tracking arrow. Shun Cece responded with equal swiftness. Witnessing Chuck leap down the stairs, and instinctively unleashed an arrow in pursuit. The bronze arrow elegantly curved and shot toward the escalator, followed by a piercing scream. Unbeknownst to anyone, Yang Mi had stealthily concealed herself behind the tree shield of the Earth Spirit. Noticing the commotion had subsided, she cautiously peered out. Where did they come from? Perhaps it was a mere coincidence that they had tunneled through. If they sought to kill, then being killed in return was only fitting. Jiang Tao floated slightly above the ground, gliding toward the dying blonde woman with a severed arm. Master, you resolved that too swiftly. I scarcely had a chance to demonstrate my prowess. Lilith pouted as she approached. Upon discovering a gleaming, intriguing object on the ground, she flicked her whip to retrieve it, curiously toying with it. What the hell? Is she dead? Everything transpired too quickly for the audience to comprehend. From Jessica and her companions preparing an ambush to Jiang Tao's counterattack, the entire sequence lasted less than 2 seconds. Even more astonishing to the European and American viewers, and the members of the European group, was the earlier analysis suggesting the two teams were evenly matched. Now, it was evident that was utter nonsense, a complete rout. A figure clad in black stared blankly at the dual live feeds on the large screen, murmuring, based on calculations, Jiang Tao's attack patterns are rather monotonous, lacking long-range capabilities. When did he acquire the ability to unleash lightning? This far surpasses any awakened superpower in reality. It resembles an electromagnetic cannon. In the next moment, a crimson subtitle flashed across the screen. Player Colin has perished. 100 individuals have simultaneously met their demise centered around familial ties. The national fortune of Lithuania has diminished, with 81 players remaining. The man in black remained relatively unfazed, but the Lithuanians present, including the Grand Commander, were visibly shaken. The Grand Commander, disregarding everything else, swiftly commanded, Jessica, Chuck is not dead yet. Quickly, make that summer man cease his assault. The current loss of players clearly came at the cost of 100 lives. The so-called decline in national fortune remained a mystery to many countries, but it seemed Lithuania, with its scant players, had reached a critical threshold. At that very moment, an earthquake shook a coastal city in Lithuania. What was happening? A group of affluent vacationers lounging on the beaches of the Baltic Sea were blissfully enjoying life, oblivious to the global game that had no connection to their circle. Hence, it was best to keep a distance from the lower classes and avoid seeing them for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, a bikini-clad beauty screamed, "A tsunami! A tsunami is coming!" Chaos erupted across the beach. On the second floor of Jiaqianlu, Jiang Tao was inspecting the attributes of the blonde woman as he made his way. From a staircase below, Shun Cece's voice rang out, "Brother, the man down there isn't dead yet." "I know, just be cautious," Jiang Tao replied, his 3 eyes glancing over. Through the concrete slab, a bubble frame emerged. Ambition unmatched by ability, a hapless soul struck in the head by an arrow. Severely injured, no threat, lying in a pool of blood. Jessica's eyes brimmed with tears. She believed there was still hope for her survival. Even with her arms severed, her physical resilience could carry her through the ensuing days. The yearning for life prompted her to murmur, "Sorry, I truly recognize my wrongdoing." Jiang Tao, despite his inadequate command of English, grasped her plea. "I genuinely understand my fault and beseech forgiveness." Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a bubble frame materializing above her. She is not truly aware of her mistakes. She merely comprehends that death is imminent. Following this, a panel revealing her attributes appeared. Player, Jessica, level, E-class new human. Rooms cleared, 28, age, 33. Occupation, chicken, charging times, 3,253. Affiliated faction, Lithuania, talent, eye of reconnaissance. Current status, limbs impaired, unable to attack, yet capable of surviving for 7 days due to physical resilience. After absorbing this information, Jiang Tao was left speechless. Indeed, all sorts of individuals exist. Lithuania? Is that not the small northern nation that frequently provokes Dacia? Faced with Jessica's tearful plea for mercy, Jiang Tao raised his spear, pointing it at her heart. Suddenly, a striking red subtitle appeared before his eyes. Lithuania National Bulletin. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Jiang Tao. Jessica and Chuck have inadvertently offended you, and I, the national leader Leaf, extend my sincere apologies. Colin is already deceased. The punishment is sufficient. Please spare Jessica and Chuck. They're our 2 strongest heroes, and our remaining players are few. Kindly show mercy. Upon your return, our nation shall reward you handsomely. All terms are negotiable. I promise this as the national leader. However, should you harm either of them further, they will become our nation's foremost adversaries. Upon your return, it will be an unending vendetta. Please consider this carefully." The nation had come to his aid. Jessica's face illuminated with ecstatic joy. As a cacophony of laughter echoed from the first floor, a sound of survival against the odds. "I knew the nation would not abandon them. They were saved. Who would dare disregard the wrath of a nation?" The audience from Lithuania before the computer screen exhaled in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of liberation. I was certain the nation would intervene. After reading the bulletin, Jiang Tao spoke with an impassive demeanor. To be killed is to die. With a swift motion, the spear pierced Jessica's heart. In her final moments, Jessica's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 57. The Looming Crisis of National Annihilation. The Cherry Blossom Suicide Squad. Devouring the sanctuary. He has truly slain the goddess Jessica. At this moment, countless viewers were left in stunned disbelief before their screens. It is worth noting that the nation has intervened, employing both threats and temptations. How can an individual possibly stand against an entire country? Regardless of the circumstances, one must show some respect. Witnessing Jiang Tao's impassive demeanor, many felt a chill run down their spines. OMG! As a crimson message scrolled through the live broadcast, numerous viewers from Europe and America covered their faces in horror. Player Jessica has perished. 100 lives extinguished simultaneously, based on personal connections. Lithuania's national fortune has declined, increasing the probability of disaster. Remaining players, 80. This is dire. A tsunami has struck Lithuania. A coastal city has been submerged. The revelation of this news sent waves of terror through the audience. In Lithuania, several relatives of players watching the live stream experienced sudden darkness, their hearts ceasing to beat in an instant. A cacophony of screams erupted around them. How could he possibly disregard our feelings? Executioner. The members of Lithuania's group were visibly shaken, their faces ashen. The commander-in-chief's expression was no better. He had already received urgent reports regarding the tsunami, affecting at least hundreds of thousands of people. What was even more terrifying was that this was likely just the beginning. Jiang Tao. Everyone present fixated their gaze on the young man on the screen. Wait, what does he intend to do now? The captain looked anxiously at Jiang Tao, who was leisurely descending the stairs towards Chuck. He intended to eliminate all witnesses. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The adversary had become utterly unrestrained. The commander-in-chief shouted, "Quickly contact the ambassador from the Great Xia." The captain hastily reminded him, "Have you forgotten? The Great Xia has already recalled their ambassador." The commander-in-chief jolted awake. By acting as a pawn, he had crossed the Great Xia's red line, severing diplomatic ties between the two nations. He shouted to the cloaked figures, "Quickly contact your president. Urgently reach out to the Great Xia and compel them to intervene." "All right, please hold on." The leader of the cloaked figures, recognizing the urgency of the situation, promptly relayed the message via intercom. The true power brokers behind the scenes were closely monitoring the developments. In less than a minute, the commander-in-chief of Gaul personally called the elder of the Great Xia, but there was no answer on the other end. "It seems at this moment I must take matters into my own hands," the commander of the White Eagle Federation declared. Yet, his call also went unanswered. Behind him, aides exchanged glances with the commander's daughter, feigning ignorance of the fleeting embarrassment that crossed the commander's face. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, Chuck leaned against the escalator, his face pale, seemingly resigned to his fate. "I never imagined you would dare to kill. So you are indeed the top-ranked individual from the Great Xia. We are simply out of luck." With a dismissive air, Jiang Tao uttered not a word and shot him dead. As expected, another crimson message appeared in the live stream. Remaining players in Lithuania, 79. With more than half the time left, will they be able to survive? What further incensed the Grand Commander of Lithuania was the intensification of the tsunami. The disaster had erupted, necessitating an all-out rescue effort. This time, EU Ming remarkably contributed both manpower and resources, delivering invaluable disaster relief supplies to Lithuania, moving the local populace to tears. Little did they know, the Grand Commander and his team, well aware of the details, felt a chill. In such a short span, players had acquired such formidable powers. At this rate, it seemed one individual could contend against an enhanced regiment. With their return in 6 days, the current military could still maintain control. However, if the game persisted, a being akin to Kaimi would emerge among humankind, and from the east, no less. Several prominent figures convened post-event, deeming it necessary to exert pressure on the Great Xia and isolate them. With the Masonic Order's instigation, a wave of anti-Xia sentiment surged in Lithuania, as the populace protested for harsh penalties against the relatives of Jiang Tao. Yet, the already strained relations between the two nations remained unaffected in Great Xia. Simultaneously, the emergence of superhumans demonstrating dominance over firearms and their own formidable strength ignited fervor across nations. In reality, superpowered individuals were far less formidable. The Grand Commander of the White Eagle Federation and other leaders intensified their campaign against the Goblin Nest, sparing no expense, throwing resources at the endeavor. They concentrated the finest technology and military might from all of Europe and America, yielding remarkable results. The Goblin Sword Saint, resembling the legendary Jichuan Gangshan, was captured alive and sent to the Biological Research Laboratory. The active substances extracted from the nest surprisingly possessed rejuvenating properties. This revelation sent a wave of ecstasy among the gray-haired elders of the Masonic Order, prompting them to invest liberally. The next target, to cultivate a serum for super soldiers. The essence extracted from the nest surpassed the famed spiritual springs of Great Xia. The once gloomy island nation welcomed a flood of investments and funding, unexpectedly becoming the center of attention. The Prime Minister beamed with delight, exclaiming that Jichuan Gangshan was worth more dead than alive. The Emperor endorsed this. They believed they had placed their bets on the nation's fortune correctly. As long as there were gains, regardless of life or death, it was a victory. Thus, the cabinet, under the Emperor's name, dispatched messages encouraging players to form teams, boldly explore chambers, and seek treasures. Some viewers affectionately dubbed this group of island players the Sakura Suicide Squad. Jiang Tao remained oblivious to the butterfly effect his actions had instigated globally, as he collected treasures from 3 players. Brother, Mijia and I will begin moving the goods on the 2nd floor. Ultimately, it was their first experience with killing, and Shun Sisi and Yang Mi were uninterested in looting corpses. All right, since 5 dolls have already been bound, the 2nd floor is secure. Jiang Tao instructed, the stone house can accommodate everything, so you should display some items, particularly the spirit crystals. Understood. As the 2 beauties prepare to take Lilith for a stroll in the supermarket, Jiang Tao handed the Desert Eagle to Damimi Mijia. This is for your self-defense. Thank you. Xiao Tao Yang Mi flirtatiously winked and laughed as she stowed away the handgun. This weapon was not from reality, but rather obtained by Jessica in the game. A bronze-level ranged weapon, each had its merits compared to the alchemical crossbow. After their departure, Jiang Tao began to collect from the 3 corpses. He received various rewards: a first-order spirit crystal, a second-order spirit crystal, a black iron crossbow, a cold stone shelter, a map, and a scattering of basic materials such as wood and gold. Gazing at the impressive array of spoils, Jiang Tao couldn't help but reflect on the allure of robbery. After all, accumulating resources through hard work seemed far less expedient than seizing them from others. As he examined the strangely familiar map, Jiang Tao began to understand their presence in this location. Among the treasures, what piqued his interest the most was undoubtedly the cold stone shelter. When reduced in size, it resembled a frosty blue cube, comparable in level to a large stone house. Curiously, its area was 5 times larger than that of a stone house, nearly matching half the capacity of an obsidian house. Furthermore, its defensive capabilities were significantly sturdier than those of similar structures. How could this be? Had they mastered the art of enhancing shelters or employed some kind of artifact? Just as Jiang Tao pondered this perplexity, a notification appeared. Unclaimed shelter detected. Consumption is possible. Area expansion and material strengthening are available. Now it made sense. Jiang Tao realized that the trio must have devoured the shelters of others, and in considerable numbers. He had no desire to dwell in a place once inhabited by others, so he took out his obsidian house and collided the 2 cubes together. Chapter 58. The Luxurious Mattress, the Treasure of Man. Where lies the hidden layer? Fusion. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated the obsidian house, expanding the courtyard by 1/3. Even the stone walls grew taller and thicker. Satisfied, Jiang Tao put it away and, after incinerating the 3 corpses with a flicker of flame, he rummaged through the manager's badge on the 2nd floor. Regrettably, although he found some spirit crystals, there were no clues to the hidden level. Xiao Tao, come and have a look. the H-Stens mattress, and the Goose Emperor quilt. Tonight, we can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Standing beside the bedding, Demimi gleefully exclaimed in front of a pristine, flawless white mattress, her joy palpable. This is wonderful. That stone bed was so uncomfortable. At first, Jiang Tao was oblivious, thinking it was merely a simple mattress, and deemed Demimi's excitement excessive. However, upon closer inspection, he was struck by the realization that this was, in fact, the prized treasure of the second floor. Name, H-Stens mattress. Grade, top-tier bronze-level furniture. Effects, sleep induction. Fall asleep within 10 minutes of lying down. Fatigue elimination, adapts to the user's body type. Whether giant or dwarf, offering a novel experience with added massage effects. Cultivation and restoration. Sleeping on it accelerates energy flow and digestion, restoring 100 spirit overnight. 0 stamina auto function. Automatically adjusts in all directions, with multiple modes to meet the owner's needs, allowing for 3 days and nights of battle without stamina depletion, ensuring a restful sleep and complete satisfaction. Description: the treasure of men, adored by women, favored by Xiao Fei, certified by bald heads, and truly reliable. Marvelous. After reading, Jiang Tao's gaze fixated on the last feature. It was truly delightful. He excitedly gave a thumbs up. Come on, let us move it back to my bed. Let's try it out tonight. Cough, cough. Just as he was engrossed in discussing the H-Stens, Yang Mi coughed repeatedly, pointing at the glaring 4 billion on the popularity leaderboard. She bit her luscious lips, her eyes sparkling with indignation. The chat notifications chimed between the two. Yang Mi, you Rastal, mind your image. So many people are watching. Jiang Tao sent a cheeky emoji. Isn't this excitement? No wonder you're so happy. I can't wait for nightfall. Yang Mi responded with a huff emoji, closing the private messages and shooting a glare. She did not refuse. Jiang Tao's heart leaped with joy. It seemed to Mimi was also feeling discomfort from a stone bed. Brother, sister me, have you found something good? Hearing the commotion, Shen Sisi approached with Lilith. Yang Mi swiftly stowed the H-Stens mattress away. Nothing much, just keep searching. I sold dozens of items a moment ago. Oh, the JK Beauty sensed something was off. Aren't you both done pretending? On the other side of the screen, the astute audience had seen through everything. Damn, Lu Xiao was already too frustrated to keep watching the live stream. After all, he wouldn't die. To thrive in the entertainment industry, one must inevitably don a green hat. Lu Xiao, as a member of this realm, does not mind wearing such a hat, though this does not imply any peculiar inclinations on his part. The predicament lies in the fact that billions of viewers across the nation and even globally are now aware of this. He feels as though even the cleaning lady at the company regards him with a hint of pity. Who can withstand such scrutiny? In the supermarket, after thoroughly scouring the second floor for goods, they discovered a portal to a storage room. Brother, shall we proceed to the next room? Shin Sisi inquired with a tilt of her head. Not so fast. The supermarket conceals a hidden layer, yet I have yet to locate it, Jiang Tao replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. Their expedition in the supermarket yielded substantial results, yet he yearned for more. Then let us continue searching, Yang Mi suggested, exasperated. After more than half an hour of fruitless searching, they managed to gather 6 portals from various directions. They even stumbled upon an insulating layer on the rooftop. Collecting a few spirit crystals, though it was not the hidden layer they sought. Oddly, the only item found in a corner on the second floor was a car key. Based on a clue, Jiang Tao unearthed the solitary lead. The Jiangnan Shaolin supermarket has closed. The scoundrel owner, having squandered 3.5 billion on indulgences, fled with his sister-in-law. This is the spare key he forgot to take. However, they found themselves at an impasse. After a fruitless search, they gathered to deliberate. Lilith and Lia were unfamiliar with the situation, merely tagging along. Yang Mi, with her ample social experience, gazed at the unremarkable car key and suddenly snapped her fingers. I know where the hidden layer is. Where? Jiang Tao and Shun Sisi inquired curiously. Yang Mi, with a proud smile, extended her long, pristine finger downward. The underground garage. What major supermarket lacks one? The car must be parked there. That means the owner must have driven away. The underground garage? Jiang Tao realized, enlightenment dawning upon him. No wonder they found nothing on the first and second floors. Yangmi truly is clever. Shin Sisi raised her thumb in admiration. Humph. And you thought of me as a mere ornament. Yangmi cast a proud glance at Jiang Tao, strutting like a victorious hen. The next challenge lay in locating the entrance to the underground garage. As the supermarket lacked elevators, Yangmi ultimately proposed a solution. There must be an entrance outside. Sure enough, after venturing out and searching, they discovered a garage entrance concealed by collapsed building materials. Ding! You have discovered the hidden layer of Xiaolian. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Tao smiled with satisfaction. Let us hope it does not disappoint. Gazing into the pitch-black garage, Jiang Tao directed, Lilith, it's time for you to showcase your night demon prowess. Thank you for your trust, master. Lilith expressed her gratitude with a playful kiss, prompting the goblin warrior to advance with the original tree shield. The underground garage enveloped in darkness posed no challenge, for each of them possessed night vision abilities, rendering them unaffected. The desolate expanse of several hundred parking spaces exuded an eerie atmosphere. Thunderous roars echoed as Jiang Tao stepped in. From the depths of darkness, two bright headlights flickered to life. A colossal shadow surged toward a few individuals. Thief, perish! Everything in this supermarket belongs to me. A formidable black G-Class vehicle, adorned with a humanoid face on its hood and two large headlights resembling eyes, charged forth with ferocity. Within the driver's seat sat a skeletal figure clad in designer attire and glasses, a mere skeleton now. He pressed the accelerator with all his might. It could only be the supermarket owner. Beside him, a petite skeleton adorned in a charming light blue dress bore a name tag. Is the sister-in-law the store manager? Jiang Tao commanded, Goblin, quickly tilt the shield backward. Under his directive, the goblin warrior assumed a defensive stance. The mutated G-Class accelerated against the tree shield, nearly soaring into the sky. A sudden break brought it to a halt just at the entrance of the underground garage. After surviving the opening ambush, Jiang Tao finally discerned the hidden guardian. Name, Capital Binding Spirit. Level, Sub-Extraordinary. Skills, Vehicle Slayer. The Binding Spirit has fused with its beloved vehicle. A charge becomes its mightiest weapon. Any issues, speak to the insurance. One life, dual bodies, shares a single life bar with the sister-in-law. Health points doubled. Ruthless annihilation, accelerating with full force. Either the enemy dies, or I do. It appeared somewhat troublesome, as the bubble frame materialized in his line of sight. A weight lifted from Jiang Tao's heart. Warm reminder, you have acquired the item spare car key. If you can eliminate both drivers without damaging the vehicle, you may gain a second-hand steed. Additionally, being in the underground garage enhances the binding spirit's power, allowing for automatic health and mana regeneration. Future owner, take heed. The weakest moment is during the start after braking. Jiang Tao observed the black G-Class, now turning at the garage entrance, preparing to reverse and attempt to obliterate them anew, his expression peculiar. Isn't this its weakest moment? Come, Goblin Warrior, give a hefty push and send it outside. Following this, after Lilith petrified the main driver with her enchanting whip, the Goblin Warrior thrust the G-Class out of the garage, sealing their fate. Subsequently, Lilith dispatched the sister-in-law in the passenger seat, while Shin Sisi shot down the boss with a tracking arrow, with Jiang Tao delivering the finishing blow. Through the team's exquisite collaboration, the two binding spirits aboard the G-Class were exorcised, leaving behind only a majestic black G-Class. Chapter 59, Luxurious Vehicles. The hidden vending machine in the garage, marvelous goods. The driver is deceased, the G-Class ownerless. Jiang Tao first retrieved the long-cherished store manager's badge from his sister-in-law. Store manager badge, a supermarket prop that allows passage through door barriers, unlocks counter keys, and grants control over puppets and butchers. 5 puppets are now in hand. It feels secure. Let's take a look upstairs. Jiang Tao shook the spare key, inviting the two beautiful ladies. Sure, I have a car at home too. I'll take you for a ride once we return. The charming Mimi skillfully opened the car door and gracefully climbed in. Following closely was Shun Cece, who opened the back door. Count me in. I can't wait. This sounds like so much fun. Lilith, who had never been in a car before, hurriedly trailed behind Cece. Bang! Jiang Tao opened the driver S door, settled into the driver's seat, inserted the key, and turned it. Two headlights illuminated the path ahead, and the car's hood vibrated as the G-Class system automatically spoke. "Welcome aboard, new master." The voice was personable and sounded quite intelligent. Jiang Tao inquired, "What functions do you possess?" "Master, please take a look. I have numerous capabilities." With that, the central control screen displayed an attribute panel. Name: luxurious G-Class. Tier: top black iron. Category: vehicle. Skills: automatic air conditioning, provides climate control throughout the journey, ensuring comfort whether stranded in a desert or a snowy landscape. Adaptive cruise control, to alleviate driver fatigue. The system can take over driving. Radar will detect enemies in advance and issue alerts. Relentless charge, accelerate to crush enemies. Note: the front has been reinforced. Off-road water crossing can activate off-road mode, enabling traversal in harsh environments, with energy consumption increasing fivefold. Description: can choose between oil or spirit crystal mode. Using oil will reduce power slightly, with a higher probability of accidents in adverse conditions. Although classified as black iron, its price rivals that of a near-silver item. Exploring rooms will now be much more efficient. Jiang Tao joyfully patted the pristine steering wheel, clearly indicating the former owner had taken great care of it. Having previously encountered large rooms like the small volcano and the haunted forest, the mid-tier areas would only be larger. Owning a vehicle would prove immensely convenient. "Little G, why not take us for a tour of the underground garage, since you're familiar with it?" Yang Mi, in the passenger seat, curiously suggested. The central control screen displayed an OK emoji. Boom! Soon after, the engine roared to life, and the G-Class glided smoothly through the garage, taking a turn and enjoying the breeze. To be honest, the supermarket's underground garage is quite expansive, coupled with its dim lighting and numerous pillars. First-time visitors could easily lose their way. After making 2 loops, the group had explored enough without discovering anything of greater significance. Just as they were about to head upstairs to the next room, the G-Class suddenly blared its horn. "If the new master wishes to find something, you may disembark at a corner of the garage to take a look. The previous owner often exited there." "Is that so?" Jiang Tao exclaimed in surprise. As the grand vehicle came to a halt in an unassuming corner, the group disembarked. "Proceed forward and take a left, where you'll find a vending machine." The instructions read. After reading the notice, Jiang Tao couldn't help but scoff. No wonder it went out of business. Which kind-hearted soul would hide a vending machine in an underground garage? "Brother, is it safe?" Shun Cici, upon stepping out, promptly grasped her alchemical crossbow, displaying notable caution. "It's safe. Lilith is leading the way, just around the corner," Jiang Tao replied confidently as he ventured inside. Lilith shot him a disapproving glance. Before long, they indeed encountered a vending machine that was 2 to 3 times larger than the ordinary kind. Behind the glass, instead of typical items, were blueprints, books, and even miniature equipment. To the right of the machine was a small slot for depositing items. Jiang Tao focused intently and beheld the following offerings. Super Stone House Blueprint, an upgraded version of the large stone house, a high-level shelter. Required price: 5 second-tier spirit crystals. Obsidian House Blueprint, price: 7 second-tier spirit crystals. Forest Cabin, high-level shelter blueprint, price: 8 second-tier spirit crystals. Large constant temperature warehouse blueprint, a special auxiliary high-level blueprint that allows for independent construction of a warehouse outside the shelter. The warehouse is the size of a super stadium, preserving food without spoilage and remaining intact through upgrades to the shelter. Price: 8 second-tier spirit crystals. Even our own blueprints are available. The most expensive among them was the final blueprint. Nature Fortress Shelter, Super Shelter Blueprint, requiring an upgraded shelter as a prerequisite. Price: 15 second-tier spirit crystals. Do we have enough spirit crystals? Jiang Tao turned to the 2 ladies for their input. Upon inspection, I noted that we possessed 35 second-tier spirit crystals and even more first-tier ones. The items we sold earlier, particularly the cigarettes, had provided 20 spirit crystals, totaling 352 first-tier spirit crystals. Yang Mi counted the inventory afterwards. Shin Cici promptly reminded, "Brother, let us not forget, the Wraith Tree will come to disturb us tonight." We must reserve sufficient spirit crystals. Yes, I understand. Expenditures must be judicious. Jiang Tao's gaze shifted downward. Besides the blueprints, other items were also available. Treasure map. Leads to a large chamber with low danger but abundant resources. Price. 5 tier spirit crystals or 51st tier spirit crystals. Healing chest. Capable of perfectly healing fatal wounds of E-rank elite creatures, providing some relief for extraordinary beings. It can be a lifesaver in critical moments, but beware. It can only temporarily alleviate extraordinary level toxins or curses, not eradicate them. Price. 3 spirit crystals each. Blast-proof suit, a bronze set. Price. 12 tier spirit crystals. Elite veins. Essential material for crafting bows and crossbows, rare in the outside world. Price. 2 tier spirit crystals. Refuge pass. A swipe at the light curtain grants safe passage through the next chamber. Monsters will not attack you, and traps will not trigger. However, no resources can be taken, and the room will still count towards completion. Price. 3 second-order spirit crystals. As we delve deeper, the items become increasingly abstract. Immovable spray. Apply to the desired area, ensuring stability for 30 days while augmenting volume. Price. 10 first-order spirit crystals. Basic survival pill, composed of soil and non-lethal metals. This pill allows one to abstain from water for 7 days without succumbing to hunger or dehydration. Price. 1 first-order spirit crystal. Long-lasting survival pill. An enhanced version of the previous pill, incorporating non-lethal gold, permitting survival for 30 days. Price. 5 first-order spirit crystals. Note: the merchant disclaims responsibility for any side effects. Gene guidance technique. While players are prohibited from practicing, ordinary individuals may cultivate this technique, enabling them to absorb cosmic energy for gradual evolution, praised for its safety. Price. 10 second-order spirit crystals. Technological breakthrough scroll upon use. A random technological field of the nation will experience a breakthrough. Price. 8 second-order spirit crystals. Favorable weather scroll upon activation. The weather in a designated county area is optimized, resulting in a doubling of food production for 1 year. Price. 1 second-order spirit crystal. 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine, capable of engraving chips. Price. 10 second-order spirit crystals. Why not offer controllable nuclear fusion? Jiang Tao mused that the latter items were no longer intended for players. He remained unfazed, yet the experts before the screen were stirred with excitement. Were these not the very skills that had plagued us? Quickly, let the nation send a barrage of messages to acquire that lithography machine. Some viewers lamented. So? The gene guidance technique we practice in the Great Xia is so costly? Voices of all kinds echoed, the crowd fervent in their appeals to the government. However, the leaders remained silent. They allowed the team to make their own choices. After all, it was their own funds at stake. Survival first. Suddenly, Shin Cc pointed to a book buried at the very bottom, exclaiming in astonishment, "Brother, look! This item is the most expensive in the entire selection." Jiang Tao, Young Mi, and even Lilith curiously leaned in to glance. The moment they discerned the product, Jiang Tao's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 60, The Extraordinary Advancement Book. I want it all. Purchase the Super Fortress Blueprint. Extraordinary Advancement Guidebook, elucidating the methods for evolving into a D-class extraordinary being. There is no guarantee of evolution. All conditions must be met, along with a degree of fortune. Price. 22nd tier spirit crystals or 201st tier spirit crystals. Merely a manual, yet it stands as the priciest item in the vending machine and is the most enticing to Jiang Tao. Knowledge is power. Jiang Tao had always found himself at a loss for the next step. Its appearance would undoubtedly answer the questions that plague his mind. He was confident that with guidance, he would soon evolve into the extraordinary. The guidebook was essential, Jiang Tao mused. In a world teeming with heroes, among 1,000,000 players, there are bound to be those of exceptional talent. Just yesterday, 100 individuals evolved to E-class. Today, there would surely be even more. He needed to leap over the threshold of the extraordinary, distancing himself from all other players. How expensive? Upon discerning the price, Shin Cece and Yami stuck out their tongues. They had a mere 35 crystals, which they had saved over several days. Wait, brother, do you want it? Observing Jiang Tao's excited expression, Shun Cece's mouth opened slightly. Jiang Tao, filled with ambition, extended his right hand and grasped tightly. I want it all. With that declaration, a flash of white light enveloped his hand. The mother spider spear materialized. After ensuring a safe distance from others, he gathered his strength and thrust it heavily against the glass. Bang! The spear tip grazed the glass, nearly rebounding and injuring him. Thunder punishment. With his third eye opened, a bolt of lightning and fire shot toward the vending machine. As the light faded, the machine remained unscathed. A white bubble frame appeared above the machine. Do not waste your efforts. Respect the rules. Continue like this, and you will trigger the escape mechanism. Very well. Jiang Tao sheathed his weapon and said helplessly, let us discuss what to purchase next. The guidebook is a necessity, 20 spirit crystals. Yami suggested, not long ago, Cece was injured, which has been a lingering concern. The healing treasure chest is rare and hard to come by. Reasonable enough, let us buy 2. Jiang Tao agreed with this opinion. From their conversations, it was evident that similar medical items were incredibly difficult to obtain. Even if a fortunate individual possessed them, they would not sell, as they pertain to life itself. The others, such as the refuge passes and anti-vomit sprays, did not pique their interest. However, Jiang Tao did purchase 3 E-class meridians. With the blueprints and materials at hand, he could craft 3 alchemical crossbows to be synthesized by Cece. The final significant purchases were 2 blueprints, one for a large temperature-controlled warehouse and the other for the currently sold super shelter, the natural fortress blueprint. Sister, I have no objections to the fortress blueprint, but might the warehouse be too extravagant? Shin Cece expressed a differing opinion. With less than 6 days until our return, though we have gained much from this supermarket, the stone house is already overflowing. We should conserve some spirit crystals for other purchases. Jiang Tao shook his head. Trust me, I have a strong premonition that upon our return, it will not be wasteful. This is a survival game. Very well, most of this is for you, little Tao. I support your plan. Yami softly concurred. In light of recent events, as the list emerged, Jiang Tao's heart bled with each precious spirit crystal he cast down. Spirit crystal -1. Spirit crystal -1. Spirit crystal -1. Congratulations on acquiring the blueprints for the natural fortress, the large constant temperature warehouse, the guide to extraordinary advancement. Healing chest 2 and E-grade meridians 3. After a flurry of vigorous transactions, his second-tier spirit crystals were reduced to 0, and more than half of his first-tier crystals were depleted. Finances were dwindling, and anxiety enveloped him. Had it not been for the several packs of cigarettes and smoked meat available on the trading platform, his situation would have been even more dire. Onward to the next room. After carefully stowing these treasures back in the stone chamber, Jiang Tao drove his imposing G-Class directly to the first floor. Unbeknownst to him, a chorus of lamentations and regret echoed from the screens behind him. 6 distinct doors led to various chambers. The subsequent rooms, numbered 36, 37, and 38, posed little challenge, and the group effortlessly traversed them in their vehicle. Once, they were ambushed by a hidden arrow, yet not even a window was shattered. While Jiang Tao busily conquered territory, other players were equally occupied. The towering figure of Giant Stone noticed the sudden disappearance of Jessica and her companions, who had unexpectedly surged to second place. In the North American live stream, Ivan made a discovery and communicated it to Giant Stone. Upon glancing at the popularity leaderboard, Giant Stone was taken aback. It appeared something was amiss, with their entire team devastated. Caution was warranted. His gaze fell upon the first place, where the trio of Jiang Tao, Shun Cece, and Yangmi had amassed a staggering popularity of over 4 billion. What extraordinary feats were they performing? This left Giant Stone perplexed. He had heard Yangmi, a fellow industry star from the Daxia region. He turned his attention to a sheer cliff before him and instructed, "Wait for me to ascend, follow the marked route, and do not deviate from the climbing path." Understood, boss. His 4 teammates nodded in agreement. The room they had entered was a daunting precipice, with no path behind them. It was evident that the teleportation portal lay atop the mountain. Without giant stone forging the way, they might have been trapped. Alexander of Gaul, a suave gentleman, similarly accompanied his teammates in their quest for survival. Top players like Barbarian King and Elizabeth, shaking off their initial fears, charged forward with renewed determination. The taste of evolution had invigorated them. Coupled with their enhanced strengths, they had begun to decipher the patterns of the rooms, while millions of spectators watched in awe. Just a few more days, and they could return home. Naturally, their mindset was different. Yet, these heroes were overshadowed by the third brother. The third place was still occupied by the meditative Saint Hero, the Liver Emperor. The people of Tianzhu rallied behind Saint Hero, propelling the viewer count to an astonishing 5 billion. Not only was the ranking slipping, but it also posed a threat to Giant Stone. Meanwhile, players from Daxia encountered an oddity today. The trading platform was overwhelmed with numerous items. The sellers were none other than the renowned Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shun Sisi. The big shots had undoubtedly cleared out a merchant. With a craving for cigarettes, there was nothing to do but purchase a pack with tears in their eyes. Boss, what do you need so many first-tier spirit crystals for? Unbeknownst to them, time drew near to 6 in the evening, signaling the moment to bid farewell once more. Brothers, hold steadfast. We stand behind you. The audience reluctantly exited. Just after the crisis management team of the Great Xia had clocked out, they received the summons from the elders. Shortly thereafter, the team leader learned of Lithuania's announcement to sever diplomatic ties. The nations of Europe expressed stern condemnation, and the White Eagle Federation declared intentions to impose sanctions on the Great Xia. Yet, these matters held little significance once the heroes returned. It was imperative to protect them with utmost diligence, as per the elders' directive. Concurrently, they became aware that the campaign against the Mother Nest had progressed remarkably well, yielding abundant rewards. This was the reason behind the sudden assertiveness of that enlightened leader. Currently, only we and the White Eagle Federation have received feedback from the national fortunes. According to the calculations of the Tianhe, the next substantial feedback will surely reveal who shall be the first human to transcend into a D-class extraordinary being. Naturally, no one overlooked the fact that the first team to conquer 100 rooms would elevate the entire nation. However, in the final minute before the livestream's closure, a sudden announcement regarding the national fortune shattered all expectations, both internal and external. Chapter 61, a new announcement, a global sensation. Oh, brother, you are truly remarkable. Building announcement. Congratulations to the player from India, the saintly hero, the Liver Emperor, who has not eaten or drunk for 5 days, remaining utterly motionless, achieving a monumental milestone. Reward. Evolution of personal talent. National fortune feedback. All citizens of India receive the racial talent. Endurance to hunger. This allows for the breaking of racial limits. One can survive for 10 days without food or drink without succumbing to starvation. This proclamation reverberated through the vast expanse of the internet like thunder. Upon witnessing this, the netizens of the Great Xia exclaimed, "Brother, you are impressive. You have indeed ascended to the status of the world's third. My goodness, can this truly be considered a monumental achievement? Does that mean consuming feces counts as well? Wait, we have all underestimated the saintly hero, the Liver Emperor. We thought he was merely a slacker, yet unbeknownst to us, his talent is undoubtedly linked to his ability to endure hunger. This implies that for him, remaining in one place without taking risks is the most formidable strategy." Upon this conclusion, netizens from various nations gasped in astonishment, momentarily alleviating the greenhouse crisis. Returning to their senses, they observed the feedback mechanism. Many netizens could not help but chuckle. This talent for enduring hunger seems of little use to us, does it? Compared to the numerous feedbacks from the Great Xia, even a meager 1 power boost from the White Eagle Federation pales in comparison. However, the brothers from India would not entertain such thoughts. As the foremost power of the internet, they have always prided themselves on being a superpower. This feedback only further validated that claim. Before long, the streets and alleys of the Indian subcontinent were filled with jubilant celebrations. Sages, heroes, awakened ones, the saviors of humanity. Their confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. the Prime Minister of India graciously visited the parents and brother of the liver emperor, inviting them to live in a new residence and attend a banquet, all broadcasted live nationwide. Simultaneously, the Grand Leader of Cherry Blossom Island sent a congratulatory message, praising India as a truly great Eastern nation. Adding to this, calls of congratulations poured in from leaders of various European nations, elevating the spirits of India to euphoric heights. In a global broadcast, they proclaimed that the future world order would consist of a tripartite balance of power: Great Xia, the White Eagle Federation, and India. Unbeknownst to them, their old ally, Ross, wore an expression of resentment nearby. Meanwhile, upon hearing the announcement, the saintly hero, the liver emperor, merely smiled faintly and continued to sleep. What about our arduous struggles through the challenges? Alexander, the barbarian king, Elizabeth, and the Catherine sisters, all elite competitors, found it hard to contain their frustration. Time and again, they teetered on the brink of life and death, only to be eclipsed by an Indian lying idle. Many players felt their spirits shatter. Thus, it is clear that one must never underestimate anyone. Room 40. Here lies a street adorned with modern aesthetics. After Jiang Tao vanquished the monsters that once dominated this area, he liberated the obsidian house, preparing for a well-deserved rest tonight. Today was fruitful, yielding not only an abundance of delicacies, such as marinated treats and goose heads, but also a considerable quantity of exquisite seafood. To commemorate our shared journey through half the game, let us indulge in a sumptuous feast tonight. As the exuberant Dami spoke, she completely forgot that it originally began with a group of 4. After a long and tiresome day, it is only natural to indulge oneself. Shun Sisi, accompanied by Honey Sister and Lilith, diligently prepared for the evening feast, while the goblin laborer busied itself with tending the fire. All were hearty eaters, and today's array of ingredients was both abundant and intricate. Observing the 3 lovely ladies bustling about in the kitchen, Jiang Tao produced an official badge and commanded the 5 puppet dolls lounging against the stone wall. You 4, assist in the cooking under the guidance of Shun Sisi and Yangmi. As for the last lady puppet, please give me a massage. Jiang Tao sank comfortably into the newly acquired rocking chair, relishing the massage from the beauty behind him. Witnessing this scene, Shun Sisi rolled her eyes. Master, you certainly are enjoying yourself. Indeed, with 4 helpers, you all will be more efficient, Jiang Tao replied with a grin. They are remarkably clever, far superior to the robots at my home. The 4 puppet dolls appeared to have been programmed for cooking, quickly mastering the tasks at hand. The large pot took on a curved shape, the meat was brushed with sauce, and the temperature of the food was automatically monitored. They sliced sashimi, simmered broth, showcasing a myriad of culinary skills. Yangmi, while chopping vegetables, remarked that she would place one of them at her home upon returning. As the kitchen fell into an orderly rhythm, Jiang Tao confidently began tallying today's spoils. The first item was the extravagantly purchased super blueprint, a glimmer of hope against the Wraith Tree. Natural Fortress Shelter Blueprint. Require materials: stone 5,000, wood 2,000, silver 2,000, gold 1,000, tier 3, energy core 1, nature guardian spirit 1. The basic materials like gold were already abundant in the stone house. However, the tier 3 core posed a dilemma, as it necessitated a core from an extraordinary creature. Would the Wraith Tree's spirit crystal suffice? Jiang Tao retrieved it, the highest level spirit crystal in his possession. Unfortunately, it still fell short of the requirements. As for the guardian spirit, he could manage with a slight deficiency, though it would affect the shelter's counterattack strength. Even the sapling of the Wraith Tree in the courtyard met the criteria. Of course, should he consider using that sprouting little creature as a core, he might as well prepare to retract into a shell. On the other hand, another warehouse blueprint was significantly simpler. Large constant temperature warehouse blueprint. Require materials: wood 2,000, iron blocks 500, silver 500, gold 500, pure water 5,000, gene, tier 2, spirit crystals 2. For others, the most troublesome aspect might be the water, potentially exceeding the difficulty of acquiring spirit crystals. Yet for Jiang Tao, who possessed a spring, it posed no challenge. Let us set the massage aside for now. Jiang Tao rose from the rocking chair and took a stroll around the stone house. He then selected a favorable location behind the house, meticulously checking off the materials. After some contemplation, he decided to utilize the Wraith Tree's spirit crystal for the warehouse. Construct. With that command, a dazzling ice blue light descended. The courtyard expanded, and a simplistic arc-shaped wind structure rose from the ground. Now, there was ample space. Jiang Tao entered, only to discover an interior as spacious as a stadium. He summoned the warehouse operation panel and realized that maintaining the temperature in this place required a considerable amount of spirit crystals. After expending so many spirit crystals, Jiang Tao felt a bit of pressure. He meticulously transferred all the goods piled around the shelter into the warehouse before returning to the front yard. He took out 3 E-grade veins, along with several bone knives and the ace bone knife obtained from the supermarket, as well as the cash register blind box. Mijia, Shishi, come over to lend a hand, Jiang Tao called towards the kitchen. All right, just don't burn anything. Despite his words, the 4 puppet dolls had already become more adept than the 2 of them. Shishi wiped her hands. After successfully crafting 3 alchemical crossbows, she combined them with the previous one. Congratulations, you have obtained the alchemical wind crossbow, quasi-silver tier, although it was somewhat disappointing not to reach the silver level. It now possessed the power of heavy wind. Its range, attack speed, and power were all significantly enhanced. The blind box opened by Demi shimmered with a golden light. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize of this supermarket, the Ace Wild Boar Spear. Looking at the gleaming metal spear on the ground, Jiang Tao burst into laughter. Shishi, I'll trouble you to continue the synthesis. Shishi helplessly glanced at the several bone knives on the ground. I see you're treating me like an employee to exploit. Although reluctant in words, she diligently proceeded with the synthesis. As one by one the bone knives transformed into streams of light and merged with the ace bone knife. A new knife gleaming with silver appeared. Following Jiang Tao's instructions, Shishi intentionally compressed it, ultimately forming a palm-sized ace flying knife. All right, I am exhausted. I need to eat more tonight. At the moment the flying knife took shape, beads of sweat appeared on Shishi's fair forehead, and she gasped for breath. It was tough, very tough. Let us take a break before continuing. Jiang Tao, feeling a bit guilty about exploiting the JK beauty, found the last bottle of blood tonic in the warehouse and handed it to Shishi. At least you have a conscience. After drinking the tonic, Shishi rested for a while, her spirits revived significantly, and she began the final fusion. Chapter 62. The lavish banquet, the fractured mindset of the crowd. Tonight, they will indulge. Congratulations, you have successfully synthesized the So Spear quasi-silver. There have been changes, albeit minimal. Thank you. You may take a rest while I handle some trifles. Jiang Tao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He then picked up the spear, now darkened, its tip dripping blood, glimmering with a chilling light. Name, So Spear. Grade, quasi-silver. Effects, venomous, barbed, piercing, damage-rending when it strikes an enemy. It automatically enlarges the wound and inflicts a bleeding effect. 10 spears in one can split into 10 Sao spears, which can be thrown simultaneously and will automatically return. Jiang Tao tested how many Sao spears he could generate, and his previous battle wounds were now healed. Additionally, there was this little trinket. With a gentle wave of his hand, a white flying knife, merely the size of his palm, floated gracefully into the air, hovering before him. Brother, is this the D-grade extraordinary power? Shinsisi, resting nearby, blinked her large eyes in curiosity. She too yearned to evolve further. Not quite yet. I have merely unearthed a slight method of application. Jiang Tao manipulated the flying knife, causing it to rotate up and down with his psychic power. With the aid of the third eye's force, its power and speed could elevate to a whole new level, rivaling a true extraordinary strike. Although the light of thunder punishment was formidable, it consumed half his energy with a single use, so it must not be wasted. Jiang Tao clicked on the attributes of the flying knife. Name, Ace Flying Knife. Grade, quasi-silver. Effects, piercing, small in size with a sharp blade. It poses a significant threat to extraordinary beings. Bloodthirsty, originally a bone-cutting knife that sought daily bloodshed, its function retained post-synthesis. Striking an enemy allows for rapid blood absorption. affecting their state. Flight acceleration. Under the subconscious of the synthesizer, the blade has been streamlined, possessing a miraculous effect of ignoring air resistance. A weapon of specialized attack. Nearly impossible to defend against. Jiang Tao tucked it into his waist. Who could anticipate its emergence? As the trio organized their spoils, an array of sumptuous dishes was gradually served from the kitchen. Lilith, donned in a pristine chef's coat sourced from the market, emerged with a plate of bell pepper braised soft-shell turtle, calling out, "Dinner is served," thus commencing the extravagant feast, with an abundance of delectable dishes. And Jiang Tao, eager to sample the freshly procured wheat juice and fine wine, they arranged everything on the 8 immortals table set in the courtyard. The table and chairs were all transported from Jia Qianla's place. The aroma was intoxicating. Having gone an entire day without satisfying his hunger, Jiang Tao was already ravenous. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find dozens of dishes. 5 puppets efficiently transported plate after plate from the kitchen to the courtyard. There was a large platter of assorted braised delicacies, which alone occupied an enormous dish. It featured crispy chicken feet, braised beef, ginger-hued pork knuckle, sauced pig trotters, and sauced duck, with the centerpiece being the prized lion-headed goose, an appetizer Jiang Tao particularly relished. Additionally, there was sautéed foie gras, a luxurious seafood hot pot, a combination of 5-clawed pork ribs and abalone, and truffle fried rice with crab, among others. Considering Jiang Tao's hearty appetite, the waiter thoughtfully prepared several pots of imperial fried rice. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "In reality, I have never encountered such an extravagant array of dishes, let alone tasted them. This must cost a fortune." Shun Sisi jested, for Sister Me. She might find the quantity excessive and lacking in refinement. Being a star, she had undoubtedly savored various rare delicacies. Yet among these dishes lay numerous superfoods brimming with vitality. Yang Mi pointed at the culinary treasures on the table and winked, saying, "Happiness is often born from contrast." In the past, when she and her friends dined, they took it for granted, but now, the trio curiously opened the chat channel. At mealtime, players frequently lament their poverty or share their dinners. And today was no exception. "Haha, I found a donut today. High in sugar and calories donuts are simply delightful. Oh no, after several days, I finally indulged in a bite of pork belly. Thanks to the culinary offerings by Jiang Tao tonight, I also treated myself to a better meal, exchanging a piece of spirit crystal for a succulent pig leg. For the next 5 days, I plan to savor a little each day. It will surely sustain me until I return home." Naturally, everyone's dining experience had greatly improved, all thanks to Jiang Tao and his companions, who also reaped numerous first-tier spirit crystals. Several high-level players shared photos of their gourmet meals, garnering many likes. Yushan remarked, "Look at you all thriving. Can't you afford to eat better?" Below was a photo of a generously seasoned steak. Bai replied, "I apologize, but I still prefer seafood. Before my journey, I was hesitant to indulge, yet here in the game, I can finally enjoy it." With that, he showcased a pot of mixed seafood stew. Ryu chimed in, "You men, must you always take the easy route with a hodgepodge stew? Behold my dinner." She shared an image of an exquisite dish adorned with broccoli. Many prominent figures chimed in, and curiosity arose. Most of us are riding on Jiang Tao's coattails, enjoying enhanced meals. But what about the esteemed gentleman himself? Indeed, Sister Me. Are you there? Let's see what you're feasting on. Many were intrigued about what the #1 player in the nation was dining on. As the crowd stirred, Jiang Tao reluctantly decided to satiate their curiosity. After taking a few photos and uploading them, JK chuckled, "Isn't this a bit cruel?" "Not at all. This is what they requested," Jiang Tao replied with a serious demeanor. Yang Mi eagerly anticipated everyone's reactions, only to find the chat group plunged into an eerie silence after the photos were uploaded. Moments earlier, the conversation had been lively and cheerful, yet now, it was frighteningly quiet. Is it lagging? Sister Me, puzzled, clicked refresh, only to discover that no one had spoken. Just as she was about to close it, the chat erupted with a barrage of messages like machine gun fire. "What the heck? Are you 3 feasting like royalty? Land, sea, and air. From humble delicacies to the world's 3 most exquisite dishes, everything is present. Is this not superior and more comprehensive than the famed Manchuhan imperial feast? My dear friends, have you perhaps raided a culinary paradise? Might I be permitted to savor the remnants of the broth? I would gladly exchange ingredients for it. Moreover, we're those maidservant robots serving dishes at the edge of the photograph. While we struggle for survival, Jiang Tao has already embraced futuristic technology and is reveling in life. The more I observe, the more unbalanced my emotions become. We can accept your indulgence in plentiful feasts, but it is intolerable for one to soar in the heavens while another languishes below, especially when we all arrived on the same day for this game. My frustration reaches its peak. The silence is palpable, with players like Ryu and Baiyu quietly retracting their photos. Without comparison, there is no pain. It is indeed somewhat cruel. Witnessing the intense reactions of everyone, Jiang Tao's sense of satisfaction swells as he closes the panel, redirecting his gaze to the 8 immortals table. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of the ocean's aroma. Master, I found a recipe at the supermarket. I heard these 2 dishes are quite nourishing. Please indulge, says Lilith, presenting 2 plates before him. What dishes? Shun Cece and Mimi curiously inquire. To their surprise, one plate features braised sea cucumber, while the other boasts plump oysters. Wonderful. Jiang Tao silently praises in his heart. Indeed, he must replenish his strength. Tonight shall be a grand feast. However, as he devours his meal with gusto, Mimi casts a disdainful glance at him. Such a glutton, she mutters. Meanwhile, the JK beauty immerses herself in her meal, feigning ignorance to the spectacle around her. Chapter 63. The crown jewel of experimental town on a stormy night. Dinner lasted for over half an hour. During this time, Jiang Tao transformed into a bottomless pit. He nonchalantly devoured everything, from crispy bones to shrimp shells, stuffing his mouth with food. He consumed box after box of wheat juice and treated red wine as mouthwash, draining 3 cases of it. Yang Mi, before her time travel, had a very modest appetite and never indulged in staple foods. However, she has improved significantly, now possessing an appetite comparable to that of an average person. Despite Shishi's slender figure, her waist even more delicate than that of Mimi, she actually ate more than her. Fortunately, Lilith had little interest in the feast, and the 5 puppets had no need for sustenance. In any case, the opulent banquet was hardly sufficient for the few present. By the way, Lilith, please deliver these 3 steaks to the Goblin Guard, Jiang Tao instructed during the meal. But master, it does not require such fine fare, Lilith replied, gazing at the 3 delectable steaks she had painstakingly prepared, somewhat bewildered. After all, having served us for several days, it had already rendered great service. Upon hearing this, Mi and Shun Shishi nodded in agreement. Before long, Lilith carried the 3 aromatic steaks to the Goblin Guard stationed at the gate. Huh? The Goblin Guard, still holding its wooden shield, looked puzzled, pointing to itself. Only after receiving Lilith's affirmation did it excitedly set down the shield, accept the plate, and gulp down the steak without even chewing. As it feasted, the Goblin Guard emitted enthusiastic howls, experiencing for the first time such exquisite cuisine. Affection 10, the Goblin Guard, still unsated, felt it could devour 10 more. Observing the numbers appearing above its head, Jiang Tao requested the puppet to cook some wolf meat acquired on the first day. He also discreetly instructed Lilith to roast some oysters for himself. Lilith chuckled. He understood. As the dinner concluded, the bothersome mother and child shade tree followed closely behind. Not you again. Feeling the tremors beneath him, Jiang Tao felt a bit dizzy. He deliberately relaxed his nerves, refraining from expelling the alcohol within, intending to enjoy the treasures on the 2nd floor when it returned. How annoying. Hadn't it just been injured this morning? He grumbled under his breath. Yet his hands remained busy. Once again, he activated the defensive mode and ignited the spirit wood in the courtyard to ward off all threats. The sound of roots striking the stone wall echoed rhythmically, like raindrops. Mimi, responsible for tallying the family's assets, looked on with concern as their energy rapidly dwindled. Xiao Tao, we have very few spirit crystals left, only a handful of first-tier spirit crystals. If this continues, we will soon go bankrupt. She cautiously observed the tree demon grandmother outside through a crack in the stone, exclaiming, "We have surely offended it deeply. If we do not resolve this, it will eventually lead to our downfall. Once the natural fortress is completed, it should be able to withstand the assault." Jiang Tao nodded, confidently asserting, "In a couple of days, we will eliminate this threat. You should rest early. Lilith, you shall remain in the courtyard today, observing the puppetry." Lilith cast a peculiar glance at her master, sensing an ulterior motive. "I shall freshen up first. After a day of toil, I am quite greasy." Sweet Mimi appeared oblivious to Jiang Tao's subtle hints, entering the house with a mischievous grin. "I'm so tired. I need to sleep." The JK beauty detected a hint of danger and hurriedly rose. She retrieved a pair of earplugs from a box and inserted them into her delicate ears. Clutching an exquisite goose-down quilt, she murmured to herself, "These earplugs work wonders. I hear nothing." She then prepared her sleeping area on the firm stone bed in the back room, rolling back and forth. Tonight, her cocoon was soft and fragrant, a significant improvement over yesterday's rigid stone slab. Before long, gentle sounds of slumber emerged from the wrapped beauty. Jiang Tao, slightly inebriated, observed her closely. The girl, feigning sleep, clearly exhausted yet not yet succumbed to slumber. Jiang Tao, in the courtyard by the campfire, he feigned to stagger as he rose, instructing Lilith, "The outer defenses are entrusted to you." With a decisive clap, disregarding the dream demon's pleas, he shut the stone door, spreading the H-Stens mattress over the stone bed. He pressed down lightly. To his astonishment, the surface sank like ocean waves, rising and falling on its own. Shortly after, the long-haired Sweet Mimi emerged, droplets of water cascading down her locks. She was as radiant as a lotus in clear water. Gazing at her newly donned red pajamas, Jiang Tao's pupils dilated. "Is that from the supermarket?" "Indeed. I found it on the second floor. Do you think it looks good?" Sweet Mimi twirled proudly, showcasing her alluring figure. "It suits you perfectly." Jiang Tao silently approved, showering her with compliments. Curiosity piqued, he pointed at the H-Stens mattress. "I wonder if it truly possesses the miraculous qualities advertised. Shall we give it a try?" Sweet Mimi, with her fair fingers brushing her chin, inquired. "I also have a H-Stens in my villa. Let us see how it compares to the one in the game." In response, Jiang Tao calmly produced a pack of blue cigarettes from the convenience store. A smoke after dinner is akin to divine indulgence with a snap. The light switch in the stone house was turned off, conserving energy. Snap! Snap! The burning enchanted wood in the campfire crackled. The guarding goblin, sensing the mistress's sudden agitation, fervently added more wood to the flames, wielding the enchanting whip with vigor to lash at the fire. Crack! Crack! Outside, the assault of the mother and son phantom trees resembled a tempest, akin to relentless waves battering the obsidian house. Amid the storm, the stone structure stood resolute. After eavesdropping on the rhythmic, deep-toned melody, the inquisitive JK beauty found the music unappealing. She couldn't fathom the thrill it brought. Weariness washed over her, and she drifted into a sweet slumber. On the fifth day, early in the morning, Jiang Tao spiritedly pushed open the stone door, stretching his body to relieve any tension. With sincere admiration, he exclaimed, "A game produced must be a masterpiece." No wonder the bald man is reluctant to part with the mattress. One word, exhilarating. 2 words, immensely gratifying. 3 words, soaring to the heavens in bliss. Full body massage, automatic stamina recovery, invigorating the spirit, truly a supreme treasure. "Master," then, he heard a mournful female voice emanating from the corner. Startled, Jiang Tao turned to see Lilith emerging, her large dark circles resembling those of a zombie, devoid of life. "Wait, aren't you a dream demon? Shouldn't you be awake at night? Why do you have dark circles?" Confusion filled Jiang Tao's eyes. "It's all your fault," Lilith lamented, flying closer and playfully striking his chest. "It's your fault, entirely your fault." Jiang Tao resignedly accepted this situation. After their little comedy, taking advantage of the early hour before the live broadcast commenced, he began preparing breakfast. When Lilith inquired about what they would eat, Jiang Tao replied, "Let us keep it simple." Subsequently, 5 puppets gathered the ingredients, chopped vegetables, and retrieved a large pot from the supermarket, preparing to boil soup and noodles for the school cafeteria. Chapter 64. On the fifth day, evolutionary opportunities again top the global trending list. Another day has dawned. Greetings to all players. Today marks the fifth day since the game's commencement, with only 5 days remaining until our return home. Yesterday, a grim total of 30,000 players faced elimination, leaving 510,000 participants still in the fray. The popularity rankings have been updated. The top 100 teams may now claim their respective rewards. Popularity rankings. Number 1. Team Jiang Tao, Yang Mi, and Shun Shishi Xia. Audience count. Over 4 billion. Number 2. Dwayne Johnson. No. 10. The Catherine Twins, White Eagle Federation. Audience count. 600 million. The top 10 rankings remain largely unchanged, while those outside the top 10 experience a more rapid rotation. Seizing the opportunity while the automaton prepares breakfast and Mi and Shishi slumber, Jiang Tao reclines in a rocking chair within the courtyard. He retrieves the guide to extraordinary advancement acquired yesterday and delves into its pages with meticulous attention. Since its acquisition, he has studied it thoroughly and revisited its concepts repeatedly in his mind. According to the text, the chasm between ordinary beings and the extraordinary is immense. To evolve, one must first meet the threshold of the extraordinary in both body and spirit. I believe I have satisfied this requirement, needing only to refine and approach perfection. Jiang Tao muses quietly to himself. Moreover, it is imperative to accumulate energy as it will influence the combat prowess during subsequent transformations. Thanks to his innate Titan bone talent, he feels capable of gathering even more energy. After meeting these fundamental conditions, the most critical step remains: using energy as fuel and mental fortitude as a match. Ignite one's extraordinary spark and forge a unique, extraordinary power. This is where I falter. Jiang Tao's gaze intensifies as he absorbs the final sentence. A true teaching can be encapsulated in a single phrase, while a false teaching may fill countless volumes. Although he possesses a spark in advance, it is ultimately derived from another. What extraordinary power does the ghost mother tree awaken? Ghost power? A surge of energy pulses at his third eye, illuminating his mind with clarity. He has already arrived at an answer. Creak. The stone door swings open, revealing a JK girl yawning, clad in a fresh azure tracksuit. Her eyes still heavy with sleep, she twitches her delicate nose. How delightful. Brother, are we having seafood noodles for breakfast today? Indeed, complemented by freshly harvested earth fruits. Jiang Tao folds the guide, gesturing towards the largest fruit tree nearby. Mere carbohydrates will not suffice for their high energy demands. The automaton has become increasingly adept at cooking, and the aroma alone stirs his appetite. She appears to have rested well last night, free from previous fatigue, and seems eager to awaken Mi Jia for breakfast. Jiang Tao hastily detains her. Mi Jia has been working hard lately. Let her rest a while longer. After all, she toiled through the night. Oh, then I shall freshen up first. Shun Shishi nods obediently, though somewhat perplexed. Noticing a red notification pop up on the panel, Jiang Tao opens it. Congratulations to your team for achieving the highest popularity yesterday. Reward: 1 holy light ring. Is today a day for equipment? Jiang Tao, filled with curiosity, took it out to examine. It was meticulously crafted from a unique metal, radiating brilliance. The surface was adorned with a sacred light gem, dazzling beyond comparison. More radiant than a diamond ring in reality by tenfold. Sacred Light Ring, a top-tier bronze-grade accessory that enhances charm and increases the success rate of mental skills. Additionally, it bestows the skill, Sacred Light Shield, which can be activated at will in times of danger, capable of blocking any attack below the extraordinary level. A ring that combines both aesthetic appeal and practicality. Just a couple of days ago, Jiang Tao would have been overjoyed, but now he found himself less in need of it. At that moment, Demimi, awakened by the sound of water, groggily rose from her mattress. The red nightgown from the previous night was nowhere to be seen. The live stream had yet to commence, so she casually donned a men's white t-shirt. As she stepped through the stone door, her eyes were drawn to a glimmer of sacred light. Here, this is for you, a protective charm for when danger arises. Jiang Tao flicked his thumb gently, tossing the sacred light ring towards Yangmi. "What is this?" she asked, catching the dazzling ring. Her eyes filled with both excitement and astonishment. "How has everything progressed so quickly? I haven't even officially divorced yet, and besides." The more Yangmi looked at it, the more she liked it, unable to resist stepping forward to gently embrace the astonished Jiang Tao. "Xiao Tao, you are the best. Once we return, I'll finalize the divorce and announce to the world that I want to be yours." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Tao, taken aback, interjected, "This is yesterday's ranking reward. I merely thought you were the most suitable in the team." Yangmi's expression faltered, her pearly teeth biting her lip. "So that means you don't have that intention?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Tao remained stoic, unfazed. Yangmi, feeling a surge of embarrassment, struggled to rise. She shot a furious glance at Jiang Tao, thinking, "Damn it, you scoundrel. After all I've done for you last night." At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. "Mimi, what are you two doing?" Just then, JK emerged from the room, freshly washed. "Nothing much, breakfast is ready." With mixed feelings, Yangmi slipped the sacred light ring on her left index finger and glanced at the youthful and radiant girl, her long, fair legs on display, sighing deeply. Jiang Tao remained indifferent, devouring a large bowl of noodles filled with fish, shrimp, and abalone. He picked a few large fruits, freshly plucked from the trees, and continued to feast. Yangmi suppressed her thoughts and joined Shishi to tackle breakfast. As they enjoyed the lavish meal, Yangmi cast a glance toward the street outside. Shun Shishi smiled and remarked, "I never dared to dream of such a life on the first day. If one didn't know better, they might think we were on vacation. Keep a relaxed mindset. We must wait for 5 days," Jiang Tao reminded as he swiftly finished a pot of noodles. "Let us not forget, there is still a major boss hunting us." At that moment, the system alerted them. The live stream has commenced. "Good morning, esteemed Jiang Tao. The sight of she so early in the day brings joy that lingers throughout. Indeed, being a JK is the epitome of beauty in both profession and youth. The audience is fervently engaging, and the numbers are surging by the millions." Suddenly, someone notices that today, the radiant beauty seems particularly resplendent and vibrant. My goodness, while the enchanting aura of the beauty has always captivated, what has transformed her this morning? Every movement exudes a certain allure reminiscent of a devoted wife, and the corners of her mouth are drawn into a satisfied smile. Has she undergone some metamorphosis overnight? Her complexion appears significantly fairer, and her entire demeanor reflects an altered essence. Such a profound change leaves many in bewilderment. Notably, an astute observer keenly identifies the exquisite ring adorning her left hand. The beauty has always been a topic of fascination, a star of immense popularity. Consequently, whether on Weibo, Douyin, or various trending search engines, keywords associated with her have skyrocketed to the top of the charts. Has the beauty transformed? The mysterious ring. Does it signify a change in relationship status? A tale of deep love, a rising star, or perhaps a humble spouse? The buzz even transcends borders, reaching the heights of popularity on platforms like Bluebird and YouTube. After all, Jiang Tao himself is the most searched name globally. In a moment of serendipity, Liu Xiao, who had just celebrated until dawn at the bar, was roused from slumber by multiple phone calls. What? A ring? In a flurry, he opened his live stream, and upon witnessing the undeniable charisma radiating from Yangmi, he instantly grasped the situation, gritting his teeth in frustration. How outrageous! Unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, a mere complimentary ring had seized the top spot on the global trending list. After finishing his meal and neatly storing away the shelter, he drove his luxurious G-Class towards room 41. The street's portal is concealed within unassuming buildings, hidden behind 6 nondescript doors. As his gaze traversed the surroundings, hints emerged like bubbles, popping into view. Chapter 65, Room 41, The Strawberry Garden, the rejuvenating golden berry. Upon opening the iron gate ahead, one is greeted by a splendid strawberry garden. The strawberries are perfectly ripe, each one large and sweet, particularly a rare golden berry plant, which is truly exceptional. The best part is that the troll who tends to the strawberries has conveniently stepped out. The wooden door at the back leads to a barren, Challenging room filled with laser traps, concealing a black iron treasure chest. The upper passage is rather troublesome, as it leads to a cloud space where one may easily lose their way. The lower path descends into a nightmarish cavern overrun by a swarm of termites. Although they lack strength, their sheer numbers can be overwhelming. You might glean some protein from them, but be cautious not to get bitten and swollen. The iron door to the left is unremarkable, containing only a box of instant noodles and bottled water, satisfactory for newcomers, yet perhaps beneath your notice. To the right lies a prison, a nightmarish realm. Finding an exit will not be easy, yet a careful search may yield some spirit crystals within. Today, the scene differs from what was witnessed yesterday. First, we shall dismiss the options of the back, above, and left. The termites do not pique Jiang Tao's interest either. Thus, the remaining choices are the strawberry garden ahead and the nightmare prison. Jiang Tao swiftly relayed the circumstances of the two rooms to Shi and Demi. Before the two beauties could speak, a sudden movement emerged from Demi's ample bosom, and a pink figure sprang forth. Strawberries, strawberries. I want to eat strawberries. Exclaimed excitedly waving her flower. Her large eyes seemed to already envision the enchanting strawberry garden. With a resigned gesture, Yang extended her delicate hand, allowing Leah to dance gracefully upon her palm. Given this, onward to the front it is. Having just finished breakfast, Jiang Tao also sought some snacks and fruits. Most supermarket offerings are frozen or pre-cooked, with fresh fruits being scarce. Together with Demi, she had a penchant for nibbling on fruits, depleting their stock. Hence, Jiang Tao drove the large G vehicle to the building's front. To enter, one must locate the key, an endeavor typically reserved for ordinary players. Jiang Tao instructed the goblin warrior to cleave the door lock with an axe, rendering it inoperative, and the goblin warrior pushed the door open. With a crash, Jiang Tao followed closely behind, driving straight through the threshold. As the light membrane parted, a meticulously managed planting area came into view, with fields crisscrossed in an orderly fashion. Room 41, the strawberry garden, showcased rows of strawberries. Amidst the green leaves, plump, round, and juicy strawberries glimmered like rubies, dotting the earth and evoking a sense of delight in all who beheld them. At the center of the garden stood a colossal strawberry structure, towering 3 meters high, serving as the room's iconic edifice. Beside this great strawberry, there was a modest thatched hut over 5 meters tall, adorned with several farming tools such as hoes and bamboo baskets, all impressively large. This is a temporary lair for the troll, who occasionally rests here. It is not a true den, yet perhaps one might uncover some simple treasures within. The aroma is delightful, and Luya is enamored. Upon sighting the strawberry garden, Leah eagerly flitted towards it like a honeybee drawn to nectar, leaving the sluggish Mimi with no time to react. Wait, little sprite, there are dangers here. Yang quickly inquired of Jiang Tao. After several days, she had become aware of the game's rules. Opportunity often accompanies peril. If even the vegetable patch had a mischievous sprite, how much more so this expansive strawberry field? Fear not, the troll has already departed. If we hasten to the next room, we shall be safe, Jiang Tao declared, pressing the steering wheel with a sense of pride. The sharp honking of the horn echoed in the room, yet no monsters emerged. Since the master is away, perhaps we could pilfer some strawberries? Doesn't that seem a tad mischievous? The back door swung open, and Shun Cici stepped out, her sneakers squelching into the earth. Lilith followed, fluttering out and pinching her nose, fanning the air. Ugh, the stench of the troll is overwhelming. Cici, do not be deceived into thinking the master here is benevolent. Lilith admonished, pointing at a pile of bones in a corner of the thatched hut. Trolls have a penchant for devouring humans, considering you tender and delectable. The chilling recollection of the Cyclops sent shivers through Cici and Yang. Fortunately, they had procured several baskets from the supermarket the previous day. Come on, Cici, Lilith. Let's gather swiftly. Yang extracted 3 baskets from the stone house and handed them to the two. The 3 girls began merrily collecting from different angles. Jiang Tao, disinterested in leaving the vehicle, drove along the wide muddy path carved by the troll, leaving deep tire tracks in his wake. He sought new passages while searching for that elusive golden berry plant. It struck him as odd that it seemed Jiang Tao encountered so many beneficial rooms. Early in the morning, viewers flocked to various live streams, quickly discerning the pattern. Many seasoned players were cautiously exploring. Generally, a room filled with treasure indicated greater danger. Rarely did one stumble upon a low-risk, beneficial room without feeling compelled to kneel in gratitude to the heavens. Yet, Jiang Tao's team consistently found rooms brimming with resources devoid of peril, thus captivating an audience worldwide. It was akin to watching a survival show where everyone hoped to witness the contestants laden with rewards. Could it be that one of the trio possessed a gift of luck? Or perhaps a hidden reward linked to their popularity ranking had activated? Many were perplexed as they observed the trio of beauties joyfully filling basket after basket. After meandering through the strawberry garden, Jiang Tao not only identified 6 passages but also discovered the golden berry plant. He parked the jeep beside the red strawberry structure and stepped out. The troll is quite protective of this spirit plant, having crafted a climate-controlled environment for it. To his astonishment, the strawberry tower contained an entirely separate space. Following the hints provided, Jiang Tao located the hidden door and pushed it open. Indeed, he beheld a spirit plant adorned with 5 golden strawberries. Name: Golden Berry Plant. Effect: golden berries. Upon consumption, one regains 10 years of youth, and skin becomes elastic and radiant. Bounce away those crow's feet. The auxiliary effect: it can sustain hydration for 10 days without water. Introduction: it requires daily irrigation from the spiritual spring and the application of golden powder fertilizer, yielding only a scant few fruits after a year. Moreover, once harvested, it must be consumed within an hour, or its effects will be entirely lost. Is it not particularly rare? Jiang Tao bent down, pondering for a moment, then retrieved a large hoe from the neighboring thatched hut, fortunate that his strength was sufficient. Having come this far, he began to dig fervently. In a matter of moments, Jiang Tao unearthed both the soil and the golden berry plant, subsequently planting it beside the spiritual spring before returning the hoe to the storage. "Xiao Tao, what are you digging?" At that moment, Yami entered, carrying a basket brimming with strawberries. Inside was a prized strawberry plant. Jiang Tao briefly explained the benefits of the golden berry to Yangmi. To his surprise, she became instantly exhilarated. "You become 10 years younger? Quickly, let me taste one. Your skin looks splendid after your evolution, doesn't it?" Jiang Tao, with authority in his voice, picked one berry from the courtyard. "Golden berry, 1, remaining 4. So beautiful, it looks as if wrapped in gold." Yami merely admired it momentarily before swallowing it whole. Immediately after, she nervously took out a mirror to check her reflection. To her astonishment, the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes had subtly smoothed out, and her cheeks appeared more refined and elastic. Even the weariness that once clouded her gaze vanished completely. Her skin and aura transformed, reminiscent of her youthful days playing the role in the legend of the Sword and Fairy. Unable to contain her excitement, she let out a shriek. She. Come and see. The billions of viewers before the camera witnessed this scene with awe. The game is indeed better. Despite its dangers, it truly offers treasures. I seem to catch a glimpse of the spirited Guixiang once more. From a married woman to a youthful maiden, splendid indeed. Though I wonder who would benefit from this transformation. Chapter 66. The Homebound Troll Bewildered. Lilith is actually a dominant. Among the audience, several acquaintances of Yangmi, including Reba, Lu Cici, and Tang Yin, were present, their eyes reddened with emotion. Initially, they believed that their dear friend had fallen into the depths of despair, perhaps facing a tragic fate for her family. Little did they anticipate the dramatic turn of events. She had not only ascended to global stardom, but had also regained her youthful vitality. A fleeting thought crossed their minds. Why was I not chosen to team up with Jiang Tao? In the strawberry field, Shin Cici found it difficult to empathize with Yang Mi's exuberance. She had yet to taste the golden berries, being merely 18, a tender age, indeed. Would she wish to regress a decade to become an 8-year-old little girl? Lilith could not comprehend this either. After Jiang Tao emerged, he noticed that there were still vast fields of strawberries to be harvested. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 5 puppets. "Come, these are now your responsibility." He urged them to act swiftly, for if the troll arrived, it would be time for a feast. "Dear sister," Cease admiring your unparalleled beauty. Be wary of being captured by the troll and made its consort. Young me, rejuvenated to her youthful days, made a playful face and retorted from now on. Do not call me sister, it sounds too old. Call me Mimi instead. Regardless of what she was called, Jiang Tao urged, hurry and tidy up. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned back to scavenge treasures from the hut. Ant legs are indeed meat, he mused as he collected various items. Giant shovel 1, giant pickaxe 1, first order spirit crystal 1, first order spirit crystal 1, second order spirit crystal 1. Not bad, a decent haul. The 5 puppets were diligent, unlike Mimi and her companions, who indulged in play as they worked. Under their relentless efforts, the garden was soon cleared of strawberries. Let us get in the car. I suspect the troll will return shortly, Jiang Tao said, wiping the mud from his shoes on the roadside. Casting a glance at the disheveled strawberry field. It's wise to leave now. Yang Mi and Cece felt like mischievous children, disapproving of their shoes caked in mud as they settled into the passenger seat. Yang Mi complained while removing her little white shoes, searching for a new pair in the stone house, when she suddenly caught a glimpse of an odd expression from Jiang Tao in the driver's seat. Wait, did you just think of something inappropriate? Yang Mi's vision darkened as she recalled that inexplicable joke. Absolutely not. Mimi, you should hurry and put on your shoes. We don't want to soil the car, Jiang Tao advised with utmost seriousness. Yang Mi felt a rush of frustration. Why didn't you mind it last night? Let us just wash them off. Seated in the back, Cece opened the door, removed her sneakers, and discarded her white socks on the ground. She then instructed the puppets to pour a bucket of water for a cleansing wash of her pristine fingers. At that moment, countless viewers were captivated. Suddenly, JK noticed her brother's gaze shift to the central rearview mirror, her cheeks flushing. She quickly donned a new pair of white socks and slipped into a pair of women's canvas shoes. Let us go. Just as Jiang Tao was about to start the vehicle, a pink figure rushed in, clutching a large strawberry, hastily passing through the unshuttered car window. Oh dear, don't forget about me. Loya hurriedly entered the vehicle, unwilling to become a slave to the troll. With everyone gathered, Jiang Tao directed his gaze toward the cavern ahead. A troll is digging for fertilizer in the front, expected to finish in 20 minutes and return home. Oh, so you're right there. Jiang Tao felt a flush of embarrassment. The path ahead was blocked. He glanced behind him. At the rear, the haunted burial ground. The rejuvenated mother and child specter tree is pursuing you. A demon in front and a tree behind. Is it? In such a predicament, an evacuation pass would prove useful. Fortunately, for directions remained. To the left, a regular room, a lounge offering complimentary tea to refresh one's spirit. To the right, a challenging room, a pitch-black cavern concealing an invisible night demon, guarding a bronze treasure chest, eagerly awaiting a hapless victim. Above, a stalactite cave where one might gather some special spiritual water and stone materials. Below, a toxic gas cave, passable only in protective gear, hiding an iron treasure chest. Goblins, dig to the right, and do so swiftly. Having assessed the situation, Jiang Tao promptly issued his command. Upon hearing the order, the goblin seized a pickaxe and began to toil. Soil 1, soil 1. After 3 minutes, a luminous membrane emerged. Aware of the night demon's peril, Jiang Tao refrained from sending the goblin to its demise, instead recalling it to the shelter. He then activated the headlights of the Great G. With a sudden press of the accelerator, they sped away. Farewell, boom. The Great G surged into the dark cavern ahead. 17 minutes later, a troll, burdened with a folded human corpse on its shoulder and 2 buckets of fertilizer in hand, returned to the strawberry field. Upon seeing the disarray of the land, it momentarily failed to react before unleashing a furious roar. Who dares? There were remnants scattered on the soil. The troll's green face flushed crimson with rage as it stormed toward the strawberry structure, which was utterly empty. The troll nearly collapsed in disbelief. Thieves, I shall slay you. No, I will dismember you piece by piece. I will boil each of your bones for soup. It turned its gaze toward the thatched hut. Its tools were missing. The troll howled, flailing in the field, furiously tearing apart the human corpse it had hunted for lunch. Yes, these are human footprints. After venting its fury, the troll's nostrils flared as it crouched down, discovering tire tracks and shoe prints on the muddy path, ultimately catching the scent of 2 pairs of shoes. They must be with this human. The red-eyed troll panted. No wonder it had encountered more humans lately. It scrutinized the direction of the tire tracks, brandished a menacing bone hammer crafted from white bones, and relentlessly pursued its quarry. A few moments earlier, in the 42nd room, the pitch-black cavern, the colossal headlights of the Great G illuminated the cavern's entrance. The group beheld a bronze treasure chest quietly resting on the ground. A shadowy figure darted past in the glare of the bright light, swiftly retreating into the darkness once more. As Jiang Tao and Yang Mi had yet to utter a word, a cacophony of peculiar cries erupted from behind them. In the next instant, the rear door swung open with a resounding bang. Caw, caw, caw. This was indeed my beloved arena. Lilith unfurled her demonic wings, her eyes ablaze with crimson, soaring through the twilight. With fervor, she brandished her alluring whip from her waist, the sharp cracks resonating through the air. Come here, little night demon. Let sister give you a few lashes, don't worry. I'm gentle. A 1T strike you down in one blow. Is she a sadist? Yang Mi, in the passenger seat, whispered. It can't be, can it? Perhaps she has simply been repressed for too long, Jiang Tao speculated, observing the ominous indication of Lilith's power doubling above her head. Don't go overboard. We need to continue our journey to the next chamber, he cautioned, a hint of concern in his voice. Lilith eagerly acquiesced, turning to the cavern and pursuing the fleeing night demon with her whip. The night demon was bewildered, having been waiting in its territory, unaware of how many lives it had drained. What had provoked this formidable lady today? With a wail, the night demon was mercilessly lashed. Spinning like a top, Jiang Tao drove the big G forward, confidently alighting from the vehicle to retrieve the bronze treasure chest. Finally, he urged, enough of the games. We must leave. With a satisfying crack, Lilith returned to the car, her spirit unquenched after dispatching the night demon. Chapter 67. Simple mode. Swift completion. The 50th level room. The chest has been bestowed upon you. In the grand vehicle, Jiang Tao handed the bronze treasure chest to Demimi. Demimi, placing the box of strawberries she had been enjoying on the dashboard, wiped her hands and murmured to herself, Today is my lucky day. I am certain to uncover something splendid. As she opened the chest, a system notification chimed. System notification. Second tier spirit crystal 3, taunt scroll 1. One unusual name. Demimi passed the scroll to Jiang Tao, who examined it closely. Taunt scroll, a special item that, when used, marks a creature or inanimate object as a public enemy, enticing nearby entities to attack. If employed at the right moment, it could yield unexpected results. Jiang Tao tucked the scroll away and proceeded towards the location of the night demon. The pitch-black surroundings posed no hindrance to him. Activating his third eye, he could even discern the few ants scuttling on the ground with clarity. The night demon, cloaked in darkness, resembled an oversized humanoid bat, its visage grotesque with greenish fangs. However, it lay on the ground like a lifeless bat. In the air, Lilith appeared to be craving further amusement. Jiang Tao knelt down to gather resources. System notification. Night Demon Blood 500. Night Demon Meat 1000. Night Demon Hide 1. Second Tier Spirit Crystal 1. Upon inspection, he noted that the Night Demon meat was slightly toxic and described as rather tough, lacking in palatability. The blood, possessing a stronger toxicity, was a precious material for crafting stealth potions, albeit requiring specific blueprints and advanced alchemical skills. The most valuable item was the Night Demon Hide. Rare material. With appropriate blueprints and supplementary materials, it can be fashioned into the legendary equipment, Cloak of Invisibility. When combined with the stealth potion, it becomes seamless. Regrettably, he lacked the necessary resources. Jiang Tao lamented as he collected the materials, then raised his gaze to assess the next chamber. The dimly lit cave was not extensive, and the passageways required human excavation. Ahead lies a graveyard, difficulty level, challenging. Spectral soldiers may be summoned. Perhaps you can find some useful offerings that will greatly aid in nurturing souls. Behind is unremarkable, merely some basic supplies. To the left is the route you came from. It is advisable not to turn back. For that, giant troll will seek vengeance upon discovering its treasure has been destroyed. To the right is a lava lake. You must wade through it, and with a stroke of luck, you might fish out a bronze treasure chest. Above leads to a common stone tower containing some fruits. Below lies a marshland, where you might catch some frogs for sustenance. Gnome laborers, excavate ahead, Jiang Tao commanded. After surveying the area, he resolved to venture towards the graveyard, intending to further fortify his soul. Ever since he perused the guidebook, he had been striving to enhance all aspects to their utmost potential. Besides, his third eye had dominion over souls, and the enchantment of the sanctuary required the nourishment of bones. With a vigorous effort, the gnome laborers began their excavation. Meanwhile, Damimi, Shunsisi, and Lilith, three enchanting ladies, lounged in the vehicle, enjoying the air conditioning and indulging in strawberries as if on a leisurely vacation. Even Leah popped her head out, holding a large strawberry and nibbling on it. The audience, witnessing this scene, exchanged peculiar glances as they opened another browser window, the Colossal Stone livestream. Amidst the fervor of battle, teammates roared as the mighty stone forest, bare-chested, raised his colossal axe and proclaimed before the camera, "Brothers, we have unfortunately encountered an elite berserk bear. It seems today shall witness yet another bloodbath. Grant me your strength." In the premier live broadcast of the Ross Nation, the barbarian king exerted tremendous effort to tame a gigantic wolf. Top players such as Alexander and Catherine pressed forward with reckless abandon, far removed from the nonchalant demeanor of Jiang Tao and his companions. Room 43, the graveyard. As anticipated, the atmosphere here was somber and dim, with the earth heaving as the living entered. Skeletal warriors emerged from the soil, resurrected from the dead. The co-pilot, Big Honey, tightened her seatbelt. She leaned forward, her head peeking out, and said innocently, "Actually, our strength surpasses theirs. We are merely unfamiliar with them and instinctively a bit afraid of the undead." Lilith, on the other hand, remained oblivious to their fears. Luya nestled into Big Honey's embrace, her aversion to necromantic beings palpable. "All right, secure the doors and windows, and take your seats," Jiang Tao commanded, his foot pressing down on the accelerator as he activated the ruthless collision mode. "Understood, Master." The vehicle roared to life, transforming into an unyielding bulldozer. "Are you not mere skeletal warriors? I shall shatter your bones." Jiang Tao, ever frugal, collected some of the brittle remains to take home, envisioning their use as firewood for the night. Encountering a few particularly formidable skeletal generals, a signature throwing knife shot forth from the vehicle's front, transforming into a streak of lightning that precisely pierced the skull of a skeleton, disrupting its soul flame. The soul energy provided by the skeletons greatly pleased Jiang Tao. Within the graveyard, the abundance of soul crystals, innate energy cores surpassed that of other rooms, replenished their energy reserves significantly. However, the G-Class vehicle was a voracious consumer of fuel, burning through 3 first-tier soul crystals just in the graveyard. The most precious offering, a longevity peach, was consumed on the spot, resulting in a surge of mental power. "Let us depart. This place has been thoroughly looted." Jiang Tao swiftly resumed their journey. In the subsequent rooms, with their luxury vehicle, their progress outpaced that of other players by 3 to 4 times, with the most time-consuming task being the opening of new passages. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tao, a furious troll tracked their path, following the tire marks left behind. Multiple near misses only served to heighten the troll's rage. Having successfully navigated rooms 43 through 49 and amassed a collection of soul crystals, afternoon crept upon them. Young Me, having indulged in strawberries throughout the day, felt her skin glowing radiantly. She had never found survival games to be so effortless. Their journey was a breezy ride, with occasional directives from their captain to open chests. On this day, Jiang Tao intentionally sought rooms that would strengthen both body and soul. Upon reaching the 50th room, he found himself in an unprecedented state of vigor. As a checkpoint chamber, this room's expanse exceeded that of the small volcanoes and supermarkets they had encountered before. Room 50. As the great G surged forth, the group found themselves immersed in a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale. In stark contrast to the dimly lit rooms they had encountered previously, this place stretched infinitely before them, with vibrant, rainbow-hued clouds drifting across the sky. The ground was adorned with mushrooms of every hue. Some were diminutive, resembling ordinary mushrooms, while others were as large as awnings, with a few towering like colossal trees. In the distance, they could even glimpse a multitude of mushroom-shaped houses, each a different color. Attention! You have reached the significant milestone of the 50th room, the Mushroom Forest. A solemn voice echoed as they entered. Given that they had traversed half the rooms, this clearly held great importance. Jiang Tao, having cautiously remained in the vehicle, felt fortunate for his swift journey that had led him to arrive first. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream also noticed the highlighted notification. Look, Jiang Tao and Mimi have entered a fairy tale world. Is there a new civilization beyond the Goblin Realm? Since the demise of Jichuan Gang Saka, no one has ventured into A-rank tasks, or even B-rank ones. Only Alexander has completed a C-rank task. At last, there seems to be a lead on a substantial mission. Instantly, the viewer count surged. However, before Jiang Tao and his companions could fully comprehend the situation, a clattering sound resonated from outside the vehicle. What monster is attacking us? Mimi cautiously remained inside the car. Let me take a look, Jiang Tao said, glancing out the window, only to find no visible enemy. Just as he was taken aback, a third eye slowly opened. The vehicle's central control screen activated. Attention, dear owner. The vehicle is under attack. The group turned their gaze to the large screen, where they saw a ring of tiny figures, no taller than 30 centimeters, each wearing mushroom caps. They seemed to have emerged from nowhere, brandishing green spears crafted from unknown plant roots, poking at the vehicle, particularly targeting the four wheels. Those rascals are back. We must drive them away. Chapter 68. A Fairy Tale Village, the Tauren Bandits of Thunder Cliff, and the Extraordinary Mushrooms. No wonder they went unnoticed initially. They were simply too diminutive. In Jiang Tao's third eye, the information about this group of little beings materialized. Mushroom people, a fantastical species thriving in forests and caverns. They are widely distributed across many areas, lacking in strength, disinclined to conflict, and fond of peace. They possess remarkable talents in cultivation and various aspects of life. Friendly reminder, their flavor is exquisite. Even a small slice of mushroom can make a delightful soup, leading many formidable clans to plunder them. It turned out to be a gathering of tiny mushrooms. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The system of Big G issued a warning. Please be advised. Continued attacks may lead to tire blowout. Just as the warning concluded, a strange sound echoed from outside the vehicle. The mushroom soldiers were excitedly dancing about. Among them, a mushroom person adorned with a red cap shouted, raising a stem-like spear, "We have succeeded. The monster's weakness lies in that protruding little bump. We shall pierce it and hold our ground." Big G cautioned, "Tire pressure is rapidly declining. Please inflate quickly." Jiang Tao. She stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "This little group is letting the air out of our tires." Jiang Tao, infuriated, honked the horn. Beep beep. A series of deafening, shrill sounds erupted, causing the mushroom soldiers to scatter in fright. The monster is angry. Everyone, take cover. The red-capped mushroom seemed to be the leader, directing the retreat. Big G, do not assume I'm a pushover. Just as Jiang Tao intended to open the door and teach this group of mushroom people a lesson, Liu emerged from Dammy Mi's bosom, hastily flying before Jiang Tao, claws raised in protest. Please do not harm them. The mushroom people are usually very friendly. Something must have gone awry today. Bang! Jiang Tao flung open the door. Upon witnessing this, Dammy Mi and Shun Shishi curiously exited the vehicle. They genuinely did not perceive any danger from these little beings. Mushrooms, after all, are rather delectable, Lilith murmured as she took to the air. Upon seeing several humans emerging from the creature, the mushroom soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, brandishing their stem-like spears, unsure of their next move. The red mushroom person leaped forward, pointing its stem at Jiang Tao and the others, demanding, "Are you the wicked villains sent by Thundercliff? Do you intend to abduct us?" Thundercliff? A name both familiar and strange. Despite their intimidating demeanor, Jiang Tao and his companions found it hard to be scared due to their height and round faces, which instead exuded a certain endearing charm. Fearing a conflict between the two parties, Luya flew between them and quickly clarified, "We are an adventuring team that has come from below. We are not the villains of Thundercliff. Have you perhaps misunderstood?" The fairy folk seemed to have a good rapport with the mushroom people. After a round of communication, the mushroom people realized they had mistaken their adversaries. The imposing black object was not a monster, but rather a special tool. The red-capped mushroom person, named Noki, bashfully scratched its mushroom cap. "I inadvertently harmed your tool. As an expression of our apologies, we invite you to rest for the night in our village, where we shall repair your tools." The delightful Dammy glanced at the colorful mushroom houses in the distance, exclaiming in surprise, "Wonderful." Shun Sisi retreated behind the group, discreetly messaging Jiang Tao to inquire, "Brother, are they dangerous? Do you think they intend to lead us into a trap?" JK remained vigilant, not underestimating their appearance, as she herself had a penchant for mischief. The girl's wariness caught Jiang Tao's attention, prompting him to scrutinize the mushroom folk. Bubbles of information began to emerge. A group of non-combative mushroom folk, raising their weapons in fear for their home and companions, harbor no ill intentions. Affection level 0. Meanwhile, the attributes of Nosai were far more striking. Jiang Tao promptly accessed its profile. Name, Nosai, race, mushroom folk. Occupation, the first warrior of Mushroom Village. Level E, top elite monster. Skills, master gardener, earth burrowing. Listening to the voices of nature. Venom, the most potent racial skill, capable of posing a lethal threat to extraordinary beings. Affection level 0. Description, as the strongest warrior in the village, has been unable to protect its companions. Childhood friend Mushuzi was captured by the Minotaur, filled with regret, and has become quite irritable. Friendly reminder, politeness may yield unexpected rewards. Mushuzi? Minotaur? Jiang Tao's expression turned peculiar. However, given that Nosai is the strongest in the village yet lacks combat prowess, it is no wonder it has been bullied by the Minotaur. There is no immediate danger. Let us proceed into the village, for I sense the allure of a quest. Jiang Tao relayed to the group. Cece exhaled in relief. Subsequently, the group followed Nosai and the other mushroom folk through the vibrant mushroom fields, arriving at Mushroom Village. Along the way, a few curious mushroom caps occasionally popped up from the fields and paths, the mushroom folk peering at the newcomers. It was no wonder that Dejai was inexplicably besieged. They had emerged from the ground. By the way, Dejai was at the back of the group, being nudged forward by a dozen mushroom folk preparing to enter the village for repairs. Such adorable little creatures. In this enchanting village, the mushroom folk were undeniably more charming than goblins. It appeared that no conflict had arisen. Did Jiang Tao truly wish to spare them? The onlookers were captivated, observing the adventurers as they encountered an alien civilization for the second time, the recent tragedy at Rihuan Gangban still fresh in their minds. Upon reaching the village, an elderly mushroom folk with a black and white cap, white eyebrows, and a white beard approached, wielding a staff and leading a group of mushroom folk to welcome them. "It has been a long time since humans visited our village. As the village chief, Elder Shitake, I extend a warm welcome to you." With that, he struck the branch of his staff, causing vibrant, beautiful mushrooms to sprout beneath Jiang Tao, Shun Sisi, and Yang Mi's feet. This seemed to be a form of welcoming ritual, prompting Jiang Tao's third eye to attempt to discern its attributes. Name, Elder Mushroom. Race, Mushroom Person. Occupation, Village Chief of the Mushroom Village. Level, D Class, Extraordinary Mushroom. Skills, Master of Living, Earthly Phasing. Affinity, 0. Introduction. As the oldest of the mushroom people, he has lived for over a century, possessing rich experiences in exploration and an astute understanding of people. However, he is now too old and not adept in combat, having seen a significant decline in his abilities. Warm reminder, please respect the elderly and cherish the young. Your prying has already been detected by the village chief. Sensing the benevolent gaze of Elder Mushroom upon him, Jiang Tao felt a slight jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of an extraordinary mushroom in the village. Thankfully, he had refrained from taking action initially. Subsequently, The group was invited by Elder Mushroom into a quaint mushroom dwelling. Two young women sat upon the resilient mushroom stools, finding the experience quite delightful. In truth, the entire interior was crafted from natural timber, exuding charm and a sense of whimsy. Upon learning the details of the situation, Elder Mushroom, wishing to express his apologies, instructed several Elder Mushrooms to repair the vehicle. Shun Cici, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You not only cultivate vegetables but also repair equipment?" Elder Mushroom erupted in hearty laughter, replying, "Occasionally, dwarves pass through this region, and some of the village's younger mushrooms have taken an interest in learning the craft." He assured them that by the following morning, the vehicle would be restored to its pristine condition, perhaps even enhanced beyond its original capabilities. Initially, they had mistaken it for a beast, a misunderstanding born from fear and confusion. The figure standing behind the village chief, Noki, brandished a slender rod, declaring, "We simply prefer not to engage in combat. But we are by no means lacking in strength." Lilith, hovering above, bore a peculiar expression. Jiang Tao, getting straight to the point, asked, "It seems the village is facing some troubles. Is there any way we can assist you?" At this, Elder Mushroom sighed, while Noki expressed his discontent. "A band of bull-headed thieves invaded the village just a few days ago, causing extensive damage to our fields and stealing our mushrooms. They even abducted my daughter, Mushu. This is why Noki and the others mistook you for foes." With this revelation, even the great Mimi became aware that a quest had been triggered. Chapter 69, B-Level Mission. Gigantic Hell, Mother Goddess World? A solemn reminder echoed in the ears of the three. Players, please be advised. You have triggered B-Level Mission. Rescue the Mushroom Child. This mission pertains to multiple chambers and will initiate subsequent quests, culminating in the ultimate destination, the Gigantic Hell Room. Thunder Cliff. You will confront another formidable Minotaur civilization. Please consider your acceptance carefully. Friendly reminder, should you accept this mission, you will earn the recognition of the Mushroom Village, signifying the conquest of the 50th significant chamber. If declined, the approval of the mushroom people will diminish, and by dawn, you must depart. Cici and Dammy both turned their gaze toward Jiang Tao. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tao assessed the situation. As it stood, even the extraordinary mushrooms and the dozens of mushroom soldiers, led by Nuachi, were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Minotaur bandits. One could only surmise the strength of their adversaries. Furthermore, they would need to traverse multiple chambers to reach the Minotaur stronghold, Thundercliff. This B-level mission was merely the beginning and would undoubtedly escalate. It could very well evolve into a scenario akin to the Neon Man. The Minotaurs could descend upon the 9 provinces. Simultaneously, 4 billion viewers witnessed this task notification, and the chat erupted with fervor. The familiar scent of adventure. Initially, Rihuan Gangban had embarked on a quest to track down a mere goblin, which eventually spiraled into the terrifying Goblin Nest. The Minotaurs? Their prowess seemed significantly greater than that of goblins. Could Jiang Tao withstand their might? To the audience's dismay, the clock struck 6 o'clock sharp. A red subtitle flashed across the live stream faster than Jiang Tao's decision. Thank you to all viewers for tuning in. Today's game stream concludes here. Please be sure to join us tomorrow at 6 a.m. Note, post-broadcast. The national fortune feedback and death penalties remain in effect. With a snap, the screen darkened, inciting a chorus of curses from the crowd. Why not extend the stream by a few minutes? However, before the audience could voice their frustrations, the official team convened to strategize. A long-awaited, resonant announcement reverberated through the skies. Grand announcement. Congratulations to the great Xia players, Jiang Tao, Shun Cici, and Yang Mi, for being the first to clear the 50th significant chamber, Mushroom Forest. The game strategy is now past the halfway point. We urge other players to strive diligently to break through the 100th chamber and return to the mother planet. Individual rewards for the 3 players have been issued. National Fortune Feedback. Congratulations to Great Xia for abundant mushrooms. Mushroom cultivation on Great Xia territory has increased threefold, with a heightened probability of spiritual mushroom emergence. The sudden announcement and peculiar rewards left the members of the crisis team, who had just finished organizing data, in a state of bewilderment. How had they cleared the level? Observing Jiang Tao's livestream, thousands of foreign analysts concluded he had accepted the commission. They calculated whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Regardless, we must prepare for the worst, mobilizing satellites to monitor all regions, initiating Level 1 combat readiness, and priming ourselves to welcome the Minotaur civilization's arrival. This was the directive issued from the highest council. Tension gripped various locales across Great Xia as night fell. Upon hearing the announcement, numerous players expressed their astonishment at how swiftly Jiang Tao had progressed. They fervently discussed it in chat groups, seemingly concluding that the 50th room posed no significant challenge. Indeed, the player who demonstrated the greatest speed and reached the finish line first would claim the coveted first kill reward. A player declared with unwavering confidence their intention to be the first to conquer 100 rooms, pursuing speed relentlessly. The top 10 elite players scoffed at this notion, deeming it a reckless endeavor. In the Mushroom Village, within the confines of the Mushroom House, Jiang Tao accepted the task. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the reward. Furthermore, as one advanced, the foes encountered grew increasingly formidable. By accepting the quest, they would also be able to reap additional rewards. Shi and Mi nodded in resolute agreement, supporting his decision. As soon as the task was assigned, Old Mushroom's demeanor transformed, becoming considerably more amiable. Even Norky, standing behind him, experienced a surge of goodwill, as evidenced by the rising affinity 30 above his head, expressing his trust in the trio. Since these three brave souls are willing to rescue my daughter, I wish you a safe journey, Old Mushroom proclaimed, raising his staff and gently gesturing towards the three. Suddenly, vibrant little mushrooms of various colors sprouted atop Jiang Tao, Shun Shi, and Yang Mi's heads. Jiang Tao's mushroom was purple. Shun Shi's was a pinkish hue with hints of black, while Yang Mi's was a striking crimson. Congratulations, you have received the reward talent, Rainbow Mushroom. Jiang Tao realized this was the personal feedback reward from the nation's fortune. He noticed that Old Mushroom's countenance had noticeably dimmed after casting the spell. He checked the talent section, Rainbow Mushroom. Upon use, it allows the bearer to draw essence from the earth, gaining the blessing of nearby mushrooms, restoring both physical and spiritual injuries, and proving remarkably effective against poison. Brother, if I had possessed this talent earlier, I would have spared myself much suffering. Shun Shi chuckled softly, reaching up to touch the little pink mushroom on her head, finding it quite amusing. As her hand made contact, the small pink mushroom withdrew back into her head. Having gained a rare active healing ability was indeed a boon. Yami too was fond of this talent. Villager, allow me to assist you to rest, Norky offered as he helped Old Mushroom. Suddenly Lilith swooped down, demanding, Old Mushroom, I want one too. I wish to rescue your daughter as well. Why am I left without any reward? Upon hearing her words, Luya also emerged, leaving a trail of shimmering light. She brandished a small hammer shaped like a flower bud, exuding an energetic aura as she playfully declared, while I'm always eager to help and share a good rapport with you mushrooms, I believe I deserve a reward as well. A little fairy is no less than a human. Hearing the demands of the succubus and the little fairy, Old Mushroom sighed with a wry smile. Ladies, you truly are ill-suited for this. After a round of bargaining, Luya secured a new mushroom outfit, only 20 centimeters in height, resembling a diminutive mushroom person. However, Jiang Tao was taken aback to discover that it was an exceptional bronze set, albeit tagged as miniature. Nevertheless, its attributes were commendable, providing speed and defensive capabilities. To Lilith, he bestowed a colorful mushroom hat. Upon seeing it, Noki's expression turned sorrowful. Name, Dreamy Mushroom Hat. Grade, Special Equipment, Biological Material. Effect, Beauty 5, Luck 5, Charm 50. Mental Damage Reduction -50. Description, a unique hat left behind after the metamorphosis of the Mushroom Child. It contains a fragment of her rare abilities. Warriors, tomorrow Noki will lead you to Thunder Bluff. It is a perilous journey, and I hope you can rescue my unfortunate daughter. Gazing at the object and reminiscing, the Old Mushroom's white beard swayed. Jiang Tao suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired, Old Mushroom, you mentioned that you rarely encounter humans. What were the people you met like? He was astonished, considering that millions of players traversed only 5 days prior. It could not possibly be other players, unless the time dilation varied among different rooms in the Q building. However, the daily leaderboard negates this possibility. Upon hearing this, Cece and Yang Mi listened with intrigue. The old mushroom regarded Jiang Tao with the same gaze one would reserve for a cabbage. Are humans not an uncommon sight in the realm of the Mother Goddess? Chapter 70. Indigenous Civilizations, Enigmatic Mushrooms, and Enraged Bosses. The term Mother God World was unfamiliar to me. As Jiang Tao inquired further, the elder mushroom elucidated that their existence unfolded within an expansive realm comprised of numerous smaller spaces, which they referred to as the Mother God World. This included their mushroom clan, thriving in various small spaces, constituting a significant civilization. Humans outnumbered the mushroom folk, and periodically, new humans appeared seemingly from nowhere. The more they listened, the more enigmatic it became for Jiang Tao and his companions. Shun Cece remarked in the team channel, "It seems that the Mother God World mentioned by the village chief refers to the cube mansion where we reside." Yang Mi added, "I wonder what the other humans are like. Can they communicate?" But these thoughts could wait. Jiang Tao's sole desire at that moment was to rescue Mushu and return home. "You all should rest well tonight. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me," he said. Subsequently, the weary elder mushroom was assisted into a dwelling, while Jiang Tao and his companions were led by Noki to a 3-story mushroom house. "Are we staying here tonight?" The change in their sleeping environment intrigued Cece and Mimi. "If you prefer to sleep in separate houses, I can arrange that," Noki said with a simple nod, his demeanor exceedingly friendly after agreeing to assist in rescuing Mushu. "That won't be necessary," Jiang Tao replied, shaking his head. Staying together felt safer. He curiously asked, "Are there no monsters that intrude upon your domain at night?" He distinctly remembered the maternal specters relentlessly pursuing them, particularly favoring nocturnal ambushes. Noki waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, once night falls, the mushroom forest conceals itself, rendering it undetectable to monsters. At last, they could enjoy a peaceful slumber." Hearing this, Shun Cece couldn't resist entering a cozy, furry bedroom. Upon seeing the diminutive bed made of pink mushroom blankets, she awkwardly realized there was barely enough space for her feet. Noki scratched his head. "You can combine the 5 beds to sleep together." "No need, I have my own mattress," Jiang Tao said, brandishing a corner of his sea silk mattress, a device that provided both massage and rest. "Right, Sister Mimi?" He winked at the youthful Mimi, eager to compare the 10-year younger version of her to the current Sister Mimi. However, the elder seemed oblivious to his hint, instead smiling and discussing with Shun Cece how to arrange the bedding for the night. At that moment, Lilith, adorned with a colorful mushroom hat, interjected, "All right, it's not time for sleep yet. Now that you're here, what delicious treats do you have? Let us explore." Shun Cece and Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was a rare opportunity to be here. Yang Mi recalled a variety shows she had participated in, visiting rural areas and scenic spots, though this was quite different. "If you don't mind, you can sample our dinner," Noki proposed, leading the group to a plaza in the village as night descended. In the enchanting forest of mushrooms, towering golden enoki mushrooms emitted a luminous glow akin to streetlights, illuminating the village with a radiant brilliance. The variously shaped mushroom houses glimmered like neon lights, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors. Mushroom folk were scattered about, either nestled in their homes or congregating in the square, savoring steaming pots of mushroom soup. "Do you also consume mushrooms?" Jiang Tao inquired, his expression a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. "Indeed. Come, taste for yourself. It is quite delectable," Noki replied nonchalantly, filling wooden bowls for several guests. In the square, other mushroom beings gathered, intrigued by the proceedings. After confirming the soup was safe, Jiang Tao cautiously took a sip, and the exquisite flavor delighted him. He finished it in 3 swift gulps. "I have never tasted mushroom soup this delightful before," Yang Mi remarked, also drinking hastily. Witnessing this, Noki summoned a few mushroom soldiers to bring forth a large, inverted black pot used for celebrations, and prepared another batch of soup. However, Jiang Tao found himself still hungry after just the soup, so he plucked several large earth fruits from the shelter. "Here, treat us, and try the fruit from my home," he offered, presenting the oversized earth fruits that were larger than their own faces. "Brother Chi, do they taste good?" Noki asked with curiosity as the nearby mushroom folk formed a small mound around them. Generally, mushrooms were not fond of ordinary foods, including all meats. Yet the tantalizing aroma of the earth fruits stirred their excitement, prompting several to eagerly approach, albeit cautiously aware of the humans. "Here, they also come from the earth," Cece said, distributing a few earth fruits to the mushroom folk. "I want this one, it's mine." The mushroom beings clamored, and upon taking a bite, their expressions soured. "It's dry and tastes a bit like chewing on wood." "How filling. After just one bite, I could forego soup for 3 days," one remarked. But as the novelty wore off, the mushroom folk scattered away in a frenzy, leaving behind the nibbled remnants of earth fruits, resembling children in their playfulness. Seeing this, Mimi and Cece burst into laughter. Mimi, finding amusement in teasing the little mushroom folk, produced a basket of fresh strawberries, which the mushroom beings adored. Rushing forward to snatch them up, their mouths turning a vivid shade of red, a comical sight indeed. Beside the grand black pot, Jiang Tao relished the mushroom soup paired with the earth fruits, consuming over 20 before feeling satiated. Once the strawberries were all claimed by the small mushroom folk, the two girls ventured into a quaint, novel cottage, continuing their exploration of Mushroom Village. "Make sure to return early," Jiang Tao called out as he returned to rest, assuming the two were merely wandering. Shortly thereafter, they re-entered their 3-story mushroom house. Closing the door, Cece whispered conspiratorially, "I heard there's a red mushroom in the village that causes one to grow larger. The effects are quite miraculous. Shouldn't we seek it out?" Mimi chimed in, "I also heard from 2 little mushrooms that the village chief possesses a treasured green mushroom." Jiang Tao scoffed. "Are you sure it's not a poisonous mushroom?" "Ah, regardless of the mushrooms, it seems there are quite a few treasures here." Upon hearing his interruption, Yang Mi cast him a glance of disdain. "As long as the task is accomplished, all these can be obtained." Jiang Tao advised the two to retire early. "Lilith, you shall sleep on the 2nd floor with Cece tonight. However, I wish to keep the master company on the 1st floor." Faced with Lilith's sorrowful pleadings, Jiang Tao remained resolute. "I'm going to wash up and retire for the night." Shun Cece cleverly ascended the stairs. "I too shall take a bath." Observing the precarious situation, Demimi attempted to flee, but was swiftly caught by Jiang Tao, who grasped her small hand and encircled her slender waist. With a gentle pull, they tumbled onto the soft mattress with a thud. "What are you doing?" In the embrace of the insufferable man, Demimi struggled for a moment before glaring at him. "Are you not tired of this all day long? If it weren't for my improved health recently, I would surely make you ill." With a grin, Jiang Tao playfully nibbled on her delicate earlobe and remarked, "Mimi, you appear 10 years younger today, even more enchanting. The first time I met you was in Xian Sanli. You were truly breathtaking, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Are you implying I was not beautiful before?" Demimi shot him a look, yet speaking of returning to youth, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. Sensing her intrigue, a click resounded. The vibrant neon lights of the mushroom house dimmed automatically. The fragrant aroma filled the air. On the 2nd floor, Shun Cece arranged 5 small beds together, placing a pink blanket the size of a handkerchief over her navel, feeling an overwhelming sense of security as she closed her eyes. She felt akin to Snow White at that moment. Meanwhile, Lilith grew more spirited as the night progressed, stealthily slipping downstairs. Outside the mushroom grove, in a pitch-black cavern, the earth was disturbed as a sinister tree, shrouded in malevolence, violently obliterated everything in its vicinity. It wound around the rooms surrounding the mushroom grove, its presence palpable yet elusive. "Oh, I have caught those little thieves. I shall tear them to shreds." Coincidentally, not far from the Mother Soul tree, a giant troll, wielding a bone-crushing hammer, sniffed the wheel tracks on the ground, and in a fit of rage, discovered that the scent of the thieves had vanished. Chapter 71. On the 6th day, the upgraded G-Class and the 2 bosses awaiting their prey. On the following day, the 6th day of the game, Jiang Tao was roused from his slumber by the game's alert. A brand new day. Good morning to the remaining 480,000 players. There are only 4 days left until we return home yesterday. A total of 30,000 players were unfortunately eliminated. It seems luck has not favored many. The popularity rankings for today have been updated. The top 100 player teams may collect their rewards. 500 players have evolved into E-class. New humans keep striving to become the first extraordinary human. And substantial rewards await. Upon hearing this notification, several elite players sighed in despair. Was it that they wished to avoid evolution? The reality was that they could not even find a glimmer of hope. It has been 2 days since you evolved to E-class. Do you feel similar to an extraordinary being now? Inquired a curious teammate from the top North American team. The mighty stone strong Forrest flexed his impressive biceps and replied, "Though I wish to say the distance is not great, I still need to accumulate more." In truth, he lamented internally, recognizing the chasm that separated him from the extraordinary bosses he had previously encountered. He wondered how Jiang from the Great Xia was faring in his exploration. In the North American region, ranked second in popularity and 10th overall, stood the captivating Catherine sisters, with their golden hair, azure eyes, and porcelain skin, clad in denim that showcased their long, fair legs. Not to mention their striking beauty, which attracted a multitude of admirers. "Sister, let us set off early today," suggested the younger Catherine, poring over a piece of parchment. They had acquired an intriguing item yesterday, and both felt compelled to delve deeper, certain that it would likely trigger a quest. "Jiang from the Great Xia is quite impressive. We should embark on a quest as well." After a light meal, the sisters donned their backpacks and wielded their pickaxes as they set forth. In Mushroom Village, a knock echoed from outside the 3-story mushroom house. And the affable voice of Noki called out, "You all need to rise quickly. Let's depart at dawn." On the mattress of Haston, the diligent Mimi awakened, her bleary eyes falling upon the man beside her. Recalling recent events, she unceremoniously kicked him. "You lazy creature, get up." Jiang Tao, robust in physique, remained unmoved. However, he seized the moment to feign compliance, rolling off the bed with a chuckle as he hastily donned his attire. One must say, there is indeed a distinct charm between a maiden and a matron, encapsulated in a single word, grace. Suddenly, a wriggling motion stirred beneath the covers, and a pair of devilish horns emerged. Another day has dawned. Upon seeing her, Jiang Tao felt a surge of frustration. "Lilith, get up at once. We are about to go live." If the viewers witnessed this scene, it would tarnish my illustrious reputation. After some commotion, the second-floor resident, CC, also made her descent. Outside, the impatient Noki awaited them. Under Naka's guidance, they first proceeded to inspect the G-class, which had undergone overnight repairs. Upon seeing it, they nearly failed to recognize it. Its color transformed from a deep black to a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, quite flamboyant. Yet a few lovely ladies joyfully boarded to test it out. Jiang Tao covered his face, questioning whether this restoration was excessive. A confident little mushroom mechanic wielded a wrench, assuring him, "Fear not, the color can change. We have applied a unique coating that is certainly more visually appealing than before." "Is that so?" Jiang Tao, skeptical, placed his hand on the car door. In an instant, that area shifted to a skin-like earthy tone. It seemed the transformation was indeed significant. Jiang Tao took a seat and tapped the central control screen for more information. Name, Luxury G-Class, Grade, Bronze, Category. Vehicle, Skills, Automatic Climate Control, Adaptive Cruise Control, Ruthless Collision, Silent Mimicry Mode. Thanks to the mushroom's modifications, the vehicle can operate at a whisper, nearly silent, and can simulate its exterior based on the surrounding environment. Mushroom tires. After being punctured, the mushrooms felt guilty and replaced them with their special material, requiring no inflation and resistant to E-class attacks without damage. All-terrain adaptation. After modifications by the mushrooms, it can traverse mountains and rivers, climb steep slopes, and boasts exceptional durability. Who would have thought the mushroom folk possessed such craftsmanship? Why then could they not initially identify the vehicle? In response to his confusion, Noki explained, "Several elders in the village have traveled and learned repair skills. The younger mushrooms, having remained in the village, are naturally unaware." Understanding dawned on him. Subsequently, Jiang Tao stored the vehicle and claimed yesterday's rewards, lucking out with 3 second-tier spirit crystals. They then enjoyed a hearty mushroom soup prepared by the mushroom folk, while Jiang Tao and his companions pulled out some meat to nibble on. She wished to share with the mushrooms, but the little beings hurriedly dodged, stating, "We do not eat meat. Do you have strawberries from yesterday? Here you go." With kindness, she offered them several boxes of strawberries as gifts. Once all was prepared, Elder Mushroom led dozens of mushroom folk to bid them farewell at the village entrance. "Grandfather, rest assured, I shall bring back the mushroom children," Noki vowed, shouldering a white mushroom backpack. "I hope you all return safely." Elder Mushroom performed a blessing spell for the group. Noki then produced a map. Jiang Tao, intrigued, inquired, "Isn't the room supposed to move at any moment? Can we rely on it to find the mushroom children?" Noki, observing the 2 blinking dots on the map, explained, "Thunder Cliff, like Mushroom Village, is fixed in position. We may just need to take a slight detour. Moreover, this map records the location of the mushroom children." After hearing this, Jiang Tao nodded, and the group followed Noki to a passageway. Jiang Tao instinctively looked up ahead. Damaged cavern. A furious mother soul tree is resting, replenishing its energy from last night. Should you enter now, it would be akin to delivering yourself as a meal. "Oh, what is this?" As Norki stowed away the map and confidently brandished a small pickaxe, poised to excavate a passage, Jiang Tao bellowed, "Wait. Stop." Norki's petite hand, with the pickaxe suspended in midair, caused his mushroom cap to tilt precariously. "What is it?" Jiang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Let us explore another passage. There are ominous things ahead." To his astonishment, the sinister mother and child wraith tree lay in wait. "Very well, we shall take a longer route." Though concerned for the safety of his mushroom companions, Norki placed his trust in his allies' words. He led the group through the fields until they arrived at another tunnel entrance. Just as he prepared to strike the first blow, Jiang Tao's voice rang out again. "Stop. You cannot dig here either." "What now?" Norki stared at Jiang Tao in disbelief. She, munching on a box of strawberries, along with Mimi and Lilith, all turned their gazes toward him. Jiang Tao felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Behind them, an irate troll lay soundly asleep, having spent the previous night searching for the thieves who had pilfered the goldberry grass, and his fury was mounting. A friendly reminder: if you wish to avoid becoming a pie, it would be wise to steer clear. This is a D-level troll. The morning was filled with surprises. Big Mimi popped a strawberry into her mouth and mumbled something. Jiang Tao pointed at her strawberry basket, saying, "Those who dabble in mischief must eventually face the consequences. The owner of the strawberries you've been feasting upon awaits us ahead to settle the score." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi and the others paused, their mouths agape. Luya, who had landed in the strawberry basket, shivered in shock, causing the strawberries in her hands to tumble back into the basket. Luya had no desire to be captured by the troll and turned into a slave. As a child, she had heard tales of her companion's grim fates. Thus, they would have to take a longer detour. Reluctantly, Norki continued to lead the group to a third passage. Just as he was about to lift the pickaxe to dig, he hesitated and glanced at Jiang Tao. "Human, is it safe this time?" Jiang Tao focused his gaze ahead. Before them lay a chaotic room ravaged by monstrous trees. The 3 decayed wolves had been reduced to lifeless forms. Entering now would yield 3 spirit crystals and a bronze chest as a reward. "This is it. It's safe." Upon hearing this, Norki swiftly commenced digging. How could Jiang Tao allow a diminutive creature to toil alone? Naturally, he summoned the goblin laborers to assist. With each strike of their pickaxes, the goblins worked with an efficiency several times greater than Norki's. Undeterred, Norki continued his excavation while engaging in conversation with the others. "I encountered them before. They even attempted to rob me, but I drove them off. Interestingly, the goblins' relatives, the dwarves, though quick-tempered, are quite amiable towards us. A few craftsmen in our village learned their trade from them." "Ah, I see." As they conversed, the passage was cleared, and the intrepid Norki was the first to cross the luminous membrane. "Let us go." Jiang Tao beckoned his 2 companions. "I hope we can return here once more." Big Mimi cast a reluctant glance back at the enchanting mushroom village before stepping inside, alongside Shi. Chapter 72. The Fate-Stealing Artifact, the Approaching S-Class Annihilation. Room 51. The ground appeared to have been plowed, a scene of utter devastation with ravines sprawling across the landscape. Whatever traps might have existed before had been utterly obliterated. What transpired here? Noki, gripping a spear made from tree stems, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of lurking monsters. The sight of several wolf carcasses lying in the crevices heightened her tension, causing her little red mushroom cap to emit vapor. This scene feels oddly familiar. Shinsisi exchanged glances with Mijia. It seemed that the mother and child ghost tree from last night had wreaked havoc here. There are no traps left. Let us gather any remaining resources and continue on our journey. Since learning that they were being pursued by two bosses, Jiang Tao felt a growing sense of urgency. He could no longer afford to meander leisurely. He stepped forward to collect from the 3 decaying wolf corpses. While no intact materials were found, the spiritual crystals remained. After all, they were a free gain. Acquired tattered wolf skin 20, rotten wolf meat 200, poisonous wolf fangs 50. Second tier spiritual crystal 3, wolf poison 20 drops. From the description, these rotting wolves were highly toxic, and their combined strength was formidable. Unfortunately, they had encountered a frenzied high-tier D-level creature and met their demise. "Brother, give me those wolf fangs. I can craft a few poison arrows," Cece said, eyeing the wolf meat and skin, which were inedible. Jiang Tao readily complied. Shaking several vials of toxic potions, he inquired, "Do you want the wolf poison? It carries numerous viruses, including rabies." Shun Cece shivered, shaking her little head vigorously. "No, it looks disgusting. If you don't want it, give it to me." To Jiang Tao's surprise, Noki extended her hand for it. "What do you need this for?" He curiously handed it over. This wolf poison was only a threat to elite creatures. Its effectiveness was negligible against extraordinary beings, making it rather useless for him. Noki took the potion and poured it directly onto her red mushroom cap. The cap seemed to breathe, drawing in the wolf poison completely. Noki's little face flushed momentarily. Yet there were no adverse effects. "Let us stockpile it for now. When we reach Thundercliff, we'll show those bull-headed creatures." Noki clenched her tiny fist. "Xiao Tao, come look. There's a chest over here." On the other side of the room, Demimi, accompanied by Lilith, had made a new discovery. To their surprise, Noki seemed oblivious to the chest's presence. Naturally, Demimi took the initiative to open it. "Good fortune. Congratulations on acquiring Monster Repelling Spray 1, Second Tier Spiritual Crystal 2, Golden Fertilizer 1. Jiang Tao curiously glanced at the 2 new items. Monster Repelling Spray. 5 uses. Spray on oneself to reduce presence, causing monsters to cease their attacks. Golden Fertilizer. When sprinkled under plants, it doubles the yield, maintaining the effect for 3 applications. You take the spray. I'll use the fertilizer on the golden berry grass later. After making the necessary arrangements, Jiang Tao and his companions continued their journey. To avoid the 2 formidable bosses, they had to take a longer route. Following several warnings, Nuachi became aware of Jiang Tao's remarkable talent and decided to trail behind him, adhering to his every word. As Jiang Tao faced various challenges, a significant event unfolded in the outside world: the complete annihilation of the Goblin Mother Nest on Sakura Island. The Goblin King, who had instilled fear in the hearts of the island's inhabitants due to his formidable strength, was ultimately captured through missile strikes after initial attempts to seize him failed. The most substantial outcome of this endeavor was the Blood and Flesh Chamber, a symbol of a new race and civilization. Inside this chamber, many witnesses were astounded to behold a shocking scene. Numerous corpses of previously deceased humans were consumed by the chamber, giving rise to new humans. Experts theorized that the heart of this chamber was none other than the Goblin Matriarch. Should humanity decode the secrets of the heart of the nest, a monumental breakthrough in biological technology would surely follow. The Supreme Leader, who had been closely monitoring the situation, along with the forces he represented, regarded this as an opportunity to surpass the Great Xia and placed significant importance on it. How should they handle the enigmatic Goblin Sword Saint? Suspected to be Hinokawa G. Saka, the Prime Minister subtly proposed a collaborative research effort. While the Supreme Leader appeared jovial on the surface, he tacitly assigned local individuals to perform menial tasks of cleaning and waste disposal. Research involving sensitive core secrets was predominantly conducted by Americans, which incited anger among the island's leaders and its populace. We suffer while you reap all the benefits? The people of Sakura Island had long believed themselves to be one of the prominent powers on Blue Star, with a glorious ancestry that once dominated Asia. After enduring a millennium without significant change, they were unwilling to become mere bystanders, serving as pawns for the White Eagle Federation. Consequently, the cabinet began to utilize the barrage feature to rally the island's players within the game to unite, pooling resources and items around several top players. Surprisingly, this initiative proved effective, as the majority of ordinary players merely wished to survive and return home, with the promise of substantial rewards upon their return. They offered their resources at a meager price of 1 wood and 1 soil to the elite players. With this amassed wealth, the initially unremarkable player, Yamada Hiroshi, was propelled to the forefront as the new leading figure. With both internal and external efforts converging, his popularity soared, and he began to challenge the top 10 rankings. Among the various items, the cabinet was particularly intrigued by an exceedingly rare scroll, Fate Theft, an extremely rare item that, when used, could steal the talents of a creature or player. Note, the target must be incapacitated. The weaker their mental fortitude, the higher the success rate. This item was classified as the highest level secret and was not revealed during the live stream, nor was it detected by the observers of the White Eagle Federation, being reported directly to the Prime Minister. Upon learning of this, the Prime Minister placed great emphasis on it and convened a small yet significant meeting with several key members of the cabinet. The specifics of the discussions remain unknown. However, in the aftermath, the cabinet formed a sizable team dedicated to analyzing Jiang Tao's group, compiling data, and constructing a 3D model specifically targeting Jiang Tao. Leaders, particularly intrigued by the fervently discussed ranking of talents, especially the so-called Eye of Omniscience, find themselves divided between elation and despair. Recently, the situation escalated dramatically, with diplomatic ties severed with the Great Xia and the incitement of military action by Lithuania. As time progresses, anxiety mounts. Not only is there a plea for assistance from Europe, but a state of heightened military readiness has also commenced. The game ominously displays current remaining players, 23. If this trend continues, it is feared that survival through the coming days is untenable. My goodness, are we about to witness an S-level national crisis under Rule 5? Many onlookers are both astonished and terrified. All fingers point to the Great Xia. It is all Jiang Tao's fault. Numerous netizens from Lithuania are vociferously condemning him. Had it not been for Jiang Tao's annihilation of the strongest team, would they find themselves in such a dire predicament? A significant number of citizens have already caught wind of the situation, attempting to flee the country. Meanwhile, neighboring nations are simultaneously reinforcing their defenses to avert disaster. The people of Lithuania are in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan, anxiously scurrying about. Chapter 73. The 55th Nightmare Room, the Minotaur Camp, Rescue Dwarves. Driving the formidable G-Class through some straightforward challenges, we effortlessly advanced. Upon reaching the 55th room, we found ourselves in a labyrinthine rainforest, replete with treacherous vines and the menacing presence of a 7-meter-long forest python. It was only then that we disembarked from the vehicle. Behold, despite its diminutive stature, Nochi, the village's foremost warrior, exhibited remarkable prowess in earth-burrowing techniques. Coupled with its exceptional mastery of toxic arts, it engaged the serpent in a fierce battle, darting from various corners to deliver swift, stealthy strikes to the python's body. The forest python grew increasingly irritated by the persistent assaults of the diminutive mushroom creature. Just as it prepared to unleash its devastating attack, the mesmerizing gaze of the Medusa, eye from afar, belonging to the enchanting Mimi, glimmered. In an instant, the formidable python was petrified. With practiced precision, Shun Sisi unleashed several wind arrows that pierced through the python's vital spot with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, young Mi, intriguet, practiced with her desert eagle, blasting the serpent's body to shreds. Minutes later, the forest python lay lifeless. Throughout the encounter, Jiang Tao refrained from engaging, instead observing his teammates in action. He contemplated that, through real combat experience, Both Mimi and Cece had demonstrated the ability to eliminate elite monsters without sustaining injuries. Even in confrontations with other formidable teams, they would not falter. After all, they were under his guidance. We must hasten our journey. The night will soon descend upon us. After vanquishing the python, Nochi extracted venom from its two fangs, anxiously brandishing a long spear made from tree branches, to evade the trolls and shadowy tree spirits. They circumnavigated several chambers. "I understand your urgency, but let us not rush," Jiang Tao remarked as he approached to collect materials. Acquired, premium python skin 1. Forest python, meat, 5,000. Detoxifying snake gall 1. Cool, eye drops 2 bottles. The eye drops were beneficial for the eyes, so Jiang Tao distributed them to Cece and Mimi, 1 bottle each. The python skin was a lengthy strip, suitable for crafting leather armor or cloaks, though they lacked the necessary blueprints. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tao also recalled a precious night demon skin hidden in their storage. Regrettably, they lacked the skill to craft with it. After spending an entire afternoon traveling, it was decided to prepare snake meat for dinner. Mimi and her companion found a clear space to enjoy their meal. Instinctively, Jiang Tao scanned the surroundings. In the rainforest where the crisis has been averted, careful exploration may yield some sweet, edible plants. To the left lies a graveyard. Proceeding further will distance us from Thunderclap Cliff, leading to the encounter with the mother and child shadow tree. To the right, a nightmare-level cooking chamber of trolls. A troll from afar, alongside its companion, lamented a tragic tale of being robbed. They were simultaneously brewing a pot of fresh bone broth. A friendly reminder, if one approaches at this juncture, they may assist the unfortunate player in recovering their remains. Above lies a common cave, devoid of danger and resources. Below, a swamp is set by torrential rain, where one could gather ample rainwater. Ahead, a nightmare-level Minotaur frontline camp awaits. A master dwarf miner fortuitously found himself in a fierce clash with 3 bull-headed guards, currently engaged in a battle that was poised to end in his defeat. In a nearby refuse yard, one could uncover some abandoned rare materials, along with a hidden bronze chest. Upon discovering this, Jiang Tao's spirits surged. He promptly beckoned to his companions, stating, "It appears we cannot indulge in our lunch here any longer." "What is the matter?" Shishi inquired with curiosity. Right ahead lies the territory of the bull-headed folk. Jiang Tao succinctly explained the situation, to which Nuo Chi readily raised both hands in agreement. Seeing this, Shishi and Mimi ceased their chatter, and the group rose to their feet once more. The passage through the rainforest was rather concealed, with some areas requiring excavation and others obscured by creeping vines, revealing a large tree hollow once lifted. Once prepared, Jiang Tao called for everyone to board the vehicle. Fortunately, Nuo Chi's stature was not overly large, allowing the group to squeeze in comfortably. With a thunderous roar, the engine ignited, powered by psychic energy, as they surged into the tree hollow. Room 56, the bull-headed encampment. This locale was a makeshift camp nestled within the forest. 3 armored, bull-headed creatures, wielding massive axes, were patrolling and chopping trees as per their routine when, unexpectedly, an ill-fated dwarf master stumbled into their midst. Just when we need laborers to excavate at the mine, here comes a dwarf with skills that might serve us well. One of the bull-headed guards declared, preparing to seize the dwarf and return him as a slave. Impudent wretch! The dwarf master realized the peril he was in and attempted to flee, only to be flanked by the other 2 bull-headed guards. They approached menacingly, clearly intent on capturing him. A seasoned traveler, the dwarf master was not easily intimidated. He brandished his hammer and fought valiantly against the trio. However, even the most skilled fist struggle against multiple foes. Under the relentless assault of the 3 bull-headed guards, the dwarf's stamina dwindled, leaving him breathless and beleaguered. This is dire. I may truly be sent to the mines to toil. Just as despair began to settle in, a growing rumble echoed from behind him. What is happening? The dwarf master pondered, only to witness a bull-headed guard's expression shift dramatically as he shouted, "Quick, get out of the way." Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his comrades and fled in haste. The other 2, with their backs turned, were about to pivot when a monstrous black vehicle barreled toward them. With a resounding crash, It sent the two bull-headed guards soaring into the air. "My apologies, I didn't see you there," Jiang Tao remarked, peering out of the vehicle's window at the airborne bull-headed guards. "Stun status. After two more collisions, mobility will be lost. Where did this human come from?" The surviving bull-headed guard, both alarmed and enraged, began to charge, his hooves pounding the ground, horns aglow, and nostrils flaring, preparing for a powerful charge. At that moment, a beam of violet light shot forth from within the vehicle. The guard's momentum faltered, caught in the act of charging. Jiang Tao deftly maneuvered the vehicle, cutting alongside the bull-headed guard. With a press of the accelerator, he collided with the third bull-headed guard, sending him soaring through the air as if struck by a golf ball. The Minotaur guards, upon being struck, let out a horrifying scream as their petrification was lifted. The three of them found themselves in a suspended state midair, unable to move freely. Jiang Tao drove the G-Class, colliding with them one by one, akin to a game of baseball. After several impacts, two of the Minotaur guards succumbed to their injuries, while one, sustaining only minor wounds, fell into a dazed state and was subsequently captured by Lilith as her second slave. Such exquisite creations. The rescued dwarf master immediately recognized the technological prowess of the G-Class. He remained uncertain whether the individuals before him were foes or allies until Jiang Tao and his companions halted the vehicle and disembarked. It was then that he discerned the peculiar combination of three humans, a dream demon, and a little mushroom folk. This was my first encounter with a dwarf. Jiang Tao approached to greet him and attempted to discern his attributes. Name, Balin, race, dwarf, level, top-tier elite monster, grade, skills, gold-seeking technique, Balin, being quite experienced, can detect rare gold mines through the examination of geological veins. Enhanced strength, as a member of the dwarf race. They are inherently robust. Master Smith, having forged from a young age, he possesses great knowledge of various equipment, and, as a distinguished craftsman, Balin has attained extraordinary forging skills. Affection level, 20. Your intrusion has liberated him. Yet a trace of caution lingers in his heart. A speech bubble above the dwarf caught Jiang Tao's attention. A dwarf master who loves wine, gourmet food, and travel. If you manage to elevate his affection level to 50, unexpected rewards may await you. Chapter 74. The Dwarf Who Loves Ergo 2, Teammate 1. Evolutionary Equipment? Where do you hail from? Baron inquired. Upon hearing the question, Noki stepped forward and scrutinized the dwarf for a considerable time before tentatively exclaiming, Master Baron. Or perhaps Master Oli. The esteemed dwarf, upon hearing this, let his abundant beard sway. Of course, it is the profoundly wise Master Baron. Young one, have you heard of my name? Noki eagerly nodded. Grandpa Biao from the village once encountered you. You imparted some forging techniques to him. Grandpa Biao has always praised your unparalleled skills. Walking ahead of the grand vehicle, Noki patted the color-shifting body, boasting, this vehicle was also modified with your expertise. Grandpa Biao's work. Is that so? Ha. No wonder it seems somewhat familiar. Dwarves adore flattery, and Baron, puffing out his chest, ambled in front of the vehicle to examine the craftsmanship, inadvertently discovering traces of his own influence. Completely oblivious to having once guided the mushroom folk. Yet it does not diminish Baron's pride. Having gained initial recognition, he lowered his guard, and his favorability increased by 10. Observing the rising numbers above the dwarf's head, Jiang Tao's expression turned peculiar. However, with Noki as a communication bridge, many conversations became far more effortless. Through discourse, Jiang Tao learned that Baron was on a quest for rare ores, but had inadvertently become entangled with the Minotaur guards. Upon hearing that they were headed to the renowned Thunderbluff, Baron's gaze flickered slightly. Then I shall continue my search for ores. Remembering the hint regarding preferences, Jiang Tao suggested, Master Baron, it is getting late. Let us have lunch first. The dwarf produced a hard, flat pancake from his backpack. This dry ration is baked over fierce flames, capable of lasting for months without spoiling. One can sustain themselves for an entire day after consuming it. Would you care to try? Shun Cici, curious, took a glance. Dry pancake. She shook her head vigorously. Yang Mi, retrieving the camping blanket previously spread in the rainforest, cheerfully remarked, Master, you should sample our food instead. Yang Mi seemed to sense Jiang Tao's ulterior motives as she warmly entertained the dwarf, coupled with her charming smile. Baron's head began to sprout one indicators. For lunch, they casually prepared a light meal. Jiang Tao first presented freshly slaughtered snake meat, stewing it chaotically using spirit wood as fuel. Cece added spices, such as Sichuan pepper and bay leaves obtained from the supermarket. The dwarf's eyes turned red with excitement. "You're using this precious spirit wood for cooking? Wait, aren't those spices more valuable than gold? Quickly stop. Use less." In response to Master Baron's admonition, the JK Beauty explained lightly, "Master, worry not. We have several boxes more. The snake meat requires some time to cook. Let us begin with some cold dishes." Demimi cheerfully retrieved a cube from Jiang Tao's hand, releasing a shelter and collected stacks of appetizers, including 5-spice beef, assorted marinated delicacies, and the perfect accompaniment of fried peanuts and edamame. Only Jiang Tao dared to taste these dishes, as the two young ladies had little appetite for them. However, the assortment of appetizers left the dwarf master utterly bewildered. Strangely enough, he showed no interest in delicacies such as salmon sashimi or Boston lobster. Naturally, exquisite dishes call for exceptional wine. Jiang Tao retrieved a selection of craft beers from the temperature-controlled storage, smiling as he offered, "Master, do try our wheat juice. Is that really appropriate?" The dwarf master hesitated, swallowing. With a swift motion, Jiang Tao popped open a bottle, the frothy bubbles rising, and handed it to him. "Meeting is a matter of fate. Let's drink." Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, the dwarf managed to endure the vast spread of culinary delights. However, the enticing aroma of the beer was simply irresistible. He grasped the chilled bottle and, in one go, gulped down more than half. His beard soaked. His murky eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. What a peculiar juice. It's refreshingly cool, albeit rather mild. He finished the remaining contents with another hearty gulp, feeling invigorated. Mild? Jiang Tao's eyes twinkled mischievously. He then produced a bottle of Mao Tai, a rarity even in supermarkets. Yet, to uncover the dwarf's skills, this expense was necessary. Jiang Tao opened the bottle and poured a glass for the dwarf. The dwarf sniffed the aroma, nodding in approval, but upon tasting, he shook his head. "Still not strong enough. What more do you desire?" Suddenly, Cece leaned in, whispering to Jiang Tao, "Brother, I remember we moved a case of 72-degree Ergo 2, which is much cheaper than Mao Tai. Let the master taste it." An excellent idea. The sweet scent of the girl made Jiang Tao's ears tingle. Sensing this, Cece blushed and stepped back, busily preparing snake soup. When Jiang Tao unveiled a case of Ergo 2 and opened a bottle for the dwarf master, the rich aroma of alcohol instantly captivated his attention. "What treasure is this?" "A specialty from my hometown." Jiang Tao politely poured a glass for the dwarf master. Eagerly, the dwarf took a sip and then trembled with delight as he finished the glass in one go. "Delicious. In my countless adventures across realms, I have never tasted such fine liquor." With food and drink in abundance, complemented by the steaming, spice-laden snake meat, the dwarf indulged in 12 bottles of Ergo 2 during lunch. His beard turned a rosy hue, steam wafting from his head as he banged his chest, exclaiming, "ISNT, this just Thunderbluff? I'll take on those Taurens and rescue the little mushroom." System notification: Dwarf Master Balin has joined the team. Jiang Tao and Cece exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. One who eats must be beholden. A second notification appeared. The sumptuous feast, particularly the strong liquor, greatly pleased Balin. His favor has reached 80. Achieving an intimate bond. The slightly inebriated dwarf master swayed as he stood, picking up the hammer next to the camping blanket, boldly declaring, "Your human delicacies are exquisite. Having partaken of your fare, I shall assist you in crafting some equipment. Hidden rewards await." A wave of delight surged within Jiang Tao as he hurriedly retrieved his prized throwing knives and the mother pig spear. "Master, please examine these 2 pieces of equipment. They are but a step away from advancement." What exactly is lacking? Despite appearing somewhat inebriated, the Barlinians remained alert and their strength attributes had even been enhanced. After taking the items and giving them a cursory inspection, he concluded, "This spear is rife with impurities." With a few more strikes and the addition of a small proportion of mithril and mountain copper, it could transform into a silver weapon, amplifying its power to 100-fold. Indeed, the same applies to this throwing knife, the dwarf master added. However, mithril and mountain copper are quite rare, making the refining process arduous. But I possess mithril, Jiang Tao exclaimed, spreading his hands to reveal a stack of freshly forged, gleaming mithril. This was undoubtedly the result of the diligent efforts of the Goblin Enchanter 007. The dwarf master paused momentarily, then remarked, I will require some mountain copper, along with a robust furnace, to assist you in upgrading both pieces of equipment. Shun Cece raised her hand, declaring, we have a furnace. Noki, munching on strawberries, chimed in, on our way to Thunderbluff, we will pass through the Torns mining site, where mountain copper is surely abundant. Chapter 75. The Verdant Prairie. After traversing 4 rooms, the group paused briefly at their campsite to rejuvenate before continuing their journey. Adhering to the principle of having come this far, Jiang Tao proceeded to gather the remains of 2 minotaurs. Acquired. Tier 2 Spirit Crystals 2, Premium Beef 5,000, Tendons 2, Mountain Axe, Bronze Grade 2, Elite Horns 2, Ball 2. It must be said that minotaurs are a treasure trove. Their drop rates far exceed those of other monsters. The tendons, in particular, are rare, as they can be used to craft bows and crossbows. Presently, on the platform, offers have reached 4 spirit crystals in exchange for a single tendon. In addition to these spoils, the Minotaur camp was replete with resources. Premium lumber 1,000, brass 200, silver 100, gold 100, mithril 5, tier 1 spirit crystals 8. As Jiang Tao collected the last piece of lumber from the camp, preparing to exit, his gaze fell upon a leather tent adorned with peculiar totems, prompting a new notification. No way, 3-eyed kid. How could you forget the most precious loot? Jiang Tao attempted to examine the camp itself, pondering whether it possessed alternative utilities beyond mere material disassembly. Name: Minotaur Forward Camp. Category: Dwelling. Description: can be disassembled from materials or integrated into a shelter, increasing area by 10 and structural integrity by 20. To his astonishment, it could enhance his shelter. Jiang Tao marveled at the revelation. Had other players encountered something similar, they would likely have dismantled it, much like his initial inclination. Though a seemingly modest 10 enhancement, it accumulates significantly over time. He produced a cube and chose to fuse it on the spot. As the forward camp transformed into radiant streams of light that flowed into the cube, the courtyard in front of the stone house expanded slightly, and leather decorations adorned the doors and windows. Let us set forth. Jiang Tao beckoned to his companions once everything was in order. Brother, are you sure the dwarf master doesn't want to awaken for a drink? She inquired softly, a hint of concern in her voice. Unbeknownst to them,